Haiyu year 1519. In the autumn of Kokoyashi village, the air was shrouded in the joy of a bountiful harvest. Discovered while stealing treasure, Nami dragged her exhausted body and fled back to the village in a wretched state. Damn it, he clearly looked so rich, yet there were only a little over 100,000 berries on that ship. The thought that she had almost slipped up and yet earned only that much made Nami grit her teeth. Still, she had inched a little closer to her goal of saving up 100 million berries to buy back her village. Nojiko, she should be at the Tangerine Grove now, right? Nami was just about to go check on her sister when a commotion sounded from ahead. Several familiar villagers walked out of a shop, grumbling nonstop. What a ripoff. A lousy jar actually costs 100,000 berries. Is that jar made of gold or silver? And he even claims it can produce anything. Obviously a scam. Their words piqued Nami's curiosity. A jar that cost 100,000 berries. A scammer. After the villagers left, Nami cautiously stuck out her head and looked toward the shop that had appeared in the village without her noticing. A line of words was written on the shop signboard, Miracle of Fate. Miracle of Fate. Nami murmured under her breath, unconsciously touching her money pouch. As if drawn by some invisible force, she stepped into the shop almost against her own will. Xiaowen quietly watched the first batch of customers leave, offering no explanation and no attempt to keep them. He had just transmigrated into this world, known as the world of one piece of bloodlines and of Father's power. He had awakened the all-world jar system. In this shop granted by the system, he could receive a certain number of jars every day. According to the system, once he sold the first 10 jars, he would leave the novice phase. The daily sales limit for jars would increase dramatically and formal phase benefits would be unlocked. Inside the shop, he could not be harmed or controlled in any way. He could also actively trigger the shopkeeper's privilege, becoming directly invincible and suppressing any enemy. The shop itself was also blessed with an indestructible protection. This was something Xiaowen was quite satisfied with. A system that could guarantee its host's safety was a good system indeed. The core of the all-world jar system was only one thing: selling jars. Selling more jars. No matter what a customer drew from a jar, he would obtain the same thing. If someone drew a devil fruit, he would gain the corresponding ability without being restrained by sea stone. In short, he would take all the benefits and discard the drawbacks. As long as he sold enough jars, he too could become like a certain king of effort, rapidly growing stronger in a way that defied common sense. According to the system's description, once he sold a certain number of jars, even more advanced jars and new shops would be unlocked. Yet the biggest problem now was this: the jars were far too expensive. The first batch of customers had just been scared off by the exorbitant price. System, this price is too high. Can it really be adjusted? Xiaowen asked helplessly in his heart. 100,000 berries in the timeline 1 year before the protagonist Luffy set sail. Counted as a large sum of money. Especially for Kokoyashi village, a place squeezed dry by the Arlong pirates. After paying the exorbitant monthly protection fee, the villagers could only barely scrape by. How could they have spare money to buy a jar of uncertain authenticity? Unfortunately, after explaining its basic functions and the shop's upgrade conditions, the system had gone directly into hiding. It left behind only one statement: the price of the jars could not be changed, otherwise all jars sold would be confiscated. This caused Xiaowen's desire to grow stronger quickly to fall flat. But the little thief cat Nami should be quite rich at this point, right? However, prying berries out of her hands would not be an easy task. He would need some rhetoric and guided persuasion. Xiaowen thought to himself, a plan already taking shape in his mind. Just then footsteps sounded. A customer had arrived. After Nami stepped into the shop, her gaze swiftly swept around. The interior was simply furnished. The only display was 10 clay jars arranged on the table, looking utterly ordinary. Her gaze only at the end fell upon the young man resting in a lounge chair. He looked about 20, dressed neatly, his expression lazily relaxed. What surprised Nami most was not his impossibly handsome features, but his bearing. He seemed out of place with the entire world, exuding a faint aura of detachment. He was definitely not from Kokoyashi village. In fact, even after roaming the East Blue for so many years, she had never seen anyone with a temperament like his. A hint of vigilance rose in Nami's heart. Ever since the Arlong pirates had turned Kokoyashi village into their base, entry and exit of villagers had been strictly controlled. Even the fishing boats had been destroyed. How had this strange shopkeeper entered and even opened such a shop? Seen enough. Xiaowen opened his eyes and spoke in an even tone. This shop only sells jars. 1 jar costs 100,000 berries. Only then did Nami, still harboring suspicion, carefully look over the 10 jars on the table. They were perfectly ordinary, without a single distinguishing feature. And this worthless-looking jar dared to cost 100,000 berries. That was faster than robbery. With that thought, Nami all but confirmed in her heart that the shopkeeper was a fraud. Her eyes curved like crescent moons as she showed a row of gleaming white teeth. She stepped forward and put on her signature sweet smile. preparing to probe the shopkeeper's attitude and see why these jars were supposedly worth so much. If she could learn his scamming tricks, she could quickly gather the remaining tens of millions of berries. For example, she could go to other parts of the East Blue and sell oranges for 100,000 berries apiece. But before Nami could speak, Xiaowen seized the initiative. Bargaining is not accepted in this shop. He paused, then delivered the prepared line. 1 jar for 100,000 berries. You might draw a treasure that makes you rich overnight, or you might get something utterly worthless. His gaze locked onto Nami's, his voice dropping slightly. Or perhaps, something that changes your fate. There is nothing it cannot produce. Only things you have yet to imagine. Fate. Nami almost burst out laughing. Not even fate can make me fork over 100,000 berries. She had an innate aversion to spending money. If these jars really produced different items as he claimed, then any so-called treasure was bound to be controlled by human hands. At 100,000 berries a try, who knew how many she would have to open before obtaining any so-called treasure? She still needed to save money to buy back her village. Seeing Nami about to back out, Xiaowen, well aware of her money-obsessed nature, decided to stoke the flames a little more. The jars in my shop contain miracles that can change fate. For instance, you might draw enough gold to buy the entire village, or else. Xiaowen deliberately paused, watching Nami's reaction. Gain the power to defeat a formidable enemy. Nami's whole body trembled. His words had struck a nerve, and the smile on her face turned stiff. She subconsciously tightened her grip on her money pouch. What had the shopkeeper just said? Defeat a formidable enemy. It was only a jar. How could it possibly grant her the ability to defeat such a foe? She had once personally witnessed Arlong's terror. He could crush cannonballs with his bare hands, bite through iron swords, and flip houses as if they were toys. He was a monster through and through. Nami wanted badly to turn around and leave this place to get away from this con artist shopkeeper. Yet her feet felt rooted to the floor, refusing to move. Xiaowen calmly pointed at the 10 jars on the table. So will you try it once and open a jar? Nami's gaze wandered back and forth between the jar and the money pouch. Reason told her this was absolutely a scam. Yet what if it wasn't? What if she really could obtain enough power to defeat Arlong? Then wouldn't these 7 years of torment finally come to an end? But 100,000 belly was far too expensive. She had only managed to earn a little over 100,000 belly today with great difficulty. This was the lifeline she needed to save her village. How could she casually throw away such a huge sum? Gamble it on a mere possibility. If she lost that bet, it would mean all her efforts during this time had been utterly wasted. Just as Nami wavered in indecision, Xiaowen added calmly, there are only 10 jars left for today. Once they're sold, that's it. I'm not a permanent resident of this village either. The chance to change one's fate does not present itself every day. Those words became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Nami thought of the fear and hatred she felt toward Arlong and of her yearning for freedom. And also, her childhood dream, to draw a map of the entire world. Without sufficient strength, even if she managed to scrape together 100 million belly to buy back the village and her freedom, she still wouldn't be able to sail the seas and complete that map, would she? Nami bit her lip hard. That faint, fragile shimmer of hope and longing finally outweighed her suspicion that this was all just a scam. With a sharp smack, a sound rang out. Her hands trembling, she drew out 100,000 belly from the pouch and slammed it heavily onto the counter. With a trace of sobbing stubbornness in her voice, she shouted, "Fine. I'll open 1 jar." At this moment, Nami's heart felt as though it were dripping blood. She kept regretting why she had acted so impulsively, why she had spent 100,000 belly on a worthless jar. Wouldn't it be better to just honestly save up 100 million belly and redeem the village? The fish had taken the bait. Xiaowen's lips curved slightly as he made a courteous, inviting gesture. Nami forced herself not to watch the shopkeeper put away the 100,000 belly. Instead, she carefully studied the 10 completely identical jars. In the end, she chose the 3rd jar from the left. She gingerly lifted the jar and found that it was much lighter than she had imagined. Can these jars really produce anything at all? Nami voiced her skepticism. Leaving aside so-called power, even if it contained enough gold to buy the village, it shouldn't weigh this little, should it? Could it be that the jar didn't contain direct treasure, but rather a treasure map? Nami's eyes suddenly turned into shining belly symbols in her mind. If that were the case, she could accept it. Xiaowen chuckled softly. The jars in my shop can of course produce anything. Whether it is a legendary devil fruit, or a method to cultivate haki, or a supreme great blade, means to command sea kings, and so on. All of it can be found within the jars. Of course, opening a jar depends entirely on luck. As for the fact that jars could also yield skills or items from myriad other worlds, there was no need to tell Nami that. A hint of confusion flickered through Nami's eyes. She had heard of devil fruits before, things said to grant people strange abilities. But whoever ate one would become a landlubber unable to swim, and they were incredibly expensive. But what was haki? It could actually be mentioned in the same breath as such legendary devil fruits. Since these jars are so amazing, why are you selling them at all, shopkeeper? Nami couldn't help asking as she looked at the shopkeeper's serene expression. If it were her, she would never put such good things up for sale. Especially not for only 100,000 belly. At the very least, it should be 1,000,000. No 10 million belly. Because it's entertaining enough, he replied. Xiaowen chuckled lightly. Anyone can purchase jars in my shop. Whether they are pirates, marines, members of the Revolutionary Army, or ordinary people with no particular talents. I hope to see those who buy jars here become powerful figures upon the seas, and then more people will come here by reputation to buy jars from me. Xiaowen had always had only one goal: to sell jars. To sell more jars. To make most of the notable named figures in the world of the Pirate King come to buy his jars. What kind of bizarre dream was that? Nami felt the shopkeeper was trying to hoodwink her. Forget it. She might as well focus on her own jar. Shopkeeper, how do I open this jar? Just smash it directly, Xiaowen reminded her. Nami took a deep breath, hugged the jar, and smashed it down with all her might. Xiaowen also looked toward the jar being opened with curiosity. As the shop's very first customer to buy a jar, he was quite eager to see what Nami would draw. With a loud clang, a brilliant golden orb of light shot out, exploding with a thunderous boom within the shop. When the dazzling radiance gradually faded, Nami held her breath and looked into the shattered remains of the jar. There lay a strange golden object quietly resting there, its surface covered in lightning-like patterns, its form twisted into a spiral. What is this? Nami picked up the oddly shaped object in confusion. It felt cool to the touch with a faint prickle of pain. It was not gold, and it didn't look like any formidable weapon either. The expectation in her heart was instantly drowned by a flood of crushing disappointment. Seriously, just this. The shopkeeper was a fraud after all. What had she been expecting? Natural type Goro Goro no Mi upon consumption grants the ability to transform into lightning, possessing overwhelming destructive power. Allows short-distance instantaneous movement and flight in the form and speed of lightning, and can enhance Kinbunchiko Haki to achieve wide-range listening. It can create lightning clones and lightning beasts, and can restart one's heart by electrocuting it back into beating. Remark, this is the power of a god. A notification chimed. The customer has drawn the natural type Goro Goro no Mi. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the same ability. It was actually the Goro Goro no Mi. Reading the system's introduction, Xiaowen's eye twitched. As a man who usually suffered terrible luck, he felt as though he had just been critically struck by a one-shot miracle of sheer good fortune. Although in the original story the fruit's user's battle record was rather underwhelming, it could not be denied that this was still one of the very finest among the Logia-type devil fruits. In Xiaowen's mind, one could even drop the Logia label altogether. But at this point in time, hasn't the Goro Goro no Mi already been eaten by Enel? Could it be that jars can produce devil fruits that already have owners? Then what if someone drew the Nika fruit one day? Xiaowen's expression grew strange. If the seas suddenly produced 7 or 8 Nika fruit users, a bunch of rubber men bouncing around everywhere. The image was so vivid that Xiaowen did not dare continue imagining it. Nami, who had never seen a devil fruit before, could not feel happy at all. She widened her eyes on purpose, letting tears glimmer within them as she spoke in the most pitiful, innocent voice she could muster. Kind and handsome shopkeeper, could I please return this and get my 100,000 belly back? Oh, are you sure? Xiaowen spoke evenly. Young lady, your luck is enough to make anyone upon the seas feel jealous. What you drew is not trash, but a devil fruit. And not just any devil fruit, but the Logia-type Goro Goro no Mi. Eat it, and you will possess the power to become lightning itself. In principle, jars are non-refundable once sold, but this time, I am willing to make an exception for it. With that, Xiaowen deliberately took out the 100,000 belly, looking very much as though he intended to reclaim the fruit. Devil fruit. Becoming lightning. Nami froze for a moment when she heard that, and saw the shopkeeper actually reaching out. She immediately hugged the fruit tight and stumbled back several steps. She did not know exactly how powerful the Goro Goro no Mi was, but she was definitely not stupid. Since this mysterious shopkeeper wanted to buy it back, it meant the fruit was unquestionably extremely valuable. Had she actually won this gamble? Then I won't return it, I won't return it. Nami hugged the fruit tightly, and at last an excited smile bloomed across her face. I never expected that one day I could become a legendary ability user. Nami tightly hugged the fruit, her eyes shining brightly. It felt as if she could already envision herself commanding the winds and rains, her fame spreading across the seas, causing her lips to unconsciously curve upwards. Xiaowen glanced at the fragments of the jar on the ground and lightly snapped his fingers. Snap! The remnants of the jars began to writhe continuously, eventually merging into the floor of the shop. This left Nami, who had been startled awake by the sound of the snap, dumbfounded. What kind of ability is this one that seems to directly eat the jars? This shopkeeper, could he also feed people to the shop directly? Thinking this, Nami couldn't help but shiver. Her awe towards the mysterious shopkeeper deepened once again. She should have expected this. The fact that this shopkeeper could casually produce a devil fruit explained the price of 100,000 berries for a jar. This indicated that the other party was also a powerful ability user. The slight sense of pride that had just arisen in Nami completely vanished. Natural system, Thunderfruit. Xia, when introduced in a flat tone, depending on your personal development level, you can cultivate different abilities. But you will definitely possess Elemental Transformation, the ability to generate electricity, short-distance teleportation, and unleash lightning strikes. He raised his eyes to look at Nami, who was displaying shock and had unconsciously opened her mouth. Now, you can eat it. This is the miracle that will change your fate. However, there was one thing Xia Wen didn't mention. That is, the devil fruit is extremely unpalatable. Moreover, just one bite is enough to gain its power. There is no need to finish it entirely. This isn't due to his sadistic tendencies, nor is it revenge for Nami calling him a scammer earlier. Rather, it is that if the fruit user does not undergo this experience, it is not authentic. The miracle of fate. Nami paused, recalling the sign outside the shop. As long as she eats this thunderfruit, she should be able to confront Arlong. Right? At the very least, she now had the capital to resist. This is the power that can save the village. Nami took a deep breath, looking at the uniquely shaped fruit in her hand, and bit down. Then, to her dismay, Nami's delicate features, which had yet to fully develop, scrunched together. Tears began to well up in the corners of her eyes. Her stomach churned violently, her face contorting, nearly causing her to vomit. It was awful. So awful. Why was it so terrible when it was supposed to be a legendary fruit? But as she thought that this was a miracle, she spent 100,000 berries on mint to save her village and fight against Arlong. Nami gritted her teeth, swallowing the fruit in her mouth. Finally, she closed her eyes and quickly gulped down the remaining fruit in a few bites. She was all in. Boom. The moment Nami swallowed the thunder fruit, a real lightning bolt streaked across the clear sky of Cocoa West Village. The thunder rumbled. Who? Nami, who had just exited a hell of taste, felt an unprecedented surge of power emerging within her. That power made her body tingle. She instinctively pointed her right index finger at the floor. Zzzzt. A small blue arc of lightning erupted from her fingertip, striking the floor of the shop. Nami was stunned. She stared blankly at her hands, watching the arcs of electricity flicker and leap from her fingertips. Her neck, stiff with disbelief, lifted to glance at the shopkeeper, whose expression remained calm, only revealing a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, all the doubts in Nami's eyes vanished, replaced with genuine shock and ecstasy. She had truly acquired a devil fruit for just 100,000 berries. The shopkeeper hadn't deceived her. Those jars could indeed yield great things. Feeling the terrifying power within her, Nami shed tears for the first time in 7 years, filled with hope rather than despair and pain. The village was saved. Everyone was saved. It seems that the customer is very satisfied with this purchase experience, Xia Wen remarked at the right moment. You are the luckiest buyer I have ever seen. How about it? Do you want to buy some more jars? If he could sell 10 jars directly today, he could escape the beginner phase. Nami. More spending. Nami's expression was conflicted. Even though she had become a fruit user, she wasn't a hot-headed fool who would immediately seek revenge against Arlong. She planned to hide her power first, slowly develop her fruit abilities, and then formulate a meticulous plan to deal with the Arlong pirate crew. She had to eliminate the cancer of the village all at once, leaving no future troubles. Therefore, opening more jars was necessary. Even if it hurt her, she couldn't hesitate. This was money to save the village, and she couldn't skimp. I only have a few thousand berries left, so can the shopkeeper help me hold on to the jars? He'll come back with the money and definitely buy them. I want all the remaining 9 jars, Nami said shyly. Moreover, there was another thought in her mind, which was whether she could buy a few jars for Nojiko as well, so that her sister could also gain powerful abilities. That way, when she left Cocoa West Village in the future, she could be more at ease. Of course, that's your freedom. Xia Wen smiled lightly. However, I want specifically reserve these jars for you. If new customers arrive, I will still conduct business. As soon as Nami heard this, she became anxious. If such a magical jar were to be discovered by the Arlong pirate crew's fishermen, leading Arlong to also buy jars to become stronger, then she would be in danger. After all, compared to her alone, the one controlling the Arlong pirate crew absolutely had no shortage of berries. Shopkeeper, can the Navy and the Arlong pirate crew also buy jars? They are a group of executioners who exploit and oppress the village. Seemingly seeing through her anxiety, Xia Wen calmly added, I have said before, I am only responsible for selling jars. As for who the buyers are and what they have done, it is none of my concern. Moreover, not everyone has the luck of a customer like you. After all, these are just ordinary jars. Each person can only purchase 10 jars of the same quality within a week. This is a rule set by the system aimed at preventing major powers from completely monopolizing. Same quality. Nami's spirit jolted, understanding the shopkeeper's implication. Could there be even better jars? Then shopkeeper, how many berries are needed to purchase higher level jars? Right now you do not have the authority to buy higher level jars. Xiaowen calmly shook his head. However, the fact is he still hadn't unlocked the higher level jars. The system required that 10 relatively famous characters must make purchases in the shop. Only then can higher level jars be unlocked. These relatively famous characters are those who appear and have significant screen time in the original plot. Of course, as a member of the main character group, Nami definitely counts as one quota. In addition, if he sells 100 ordinary jars, he can unlock new shops in other locations. As the shopkeeper, he can instantly move between two shops, allowing him to sell jars in other places. This relieved Xiaowen, who initially thought he could only survive in the East Sea. Compared to the Paradise, the first half of the Grand Line, in the New World, the Four Seas are still too backward. Knowing that even if Arlong had money, he could only buy 10 jars in the short term, Nami reluctantly sighed with relief. She had to gain the strength to defeat the Arlong pirate crew within a week. Watching Nami leave to get money, Xiaowen began to experiment with his new ability in the deserted shop. After all, the shop had an indestructible characteristic. He could create anything. With the continuous thunderous sounds of ziz, boom, Xiaowen finally figured out his limits and released his elemental transformation. It seems that the thunder fruit ability I acquired also needs to be developed. However, the good news is that the system informed him that after obtaining the second shop, he would have his own exclusive jars. Moreover, they would be better than the jars sold in the shop and easier to yield gold. At that moment, a smoking Navy officer passed by, gazing curiously at the sky, and then toward the shop from which thunder was occasionally heard. Strange, it's clearly not thundering. What's making that noise in that house? He squinted his eyes and suddenly noticed the shop he had never seen before. When did the shop appear? Has this new shop paid its taxes? Have they paid their protection fee? Illegal operations are under his jurisdiction. As the adjutant of the Mouse Colonel from the 16th Division, he suddenly felt invigorated excitement written all over his face. These commoners should obediently follow his commands. With that thought, the naval officer swaggered into the shop. The first thing that caught his eye was a young man with black hair, leisurely sipping tea inside the store. Xiaowen raised his eyes to glance at the uniformed Navy officer, calmly setting down his teacup. This shop only sells jars each for 100,000 berry, first come, first served. Huh. The naval officer pointed incredulously at the shabby pottery jars, his voice suddenly rising. You actually sell this trash for 100,000 berry? These jars, even if given to him for free, he would consider them a nuisance. Only a fool would buy them. Feeling mocked, the naval officer's face darkened as he accused, I see you're clearly trying to scam me. And illegal operation, tax evasion. Before I came in, I also heard strange noises coming from your shop. I suspect you are harboring and colluding with pirates. However, he changed his tone, revealing a greedy expression. If you are willing to pay a deposit of 100,000 berry, I can help you avoid prison time. Having mingled with the Mouse Colonel for so long, he had ingrained extortion into his very soul. Xiaowen raised an eyebrow, surprised that someone would attempt to extort him. But to be fair, it was indeed one way. System, can I forcibly make someone enter the shop to purchase items? Or beat them into submission, making them pay for jars to redeem themselves? Xiaowen asked in his heart. As if startled by his brilliant wisdom, the system quickly responded. Ding. Warning, both parties in the jar transaction must engage in a subjective conscious act under normal conditions. Forcing or mentally manipulating others to buy jars is prohibited. If such behavior occurs, the sold jars will be confiscated. Seeing the system block this route, Xiaowen could only regretfully abandon his bold idea, deliberately provoking customers and then forcing them to act. After activating the shop owner's invincible privilege, he could suppress all enemies. The only downside was that he would become a wanted criminal carrying a hefty bounty. At this moment, the naval officer looked increasingly displeased at the jars on the table. This somewhat unfamiliar shop owner claimed to be selling jars, so he would smash all of them. He wanted to see if this shop owner could still maintain that infuriating calmness and composure. He had a set of mature methods for dealing with these commoners. As long as he intimidated them, he could ensure a 10 out of 10 success rate, making them obediently hand over their money. With that thought, the naval officer suddenly struck out, delivering a powerful punch to the nearest pottery jar. As expected, the jar shattered easily under his blow. The shop owner did not show the expected expression of pain or fear, begging for mercy. Instead, his fist felt as if it had struck a massive rock. Oh, my hand. Why is this jar so hard? The naval officer clutched his swollen right hand, feeling embarrassed as the shop owner maintained a calm demeanor. He felt his face burning with shame, and an inner rage surged up. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the table leg and swept his kick. Since those jars were strange, he would kick over the table. Crack! The clear sound of bones breaking echoed harshly in the silent shop. The naval officer froze in place. His calf was broken. What was this table made of? How could it be so sturdy? Xiaowen glanced at the Navy officer sweating from the pain in his forehead and kindly reminded him, "Are you all right, dear customer? Why not open a jar? Whether it's a spray that can directly heal injuries or food that speeds up physical recovery. There's nothing you can't think of, only jars that can't be opened. Each one costs 100,000 berry." The shop possessed indestructible characteristics, which of course included everything within it. As for the jars, they simply couldn't be opened before the transaction. Even at this point, the other party still wouldn't forget to promote that broken jar. The injured naval officer, having failed to establish authority, wanted to draw his flintlock. He wanted this shop owner who had been indifferent and even too lazy to stand to understand who the true king was. However, just thinking about the strange occurrences earlier and the shop owner's expression, which was completely different from that of the Cocoa West village, made the naval officer feel like he had kicked an iron plate. This shop owner was very likely a newcomer. He had to report back to the colonel. This black market will definitely have no one buying your jars. After throwing down a harsh word, the naval officer left the shop in defeat. Xiaowen watched as he limped away, supporting himself against the wall, his gaze deep. "I hope you can bring about enough change." Just then, having taken out sufficient berry from his money stash, he hurried over. To prevent anyone from stealing the jars, Nami happened to see a Navy officer limping out of the jar shop. When she noticed the officer cast a glance at her, she hurriedly fled. Nami's heart tightened, sensing something was amiss. The magical jar shop might be exposed. I must bring Nika with me tomorrow to buy jars. She needed to ensure that those miraculous jars which could change fate did not fall into the hands of the despicable Navy and the evil dragon pirate crew. Right now, she was going to go all out. As soon as she entered the shop, Nami's gaze was glued to the 9 pottery jars on the table. Her eyes nearly transformed into the shape of berry. If she could open a treasure map or another devil fruit, that would be great. She could even get one for Nika. "Shop owner, I'm here to open jars again." Xiaowen glanced at the already selecting jars Nami, who found herself unable to move. "Pay first, then open the jar." Oh, even though it was her second visit, Nami still wore a pained expression as she reluctantly pulled out 900,000 berry and placed it on the counter. However, some of the banknotes for some reason were stained with a bit of blood. Before Xiaowen could collect the money, Nami suddenly reached out, quickly retracting the bloodstained berry. She nonchalantly replaced them with clean banknotes. "Haha, I accidentally got some ketchup on these berry earlier. Let's open those jars." Saying this, Nami struck the nearest jar with her fist. Bang! The jar shattered in response. A smooth round fruit with an orange-red gradient rolled out from inside. What? Did I just open another devil fruit? Nami was stunned, staring in disbelief at her own hands. Having opened 2 legendary devil fruits in a row. When did her luck become so good? Or perhaps the most worthless things in the mysterious shop owner's possession were all devil fruits. Xiaowen gazed at the very familiar fruit on the table, momentarily falling into silence. Sunset fruit, a common fruit found in the wild of a certain world. Eating it restores a small amount of health with a taste similar to an apple. Note: Genshin activate. This is wonderful. Now my sister can become the legendary ability user. Looking at Nami, who was filled with excitement and passionately kissed the sunset fruit. Xiaowen gently shook his head, interrupting her fantasy. "Unfortunately, this is not a devil fruit." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Nami's smile suddenly froze and the corners of her mouth gradually drooped. "Not a devil fruit. This is a fruit called sunset fruit. Consuming it can restore a small amount of vitality, making it a fruit that can heal injuries with a taste similar to that of an apple." Nami's expression instantly turned to one of immense disappointment. "So it's just an ordinary fruit." Although the shopkeeper had mentioned that the sunset fruit could heal minor injuries. But after consuming the thunder fruit, she could elementalize and become immune to all attacks. If not for the need to develop her devil fruit powers, she wouldn't have any powerful skills yet. With her unbeatable elementalization, she could match up against Arlong. This time, opening the can was a loss. But it was okay. She still had 8 cans left to open. Looking at the remaining cans, Nami first clasped her hands together and silently prayed for herself. Then she decisively smashed 2 of them. Bang! From the shattered can, a white orb of light and a swimsuit burst forth. Nami frowned, disdainfully pinching the overly revealing shameless blue swimsuit with her 2 fingers. She didn't even need Xiaowen to introduce it. Nami pouted, "This swimsuit is way too revealing. I would never wear something like this in my life." She usually wore long skirts, long pants, or long sleeves. However, to avoid waste, Nami reluctantly put it into her specially prepared backpack, thinking it only deserved to be paired with that sunset fruit. "Xiaowen, young lady, are you sure?" Nami's bikini blue version, a classic among classics, paired with a white beach skirt, perfectly showcasing elegance. No, don't get the wrong idea, it's not the original flavor, just one of the items that the previous owner accidentally bought too many of. At this moment, Nami cautiously tapped the white orb of light floating in front of her. curiously looking at the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, what is this white orb for? Basic combat proficiency. The most basic combat proficiency upon fusion grants you fighting skills and experience equivalent to that of a normal Navy recruit after 2.5 years of practice. Note this is the most precious treasure of a new Navy recruit. Xiaowen organized his words. This is basic combat proficiency. After fusion, it will grant you combat skills equivalent to those of a normal Navy recruit after over 2 years of training. The method of use is very simple. You just press the orb against your chest to absorb and fuse it. Combat proficiency. Nami's eyes lit up. This was exactly the means to enhance her combat power that she was lacking. Although this orb only contained basic combat techniques, it was still better than having no close combat skills at all. After all, once she set sail, she couldn't always expose herself as an ability user. It would be too easy to become a target. Some small troubles were better solved with physical skills. Nami eagerly pressed the white orb against her chest as the shopkeeper suggested, watching the orb gradually merge into her body. In an instant, Nami felt a surge of memories and experiences about close-quarters combat flooding her mind. After the absorption was complete, Nami curiously looked down and touched her now toned waistline. She could clearly sense that her physical capabilities had significantly improved. She felt much stronger. Absorbing that orb even came with a bonus of physical training. This canister is simply amazing. Nami joyfully said, shopkeeper that was. Xiaowen gently nodded, just as you thought. This combat proficiency certainly includes an enhancement of physical capabilities. In fact, even he was a bit surprised that the items produced by the canister could be this good, absorbing skill or experience orbs. Even the improvement in physical capabilities generated during training was completely replicated. The value of this orb was much higher than he initially anticipated. Could it be that Nami's luck was truly this extraordinary? To this, Xiaowen could only say well done. Regardless of what the other party opened, he could get it 1 tin. Xiaowen couldn't wait for the customers buying canisters to keep bringing in gold, so he could take off from the ground with 1 foot. There are still 6 cans left. After what just happened, Nami felt even more excited about what these magical cans could produce. Bang, bang, bang. This time the impatient Nami directly chose 3 in a row. Just as she looked on with excitement, she was silenced by the items produced by the cans. Oranges from Cocoa West Village. Note, ordinary oranges delicious. A glass dome from the Celestial Dragons. Note, wear it, and you will be the dumbest kid on the street. A cracked wooden sword. Note, a training sword used by a swordsman in their childhood, now damaged. Nami stared blankly at the very familiar-looking orange. After peeling it and tasting it carefully, her speechlessness deepened. Sure enough, wasn't this an orange from her family's orange orchard? Could this thing also enter a can worth 100,000 berries? Xiaowen looked at the 3 utterly useless items and wasn't particularly surprised. It's normal for an ordinary can to produce junk. For someone like Nami to have opened the thunder fruit on her first try was already considered extraordinary luck. It was as if she directly hit the jackpot, and the remaining items needed to be slowly repaid. This is what they call the law of luck conservation. Again, I refuse to believe I can't get something good. The unyielding Nami snorted lightly. She just thought her posture was off when she was smashing the cans, which is why she ended up with these items of average worth. Bang bang. 2 more punches. This time Nami clearly hit with much more force. A map of the North Sea. Postpartum care for a so. Nami looked at the items produced by the 2 cans with a dark expression. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at the shopkeeper, who seemed unfazed, as if he had already anticipated this. Not understanding why such a high-end magical can would produce such junk. You have 1 can left for this week. Xiaowen reminded her. I understand. Nami's mouth twitched, feeling that her plans to target Arlong might need to be postponed by a week. It was really because she couldn't open anything good that she was feeling frustrated. Nami sighed, recalling the first can she opened. She casually smashed the 10th can onto the floor. Bang! From the shattered can a burst of blue light erupted. This is... Nami looked at the unusual brightness, her face lighting up as she realized she had made a valuable find. However, when the light faded, only a strange scroll remained. It's not a weapon. What is ninjutsu? Nami picked up the scroll in confusion and looked towards the shop owner for help. Chidori Optimized Version, a series of lightning ninjutsu modified by a delusional boy from a world dominated by chakra. Due to the different worldview, it has been automatically optimized into skills that consume stamina with enhanced power. This includes 5 optimized ninjutsu: Chidori Stream, Chidori Sharp Spear, Chidori Blade, and Chidori Thousand Books. Upon opening the scroll, one can learn directly. Can only be used once. Note Amaterasu. Xiaowen raised an eyebrow in surprise. These 5 Chidori techniques include close-range piercing and cutting, wide-range lightning attacks and defenses, long-distance lightning spear projection, adding lightning attributes to blades, and turning Chidori into countless fine needles for area coverage. One could say this set of combat techniques is very comprehensive, especially for Nami who possesses the Thunder Fruit. After mastering these 5 techniques, she should be able to make some progress with the Thunder Fruit. Moreover, with the support of the Thunder Fruit, the consumption is greatly reduced. Shop owner, is this something that can enhance combat power? Nami eagerly pointed at the scroll in her hand and looked at Xiaowen. Xiaowen nodded affirmatively to Nami's guess. Yes, this is indeed an item that can directly enhance your combat power, and it can synergize with your Thunder Fruit. I must say you are indeed very lucky, my customer. As for what this item is, you'll understand once you open the scroll. Really? Nami exclaimed joyfully and immediately opened the strange scroll. Just like when she absorbed combat experience earlier, she instantly learned these 5 powerful lightning attribute skills. Nami felt the 5 new skills in her mind, and her tense heart suddenly relaxed. This time it's secure. She suppressed the urge to test her new abilities on the spot and solemnly bowed to Xiaowen. Shop owner, thank you very much. Thank you for encouraging me to buy the jar. Thank you for helping me find a miracle. I have become a person with abilities. If it weren't for the shop owner's magical store, Nami knew she would have to save up 100 million berries to exchange for her freedom from Arlong. The people of Cocoa Village would have to suffer for at least another year. Seeing that all the beginner jars had been sold, Xia Wen lay back on the lounge chair, shaking his head gently. No need to thank me, the jar was opened by you. I merely provided an opportunity for you to change your fate. If you really want to thank me. Xia Wen chuckled softly. Then strive to become a powerful figure on the sea and help promote my little shop. I hope to see people on the sea not going out for a vague treasure, but to come to my shop to buy jars and change their fate. He wants to start a new era of jar opening. Nami was stunned, softly repeating Xia Wen's words. To let people choose to go to sea to change their own fate. The miracle of fate. Nami did not expect the shop owner with such magical methods was willing to give her and everyone in the world a chance. The shop owner's purpose was unexpectedly so noble and great. Nami will definitely become a powerful figure on the sea and then spread the shop owner's deeds far and wide. Inspire more people dissatisfied with their fate to come to your shop to buy jars. Nami's gaze was incredibly serious. She would take this as her second motivation after avenging herself. While adventuring on the sea and drawing maps, she would also help promote the shop owner. Seeing Nami leave with deep respect, having been unwittingly fooled, Xiaowen smirked, looking at the system notification that had just popped up. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully selling 10 jars and leaving the beginner phase. Ding! From now on, the number of jars received will increase significantly. Ding! The beginner phase has ended. The system space is now open and items obtained from jars can be stored along with other goods. The next benefit will unlock after the new shop is opened. On the previously empty table, 10 new jars suddenly appeared. Moreover, the shop has become somewhat larger, with a display cabinet filled with jars appearing behind the lounge chair. So this is the true face of the multiverse jar system. Xiaowen was taken aback, then nodded in realization. The initial 10 jars he received were probably just a test. He looked at the items that Nami had just obtained in the system space. With a thought, a white light orb and the Chidori scroll appeared in his hand. Absorb. The 16th Division. Colonel Mouse squinted his eyes, quietly listening to the embellished report from his aide. You mean, you were interrupted and had your calf broken by that shop owner just because you spoke a little loudly? Exactly. The naval officer with a cane nodded in agreement. That shop owner is not a resident of Cocoa Village, but an outsider. And he built a house in one day to sell jars for 100,000 berries each. The mention of this caused Colonel Mouse to struggle to contain himself. Who would buy a broken pottery jar for 100,000 berries? This outsider must be out of his mind. But his existence is indeed a threat, as it could expose his dealings with those fishmen. If he has a den mushy and even knows other navies. Colonel Mouse squinted, thinking of a way to test the outsider. He planned to send someone to Evil Dragon Park to inform his partners. An outsider has built a mysterious shop in the village. Moreover, the subordinate named Nami frequently visits that shop. She seems to have made significant purchases. This way, if that outsider really has a problem, Arlong can take the blame. If it's just a little Karami that Arlong can easily deal with, then everyone will be happy. As a navy, using others' knives to kill is what I should do, secretly shooting black guns. However, that little thief cat must have accumulated quite a bit of berries by now. Colonel Mouse's eyes gleamed with unabashed greed. Money is a good thing. Evil Dragon Park. Ha ha ha. The resistance of that human yesterday was truly amusing. But in the face of absolute power, all resistance is futile. A tall merman with a long, sharp nose sat boldly in his chair, enjoying the flattery and compliments from his subordinates. On his open chest, a dark red sun emblem was visible. As the captain of the Evil Dragon pirate crew, I long believed that mermen were inherently stronger than humans. Thus, those foolish villagers could be oppressed and exploited at will. Captain, That naval officer said he has important news to report to you. A merman hurriedly ran in. Moi. Along raised an eyebrow, revealing an impatient expression. What did that greedy and cowardly partner want from him? Captain, today an outsider has opened a new shop in the village. That naval officer saw Nami entering and exiting that mysterious shop multiple times. An outsider. And that little thief Nami is up to no good again. Koby go warned Nami not to pull any tricks. Along grinned, revealing his jagged teeth as he laughed. As long as she honestly gathers 100 million berries, I will generously grant her and Cocoa West Village their freedom. Ha ha ha. In truth, he had never considered letting Nami and Cocoa West Village go. Not to mention that Nami possessed the talent for drawing sea charts, which would greatly aid him in dominating the world in the future. As for Cocoa West Village, this rich place allowed him to collect hefty protection fees every month. Plus his partner Colonel Mouse helped him cover up. Therefore, how could he give up this cake for a mere 100 million berries? Koby with two small braids nodded seriously. I will warn her along. As an officer who often observed and monitored Nami, he was already accustomed to such matters. Along watched as Koby left, completely disregarding the so-called outsider. Just a weak human. What kind of storm could he stir up? He was a great pirate returning from the Grand Line. In this feeble East Sea, there was no one who could match him. As for Nami, he would deal with her once she gathered 100 million berries. Only money is the most reliable thing. Meanwhile, Nami, feeling joyful after just opening some jars, hummed a tune as she walked home with her bulging backpack. It's a pity that each person can only buy 10 jars within 7 days, Nami thought regretfully. Otherwise, she would have liked to stay in the shop and open 100 jars, instantly becoming a powerful being who could traverse the seas. Just as Nami was about to reach home, a tall figure suddenly blocked her path. Little thief cat. Koby's deep voice came through. The captain asked me to remind you, don't entertain any crooked thoughts. Once you gather 100 million berries, you will naturally get what you want. Koby stood a few meters away from Nami, fully alert. Though with his strength, he could have easily taken her down with just one punch. As a master of fishman karate at the 40th degree, he had that confidence. Nami looked at the tall merman in front of her, her heart sinking. Sure enough, Along had found out about her visits to the shop. However, it seemed that those mermen and the Navy were temporarily unaware of the shop's miraculous nature. Just as she was preparing to come up with an excuse, as usual, the sharp-eyed Koby focused on the bulging backpack Nami carried. He instantly recalled the shop run by the outsider. Did this little thief cat buy some weapons from that outsider? If it was some powerful firearms or explosives, he wouldn't be able to defend against them. Koby's eyes sharpened and his expression grew colder. What's in your bag? Don't forget your identity. As an officer of the evil dragon pirate crew, you should proactively inform that outsider of any information. He extended his hand, insisting, now hand over the bag to me, and I might say a few good words for you in front of the captain. Officer. Good words. Nami bit her lip, and the long-suppressed hatred and anger within her suddenly leaked out a bit. Why didn't they mention her as an officer when they used to boss her around without giving her any rewards? In the past, she could only force a smile and painfully hand over everything. But now she was a devil fruit user possessing powerful lightning abilities. She would no longer cower and concede. If she dared not act against even the officers of the evil dragon pirate crew, how could she challenge the even more powerful Along in the future? Thunderbird. Zizi. It was as if thousands of birds were simultaneously emitting sharp cries. Nami's right hand, pressed down, suddenly burst forth with a dazzling blue electric light, with fierce currents shooting out and flickering. What is this? Koby was taken aback by this sudden scene, retreating half a step. The piercing noise made his scalp tingle, and even more shocking was the lightning in Nami's hands. When did Nami master such power? In the moment he was stunned, Nami had already dashed in front of him, her right hand wrapped in lightning, thrusting towards his abdomen. Thanks to years of combat awareness and reaction speed, Koby barely dodged Nami's first attack. He quickly retreated, putting a considerable distance between himself and Nami. Glancing at the charred scars caused by the electricity around his waist, Koby's expression darkened completely. The little thief cat had gained the power to create lightning after coming into contact with the outsider. So the answer was clear. Nami, you ate the devil fruit, becoming a user. Having followed Along from the Grand Line to the East Sea, he was well aware of how terrifying and troublesome those users could be. However, Nami clearly had just recently eaten the fruit. She was still not skilled enough. Just as Koby was about to retreat and return to inform Along of Nami's changes and betrayal, a deep voice rang out from Nami, Thunderbird sharp spear. In an instant, a bright lightning spear appeared at a speed impossible for the naked eye to capture. It shot straight towards Koby, exploding with a thunderous sound. The violent current instantly engulfed him. Ugh! Koby's shocked expression had yet to fade. His eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness, looking at Koby, who lay heavily on the ground, charred and unconscious. Nami halted her movement of condensing a second lightning spear, a trace of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Was this it? Just like that she won. With just one move, the merman officer who had always oppressed and monitored her, who was so powerful that he had seemed hopeless, went down just like that. Is this the feeling of power? Truly worthy of being the legendary devil fruit? After a brief moment of ecstasy, Nami quickly calmed down. She was well aware that this was just the beginning. The true challenge lay ahead with Aolong, who was entrenched in the evil dragon park. Looking at the severely injured and unconscious Koby on the ground, she hesitated for a moment before finally grabbing his arm and laboriously dragging the tall fisherman towards an abandoned house not far away. This was to buy time before Aolong and the other fishermen discovered them. Phew, so heavy. If it weren't for the combat mastery orb I activated earlier that boosted my strength, I would have had to leave him on the road. Nami complained softly while searching for some thick ropes to securely tie up the unconscious Koby. The reason she did this was partly because she was still unable to take another's life. On the other hand, she was worried that if she killed Koby, the enraged Aolong might do something unpredictable. What she needed to do now was to settle her sister as quickly as possible and then focus on facing the evil dragon pirates. Resolute, Nami swiftly turned and rushed home. Nami. Nojiko, returning from the orange grove, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her sister's hurried figure. I'm glad you're okay. I was worried something happened with all the thunder and strange screeches outside. Yes, I'm fine. Nami pursed her lips, determined to be honest. Sister, let me tell you about today. She quickly explained to Nojiko about the power she had gained and how she had just defeated one of the officers. After listening, Nojiko was utterly stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. Opening a can make you stronger. If it weren't for Nami raising her hand to showcase the dazzling blue electricity, she wouldn't have dared to believe that her sister actually possessed such power. So sister, you should go hide with Ajin for now. Nami's eyes sparkled, her tone exceptionally determined. I will definitely defeat Aolong and drive the evil dragon pirates out of the village. Nami. Nojiko's gaze was particularly complex. Her lips moved and the words she initially wanted to say transformed into concern and support. You must be careful, it'll wait for you to come back. Meanwhile, just as Xiaowen was preparing to close the shop, 2 new customers arrived. Hey, boss, I heard you sell cans for 100,000 berries each. Is that true? Shouted a man dressed in blue. Yes. Hurry up and show us, so we can see. I've never seen such an expensive can before. Another man in green chimed in, both men boasting the standard appearance of bounty hunters. A glint of thoughtfulness flashed in Xiaowen's eyes as he felt that these two looked somewhat familiar, especially their appearances, which seemed rather fierce. This time the bounty target is really fast, leaving us out of supplies. Who says otherwise? But seeing a can worth 100,000 berries is worth the trip. The two spoke in unison, eagerly approaching the table, wanting to take the can. My. Joseph and Johnny exchanged glances, both noticing something unusual about the can. With their strength capable of taking down a bounty of 1,000,000 berries, they couldn't even budge the ceramic jar. They had only taken on a regular bounty and were in need of supplies along the way. Unexpectedly, they arrived at this place called Cocoa Village. As soon as they entered the village, they sensed something strange about the atmosphere. They headed straight for the tavern to gather information. Coincidentally, a villager mentioned that a peculiar can store had just opened in the village. A ceramic jar priced at 100,000 berries must be a scam. Driven by curiosity and the desire to watch the show, they chose to investigate. As a result, the shopkeeper seemed to really have some skills. Do you 2 customers want to buy a can? Xiaowen asked calmly. Of course we want to buy. We are the sword god Joseph and the sword saint Johnny. That's right. Joseph and Johnny proudly puffed out their chests. Yet their voices trembled noticeably, revealing the truth that they were just putting on a show. Sword god, sword saint. A knowing glint flashed in Xiaowen's eyes, so it was these two. Zoro's fans, Luffy's auxiliary crew, the duo responsible for comic relief and atmosphere in the early parts of the original story. They also participated in the battle against the evil dragon pirates in Cocoa Village. It can cost 100,000 berries payment up front. Before opening, anything can come out of it. If you're lucky, you might even gain powerful strength. Given that these two were not the brightest, Xiaowen chose the simplest way to introduce it. That's amazing. Incredible. The two of them displayed astonished expressions in perfect unison. However, right after their exclamation, they awkwardly looked at each other, neither making a move to open the can. Xiaowen, what's going on? Wasn't my explanation of the rules detailed enough? Boss, we don't have any berries. The money we have is for supplies. We can't afford a can. Joseph and Johnny huddled together, trembling as they looked at the expressionless Xiaowen. The shopkeeper wouldn't decide to attack them just because they couldn't afford a can, would he? In their years as bounty hunters, they had encountered plenty of peculiar strong individuals. Rest assured, this shop never forces sales, or whether to buy or not is up to the customers. Xiaowen maintained a normal tone, but subtly shifted the conversation. However, just before you arrived, a customer opened a devil fruit and became a power user. And today I only have these last 10 cans left. What? You can open a devil fruit? What? 100,000 berries to become a power user? The two were instantly dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping. Having roamed the East Sea for so many years, they certainly had heard the legends of power users. If they could eat a devil fruit, why would they need to toil away for a million berries bounty? They could directly capture a multi-million bounty pirate and become rich overnight. It wasn't a dream. Joseph and Johnny exchanged glances, quickly reaching a consensus. Supplies. No need. Mission. Abandon it. This opportunity to gamble absolutely could not be missed. If they could really open something good, they could also invite Brother Zoro to join. The two rummaged through their belongings and finally gathered 400,000 berries, half of which were coins. Boss, we want to buy 4 cans. A wise choice. Xiaowen smiled slightly, waving his hand to bring 4 cans in front of the two. Seeing their astonished expressions once again, Xiaowen felt as if he could already see the new shop beckoning to him. Free promotional tools had just arrived. Moreover, they were related to Zoro, which could attract this main character member. This brought him a step closer to unlocking the advanced cans. You go first. No, you go first. Seeing the two who continuously declined and politely insisted, Xiaowen helplessly tapped the table with his finger. Although opening the jar relies on luck, but you can open them together. Joseph and Johnny were taken aback and shared a tacit glance at the 4 jars in front of them. Then let's each open one, and the last 2 will open together. I was thinking the same. Keek. X2 Joseph took the lead, striking a pose he considered incredibly cool, shouting loudly as he smashed his fist into the nearest jar. Sword God Fist. The jar shattered in response. A cylindrical object fell out, causing Xiaowen's expression to shift to one of peculiar intrigue. RPG-7, a classic among classics, comes with 10 rounds of ammunition. Remark: single shot can aim powerful, it's a sniper. Why to think this thing was inside? What is this? Joseph curiously picked up the green long tube, inspecting it from all angles with a bewildered expression. There are 10 conical heads on the ground too. I get it, this must be a large flintlock. Johnny exclaimed, slapping his head with confidence. Xiaowen confirmed his statement. This is called RPG. Thinking of it as a large flintlock is not wrong. However, its power is immense. One shot can demolish a wooden house. It can even penetrate several centimeters of steel. It's a mighty weapon. So powerful. Incredible. After hearing the shopkeeper's words, Joseph and Johnny instantly became immensely excited, jumping up and down. With this, whatever we can definitely become the second most powerful bounty hunters in the East China Sea. Brother Zoro will surely be shocked by us then. Joseph boldly tucked the 10 spare rounds into his waistband. Xiaowen's eyelids twitched at this action. It's my turn. This jar is truly amazing. 100 berries is simply too worth it. Johnny shouted excitedly. With a bang, his jar was also opened. A bottle of dark beverage without any trademark rolled out. Cola, just a regular bottle of cola. Remarks: guess why there's no trademark. Xiaowen took a glance and said it's a kind of drink, has no effect, but it's best to drink it all at once. Oh. Johnny, who was filled with anticipation, looked as though he had been struck by lightning, his excitement instantly frozen, turning into tears and sorrow. Wasn't this supposed to be the liquid devil fruit? Joseph also joined in, sobbing dramatically. Just like that, 100 berries are gone. This is terrible. We are going bankrupt. The two began wailing in the shop. Xiaowen, if he hadn't received professional training, he probably would have been unable to resist physically silencing the two. Their voices were just too loud. If they ate a voice amplification fruit, these two would at least be of supernova level in the future. There are still 2 jars. Maybe you can find your own miracle. Seeing that the two still intended to continue their wailing, Xiaowen immediately reminded them. Oh, we still have 2 jars. Joseph and Johnny instantly retracted their previously sorrowful expressions. Taking a deep breath, they nervously looked at the 3rd jar. Then, bang, a white light ball exploded from the shattered jar. Meanwhile, Joseph and Johnny started blaming each other. Why did you go first? We should open them together. You were the one who was slow. How can you blame me? Xiaowen ignored the 2 lively characters who were very close and looked at that white light ball. Culinary mastery. This is a collection of knowledge and experience about cooking and culinary skills. After use, you will become a top chef. Remarks went out and about. The last person you cannot offend is the cook. Is this another reward similar to a passive talent? Could it be that the white light ball represents mastery of various basic skills? Xiaowen pondered thoughtfully, explaining to himself, this is a reward that after absorption allows you to become a top chef. Whoever wants this ability can press it against their chest to fuse it. Upon hearing his words, the two who were still shifting blame simultaneously pinched their chins. To think such a useful skill could be opened up. Boss, how did you make this jar? A chef, huh? That works. This way we can cook for ourselves in the future. Ultimately, Johnny stepped forward, cautiously pressing the light ball against his chest. When he opened his eyes, deep shock was reflected in his gaze. Two actually mastered such powerful culinary skills directly. I can even go open a restaurant right now. The magic of this jar exceeded his imagination once again. Meanwhile, Joseph grabbed his companion's hand, and together they smashed the last jar. A green glow burst forth from the jar. This different effect surprised both of them, and they looked curiously at the red and white sphere. Pokeball from a world centered around Pokemon. After undergoing system transformation, it can forcibly capture sea beasts and small sea kings. Don't be too harsh on them, or they will get angry. Remarks: a Pokemon without a yellow electric mouse is not authentic. Boss Hopkeeper, what is this? X2 Xiaowen smiled faintly. This is called a Pokeball. It can forcibly capture sea beasts or small sea kings. After a successful capture, you can command and drive them to a certain extent, but don't go overboard. Although there are no Pokemon in the world of One Piece, the Sea Kings who are unwanted and won't feel pain made up for this can be commanded. It can actually capture Sea Kings. But it's so small, won't the Sea Kings get squished inside? Joseph's eyes nearly bulged out as he closely examined the small Pokeball in his hand. Even the small Sea Kings are hundreds of meters long, enough to capsize pirate ships. If they successfully capture a sea beast, they won't even need to take a boat anymore. Is this really something that can be opened for 100 berries? Boss, won't you lose money? Yeah, boss. You are the most generous person we've ever met. Joseph and Johnny cheered excitedly. They spent only 400 berries and got so many good things. They made a huge profit this time. Dragon Park. Where has that crocodile been for so long? Along, who sat on the throne, grew impatient, tapping his fingers forcefully on the armrest. The atmosphere in the hall gradually became oppressive, except for the two cadres Xiaoba and Zhu. The other fishmen didn't even dare to breathe, nervously watching their leader's increasingly grim expression. At this moment, Arlong's din mushy suddenly made a noise. Buruburu. Arlong impatiently took out the receiver. Immediately, the voice of his greedy and cowardly partner came through. Arlong, my men saw Nami heading towards you all alone. Nami was walking towards the evil Dragon Park. A long shadow of malice and murderous intent filled Arlong's gaze. He had sent Koby to warn Nami, but now she appeared unharmed, while Koby was nowhere to be found. This could only mean one thing. The outsider had teamed up with Nami to attack Koby. Chu, you go to Cocoa Village to find Koby. Along's serrated teeth clicked ominously. If you can't find him, then capture Nami's sister. I understand, Along. A fishman with a very peculiar mouth nodded in agreement. I gave you a chance, Nami. Since you chose betrayal, don't blame me for being merciless. Along sneered coldly in his heart. Finally arrived. Nami stopped in front of the evil Dragon Park, her gaze resolute and bright. After effortlessly defeating Koby, she had a clear understanding of her own strength. Now she absolutely possessed the combat power of a bounty of tens of millions, comparable to that of a great pirate. Moreover, she had the elemental transformation that could ignore physical attacks, making her a natural counter to brainless brutes like Along. Thus, Nami did not choose to sneak in, but walked boldly towards the evil Dragon Park. Arriving at this place that had brought her despair and degradation for 7 years, she cast a cold glance at the two fishermen guards and walked straight through the main gate. She was completely different from the timid little thief she once was. This aura and change left the two guarding fishermen stunned. They did not dare to utter a word of obstruction, allowing Nami to storm into the evil Dragon Park. Before the two fishermen could breathe a sigh of relief, a surge of blue electricity burst forth from Nami. The guarding fishmen didn't even last a second before they collapsed, charred. Boom. Sizzle. Everywhere Nami passed, all the fishmen were struck down by the raging electric snakes. Her gaze was locked fiercely on the tall fishman on the throne. The humiliation and hatred of 7 years ignited at this moment. She sought revenge for the villagers who had been oppressed and exploited for 7 years. For Belmere, for her mother. In the midst of his fury, Along saw Nami entering the park along with the fallen fishmen at her feet. Along smashed the armrest with a punch, his roar echoing throughout the park. Nami, you damn human thief. How dare you betray me? I will tear you to pieces. Along brandished his serrated sword, chopping peak, charging at Nami. Just a mere thief. Since the outsider had not appeared, he would first vent his anger on Nami the traitor. But Nami merely cast a faint glance at Along, just as the serrated sword was about to strike her. Thunderflash. Nami transformed into a dazzling bolt of electricity, flashing into the midst of the other fishmen. She slowly opened her arms. 1,000 birds flow. Sizzle. The dense electric net instantly spread, transforming into countless writhing lightning snakes. The fishmen, caught off guard, were immediately engulfed by the electricity, screaming and convulsing as they fell. The fishmen behind were stunned, their faces showing fear as they attempted to flee. but they could not escape the widespread electric net attack. Even the slightly slower Xiao Ba wielding 6 knives was engulfed by electric light, and the fast-moving Nami landed a punch leaving him charred and collapsed. Elementalization. This is impossible. Along's pupils constricted looking at Nami, now transformed into lightning in disbelief. And the fallen comrades, even the cadre Xiao Ba, had been taken down in one strike. This power. Is it a devil fruit? Moreover, a Logia-type devil fruit. Even in the Grand Line, possessing a Logia-type fruit is an invincible existence. How could a backgroundless thief like Nami acquire such a precious fruit? Could it be? Along suddenly recalled the outsider who had opened a strange shop, and what Captain Mouse had said that Nami had seemingly made a purchase in the shop. Damn little thief, you actually used my 100 million berries to buy this fruit. Along roared. He did not care about any outsider, he only cared that his money was gone. As for the fact that Nami had already surpassed him in strength, Along was not worried at all. As a fishman, his greatest advantage was fighting in water, and as a devil fruit user, Nami would never dare to enter the water. Hearing Along's roar, Nami, who had easily dealt with the last few fishmen, suddenly froze. Your berries, sizzle, squeak. The piercing sound of birds echoed again. Nami, with a frosty expression, walked towards Along, who had retreated into the water preparing to escape. Although she had always clung to the naive idea that if she saved up 100 million berries, she could be free, however, while she once hid alone in a corner licking her wounds. She had indeed doubted whether Along would keep his promise and truly spare the village. But back then she was simply too weak. With no choice but to blindly believe, she gambled on Along's credibility. But now, she had the strength to crush him. 100 million berries. Freedom. You never intended to let me go to spare Cocoa Village. Right along. Boom. Suddenly dark clouds gathered ominously above Evil Dragon Park, and countless silver-white lightning bolts danced. Thunder roar, thousand birds, sharp gun. Nami reached out her hand, as if grasping thousands of thunders, and the dazzling electric light rapidly converged. It condensed into a pale lightning spear which Nami hurled with force. The lightning spear tore through the air, instantly piercing through Along's chest. The wound was charred black with not a drop of blood flowing out. At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky gathered once more under Nami's will. A blazing golden lightning bolt struck down upon the already severely injured Along. For some reason, Nami felt as if she was born to adapt to this fighting style. Weather thunder strike. Along, charred all over, widened his eyes, his expression filled with shock and confusion. He did not understand why, after just consuming the fruit, Nami could develop such power. This was completely different from the devil fruit users he knew. Ultimately, Along lost consciousness in the underwater realm he was most proud of. Meanwhile, after the two lively characters, Sword God Joseph and Sword Saint Johnny, left cheerfully, Xiaowen pushed open the shop door, truly stepping into the world of One Piece for the first time. He gazed deeply towards the direction of the Evil Dragon Park. Then he took a deep breath, feeling the slightly salty sea breeze of Cocoa Village, the warm sunlight, and the faint scent of oranges in the wind. This time he had only one goal: to go to the 16th branch and discuss a big business with that Captain Mouse. Sizzle. Xiaowen's body transformed into a dazzling blue electric light, his figure stretching out. Like a lightning bolt, he flew rapidly towards the 16th branch. The thunder rumbled, resounding through the sky. He did not know if it was due to the system's assistance, but Xiaowen felt that his thunder fruit ability seemed much stronger than Nami's after she just consumed it. At the very least, he could now create thunder beasts and transform into lightning for continuous flight. At this moment, outside the Navy's 16th department, Captain Mouse was pacing anxiously, occasionally wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. His subordinates saw Nami charging into the Evil Dragon Park all alone. Such an act against common sense made him feel particularly uneasy and worried. Suddenly, boom. A thunderous roar erupted and dazzling lightning condensed into a figure before him. Startled by the appearance of Xia, when Colonel Mouse instinctively shouted, "Who are you? Quickly capture him." The surrounding Navy soldiers were about to approach when they suddenly saw a dazzling flash of electric light in the newcomer's eyes. Zizzed. A violent current erupted, instantly transforming into several ferocious roaring thunder beasts surrounding the entire area. Some new recruits were so frightened that their legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. "I surrender. Please don't kill me. It was Colonel who made us do it." Two officers shouted almost simultaneously, fearful that one of their subordinates might provoke this mysterious powerhouse. The adjutant, who had previously visited the jar store and was now leaning heavily on his cane, buried his head low, wishing he could disappear into the ground. If he had known the store owner had such power, he would never have dared to extort him. A capable person. Colonel Mouse had a look of disbelief, unable to comprehend. Why would a powerhouse of this level appear in the East Sea? Even in the Marineford headquarters, a capable person would at least be a colonel. Such a big shot would actually condescend to come to this small cocoa village. Xiaowen looked down at the trembling Colonel Mouse and spoke blandly. You are the Colonel Mouse who colluded with pirates. I can give you a chance to live, even an opportunity for merit. Thank you, sir. Colonel Mouse forced a flattering smile. What do you need me to do? I guarantee I will follow your orders. Xiaowen calmly nodded. Indeed, those who know how to adapt often live longer. You should have a way to contact the Navy headquarters directly, right? Off. Colonel Mouse was taken aback, then hurriedly nodded. Yes. As the highest-ranking officer of the 16th Division, I have a telephone snail that can contact headquarters directly. Colonel Mouse cautiously glanced at Xiaowen and said obsequiously, I can hand over that telephone snail to you right now and swear I won't leak a word about you. If you have any matters in the East Sea, I can help you cover it up, ensuring the headquarters won't find out. After speaking, Colonel Mouse secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In his view, this mysterious powerhouse, who seemed to have come from the Grand Line, was definitely plotting something significant and needed a local like him to provide cover. Covering up for others' crimes and framing others was his old specialty. Cover up. Xiaowen smirked slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. No need. You should report to the Navy headquarters immediately. Just say that there is a merchant selling devil fruits in your jurisdiction and that the notorious dragon pirates who were originally entrenched around Cocoa Village were defeated by a customer of that merchant. What a... Selling devil fruits. Moreover, Arlong. His partner lost. Colonel Mouse's eyes widened. He quickly recalled the changes in that little thief cat. It turned out this mysterious powerhouse was the jar merchant his adjutant mentioned. Little thief. Nami likely obtained the devil fruit by purchasing a jar. 100,000 berry could possibly yield a devil fruit. If this news spreads, the entire sea would go wild. But this powerhouse seemed completely unconcerned. He even encouraged him to report to the Navy headquarters. Did he not fear those pirates active in the Grand Line? Speaking of which, could he also open jars and become a noble, capable person? A glint of greed flashed in Colonel Mouse's eyes. Money was a good thing, but power would allow him to earn even more money. This is your only value. Start contacting them now and know what to say and what not to say. I trust you understand this principle. Xiaowen casually extended a finger, a dangerous bolt of lightning flashing constantly. Yes, I will contact them right away. Colonel Mouse shivered hurriedly, taking out a special telephone snail. Buru. After the call connected, he took a deep breath and spoke in the calmest voice possible. This is the 16th Division of the East Sea. I am Colonel Mouse. I have urgent intelligence of the highest level that needs to be reported immediately to the senior officers of headquarters. After a few seconds, a lazy voice came from the other end of the telephone snail. East Sea. What urgent intelligence could come from such a place? Just say it. If the intelligence is indeed urgent, I will report it to Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Feeling Xiaowen's almost tangible gaze beside him and hearing the nonchalant tone of the telephone snail, Colonel Mouse felt veins popping on his forehead. What happened in the East Sea? Don't look down on the East Sea, you bastard. He suppressed his anger and trembled as he reported, in my jurisdiction, Cocoa Village, a merchant selling devil fruits has appeared. The former bounty of 20 million berry fishman Arlong was defeated by a villager who purchased the fruit. Colonel Mouse swallowed hard and added, the dragon pirates have been completely wiped out. Suddenly, there was silence on the other end of the telephone snail. Then an incredulous roar erupted. What did you say? Xiaowen glanced at the stiff, forced smiling Colonel Mouse, lightly scoffed, and instantly disappeared without a trace in a flash of lightning. The initial bait had been cast. Next, it would depend on how many notable characters could be fished out. It seems that the methods of the wicked cultivators are indeed effective. Rather than slowly building popularity and repeat customers, Xiaowen chose to forcefully advertise. No matter how the Navy headquarters responds or believes it, Marineford will at least send someone to Cocoa Village to investigate. Isn't this much better than him hiding in Cocoa Village, passively waiting for someone to come to him? Also, Joseph and Johnny must be urged to leave quickly and lure Zoro over. Nami looked at Arlong, who had sunk to the bottom, and fainted, her expression conflicted. She didn't know how to salvage him. And also, Nami stared helplessly at the enormous sea cow in front of her. This sea cow was very gluttonous. She couldn't afford to raise it, but directly taking it out seemed a bit excessive, right? Moo. Looking at the sea cow with tearful eyes, wearing a pleading expression, Nami helplessly covered her forehead. After defeating Arlong, her anger had subsided significantly. The fishmen she had electrocuted would also receive their due punishment. At that moment, a familiar and tense shout came from outside Dragon Park. Nami. Nami, are you okay? The village chief, Jian, rushed into Evil Dragon Park with several villagers, his expression frantic. They were immediately stunned by the sight before them, as the ground was littered with fishmen who were charred and unconscious. As someone who watched Nami grow up, Jian's face showed a dazed expression. He had once led a resistance against the evil dragon pirate crew, yet he couldn't even handle a single officer. Yet now this girl Nami managed to single-handedly annihilate the evil dragon pirate crew. Ajien. And everyone. Nami looked at a few familiar faces from the village in surprise, especially at the two unfamiliar bounty hunters and a fishman who was severely burned and in a pitiful state. That was an officer of the evil dragon pirate crew. Cho. Nami's pupils constricted, feeling a wave of fear wash over her. It turned out that the enemy had already arrived in the village before she did. It seemed she had been too careless, not counting the key officers after defeating Arlong. But how had they been so severely injured, as if they had been blown up? Namakan, these fishmen. Won't they ask for our protection fees anymore? A villager swallowed nervously, carefully stepping around the charred bodies on the ground, afraid of waking them by accident. The other villagers also looked at her with hopeful eyes. Nami's eyes sparkled as she revealed a radiant smile. Yes. From today onwards, the evil dragon pirate crew can no longer bully us. Kokoyasi village is free now. After confirming the victory, an immense joy and sense of liberation instantly swept over everyone. That's great. Namakan is amazing. The village no longer has to pay protection fees. Hey, did you see that kid's father? Ajien was so excited that he wanted to rush back immediately to share this monumental good news with everyone in the village. However, before that, they had to work hard to tie up all the unconscious fishmen and lock them in the jail of Evil Dragon Park. As everyone began to get busy, Nami couldn't help but point at Cho on the ground and ask, Ajien, was this fishman beaten to this state in the village? If it were an ordinary fishman, Nami wouldn't be so surprised. But Cho was an officer of the evil dragon pirate crew, just like Crocodile and the little ape she had knocked down. Huh. Of course, that was taken care of by our invincible sword god Joseph and sword saint Johnny. Joseph and Johnny, who had finally seized the opportunity, laughed triumphantly. After finishing their canister, they rushed to the tavern to show off. However, while boasting with everyone, they accidentally triggered the switch of this large cannon. The projectile was launched out. With a thunderous explosion, they were startled and hurried outside to check. They discovered that this fishman had been blown to this state. Nami, after hearing the whole story, couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that these two bounty hunters were also customers of the mysterious shopkeeper. However, Nami glanced at the green cannon, carefully carried on the back of the man in blue. A tiny pride flashed in her heart. She had opened a devil fruit. At that moment, Johnny suddenly excitedly pointed at the trembling Moo Moo in the water and shouted, Hey, there's an unwanted sea beast here. Joseph, quickly catch it with the pokeball. Keek keek keek. There really is an evil sea cow. Watch my pokeball. In the incredulous gaze of Nami and the villagers, that enormous sea beast Moo Moo, capable of destroying the village, was unexpectedly sucked into a small red and white ball with a whoosh. What kind of magic is this? It seemed that Joseph noticed everyone's astonishment as he proudly shook the pokeball in his hand. This is the super invincible sword god ball that I opened in the shop for 1,000 berries. This cost all our savings. Just then, a villager who was deterred by the canister prices exclaimed, What? It turns out that shopkeeper isn't a scammer. If I had known earlier. Never mind, I don't have 1,000 berries anyway. Another canister. Ajien, who had been quietly working, suddenly remembered that Nojiko had said that Nami had obtained the power to defeat Arlong in that suddenly appearing canister shop. Now these two unexpected bounty hunters had also opened something good for the village. Perhaps when he saved enough money, he should go open a canister too. As the village chief, he couldn't be outdone by the youngsters. The news of the evil dragon pirate crew's defeat quickly spread throughout Kokoyasi village. The villagers rushed out of their homes, embracing each other and crying spontaneously, preparing for a grand celebration feast. The fragrance of oranges, delicious food, songs, and dances filled every corner of the village. Every face was radiant with genuine joy as the gloom of 7 years was swept away. Nami, blue-haired Nojiko, was the first to rush towards her sister, hugging her tightly. Haha, I said I would come back, didn't I? Nami chuckled as she hugged her sister in return, quietly listening to her share the joy. Even though she had personally vanquished the evil dragon pirate crew and defeated Arlong, Nami still felt a sense of unreality, as just before this, she was merely a little thief cat being chased by pirates for failing to steal. Yet due to an accident, she fortuitously entered that canister shop. Under the guidance of the shopkeeper, she opened a canister. She became a powerful ability user, defeating formidable foes and saving her hometown. Even her dream of drawing a world map finally had the potential to be realized. Miracles of fate. Nami whispered to herself, having made her decision in her heart. Once the village stabilized, she would set sail to become a bounty hunter. While drawing maps and helping the shopkeeper promote letting more people go to the canister shop to change their destinies. Tomorrow, let's go open a canister with my sister. Nami thought excitedly. Marine headquarters. The operator in the communication room received the report from Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division of the East Sea. However, they did not truly believe this absurd intelligence. Devil fruits are so precious that even the Grand Line is not accessible to everyone. At the auction in Sabaody Archipelago, a devil fruit could serve as the climax item. And now someone claimed that in the East Sea, known as the weakest sea, someone was openly selling devil fruits. What did they want? Did they think the people of the East Sea were weak enough that they had never seen the world, so they specifically came to help? Forget it, let's send people from the other divisions of the East Sea to check out Kokoyasi village of the 16th Division. It's conveniently located for receiving and transporting the defeated evil dragon pirate crew. The operator casually noted this intelligence, preparing to report to Admiral Sengoku after verification. As for who to send, the operator suddenly thought of a very suitable candidate. That was a former Marine colonel, a powerful nature-type smoke fruit user, the White Hunter Smoker Station in Logtown. With this impressive Marine officer around, even if there were merchants selling devil fruits, they could handle it with ease. The next morning, after a night of revelry, most of the villagers in Koko West Village were still asleep and the streets were unusually quiet. However, Nami woke up early and pulled her sister Nokigo to the front of the jar shop. Is this the magical store? Nokigo curiously looked around at this seemingly ordinary little shop. It's hard to imagine that this place changed her sister's fate and saved the entire village. I will be leaving the village soon and am worried about your safety, sister, Nami said with a serious expression. So you must open 10 jars today? If it wasn't for Aegean feeling embarrassed, he would have firmly refused her kind offer to lend him 100,000 berries. Nami originally wanted to drag him along as well. After all, a person can only open 10 jars within 7 days. The sooner you open them, the better. Opening 10 jars. That would be 100,000 berries. Nokigo repeated with some concern. However, she had already supported Nami in setting sail the night before to pursue her dreams. If she didn't have the strength to protect the village, Nami would definitely not leave. She didn't want to hold her sister back and cause her worry. Ha, don't worry, Nami said, patting her chest confidently. It's just 100,000 berries. Once I become a bounty hunter, I can easily earn it with a few bounties. Nokigo huffed in dissatisfaction and began to lecture in her capacity as an older sister. Being a bounty hunter is too dangerous. Nami, you must remember, do not hunt pirates just for the bounty. Even though you are strong now, the sea is vast, and there will always be stronger opponents. I know. Don't worry, sister, I'm the timid little thief cat, Nami replied with a grin. She knew full well that her current strength was still insufficient to navigate the seas freely. After all, she had yet to encounter other devil fruit users and was unaware of their combat levels. But in the East Sea, she could still hold her own right. Looking at the wooden door in front of her, even though it was her third visit to the jar shop, Nami felt a slight sense of awe. Taking a deep breath, she slowly pushed open the mysterious shop's door, watching her sister go from confident to cautious in just a moment. Nokigo also became nervous, thinking there might be strict rules in the shop, and hurriedly followed her sister obediently. Oh, welcome, lucky guest, Xiaowen said leisurely, while sitting in a recliner holding a newspaper, not lifting his head, his tone as calm as water. Good morning, shopkeeper. Hearing that the other party didn't even remember her name, Nami felt a bit deflated. She had clearly introduced herself last time. Just as Nami was about to get straight to the point and buy 10 jars, she suddenly noticed something was off. Isn't this room a bit bigger than yesterday? And that display cabinet filled with jars at the back was definitely not there yesterday. Moreover, when she came yesterday, there were only 10 jars. Today, there are a lot more. Could it be that the shopkeeper upgraded the shop overnight? Nami thought in surprise. Hello, shopkeeper. I am Nami's sister Nokigo, and here is the money for opening jars. With slightly trembling hands, she counted out 100,000 berries, neatly placing them on the counter. It was her first time handling so much money. Hello, new guest. Welcome to my jar shop. Xiaowen finally put down the newspaper and looked up at her. You can choose 10 jars. The contents inside are completely random and anything can happen. With a thought, the display cabinet behind him instantly opened, revealing dozens of ceramic jars quietly displayed. He was relatively lenient and polite towards customers paying for jars. They'll take those few and these on the table. Nokigo quickly chose 10 jars, watching in amazement as they flew to her in front of the shopkeeper's control, neatly landing on the counter. And the 100,000 berries, she didn't know when it had been taken by the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper. Nokigo suddenly thought of something and nervously asked, if I open something suitable for my sister, can I transfer it to her? Compared to the already safe village, she was more worried about Nami, who was about to venture outside. If her sister could gain a boost before leaving, that would be wonderful. Sister, Nami exclaimed in surprise, looking worriedly at the calm-faced shopkeeper. She quickly advised in a low voice, but today is about you opening jars. Xiaowen chuckled lightly. It's no problem. As long as you've paid, the ownership of the jars belongs to you. Except for the 2 rules that they must be opened in the shop, and are non-refundable once sold. Any physical items opened can be freely gifted or sold. As for other rules, I will add them as I think of them. Can they really be traded or given away? Nami was stunned looking at the mysteriously calm shopkeeper. With a confirmed answer, Nokigo's lips curled up slightly, seizing the moment while her sister was in a daze to swiftly smash the first jar. Smash! A finely crafted revolver and a box of ammunition fell out, making Nokigo's eyes light up. This weapon is perfect for Nami. Revolver's 6-shot capacity comes with 100 bullets, a product of modern military industry. Note an unremarkable revolver. Xiaowen casually glanced at it. A well-crafted revolver. Smash! Another jar was broken. A green light appeared, and this time it was still a physical item. However, looking like some kind of wood adorned with strange carvings and patterns, Nami showed a doubtful expression, feeling this item seemed a bit eerie. Harvest Totem I, when placed, it can affect the land within 1,000 meters, increasing its yield by 100. No side effects, no need to activate plug and play. Collecting 3 Harvest Totems, I can synthesize a more advanced Harvest Totem 2, increasing the range tenfold and enhancing the effect to 300. Note with it, people no longer need to worry about going hungry. Xiaowen was silent for a moment, explaining in a usual tone, this is a special totem. Its only function is to increase the harvest of land within a kilometer, doubling the yield. So it's a life-supporting item. Nami turned away in disappointment. She only cared about things that could make people stronger. However, Nokigo was delighted as she carefully stored the totem. Unlike Nami, who often goes out, she had to manage the entire orange orchard. After witnessing the wonders of the jars and savoring the sweet taste of success, Nokigo no longer hesitated or held back, instantly opening 5 jars in one go. Smash! Hooray! It's blue light. Must be an incredibly powerful ability. Nami exclaimed, even more excited than when she popped open a can. After the blue light dissipated, a black scale resembling metal lay quietly in the shattered can. Jun Yin, a high-risk spirit from a Dragon Clan world, serial number 89, representing extreme heat and explosion. After system optimization, no dragon language chanting or bloodline requirements are needed, only stamina consumption. However, a charging time of 1 to 3 seconds is still required upon release, during which movement is impossible. Note anyone can play with fire. A spirit has actually been opened. Xiaowen raised her eyebrows slightly. However, Junyan's status is rather awkward. It can't compete upward and is just mediocre downward. In most cases, it can only serve as a human-shaped explosive. But in this world of rare ability users, most pirates cannot withstand gunfire in the East Sea, making Junyan's threat level quite high. Xiaowen calmly explained this scale comes from a dragon clan, and it bears a power called Spirit. Spirit Jun Yin, codename 89, can unleash an explosion comparable to a normal cannonball attack after charging. Its temperature is extremely high, enough to melt steel, making it a decent offensive means. By placing the scale on her forehead, she can directly grasp it. Melting steel. Its power rivals that of cannonballs. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grabbed Nokigo's hand. Sister, this ability is perfect for you. With it, I can set sail with peace of mind. I will do my best. Nokigo carefully followed the shopkeeper's instructions and gently placed the scale on her forehead. In an instant, a wealth of information about Jun Yin and its usage techniques flooded into her mind, causing her to close her eyes in concentration. Seeing her sister receiving the inheritance, Nami curiously turned to Xiaowen. Shopkeeper, you just mentioned dragons. Do dragons really exist in this world? In her impression, dragons were large creatures that kidnapped princesses, breathed fire everywhere, and were incredibly greedy. However, she had never seen one and had heard no reports of any dragon clan appearing. It seemed these powerful beings only existed in the fantasies of people. There are no dragon clans, but there are dragons. Xiaowen thought of a certain revolutionary army leader and Kaido, who had consumed the mythical Zoan-type Azure Dragon fruit, chuckled softly. Of course, dragons still exist in this world. Not only that, but there are also demons and angels. They are all top-tier existences on the sea, having honed and developed their Haki and Devil Fruit abilities to a very high level. Not only are there dragons, but also demons and angels. Nami felt her eyes begin to spin. If it turns out there are so many races on the sea. However, one familiar term mentioned by the shopkeeper caught Nami's attention. Haki. Yesterday, before she opened the can for the first time, the shopkeeper had listed Haki alongside the legendary devil fruits. This means that to become a powerful figure known throughout the sea, one must possess Haki. Nami couldn't help but ask shopkeeper what exactly is Haki. Having initially aimed to provide Nami with some essential knowledge, Xiaowen explained. Haki is divided into 3 types: Kinbunshiku Haki, Busashoka Haki, and only those with the potential of a king can awaken the Haushika Haki. Haki can stand alongside the devil fruits because it can resist and even counter the abilities of the fruits. Even the elementalization of Logia-type fruits cannot immunize against the attacks of Busashoka Haki. In the second half of the Grand Line, those without haki are hardly considered strong. To put it bluntly, in the New World, everyone knows how to use haki. As for the more advanced haki, there was no need to mention it to Nami. So the devil fruits are not the strongest power, Nami said with a slightly downcast mood. 3 types of haki, capable of resisting the abilities of the fruits. Ignoring elementalization. Each piece of information struck her understanding, making her feel incredibly small. At this moment, Noki Gao, who had successfully learned Jun Yin, woke up looking puzzled at her sister. Before she could continue opening her can, the shop's door suddenly swung open and a figure that caused both sisters to glare appeared. It was Colonel Mouse, who partnered with Arlong and oppressed Cocoa Village. Sir, I came today. Colonel Mouse rubbed his hands nervously. He had just received a notification from the Navy headquarters learning that Marine Colonel Smoker had been dispatched to escort the evil dragon pirate crew and investigate the mysterious merchant. Frightened, he rushed to cling to the powerful figure. After all, his previous collaboration with Arlong was no secret. If the Navy headquarters learned of it, then he would be finished. The only person he could rely on now was this mysterious big shot. Colonel Mouse, you actually dare to show your face. Nami's voice was icy and arcs of electricity began to flicker around her. Seeing Nami in the store, Colonel Mouse was so frightened that he kept retreating. Wait. I came to. But Nami didn't give him a chance to speak or listen to his excuses. She launched a kick that sent him flying, then began to punch and kick the dazed Colonel Mouse. Nami was of course filled with anger and hatred towards Colonel Mouse. But she also understood that she couldn't really kill or disable Colonel Mouse. Killing a Marine colonel would definitely make her a wanted criminal, implicating her sister and everyone in the village. So she didn't use her devil fruit powers, only employing basic hand-to-hand combat, treating the greedy and shameless Colonel Mouse as a punching bag. Bang, bang, pow. In an instant, the shop echoed with the pitiful wails of Colonel Mouse. As Nami concluded her assault, the bruised Colonel Mouse managed to force out a fawning smile. I'm sorry, Miss Nami, it was all my fault. I will donate 1 million berries to Cocoa Village. At this point, Colonel Mouse's heart was bleeding. Money was everything to him, but compared to his life, spending a little money was acceptable. Moreover, if he took out berries to repair the village, he might even be able to restore his relationship with the villagers. When the Navy headquarters personnel arrived, perhaps part of his collusion with the pirates could be overlooked, right? At worst, he could bribe that colonel with some extra money. Nami sneered. 100 million berries. If you offer 1 cent less, he'll chop off one of your fingers. What? 100 million berries. Why don't you go rob someone? Colonel Mouse exclaimed in shock, but upon seeing the blue electric sparks dancing at Nami's fingertips, he immediately choked on his words. Isn't this the shopkeeper's power? Could it be? Having suffered a great loss, Colonel Mouse could only keep smiling. I will find a way to gather this money quickly. Watching this farce, quietly Xiao Wan, as if remembering something, said, I forgot to mention this shop prohibits customers from fighting each other. This time I'll let it slide, but remember not to hit people in the shop in the future. Customers who violate the rules may be blacklisted by me. I promise I won't do it again. Nami immediately promised. Xiaowen then looked at the pained Colonel Mouse, who was grimacing on the ground. Now tell me, what news did you receive? Colonel Mouse felt as if he had been granted amnesty and painfully stood up to say, Shopkeeper, I've received word from Marine headquarters that a Marine colonel will arrive at Cocoa Village in 2 days. Finally, it's coming. Xiaowen's spirit jolted. Which Marine colonel? It seems to be Colonel Smoker, who oversees Lowtown. He will lead a team to arrest members of the evil dragon pirate crew. Smoker. That smoke man who was unbeatable in the early stages and couldn't defeat anyone in the later stages. This is an old acquaintance from the original story. Xiaowen's lips curled slightly. If it were someone else or a minor rear admiral coming, he could only sell cans as usual and wait for the Navy's higher-ups to react. But if it's the smoke man, he could progress in unlocking advanced cans again. After reporting the intelligence, Colonel Mouse left in a dejected manner. Before leaving, he gazed at the magical jars on the table with an expression of immense longing and greed. Had it not been for the calamity that was Nami present today, he would have certainly attempted to purchase one of the jars. Of course, this was also to guard against Nami and Nojiko, the 2 outsiders. He did not want the others to be clear about what trump cards he had played. He needed to find an opportunity when no one was around to secretly open the jars. Nami coldly watched Colonel Mouse as he walked away, turning around with a sweet smile. Once more, all right, let's continue opening the jars. Sister, you still have 3 jars left to open. Nojiko gently nodded, her gaze falling on the last 3 jars. Without much obsession with becoming stronger, she did not care for any ceremonial aspects, and simply smashed them decisively with her hand. Smash! The first 2 jars yielded only a liter of fresh water and a fishing rod, clearly useless junk. When the last jar shattered, a familiar green light lit up once more. A crudely cut paper doll appeared in the line of sight of the 3. Paper doll substitute can autonomously trigger to evade fatal damage when receiving a lethal blow usable only on oneself. Note: once a person spent an entire night cutting out paper dolls to escape from pursuers. After reading the content and note identified by the system Xia, one's eye twitched. Alright, even the master of a certain two-faced trickster has come out to make a cameo. Shopkeeper, what is this? Paper doll, made by a child. But this craftsmanship is too poor. Nami pinched the thin paper doll, a strange expression on her face as she handed it to her sister, looking at Xiaowen in confusion. Does this thing even qualify for a green light? Xiaowen slowly explained: paper doll substitute, a one-time item. It can autonomously trigger the item to evade that one instance of lethal damage. A very practical life-saving trump card, but can only be used on oneself. A life-saving item. Evading fatal damage. Nojiko's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and without hesitation, she shoved the paper doll back into Nami's hands. Nami, you must take this. In the future, if you feel homesick when you are out, just look at this paper doll. Nojiko paused, seemingly feeling that this sounded ambiguous, and quickly added, but make sure to use it when necessary. At worst, we can just come back and open the jars again. Nami held the paper doll substitute that her sister had firmly shoved back into her hands, feeling a bit teary-eyed. She did not refuse, but seriously tucked the paper doll away, nodding vigorously. I will. She had already decided that once the dragon pirates were apprehended by the incoming navy, she would set sail immediately to establish a great name in the East China Sea and promote the jar shop. As for how to make a name for herself, she would certainly ask those pirates to help her. After Nami and Nojiko, the two sisters left Xiaowen looked at the rewards that had long been prepared in the system space. Without any hesitation, he pressed the scale with the seal of Jun Yen onto his forehead. After going through a basic process, Xiaowen successfully learned the word spirit Jun Yen. As for the paper doll substitute, he placed it in the system space, where it could also trigger autonomously. As for the other items, Xiaowen looked at the junk in the space, feeling that it wouldn't be long before he could set up a display cabinet to sell those useless items. Now there are still 76 jars left to unlock the new shop. Xiaowen sat in the shop, beginning to calculate how many more jars he could sell in a short period. When Smoker Smog arrives at Cocoa Village to verify the authenticity of the jar shop, he will definitely choose to open 10 jars. If Tashigi is there as well, that would be 20 jars. As for Colonel Mouse, Xiaowen would count him for 10 jars as well. So in the short term, that would add up to 30 jars. If Joseph and Johnny go back to find Zoro and bring him along to open jars, that would be 161,026 jars. Hiss. It seems that the task of 100 jars can be completed quickly. Xiaowen was very satisfied with the current progress. Moreover, once Smoker confirms the authenticity of his jar shop, it would surely cause quite a stir at the naval headquarters. Unlocking the new shop could be achieved with just effort. Where will the system choose for the new shop? Afternoon. Finally waking up from a hangover and replenishing supplies with the help of the villagers, Joseph and Johnny arrived at the dock. Joseph, full of spirit, hoisted his large musket, while Johnny held a pokeball containing a moo-moo. They boarded their small boat, waving farewell to the villagers who had come to see them off. Thank you for your fine wine and oranges. In the future, if anyone issues a bounty, just hand it over to us, the Sword God Joseph and the Sword Saint Johnny. As bounty hunters, they would not linger in one place, but keep moving forward. Suddenly, Joseph caught sight of a figure standing alone under a tree and immediately shouted excitedly, "Boss, Johnny and I are leaving now. In a few days, we will definitely come back to open the remaining jars." Johnny laughed loudly. "That's right. Once we find Big Brother Zoro, we will definitely return to visit the boss shop." Xiaowen looked at the two eager helpers, both seemingly filled with enthusiasm. A faint smile appeared on his face. To ensure that he could indeed catch Zoro, he decided to take out a pancake. "I welcome any customers who wish to change themselves and come to purchase jars. You can go back and tell Zoro that not only can my jars yield great swords, but they can also produce secrets that will help him break through the iron-cutting realm." This phrase ignited the fighting spirit of the two like the most potent fuel. Having known Zoro for so long, they were well aware of his desires and pursuits. "Don't worry, boss. We will definitely find Big Brother Zoro." The two set sail, leaving the port with the mission of searching for their brother. A massive naval warship slowly sailed into the port of Cocoa West Village. The white hull and the fluttering flag stood out remarkably under the sunlight. Is this Cocoa West Village? It doesn't look special. Why would that mysterious merchant choose such a remote place? A man in a coat emblazoned with the word justice, puffing on a cigar, stepped down from the warship with an imposing presence. He was a colonel from the Navy headquarters and a formidable user of the Logia-type smoke fruit. Smoker felt that the headquarters was wasting talent. Did they really need him to handle a pirate with a bounty of only 20 million berries? If it weren't for the fact that there was a merchant suspected of selling devil fruits here, it might not have affected the current situation in the East Blue. Smoker almost hung up the phone back then. "Colonel, His aide Tashigi adjusted her glasses and asked earnestly, "Should we first gather intelligence from the villagers or report to the Dragon Park and take over the members of the defeated Dragon Pirate crew?" Smoker crushed the cigar underfoot, saying, "First, let's capture those damn pirates. Then contact the 16th Division to provide the merchant's location, especially the fact that Colonel Mouse must come here." "Understood, Colonel." Tashigi replied, seriously taking out the Den Mushi to contact the responsible 16th Division. A mysterious merchant, devil fruits, and vague descriptions of abilities. Smoker scoffed, "This is getting interesting." He did not believe Colonel Mouse's claims at all. A mere villager, after purchasing a devil fruit, could directly defeat an entire Dragon Pirate crew. There was no mention of the process of developing abilities. Did the Navy headquarters think everyone was a fool? Furthermore, the report didn't even clarify what abilities that villager had, only vaguely mentioning seems to have caused changes in the weather. Especially the intelligence regarding that mysterious merchant, which only stated suspected fruit user. What nonsense. Just listen to the wording "seems" and "suspected." Smoker suspected that this colleague had already betrayed justice. Dragon Park. Smoker gazed at a massive fishman brought forward by his subordinates, taking a deep puff from his cigar. This was the captain of the Dragon Pirate crew with a bounty of 20 million berries of failure, who had escaped from the Grand Line. However, at this moment the fishman's condition was far from good. His right chest was completely pierced, and his body was covered in charred lightning marks. With such severe injuries had he not been a fishman with a naturally strong physique. And if that lethal blow hadn't intentionally avoided the heart, he might already be dead. Combining the similar injuries of other fishmen and 3 cadres, the experienced Smoker quickly reconstructed the scene in his mind. A powerful fruit user had descended upon Dragon Park, and within a short time had single-handedly annihilated all the fishmen. This was a complete massacre. But precisely because of this, Smoker could be certain that the one who obliterated the Dragon Pirate crew was definitely not some ordinary villager who had purchased a devil fruit. Even if one had excellent talent and was well suited to the devil fruit, it was impossible to develop it to such a level right after consuming it. Lightning. Could it be a Logia-type fruit? Smoker's expression turned grave. A strong individual who had consumed a Logia-type fruit was enough to make the Navy headquarters vigilant. If such a person fell into depravity and became a pirate, it wouldn't be long before they became a notorious pirate with a bounty of over 100 million once they entered the Grand Line. At that moment, Colonel Mouse, having learned that the headquarters personnel had arrived, cautiously approached with several trusted aides. "See, Colonel Smoker. Welcome. I was just planning to greet you at the dock. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly." Smoker, with his cigar in mouth, looked up and down at this colleague who appeared cunning and not like a good person. He coldly exhaled a puff of smoke. "Cut the nonsense. Lead the way to that shop you mentioned in your report that sells everything. As for questioning those villagers who were victims," Smoker felt it was unnecessary. All of this was merely Colonel Mouse trying to shift the blame onto the villagers under the threat of that mysterious shop owner to save his own skin. Moreover, allowing the Dragon Pirate crew to establish such a park in Cocoa West Village was an act of negligence and cowardice, which seemed to cover for the pirates. This was a red line for him. Smoker, biting his cigar, ordered, "You all take care of escorting the fishmen back to the warship. I'll go meet that shop owner." "Yes, Colonel." The appearance of the massive warship soon stirred the village. Especially the imposing presence of these unfamiliar Navy soldiers, which was entirely different from the aura of the Navy under Colonel Mouse's command in the 16th Division. Those fishmen who had been defeated and stunned by Nami, now tied up and imprisoned, walked glumly towards the port's warship under the escort of these Navy soldiers. Even Kenjutsu, who previously harbored many grievances against the Navy along with the other villagers, could not help but admit this was a Navy that truly embodied justice. This was the kind of Navy they envisioned. "Colonel Smoker, this is the shop." Colonel Mouse nervously stopped outside a shop. Several trusted aides had been sent to escort the fishmen, leaving Colonel Mouse feeling utterly insecure to say that shop owner has certain rules, one of which is no fighting inside the shop. "So," Smoker impatiently waved his hand, interrupting Colonel Mouse, "I know what to do." He pushed open the shop's main door first, followed closely by his aide Tashigi. Inside the shop, Xia, when casually arranged a batch of jars neatly on the table, not lifting his head as he said, "New customers, welcome to my jar shop. Each jar costs 100,000 berries, and each person is limited to 10 purchases per week." "Huh." Smoker looked at the table where there were exactly 30 jars, his pupils contracting. Did this shop owner know he was coming? Moreover, how did he predict that they would come in threes? "All right." The busy Xia, when casually glanced at the astonished Smoker, "Smoking is prohibited in this shop." Smoker was silent for a moment, but still extinguished the cigar. He wasn't afraid of this shop owner, he just didn't want to complicate matters for the mission. As a Logia-type user, he was confident he could hold his own against the shop owner. Smoker didn't bother with subtlety or probing and went straight for a direct approach. I am Colonel Smoker of the Navy headquarters in charge of Loketown. I've heard that you sell devil fruits here. Xiaowen glanced at the timid Colonel Mouse hiding in the back and calmly nodded correct. My jars can produce anything. There's nothing you can't imagine that I can't produce, even devil fruits. They are just one of the items, not the top-tier goods. A devil fruit isn't even considered a top-tier item. Smoker furrowed his brow tightly, feeling quite dissatisfied with the shopkeeper's exaggerated claim. If a devil fruit doesn't qualify as top-tier, what else in this vast ocean could possibly be regarded as such? Moreover, by saying this, the shopkeeper has indirectly admitted to selling devil fruits. Smoker felt puzzled. Didn't the other party fear being targeted? A stable channel for obtaining devil fruits would entice even the 4 emperors of the New World. Smoker asked in a deep voice, if that's the case, why have you opened such a jar shop in the East Sea? This was the part he found most incomprehensible. Could this mysterious shopkeeper be a powerful figure who emerged from the East Sea? Xiaowen simply shook his head indifferently, saying there's no reason. Are you going to open the jars or not? I only have 30 jars left today. Smoker glanced at the rows of jars displayed behind the shopkeeper, his lips twitching. He instinctively pulled out a cigar, but under Xiaowen's gaze he could only awkwardly hold it in his mouth without lighting it. He wasn't one of those hot-headed rookies. The abilities in this ocean were all bizarre. What if purchasing a jar triggered some strange trap? For instance, after agreeing to buy a jar, he could end up being sold to the shopkeeper himself, his body controlled by the other party. Colonel, how about I try first? The bespectacled officer Dasky volunteered. Smoker shot a sideways glance at his subordinate. 100,000 berries for a jar. Do you have the money? No. Dasky was taken aback. She really didn't bring that much berries. After all, this mission was primarily to investigate a mysterious merchant and escort the evil dragon pirate crew. She never expected she would need to bring 100,000 berries to buy a jar. Smoker looked at the colleague who had shrunk to the back, his eyes slightly narrowing. It was precisely because of this situation that he called for Mouse Colonel. Mouse Colonel, you've never purchased a jar, right? Oh. No. Then perfect, go ahead and open 10 jars so we can see what's inside. Oh. Mouse Colonel was internally reluctant. His trump card was a very private matter. He didn't want to open jars with someone watching. But given the circumstances, he had no right to refuse. He could only squeeze out a smile that looked worse than crying, pulling out 100,000 berries he had prepared in advance and placing it on the counter. Shopkeeper, I want to buy 10 jars. With a wave of Xiaowen's hand, 10 jars flew up from the table, landing in front of Mouse Colonel. The entire process was smooth and fluid without any hiccups. This made Smoker's gaze sharpen, intently watching the ever-composed shopkeeper. He couldn't discern what ability the other party used to move the jars. Mouse Colonel took a deep breath, his tone slightly excited. I'm going to open the jars. Crash, crash, crash. 3 jars shattered in succession, and both Smoker and Dasky curiously leaned forward to see what was inside the jars. However, the result left both of them greatly disappointed. A piece of cookie, a bottle of cheap red wine, and a pig's head hat. Dasky adjusted her glasses and bluntly commented, these items combined aren't worth even 10,000 berries. Her words struck Mouse Colonel's heart like a sharp knife. In that moment, he felt so miserable that he couldn't even force a smile. With a sullen face, he opened 5 jars in one breath. But the result was the same as before. All of them contained common items from daily life. In fact, the 5th jar contained a stack of banknotes worth 10,000 berries. Such blatant mockery and cruel outcome made Mouse Colonel breathe heavily, feeling dizzy. His reverence for the mysterious shopkeeper wavered. He spent 800,000 berries, yet what he opened wasn't even worth 40,000 berries. If it weren't for Nami having opened a devil fruit before, he would have doubted that these jars were a scam to swindle money from him. What a scam, Dasky muttered quietly, growing more distrustful of the jars. By the way, could this shopkeeper be a fraud? Can a devil fruit really be opened? Xiaowen, seeing Mouse Colonel's bad luck, said calmly, what can come out of the jars depends entirely on luck. I can't interfere. With good luck, a jar can yield a devil fruit. With bad luck, even 100 jars might just produce a pile of garbage. Mouse Colonel chuckled awkwardly. Ha. Looks like my luck isn't too good today. He smashed open the last 2 jars in frustration. At that moment, the 10th jar emitted a striking green light. It's out. It's out. Mouse Colonel's spirit surged, his face filled with ecstasy as he snatched up the object, still glowing with green light. His speed was so fast that it almost left afterimages. Smoker focused his gaze and saw it was a rough, spiral-patterned gray-green, irregular fruit. This made him unconsciously drop his jaw, not even reacting as his cigar fell to the ground. These jars could actually open a devil fruit. What is this shopkeeper's background? Dasky also stared blankly and said, Colonel, have we completed our mission? Ha ha. Mouse Colonel laughed proudly while holding the devil fruit. I can finally become a noble ability user. Turtle Smile, a synthetic fruit that when consumed grants a certain enhancement to the back with a hardness comparable to steel. Due to the fruit's defects, it cannot transform and may have some side effects. For instance, after consuming it, hair may turn green, the body may permanently hunch, and one might lose control over their emotions. Note the consumer will have it for life. Xiaowen silently reviewed the appraisal results provided by the system and immediately asked in his heart, "System, can I reject the power of this fruit?" He didn't want to become Turtle Man. Even if his absorption could nullify the side effects, he didn't want this garbage to pollute his reward pool. Ding. Host's request detected. Processing. Processing complete. When the host doesn't want a certain item or ability, it can appear in the system space for storage in its original reward form. Xiaowen breathed a sigh of relief as long as it can be removed. Just then, before he could explain, Mouse Colonel, fearing the fruit would be snatched away, eagerly took a big bite. Ugh! Just after taking a bite, Mouse Colonel nearly vomited from the taste, covering his mouth and gagging repeatedly. But for the sake of power, he endured the nausea and swallowed it all. Having gone through this torment himself, Smoker silently pulled out a new cigar and held it in his mouth. After Mouse Colonel completely consumed the fruit, he suddenly realized he couldn't stand straight and his scalp was itching. He hurriedly took off his hat, wanting to find a mirror to see what changes had occurred to him. Just then, Dasky, holding back laughter, asked Mouse Colonel, "Why is the top of your head so pointy?" The sharp-nosed Colonel Mouse stumbled to the corner of the shop where a full-length mirror stood. When he saw his reflection, he froze in place. His hair had turned green, and there was an unusually prominent arc on his head resembling a turtle. Not only was he hunched, but his limbs were also a bit shorter. What kind of fruit is this?" The Colonel Mouse stared wide-eyed, trembling fingers touching his deformed head, letting out a piercing and desperate scream. Xiaowen shook his head, speaking calmly. "I haven't even started introducing this artificial fruit, and you've already eaten it. You're too impatient. However, you have indeed become a flawed ability user. Your back will possess a hardness comparable to steel." Artificial fruit. Smoker and Dasky were both stunned, their faces filled with confusion. "There are artificial devil fruits." "That's right." Xiaowen glanced at the Colonel Mouse, who looked ashen, and casually explained, "This is an artificial fruit created by a certain scientist inspired by ordinary turtles. However, artificial fruits often come with various flaws and side effects. Some even affect the mind and brain. What he has is already considered quite good." Smoker's mouth twitched. He felt that this artificial fruit was completely a trap, especially the one the Colonel Mouse consumed. Aside from the steel-like hardness of his back, it had no abilities or traits at all. What difference was there from not eating one? After hearing the shopkeeper's introduction, the Colonel Mouse's anxious heart finally sank. "I actually didn't eat a devil fruit. Shopkeeper, will I have a chance to eat a normal devil fruit in the future and become a true ability user?" Smoker mercilessly interrupted the Colonel Mouse's remaining hope. "Even if it's a fake artificial fruit, a person can only eat one fruit. That's a hard rule. No, the jars can produce anything. Since they can produce devil fruits, then it's not impossible to create something that allows a person to consume multiple fruits simultaneously." Xiaowen glanced at the Colonel Mouse, whose face was pale and whose legs began to tremble from sorrow and despair. He did not voice this thought. Since the gaze of the Navy headquarters had already fallen upon them, it was time for the Colonel Mouse to exit. After all, with the crimes he had committed, his future was destined to be spent and impelled down. Having roughly confirmed the jar shop was indeed selling real goods, Smoker decided to try it for himself. "Boss, bring me 20 jars, he will pay." Pointing to the ashen-faced Colonel Mouse, he and Dasky would together get 20 jars. Surely they could produce normal devil fruits, right? Dasky was taken aback, pointing at herself. Do I get a share too?" Smoker, biting his cigar, said matter-of-factly, "This is all to fulfill the headquarters inspection task. As the vice officer, you certainly need to open 10 jars alone." The Colonel Mouse, whose dreams were completely shattered, offered no resistance, mechanically pulling out 2 million berries. "Thank you for your patronage. I wish you can open real devil fruits." Xiaowen smiled faintly, allowing the remaining jars on smash. In stark contrast to the Colonel Mouse's unfortunate opening, at the moment the jar shattered, a noble and mysterious purple light suddenly illuminated the room. "What is this?" Seeing the distinct effect, Smoker's heart skipped a beat, realizing he might have opened something extraordinary. Could it be a devil fruit? Once the light faded, a beautifully crafted red blade, its blade pattern golden and elegant, like a work of art, quietly presented itself before everyone. Dasky, who had aspired to collect famous swords since childhood, straightened her body in an instant. She dashed forward, eyes shining brightly, staring at the exquisite blade, her voice trembling with excitement. This sword is definitely at the level of the Great Blade 21. While shouting, she reached out to touch the blade of her dreams. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the crimson long sword, Smoker grabbed the vice officer's shoulder. "Dasky, calm down. Let's first hear what the shopkeeper has to say." Having learned from the Colonel Mouse's experience, Smoker now trusted this mysterious shopkeeper's skills and methods. But precisely because of this, he had to be more vigilant about whatever was produced from the jars. If this sword held some danger, Dasky's reckless actions just now could easily ruin her future. Coming back to her senses, Dasky's face flushed as she bowed her head in apology. Sorry, Colonel. I will write a self-reflection when I return. Smoker waved his hand, looking at the eternally calm, mysterious shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, what is this sword? Autumn Leaf Blade, a rare equipment from a certain continent, possesses fire attribute attacks. After system transformation, it can slightly enhance strength and attack speed when equipped, and the blade is incredibly sturdy, comparable to the Great Blade 21. When using upward slashes and similar sword techniques, there will be additional damage bonuses. Note, such a handsome blade would be a shame not to display it in the streets. It even has equipment from Lineage and Warriors. Autumn Leaf Blade comes with fire attribute attacks and can slightly enhance the swordsman's strength and attack speed. The blade is incredibly sturdy, comparable to the Great Blade 21, and using upward slash techniques will yield additional damage bonuses. As Xiaowen explained, Dasky's expression shifted from joy to shock, then to confusion, ultimately leaving only disbelief and existential doubts. Since when did the Great Blade have so many attributes? The craftsman who forged this famous sword must have been too obsessed. And what was this about increasing damage for upward techniques? Experienced Smoker caught the key point: fire attribute attacks. Does that mean flames can be produced during an attack? Is it fused with a devil fruit? Moreover, he had never heard of enhancing strength and attack speed. Thus, the only explanation was that this blade had fused with a devil fruit. How it works you'll find out if you try it yourself. Xiaowen did not answer directly, merely smiling and gesturing for them to proceed. Upon hearing this, Dasky immediately looked expectantly at her superior. If she could be the first to wield such a precious sword, that would be amazing. Be careful, if something seems off, abandon it immediately. Smoker agreed to the vice officer's request to test the sword. Thank you, Colonel. Then, I'll show you what I've got. Dasky held the autumn leaf blade solemnly, and in that moment her gaze changed. Completely different from her earlier confusion. She smoothly executed sword techniques inside the shop, the blade glimmering with a faint crimson light, as if flames were entwined around it. Smoker silently calculated in his heart, the Great Blade 21 is worth at least 10 million berries. Thinking this, he couldn't help but let a slight smile escape, glancing at the shopkeeper, who remained unfazed. This mysterious shopkeeper is certainly taking a huge loss today. Soon Dasky reluctantly set down the autumn leaf blade after completing the test, reporting solemnly to Smoker. Report, Colonel. I indeed feel an enhancement in my strength, and my speed in wielding the blade has increased slightly. Moreover, I can clearly sense a fiery power contained within this renowned blade. This is undoubtedly an unparalleled famous sword. Smoker formed a smoke ring with the ability of his smoke fruit, slowly exhaling, nodding as he said, Excellent, this blade will be yours from now on. Yes. Dasky paused, then frantically waved her hands in refusal. No, this autumn leaf blade is too precious, I cannot accept it. Though her dream was to collect famous swords, it was more about not wanting such weapons to fall into the hands of pirates rather than claiming them for herself. Having anticipated this, Smoker encouraged her, biting the unlit cigar. Don't be so quick to refuse, consider it a temporary loan to you. When you become strong enough in the future, work hard to capture more pirates to earn ownership of this blade. Dasky, dazed by this overwhelming prospect, felt her blood boil and shouted, as if invigorated, Yes. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations, and will strive to become stronger to capture more pirates. Xiaowen quietly watched the interaction between the two, lightly tapping the table, reminding them, So are you going to open the jars or not? Once purchased jars from this shop are non-returnable and cannot be taken away. Unable to take them away. This was troublesome. Smoker's expression darkened. He originally planned to casually open a portion of the jars, and then take the remaining jars back to Marineford. Only after the 3 admirals and Fleet Admiral Sengoku personally opened various incredible items would the headquarters truly take this matter seriously. Then, monopolize these jars. Shopkeeper, can't you make an exception? Smoker prepared for one last attempt. We Marines fight for justice, and if we could gain your support, dear shopkeeper, more capable individuals would emerge within the Navy, and sooner or later we will put an end to this ridiculous era of great pirates. Xiaowen merely chuckled and shook her head. My jar shop welcomes everyone to buy jars, whether they are pirates, marines, or revolutionaries. Thus, if the Navy wants more jars, they must come and buy them on the spot. At least for now, the Navy is already ahead by quite a bit, right? Hearing the shopkeeper did not mind pirates and revolutionaries buying jars, Smoker slightly frowned. I will report this to the headquarters accurately. Realizing he couldn't sway the shopkeeper, he quickly adjusted his mindset and focused on the remaining jars, while Dasky pondered whether she could open another famous sword. She had already opened 5 jars. However, like Colonel Mouse, she belonged to the unlucky type. Among the first 5 jars, the most valuable item was worth only a few thousand berries. Nothing. Nothing. My famous sword. She muttered dejectedly. Watching his vice admiral fall back into a daze, Smoker sighed helplessly. He raised his hand and smashed several jars in succession. Not knowing if his luck had been exhausted after opening the autumn leaf blade, he also failed to get any shining items from the next 3 jars. Just as Smoker impatiently smashed the 5th and 6th jars, a dazzling blue and green light simultaneously emerged. A golden paper and 10 blank cards quietly floated in midair. Smoker immediately looked at the shopkeeper, waiting for an explanation. 6 rods prison of light from a certain world of death, binding, art number 61. This technique can bind or restrict the target's movements by releasing 6 light shackles. After system optimization, it can consume a certain amount of energy to release, allowing for a large amount of energy to be expended at once for instantaneous release. It can imprison elementalized targets and is not resisted by haki. The targets that can be bound and the duration will depend on the strength of the user. Remarks: thunderous carriage, the gap of the spinning wheel after despair light gathers and splits into 6, binding, art number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Attribute change card. After use, it allows all of your attacks to carry one of 5 attributes: thunder, ice, fire, metal, or poison chosen by you. The effect of a single card lasts for 1 minute. Remarks: my friend, you are the true master of cards. After reading the system appraisal, Xiao slowly spoke. I must say your luck is quite remarkable. This golden paper records a powerful binding type spell. Its name is 6 rods prison of light, which can directly seal and restrict the enemy's movements. Even, it can bind elemental type users. Binding abilities. Binding elemental forms. Smoker's eyes lit up and he decisively asked, Shopkeeper, how strong of an enemy can this 6 rods prison of light bind? If he could use this move to directly bind a pirate of the level of a warlord of the sea. Smoker felt a surge of excitement, thinking he could quickly be promoted to a captain. At that point, he would have greater influence within the Navy, making it easier to realize his vision of justice. The effectiveness of 6 rods prison of light depends on your own strength. The stronger you are, the stronger the enemies it can bind. Xiaowen continued, you can learn it just by touching this paper. This 6 rods prison of light is a rare growth type skill. To say that it deserves a blue light is an understatement. That's why he said Smoker was lucky. Smoker couldn't help but show a shocked expression. He quickly understood the shopkeeper's meaning. This 6 rods prison of light could indeed enhance its binding power as his strength increased. Such a powerful ability, and the shopkeeper actually placed it in a jar priced at 100 berries, allowing others to purchase it. This is simply wasting a treasure. Fortunately, it was he who opened this ability. The shopkeeper was on the verge of bankruptcy. Without any hesitation, Smoker decisively touched the golden paper and mastered 6 rods prison of light. Finally, he looked forward to the 10 blank cards, wondering what kind of surprises they would bring him. Xiaowen did not keep him in suspense and directly explained the use of the attribute change cards. It can actually add attributes. Then my smoke attacks would be. Smoker immediately realized that this attribute change card complemented his smoke fruit perfectly. It could give his smoke different attributes depending on the situation, adapting to various scenarios. The only pity was that this item had only 10 cards. At this time, Dasky, who had opened jars to the point of being readied, grit her teeth and smashed her last jar. In an instant, the second purple light of the day illuminated the scene. Did I really just draw a second famous sword? Dasky was first taken aback, then immediately became excited, dancing with joy, her eyes sparkling behind her glasses. Another purple light. It looks like something good has been drawn again. On the side, Colonel Mouse was completely despaired by the harsh reality. At this moment, filled with jealousy and greed, he stared intently at the purple light. It reminded him of the worthless artificial turtle fruit he had consumed. A surge of resentment welled up within him, resenting the shopkeeper for deliberately targeting him, not providing him with good jars, and not explaining things clearly beforehand. For making him mistakenly consume such garbage fruit. And he also resented Colonel Smoker from headquarters, who spent his belly to open jars drawing good items, but not sharing with his colleague. There was not an ounce of justice in his heart. When the light dissipated, what appeared before everyone was not a famous sword, but a string of fruits resembling small knives with deep blue spiral patterns on their backs. Smoker exclaimed in surprise, another fruit. Along with Colonel Mouse's artificial fruit, this was already the second fruit. Seeing her hopes dashed, Dasky said with a disappointed face, sigh, it's not a famous sword. Smoker's mouth twitched violently. Fool. The devil fruit is worth much more than a great sword. Paramecia quick/fruit grants the ability to turn one's body into a blade, gaining body strength as tough as iron. The changing blade can adjust itself freely. Note: after consuming this fruit, you no longer have to worry about being stopped during security checks. Ding. The customer has drawn the Paramecia Quick/Fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the same ability. Xiaowen raised an eyebrow, surprised to find another fruit that already has an owner. The Quick/Fruit is currently consumed by Mr. One of the Baroque works. As the top henchman under Crocodile, he was quite strong in the early stages. However, he encountered Zoro, a member of the protagonist group, who broke through his iron-cutting skills on the spot and took him down with one slash. He introduced slowly, the Paramecia Quick/Fruit grants the ability to turn one's body into a blade. Quick/Fruit turns into a blade. Noki looked at the fruit in her hand, a hint of desire rising in her heart. Since childhood, she had felt inferior because she was a woman, believing that no matter how hard she tried, she could never catch up with those talented men. If she ate this fruit, would it give her a chance to become strong? Moreover, the Quick/Fruit sounds perfect for a swordswoman like her. What a... Hearing the shopkeeper's introduction, Colonel Mouse suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the fruit in Daski's hand. Why could he only draw garbage while she could draw a real devil fruit? You spent my belly, so whatever you draw belongs to me. Hand over that fruit. Driven mad by jealousy, Colonel Mouse lunged at the unsuspecting Daski. He wanted to snatch that fruit and eat it to become a true power user. As long as he ate quickly enough and became a true power user, the Navy headquarters would surely forgive him for his actions to cherish high-end combat power. However, just as Colonel Mouse lunged out, Xiaowen's indifferent voice sounded in the shop. I remember this should be your second visit to the store, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the greed on Colonel Mouse's face was instantly replaced by fear. He had forgotten the rules set by the shopkeeper, but it was all too late. Several chains made of lightning appeared out of thin air, binding him tightly in an instant and suspending him in midair. Powerful currents surged through his body, and before he could even struggle, he completely lost consciousness amidst the smell of charred flesh. Xiaowen ignored Smoker, whose pupils had suddenly contracted and body stiffened, and waved towards the door. The broken jar fragments on the ground, Smoker's fallen cigar, and Colonel Mouse, who was punished for his violation, were all thrown out of the shop by some inexplicable force. As if simply cleaning up some trash, Xiaowen revealed a faint smile and looked at the two. All right, the person who doesn't follow the rules has been asked to leave. Let's continue. What incredible speed. Smoker took out the cigar from his mouth and looked at the shopkeeper, who had just displayed lightning powers with extreme vigilance. Shopkeeper, it was you who defeated the Dragon Pirates, wasn't it? As for attacking Navy officers. Smoker glanced at his shocked adjutant, and for the sake of their safety, ultimately did not speak out. Xiaowen shook his head lightly. Are you talking about those fishmen? That was the work of a lucky customer. I was just responsible for selling jars. Not the shopkeeper. Smoker's brows furrowed deeply. With the powers the shopkeeper had just displayed, he was clearly a being stronger than him. Moreover, he had defeated the notorious pirates, and there was no need for him to conceal such matters. Then it was indeed true that there was a lucky villager who, like Daski, had drawn a powerful fruit, and within a short time developed the fruit to a very high level, single-handedly dealing with the Dragon Pirates. Smoker couldn't help but exclaim that there were indeed many talented people in this sea. Mr. Shopkeeper, may I ask what the name of that villager is? With such talent, I am prepared to recommend him to join the Navy. Xiaowen's expression was strange as he pointed to the door. You might not have the chance anymore. Colonel Mouse's actions in Cocoa West Village have completely exhausted that lucky customer's goodwill towards the Navy. Perhaps Nami would no longer become a pirate, but that doesn't mean she would join the Navy. Just as expected. Smoker's face darkened instantly. That bastard Colonel Mouse was indeed colluding with pirates to oppress the villagers. He decided to take this scumbag for trial when he returned. He picked up the cigar again, refocusing his attention on his last 4 jars, decisively smashing them all. This time his luck was not so good. Only 1 white light ball fell out of the 4 jars, the other 3 were ordinary items. A white light ball. Smoker looked at the light ball floating in front of him. When he held it, it was particularly bouncy, and he looked at the shopkeeper with a puzzled expression. Stamina boost small after use permanently increases stamina equivalent to that of a Navy major. Note simple and crude, open and eat. Xiaowen raised his eyebrows in surprise, thinking that the white light ball represented some basic ability mastery. It turns out it can directly draw such items that enhance strength. This is an item that can permanently enhance stamina. After use, it will probably increase your stamina to that of a Navy major. Just stick it to your forehead to absorb it. Smoker stared incredulously at the light ball in his hand. Equivalent to the stamina of a major from headquarters. Previously, he could barely find excuses to explain the rewards he received. But this glowing orb that directly increased his stamina was completely beyond his understanding. Moreover, it was marked as the stamina of a Navy headquarters major. Does this mean that these jars could also yield the strength of headquarters leaders, or even great pirates? Could it possibly produce the strength of a Navy admiral, or one of the 4 emperors? A flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes, yet he moved without hesitation, obediently pressing the glowing orb to his forehead. The total stamina of a Navy headquarters major represented a substantial enhancement for him. In a daze, Smoker felt a surge of warmth suddenly appear within him, flowing into every part of his body. He could sense a noticeable increase in his stamina. Thus, all 30 jars presented by Xiaowen were opened. Smoker sighed an unbelievable experience, an extraordinarily marvelous jar. It turned out that Major Mouse had been conservative in his report. This jar shop not only had devil fruits, but also various unexpected items and strange rewards. Moreover, each jar costs only 100,000 berries, making it accessible for anyone to purchase. This shop has the potential to overturn the already stabilized power dynamics of the sea. The only regret is that the best item he and Dashiki opened was merely a quick slash fruit. He could not imagine what the shopkeeper meant by items that are even more top tier than devil fruits. Smoker gathered his emotions and solemnly said to Xia, "When I will report everything I have seen and heard today to the Navy headquarters, hoping it won't cause you any unnecessary trouble." Of course, Xiaowen smiled nonchalantly. "I also look forward to more people coming to my jar shop to make purchases." Troubled. "If no one buys the jars, then I would be troubled. Thank you for your understanding." Smoker, relieved, patted his still dazed subordinate and turned to leave the shop. He needed to return to the warship immediately to report the verification results to the headquarters. Upon exiting, he casually picked up the still unconscious Major Mouse from the ground and dragged him back to the warship like trash. After everyone had left, Xia, when leisurely took out several rewards temporarily stored by the system, the Autumn Leaf Blade, and an attribute change card. The 6-rod light prisoned the stamina of a Navy major and the already absorbed quick slash fruit. "I really hope the next customer can open a hockey." Xiaowen murmured softly, his eyes filled with expectation. Of course, it would be even better if someone could unlock a 4 Emperor's level hockey. Now it was a delightful time to allocate points. On a Navy warship in Smoker's office. Buru Buru. "Hello. Is this Major Smoker? What is the verification result from the 16th Division? Is there a mysterious merchant selling devil fruits?" After the transponder snail connected, Smoker took a deep breath and began to report his findings step by step. From when he first arrived at Cocoa West Village, he apprehended the defeated dragon pirate crew. Then he met that mysterious merchant. The other party's stance, as well as the jars that could yield different items. Major Mouse opened a synthetic devil fruit, and my subordinate opened a paramecia-type quick slash fruit. As for me, Smoker glanced at the 10 attribute change cards he had placed on the table. I opened a large saber that seems to be enhanced with a devil fruit. A binding type ability. He had never heard of some cards that could add additional attributes to his attacks. And he paused. Even after experiencing it personally, he still found it hard to believe a glowing orb equivalent to the total stamina of a Navy headquarters major. Additionally, it has been confirmed that Major Mouse colluded with the dragon pirate crew and has been apprehended by me. The one who defeated the dragon pirate crew was a villager who opened a devil fruit from the jar shop. I suggest this matter be reported to Admiral Sengoku immediately. The existence of this shop is related to the future power dynamics of the entire sea. It seemed that his words had shocked the person on the other end of the line, as there was a long silence. After a while, a dry and hesitant voice came through Major Smoker. "Do you know what you're saying? For only 100,000 berries, you can open a jar that yields a devil fruit. A shop located in the East Sea that can influence the entire sea's dynamics. This is too absurd. I cannot submit this report directly to Admiral Sengoku. I can take responsibility for every word I have said." Smoker roared in the empty office, his fist slamming heavily on the table. Now we were the first to discover and come into contact with that shopkeeper. If we continue to delay and let other forces, especially those damned pirates, learn about the wonders of the jars, it could lead to dozens or even hundreds of pirates with devil fruit abilities appearing on the sea. Can you bear this responsibility? Moreover, the quick slash fruit that my subordinate opened has yet to be consumed, and headquarters can send someone to verify it at any time. I understand. The communications officer acquiesced. He was just a headquarters major and couldn't bear such a heavy burden. I will prioritize your report as the highest priority and submit it to Admiral Sengoku's office immediately. Thank you, Major Smoker. After the transponder snail hung up, Smoker lit a cigar and quietly gazed out at the tranquil Cocoa West Village. Is the era about to change again? As the strongest combat force of the headquarters in the East Sea, Smoker truly felt the pressure. At Marineford, in the Admiral's office. Garp, what the hell are you doing? Let go of me. Admiral Sengoku's furious roar echoed through the corridor. Garp had snuck into the office at some point, grinning widely as he grabbed a large handful of Sengoku's cherished senbei. Huh. Sengoku, where did you buy this senbei? It's really delicious. Garp laughed heartily, unabashedly, stuffing the senbei into his mouth. Sengoku's face turned ashen as he desperately protected the few remaining stocks. These were high-grade senbei he couldn't bear to eat. Hey, Sengoku, don't be stingy. How can you not share good things with an old friend? Just as the two were about to start a battle over the ownership of the senbei, several new documents were sent in. Sengoku casually glanced at them, about to shift his gaze away. A specially marked priority document suddenly caught his eye. Sengoku's movements halted instantly. In the next second, he unhesitatingly released the bag of senbei. He grabbed the document and began to read it with an exceptionally serious expression. Garp, who was still tugging on the bag, was caught off guard. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Sengoku, what are you doing? He grumbled as he got up, unconcernedly brushing off his bottom, and reached out to grab the senbei scattered on the ground. Garp. Sengoku's deep and authoritative voice rang out enough. Something major has happened in the East Sea. Are you trying to trick me into handing over the senbei again? Huh. Sengoku, you're getting old. No, this time we might really need to get busy. Sengoku looked at the document in his hand, his brows furrowed, and his expression extremely grave. In the East Sea, in the jurisdiction of the 16th Division, Koko West Village, a mysterious merchant capable of steadily selling devil fruits and other powerful items has appeared. Smoker has already personally completed the verification. The East Sea is about to be thrown into chaos. After reviewing the verified intelligence from Smoker, Sengoku immediately convened a high-level meeting involving only a select few core executives. A channel capable of consistently acquiring devil fruits. Sengoku understood better than anyone what this meant, a power capable of overturning the entire world order. If the four emperors of the New World were to learn of this, the already hard-won stability would once again face tremendous upheaval. How much chaos and bloodshed would ensue at that time? Soon, 3 admirals of the Navy gathered in the commander's office. Sengoku, what is it this time that you called us all here for? The last to arrive, Vice Admiral Tsuru, looked at the scene with some surprise. The Navy's commander, 3 admirals, and the naval hero Garp, plus herself as the chief of staff. The decisions made by these 6 individuals could affect the entire Navy. Had someone formidable emerged in the New World? In that moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru's gaze turned sharp. Once everyone had assembled, Sengoku spoke with a grave expression. Just now, an urgent report from the East Sea arrived at my desk. East Sea. Akainu and Akiji were taken aback, looking towards Admiral Sengoku. When they received the urgent notice, they thought the Navy was targeting one of the 4 emperors. Or perhaps a person with the qualifications of a 4 emperor had appeared at sea, necessitating vigilance from the Navy. But what was this intelligence from the East Sea? Sengoku ignored the crowd's confusion and recounted Smoker's report, in full, the location of the shop, its rules, and the items that could be obtained from the jar. Additionally, the specific gains of Smoker, Tashigi, and Captain Mouse, along with his evaluation and speculation about the mysterious shopkeeper. After finishing the report, Sengoku's gaze swept over the 3 admirals with varying expressions and the contemplative Vice Admiral Tsuru. And Garp, who was still munching on the senbei, spoke in a deep voice. This is the purpose of today's gathering. I believe everyone understands the gravity of the situation. For merely 100,000 berries, anyone can purchase a jar in that mysterious shop. And they have already produced 2 devil fruits, which are extremely rare in the 4 seas. Although Smoker rushed to inform the headquarters before finding the villager who procured the devil fruit and single-handedly took on the dragon pirate crew in Koko West Village, it is already confirmed that this jar shop can indeed produce devil fruits consistently. Bang! Akainu suddenly stood up, slamming his fist on the table as magma faintly surfaced. They actually intend to sell to pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Such uncontrollable factors must be destroyed. At the very least, the Navy must gain complete control over it. Sengoku frowned, clearly unhappy with such a course of action. Akainu acting rashly will only push that shopkeeper completely to our opposing side. Do you think a merchant who possesses such miraculous means and can provide such rewards will be weak? Humph. Akainu huffed, choosing not to voice further opinions. He knew very well that since the shopkeeper dared to openly sell jars and allowed a Navy officer to leave easily, such boldness suggested that this individual must have strong backing and sufficient strength. If we push them too hard, they might side with pirates, which would indeed be detrimental to the Navy. But precisely because of this, we should eliminate this potential threat thoroughly. Sengoku looked at Kizaru, whose gaze seemed to be wandering as if already lost in thought. Paper that can record unique techniques capable of growth, one-time cards that can add attributes to attacks. Kizaru, as the person in charge of the Navy's scientific division, have you heard of similar items or rumors? Kizaru tilted his head, casually crossing his legs as he replied, No, at least I haven't seen such items. Today's young people are truly terrifying, barely in their 20s and already able to influence the dynamics of the sea. Will we see a bunch of little monsters under 20 in the future rivaling the 4 emperors? Akiji rested his chin on his hand, appearing still half asleep. So how should we treat that shopkeeper? It seems that the other party is merely a neutral merchant and does not favor either side. I oppose a reckless proposal to take action and suggest we send someone to establish contact with the shopkeeper first. Sengoku nodded slightly, leaning more towards Akiji's plan. The Navy has already gained the upper hand and can send high-ranking officers to the East Sea in batches to find that merchant and procure jars. This way, even if the news of the jar shop is exposed after the officers have leveled up, the Navy will still be the biggest beneficiary. However, there is one more thing that troubles Sengoku, and that is the world government. At this moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru suddenly opened her eyes and looked at everyone. Since everyone has expressed their opinions, let me add a few words. Smoker mentioned a detail in his report. The detained Captain Mouse produced an item referred to by the shopkeeper as a man-made fruit. She scanned the slightly altered expressions of the crowd and calmly analyzed. This indicates that someone on this sea can artificially create defective fruits. Coincidentally, Tsuru paused. Recently within the Beast Pirates there have indeed appeared a batch of ability users with varying levels of power, most of whom are Zoan type. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression instantly turned grim. Even Akiji frowned, his lazy demeanor vanishing. Vice Admiral Tsuru, are you implying that the Beast Pirates possess the technology to create artificial fruits? I didn't say that, only that there is definitely some connection between the two. Moreover, does the quantity of jars from that shopkeeper have a limit? What rewards are better than devil fruits? These are all things we need to discuss slowly. Vice Admiral Tsuru steadily provided several directions for consideration. Sengoku nodded lightly. The Beast Pirates indeed needed to be monitored and paid attention to. However, this mysterious jar shop must also keep its news under wraps and delay its exposure. Even the Mary Geo side must be kept in the dark for now. This is the best way to serve the Navy's interests. Thus he decisively stated, we will execute Akiji's plan. Under strict confidentiality, attempt to reach out to that shopkeeper. In the coming period, the Navy must do its utmost to keep this news under wraps. Is everyone all right with that? Akainu closed his eyes in dissatisfaction, but still tacitly accepted the plan. The news of this jar shop absolutely cannot leak. Crunch, crunch. Finally, finishing the sunbae that Sengoku had treasured, Garp suddenly burst into laughter. I never expected such an interesting character to emerge from the East Sea. Just right, I'm heading back to see my grandson, and we'll take the chance to open a few jars along the way. Garp scratched his head, casually laughing. I just wonder if that shopkeeper will stay in the East Sea for long. After all, he seems quite eager to gain fame. Fame. Sengoku suddenly looked up at Garp, who seemed to have casually mentioned it. Oh, is that not the case? Garp shrugged nonchalantly. Since that shopkeeper is a merchant, he would definitely want more people to buy his jars, right? The fact that he allowed Smoker to report the news is also aimed at encouraging us Navy to open more jars. Looking at Sengoku's increasingly stiff expression, Garp suddenly sobered, his tone carrying an unusual seriousness. We are not the first batch of jar openers, perhaps right now. The guests of that shopkeeper have already spread the news throughout the entire East Sea. Kapu's words caused Sengoku's expression to freeze instantly. He had previously assumed that as long as the Navy kept strict confidentiality, they could conceal the existence of this mysterious shop for a while. This would give the Navy more time to open the jars and develop. Yet he overlooked a crucial point: the shopkeeper is a businessman. Moreover, he is a businessman who clearly states his neutrality and is open to everyone. If the other party intends to spread the news, they could even enlist customers who have purchased jars to help promote it. It is impossible for the Navy to completely seal off this information. This is troublesome. Sengoku rubbed his temples, feeling that this matter was exceptionally tricky. Akainu, who had entered his area of expertise, said with sharp eyes and a stern tone, since that's the case, we might as well capture that shopkeeper directly. His reckless sale of jars provides everyone with the opportunity to become empowered, which is inherently a dangerous and unstable factor. What he is doing will only throw the sea into greater chaos. How could those who suddenly gained power possibly remain content as mere civilians? This behavior is no different from that of the Revolutionary Army. Both are provocations attempting to overthrow the rule of the world government. Akainu shouted sternly, I suggest we immediately issue a warrant for the shopkeeper. No. Akiji immediately opposed, saying, Akainu, don't forget what that shopkeeper mentioned: items even more powerful than devil fruits. How can you guarantee that this shopkeeper does not possess ancient weapons as a trump card? Kizaru yawned, accustomed to watching the two argue. Vice Admiral Crane clapped her hands to quiet the few people present. Let me say a few words. Regardless of the shopkeeper's intentions, our Navy should act according to our own pace. We should send someone who can maintain order to be stationed in the waters near Cocoa Village for a long time. Closely monitor all movements of the jar shop and maintain a certain level of non-hostile contact with the shopkeeper. Evaluate all their actions and potential risks, No provocative or forceful actions should be taken without permission. Sengoku's eyes brightened. This plan is indeed more prudent. However, the problem is that several branches in the New World and the Grand Line all require high-ranking officers to be stationed. Even the 3 admirals cannot be away for too long, needing to guard against attacks from the 4 emperors. Thus, this person's selection must be someone powerful enough and not far from the East Sea. Sengoku looked at the document on the table, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This individual is not only a natural-type devil fruit user, but also an extremely just Navy officer. Excluding the shopkeeper as an unexpected factor, with this individual's strength, they could easily crush the entire East Sea. So it has to be him. Colonel Smoker has just interacted with the shopkeeper, and the pests of the former 16th branch have been cleared, so he is in need of manpower. Let him be temporarily stationed at the 16th branch. As for Lowtown, let Colonel Tina, who joined around the same time as him, take charge there. Sengoku smiled, first determining the initial candidate, and then the other high-ranking officers of the branches could gradually be arranged. They could take turns opening jars. Vice Admiral Crane suddenly spoke. Just in time, I have nothing to do recently, so I can accompany Kapu to the East Sea for a visit. Seeing that Kapu and Vice Admiral Crane both had plans to meet the shopkeeper, Sengoku, who felt very reassured about his old friend, finally made the decision. Then it settled. Meeting adjourned. Cocoa Village. Finally waiting for news from the headquarters, Smoker looked at the order personally issued by Fleet Admiral Sengoku and fell into silence. He was actually going to be temporarily stationed at the 16th branch. He also had to monitor and pay attention to the jar shop, noting everyone who entered to open jars. Smoker quietly smoked his cigar, allowing the smoke to obscure his expression. As a Navy colonel, he was to monitor a mysterious shopkeeper who was superior to him in every aspect. Moreover, he had to remember the names and appearances of every person who came to buy jars. And he had to try to figure out what they opened. How could this possibly be done? Was he meant to stake out at the shop's entrance every day? The headquarters has really given me a difficult problem. Smoker sighed helplessly as he walked towards the room of his aide. Since the headquarters did not require the submission of devil fruits, Dasky could safely consume that devil fruit of swift execution. Meanwhile, at the docks, a brand new small boat quietly floated on the water's surface, piled high with supplies. After observing the newly arrived Navy several times and confirming they were not like Colonel Mouse, Nami, relieved, decided it was time to set sail. She planned to roam the East Sea for a while, defeating a few renowned pirates to establish her reputation as a bounty hunter. At this moment, Jin and many villagers came to see off their hero. Namakan, when you're alone, make sure to smile more. Nami, if you get tired outside, come back to the village. Several children jumped and waved goodbye. The Dragon Pirates and Colonel Mouse's group were all captured by the newly arrived Navy. Completely free, Cocoa Village could gradually regain its former prosperity. Therefore, everyone felt little sadness, genuinely wishing for Nami to achieve her dreams. Haha. Everyone rest assured, I, Nami, am a strong person who can even defeat Arlong. Carrying the large bags and small packages given by the villagers, Nami wore a brilliant smile. Noki carefully adjusted her collar, her eyes full of reluctance. All right, sister, I am not a child anymore. Nami hugged her sister tightly, her smile bright and warm. Anyway, I can contact you with the Den Mushi, and I will regularly report my safety to you. I left over 80 million berries in that box in the orange grove, plus what I seized from the dragon. It's enough for the village to rebuild. Noki's eyes slightly moistened. Nami, I understand. Just leave it at this point anyway. I will be back soon to find the shopkeeper to open jars. Nami gracefully picked up the things everyone sent her and walked towards the small boat. At the back of the crowd, Xiao Wen's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Another promotional ambassador has set sail. Meanwhile, after Smoker opened the jars, he was only 8 slots away from unlocking the high-level jars. A few days later, Xiao Wen leisurely sat in a rocking chair reading the latest issue of the World Economic News. In a remote corner of the newspaper, there were 2 news articles about the East Sea. Breaking news. The Queen of Thunder emerges in the East Sea. Several pirate crews have fallen victim to the judgment of thunder. The first article told of a girl with short orange hair who commanded the Heavenly Thunder, annihilating several notorious pirate crews, including the Battle Axe Pirates and the Iron Hook Pirates, with overwhelming force. She was suspected of having consumed a devil fruit related to thunder and lightning, making her immensely powerful. What was most astonishing was that this girl, who clearly looked like a bounty hunter after defeating those pirates, would generously give the bounty to those who had been captured or harmed by the pirates. This girl, who called herself Nami, would tirelessly promote a place called Miracle of Fate to the survivors plundered by the pirates after each victory. She claimed it was a shop where all dreams could come true, where one could change their fate and gain power. The second piece of news was much simpler. It merely described 2 mysterious bounty hunters near the famous maritime restaurant Barity, controlling a gigantic sea beast with long pointed horns. However, they did not attack anyone. Instead, they let the sea beast drag their small boat swiftly across the surface of the ocean, asking passers-by, "Have you seen my older brother? Where's Zoro? This is the indomitable sword god ball I opened in the store," and other nonsensical statements. Their behavior was extremely bizarre, and their motives were unclear. Xiaowen chuckled and set the newspaper down, saying, "As expected of my spokesperson, this advertisement is quite good. Especially Nami, who was working so hard." Although the title did not mention the Kinshop, this was already a good start. As long as Nami, Joseph, and Johnny continued to stir up trouble in the East Sea, they would surely attract those plot characters from the East Sea to come to Cocoa West Village to open cans. Not to mention Luffy, who is still in Windmill Village, but also Zoro and Sanji, two big targets. They must be plucked from their gardens. As for Usopp, Xiaowen felt that with the plot having changed drastically, it was uncertain whether Luffy could even set sail successfully. Moreover, at this time, Usopp lacked both the strength and motivation to come to Cocoa West Village to buy cans. Suddenly, another character currently in the East Sea popped into Xiaowen's mind. Since Smoker counts as one slot, then Buggy should too. However, Buggy was of the kind with little ambition, not caring much for the pursuit of power. Xiaowen was uncertain if he could attract the other to his Kinshop. Meanwhile, at the port of Cocoa West Village, a specially designed warship arrived lacking any naval insignia, yet appearing incredibly stable and heavy. As the gangplank lowered, 3 figures walked onto the dock, escorted by a squad of elite naval soldiers. Tina was puzzled. She did not understand why she was reassigned from the Grand Line to the East Sea. Furthermore, why did she have to come to this unremarkable village with Rear Admiral Garp and Admiral Tsu? Tina, with pink long hair and a slender figure, sat in confusion while smoking a cigarette. She was clearly supposed to go to Rogue Town. Wearing a dog hat, Garp laughed heartily. "Little Tina, don't be anxious. You'll see why soon. You might even thank me later." "Ha ha ha. Tina, why not just not be a riddle master? If it's a secret message, can't she just opt out?" Smoker, having received the notice, hurried over. "Greetings, Rear Admiral Garp." "Greetings, Admiral Tsuru." "Tina, long time no see." Rear Admiral Tsuru's gaze swept over the village, quickly returning to Smoker, who looked somewhat reserved. "Has there been any issue with that shop recently? How many people have opened cans?" "Shop? Cans?" Tina's confusion deepened. What shop could possibly warrant the presence of Rear Admiral Garp and Admiral Tsuru? Is there a new code from headquarters? Moreover, Smoker has been assigned to such a small village. It's simply a waste of combat power. Tina doubted whether her friend had offended some big shot. Everything is normal at the shop. In the last few days, no one has gone to buy cans, but... Smoker, with a strange expression, took out a newspaper he had prepared earlier. "This is the newspaper delivered by Paper Bird this morning. I suspect that the girl named Nami is the same villager from Cocoa West Village who defeated the Dragon Pirate crew." Rear Admiral Tsuru seemed to anticipate something, her expression changing slightly as she took the newspaper and looked at the circled position marked by Smoker. After reading the 2 articles, she sighed deeply, revealing a helpless expression. As expected, Garp was right. The former customer of that shop had already begun to promote it throughout the East Sea. Moreover, judging by the power displayed by the Queen of Thunder in the newspaper, it wouldn't be long before she would advance into the Grand Line, letting more people know about the Kinshop. The mere fact that 2 groups had appeared in the newspaper promoting the Kinshop was already significant. Who knows how many other customers who have opened cans have yet to make a scene. The Navy's plan to seal off the news had already failed before it even started. Rear Admiral Tsuru half closed her eyes, trying to keep her tone calm. "Garp, it seems our plans need to be adjusted. Notify Sengoku to let the other branch commanders come to the East Sea to open cans as soon as possible." Since the news about the Kinshop could not be contained, there was no need to probe excessively. It would only affect the shop owner's goodwill and perception of the Navy. Let's meet that shop owner who can sell miracles." Garp, who was eager to try, ran towards the village with his aide Bogart, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. I'm going to create the world's best senbei." After running a few steps, he suddenly stopped, scratching his head and looking around. "Hey, where's that shop? I don't know the way." Watching Garp's clumsy behavior, Rear Admiral Tsuru's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness, and she had no choice but to call Smoker to lead the way. She herself was also very curious whether those so-called cans really could open up everything. Moreover, the true identity of that shop owner was also a mystery. In the days they were on the way, headquarters reviewed records from the past few years, filtering out all the outstanding young people from the Grand Line and the 4 Seas. Smoker arrived outside the jar shop, where he had been waiting for a few days, accompanied by 2 high-ranking figures and a passing Tina. "This is the shop regarding some of the prohibitions within." Smoker looked eagerly at the 2 high-ranking figures from the headquarters. Rear Admiral Crane revealed an elegant and composed smile. "Rest assured, we are here as customers to open jars today." Saying this, she carefully observed every detail of the shop's exterior. Contrary to her expectations of luxury and mystery, this jar shop, named Miracle of Destiny, seemed too plain. Could it be that this shopkeeper is not someone who seeks pleasure? Rear Admiral Crane silently noted this as Garp laughed heartily and pushed the door open. Huh, is this the place? It doesn't look special at all. Kid, are you the one selling the miraculous jars? This remark caused Rear Admiral Crane, who followed closely behind, to darken her expression. She paused at the entrance, quickly scanning the entire shop with a calm and profound gaze. Especially the newspaper beside the shopkeeper caught her attention for a moment. Then she stepped inside slowly, slightly nodding. Pardon the intrusion, Mr. Shopkeeper. Xiaowen lazily sat in an armchair, brewing himself a cup of tea, showing no concern for the arrival of the two high-ranking Navy officers. New customers from the Navy. Welcome to my jar shop. We have plenty of jars today, each for 100,000 berries, first come first served. By the way, that lady with pink hair smoking is prohibited inside the shop. Caught off guard, Tina stiffened, glanced at her friend, who wasn't smoking a cigar, and decisively extinguished her cigarette. Rear Admiral Crane pondered over the shopkeeper's previous words. The abundance of jars today implies there is a daily limit. These jars from the shopkeeper are indeed miraculous. I have lived for so many years and have never seen such items before. I wonder which master crafted these miraculous jars. In response to Rear Admiral Crane's seemingly casual inquiry, Xiaowen merely smiled calmly. The customer is joking. What merchant would reveal their business secrets? You only need to know that the jars can open any item you desire. If it exists in this, see the jars can bring it forth, whether it's ancient weapons or a method for immortality. As Tina furrowed her brows examining the shop's decor and the jars, she paused at his words, staring at the exceptionally young shopkeeper with a look of disbelief. Ancient weapons. Immortality. What on earth is this young man talking about? Rear Admiral Crane, however, was jolted, believing she had found the source of his confidence. The shopkeeper indeed had a trump card related to ancient weaponry. Thankfully, she hadn't listened to Kaido then. Contemplating the purpose of their visit, Rear Admiral Crane pondered for a moment. She nodded in understanding at the calm and composed shopkeeper, then changed the subject. In that case, I shall purchase some jars. However, Mr. Shopkeeper, since you possess such abilities, why open a shop in this small village of the East Sea? Moreover, to sell jars that can open devil fruits at only 100,000 berries. I assume your intention is not merely to make money. Xiaowen maintained his smile. It's just for fun, really. I want to see what kind of sparks will fly on the sea after those who obtain the jars change their destinies. If I had to state a purpose, it would certainly be for business prosperity, hoping more and more people come to buy jars from me. After Smoker entered the shop, he had already prepared for high-ranking naval officers from the headquarters to come and test him. He just didn't expect it would be Garp and Crane, these two elder naval officers. Rear Admiral Crane automatically ignored the shopkeeper's last sentence. Was it just for fun? She looked seriously into the shopkeeper's eyes. What you are doing will disrupt the balance of the sea, and countless people will lose themselves due to suddenly gaining power. Xiaowen replied calmly, power itself is neither good nor evil nor right or wrong. It depends on how it is used. The Navy uses it to uphold justice, while pirates use it to burn, kill, and plunder. That's all there is to it. Tina couldn't help but interject that sophistry. Before she could continue, an impatient Garp pulled out a bag. With a bang, he placed it on the counter. Today I'm here to buy jars. Why say so much? This is 1 million berries. First give me 10 jars. Let me see if they are truly as miraculous as you claim. This interruption also caused Crane to abandon her plan to continue probing. After all, the shopkeeper appeared young, but his responses were meticulous and deeply calculated. Her 2 attempts at probing yielded nothing but a vague answer of just for fun. Seeing the bag of berries that Garp produced, Xiaowen revealed a faint smile. Of course, that's fine. Snap. Suddenly, the display cabinet behind him opened. 10 jars flew neatly onto the table, waiting for their destined ones to open. Rear Admiral Crane, already informed by Smoker's report, showed no surprise. She merely watched quietly as Garp opened the jars. By the way, Mr. Shopkeeper, you mentioned that anything that has existed in the sea can be opened by the jars. Holding the first jar, Garp grinned widely. Then is there anything that does not belong to this sea? Xiaowen gazed deeply at Garp, a hint of appreciation flashing in his heart. Ginger is still hot. He quickly linked this layer of metaphor. Before he could speak, Garp's overly loud voice reached his ears. Then is there anything like historical relics from the past, but have long been lost, the supreme celestial shell? Xiaowen's appreciative gaze stiffened. Smoker and Tina exchanged strange looks at this naval hero. What on earth is the supreme celestial shell? Rear Admiral Garp must be joking. Even Rear Admiral Crane helplessly covered her forehead, wishing she could turn and leave. This was already the second time she regretted coming to the East Sea with Garp. Next time, unless Sengoku comes too, she absolutely will not share a boat with Garp. Facing Garp's eager and curious expression, Xiaowen tried to calm the twitching corner of his mouth and replied, the supreme celestial shell. As long as it has existed, the jars have a chance to open it. And it's not just about lost items from the past, even powers or objects from beyond this world. Looking at the suddenly serious expressions of the few Xiao, when calmly said my jars can also open those. This is a miracle. With his words the entire shop fell into a profound silence. What about items and abilities from other worlds? Smoker immediately thought of the 6 rods prison purgatory that was unleashed by Smog. She had never heard of anyone possessing such abilities over the sea. If it comes from beyond the world, then it makes sense. Garp paused for a moment before breaking into an incredibly bright smile. Beyond the world, how intriguing. Now I am even more convinced that the jars you possess, Master, can yield supreme treasures. Xiaowen chuckled softly. Customers can be bolder. For example, a cosmic treasure. Ha ha ha. The shopkeeper spoke with great wit, and Garp declared, then I shall open a cosmic treasure. Bang! Garp laughed heartily and decisively shattered his first jar. A faint green light emerged. Smoker with a cigar in his mouth nodded and said, this colored glow signifies that a valuable item has been revealed. Oh, it seems my luck is quite good. Garp eagerly retrieved a spray. Can that resemble bug spray from the shattered jar? Delicious spray aiming at any food, and spraying it will make it extraordinarily delicious. Note, would you prefer chocolate that tastes like poop or poop that tastes like chocolate? Shopkeeper, what kind of spray is this? It can't be bug spray, can it? Garp looked at the unfamiliar text on the can with confusion. Xiaowen unexpectedly said to Garp, it seems your luck is indeed quite good. This is a can of delicious spray. Any food sprayed with it will become extraordinarily delicious. Garp's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the delicious spray in his hand. Could it be? Xiaowen smiled slightly, just as you imagined. Garp immediately pulled out a divine cracker and sprayed it with the delicious spray before tossing it into his mouth under the curious gazes of everyone. His eyes instantly widened as he erupted into a deafening laugh. This is the taste. This absolutely is a supreme treasure, no, a cosmic treasure. Borsalino, did you see that? I have one. Ha ha ha. Smoker and Tina exchanged glances, feeling as if their perception of the naval hero had cracked a bit. Xiaowen's mouth twitched. Congratulations, customer. Your wishes have been fulfilled. The impatient Admiral Crane interrupted Garp's self-satisfied demeanor with a stern voice. Garp, first finish opening your jars before eating your divine crackers. Garp retracted his neck and then raised his hand to shatter the second jar. Once again, green light appeared. Garp's eyes lit up. Another good item. Shopkeeper, are you deliberately letting me open some good stuff? Next time I must bring my grandson to open jars together. Luffy. Xiaowen blinked. That sounds great. Luffy can unlock a quota. However, on the surface he maintained a calm smile. What items can be revealed from the jars is purely a matter of luck. I will not interfere with their contents. Although I currently have no right to open these jars or adjust the items within them, it doesn't stop me from putting on an act and establishing a persona. As the green light faded, an incredibly bizarre orange doghead hat appeared before everyone's eyes. Especially the hat, which had a red tongue dangling grotesquely outside. Indestructible doghead hat. When worn, the hat gains the characteristic of being indestructible, keeping warm in winter and cool in summer. Note, this is the last stubbornness and legacy of a licking dog before it died. Xiaowen introduced with a hint of disdain. As you can see, this is a hat. However, this hat possesses the trait of being indestructible when worn, keeping warm in winter and cool in summer. To be honest, just based on its indestructible quality, the value of this hat far exceeds the green light. However, Xiaowen suspected that due to its extremely disgusting and ugly design, no one would actually wear it. Thus, it was a green light level item. An indestructible hat. Admiral Crane instantly reacted, staring intently at the somewhat excessively ugly and disgusting hat. An item that once worn cannot be destroyed was simply unheard of. If we exclude its appearance, this hat is simply. Seeing Garp happily donning the ugly hat with the red tongue dangling at his chin, Admiral Crane turned away with a look of disdain. Arachi still couldn't accept it. Only someone like Garp could wear such a thing without batting an eye. Though the hat isn't very good looking, it's quite comfortable to wear. Not bad, not bad. The 2 berries spent today were truly worth it. Feeling that he was on a lucky streak, Garp didn't hesitate and shattered another jar. In Smoker's dazed expression, another familiar green light emerged. Garp scratched his head in confusion and glanced at Smoker. Didn't they say that the chances of these jars yielding trash are very high? I feel like the drop rate is quite decent. Adrenaline from a certain battle royale shooting world optimized by the system. Using it can restore 100 stamina and increase speed by 40 for 5 minutes without falling into unconsciousness. Note, this gives a feeling like flying. Adrenaline can restore all stamina. Within 5 minutes you won't lose consciousness and your speed increases by 40. After hearing the shopkeeper's explanation, Garp's gaze towards the item in his hand changed instantly, and he solemnly put it away. Such a powerful effect. At a critical moment, this could be a trump card for survival or a counterattack against enemies. Tina and Smoker, who could only watch Garp opening jars, were enviously wide-eyed. They wanted such good items too. Garp frowned, looking at the shopkeeper, who showed no sign of concern. Shopkeeper, are you really not here to do charity in the East Sea? Items like this, if placed in the Grand Line, would sell for at least 1 million berries. Xiaowen shook his head gently, his tone still calm. I have said before, I do not care who opens these items. Even if a Logia or mythical Zoan fruit is revealed, it is no different to me. The world is vast, and beyond it is even more beyond your imagination. It seems like I've said something yet nothing at all. The riddle-like operation left Admiral Crane, who excelled in strategy, speechless. However, she understood the shopkeeper's meaning. What is precious to them is not significant to the shopkeeper, because the jars can yield even better items. The shopkeeper's confidence and assurance do not come from ancient weapons, but from the powerful trump cards from other worlds. Beyond the world. Just as Admiral Crane couldn't help but inquire about some matters regarding the world beyond, a dazzling purple light suddenly erupted in the shop. Still coming. Is this the jar I opened that day? Smoker was completely bewildered at this moment. He had initially opened the Autumn Leaf Blade, which was comparable to the Great Fast Knife, with 21 workings. After that, he only received a blue light, a green light, and a white light orb. Compared to Colonel Mouse and Dasky, he could be considered quite lucky. And now not only had Vice Admiral Garp opened good items 4 times in a row, but he had even produced a purple light. The purple light. Could it be another devil fruit? Vice Admiral Crane thought, with a strange expression. At this moment, even she began to doubt whether the shopkeeper was doing this on purpose. After all, Garp's reputation was well known, and it wasn't impossible for the shopkeeper to prepare some jars that were easy to sell to demonstrate his sincerity. After the purple light dissipated, a black ring devoid of any embellishments or patterns lay quietly at the bottom of the jar. Ring. Tina was curious about what this ring could do. Seeing everyone lost in thought, she couldn't help but ask softly. After witnessing the miraculous nature of this jar shop, she finally understood why the 2 vice admirals would come in person. As a young generation brought to see the world, she felt it was her duty to act as the mouthpiece and pose questions on behalf of the big shots. Domineering ring armament color, when worn, it accelerates the recovery speed of armament color haki and increases the total amount of armament color haki by 30. One can actively inject armament color haki into the ring to exercise the strength of haki. One can also actively activate the ring, consuming previously injected armament color haki to quickly recover it. Once a day. Note: once a mediocre teacher spent 2 years teaching a genius the basic usage of armament color haki, while in the new world everyone can do it. Come where this ring unlock armament color haki directly and reject mediocre teachers who mislead their students. At this moment, Garp had long been eager to put the ring on his hand. Garp was taken aback, feeling that the haki within him had seemingly strengthened considerably. At his level, every bit of enhancement was a qualitative leap. It seems the customer has already sensed it. Xiaowen nodded, slightly, speaking in a good mood. Domineering ring armament color can accelerate the recovery speed of armament color haki and increase the total amount by 30. And one can also inject haki into the ring to strengthen armament color haki. When needed in battle, one can recover using the haki within the ring once a day. If someone who doesn't know armament color haki wears it, they can master armament color haki directly without training. Shopkeeper, are you joking? Vice Admiral Crane looked astonished. If this ring were given to an ordinary person, it might only allow them to unlock armament color haki. However, giving this ring to a Marine Admiral or a Yonka-level powerhouse, that would be a solid enhancement, especially for Garp, the Marine hero whose greatest strength was his overwhelming haki. Finally unlocking his own haki, Xiaowen smiled lightly. Isn't it only natural for a jar of purple light to produce such an item? If this ring could also awaken 3 types of haki simultaneously, each with enhancement, it would definitely be another golden legend. Only natural. Vice Admiral Crane was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. After all, the facts spoke for themselves. A jar of purple light would either yield a devil fruit or an extraordinary weapon with unique abilities. So getting an item that enhanced haki seemed quite reasonable. Garp, however, was not thinking that much. He just kept laughing heartily, his face full of pride. This feeling is amazing. I feel like I've returned to 20 years ago. Sengoku, you'll never be able to fight with me again. Ha ha ha. Gaha. Tina glanced at her friend, who was frowning and seemed to be pondering something under Vice Admiral Crane's gaze. She took the initiative to ask, Shopkeeper, so you don't happen to have a Kinbunshiku observation ring or a Haoshiku conqueror ring, do you? This was actually a question of her own curiosity. If there really were rings that could directly awaken Haoshiku. Facing the worried gazes of the others, Xiaowen calmly admitted, all 3 types of haki can be obtained through the jars. All right, now Vice Admiral Crane's anxious heart finally settled. Even the Haoshiku, which could only be obtained inherently and not through training, could be acquired directly. Should one say that it truly is a power from beyond the world? Open the jars. I still have 6 left. Garp eagerly knocked on 3 jars. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 jars shattered with a sound. The result was 3 bursts of green light. Big red bottle restores a large amount of health upon use. Note, a sip of milk sigh. Not dying drowsy red tea, depending on the strength of the consumer, it can put them into sleep for varying amounts of time. Note, is only red tea enough? Taunt doll, when thrown it forces all living beings within a 5-meter radius to attack the doll once. Note, you must attack that minion with taunt effect. Xiaowen remained calm, explaining the effects one by one. Gaha, these jars are really fun. Garp, laughing so hard his eyes were squinted, suddenly began to believe the shopkeeper's earlier words. Since the items in these jars were so interesting, they should indeed allow more people to experience them. With a harvest full of excitement, Garp looked at the last 3 jars, waved his hand casually, and opened all 3 jars at once. This time his luck had finally run out. Apart from the last jar producing a blue light orb, the other 2 jars contained only ordinary jerky and an ore. Armament color Haki enhancement medium upon use permanently increases the total amount of Haki equivalent to that of a Marine Headquarters Major. Note, simple and straightforward. Open the bag and eat. Xiaowen glanced at it and began to introduce. It's equivalent to the total Haki amount of a Marine Headquarters Major, which can be directly absorbed and digested. At this moment, the onlookers were completely numb. Again, it was such a game-changing item. Garp stared at the blue light orb in his hand, his expression somewhat complicated. A Major's total Haki amount. He recalled when he first joined the Navy. It took him quite some hardship and time to reach the level of a Major. Then he grew into who he was now. And now he could directly obtain it by spending just a mere 100,000 berries in the shop. If he was lucky, he might even be able to open an enhancement orb corresponding to an admiral level. This item could instantly turn an ordinary person into a powerhouse on the seas. Smoker looked bitterly at the shopkeeper and asked the question that everyone was thinking, is effort really still useful? Seeing the jar emanate a level of domineering aura equivalent to a rear admiral, Smoker's mindset was somewhat shaken. Even Garp fell silent, glancing at the unflinching shopkeeper. If 100 ordinary pirates devoid of any talent were to receive such rewards. Garp was startled by his own thoughts for the first time, even contemplating supporting a kindness approach to completely destroy this shop. Of course effort is useful. Xiaowen calmly looked at the unwilling Smoker. My jars simply provide an opportunity to change one's fate. But only those who work hard can truly change their destiny. He added with a light laugh. Besides, everyone can definitely open jars while also working hard on their training. As long as everyone becomes stronger by opening jars, it is equivalent to everyone not opening jars. At that point, it really comes down to who is more diligent. Vice Admiral Crane covered her mouth, chuckling lightly as she began to understand. Regardless of whether the shopkeeper had thought of changing the world and throwing the sea into chaos, one thing she could confirm was that this young shopkeeper genuinely wanted to sell jars. The shopkeeper is right. Who says effort is useless? Garp boomed. Back in my day, to defeat an opponent, I worked hard to cultivate my Haki, smashing several mountain peaks in the process. Garp handed the blue orb in his hand to Smoker, saying, take it and absorb it. You've been negligent in your training these years in the East Sea, and your Haki must have faded right. Remember, only a steadfast belief and willpower are the true treasures. If you choose to take a step back or go with the flow, then your Haki will also depart from you. Looking at the handed-over blue orb, Smoker decisively refused, saying, how can I take this? This is the reward you offered, Vice Admiral. I cannot. Oh, I'll take it. Please don't hit me, Vice Admiral. After taking a punch from Garp, Smoker covered his swollen head and accepted the orb. Tina couldn't help but let out a laugh. Smoker, embarrassed by his friend's teasing, pressed the orb against his forehead. After absorbing the orb, which contained the total amount of Haki equivalent to a Navy captain, Smoker suddenly felt a powerful force surge into his body. The Haki he once had, which had faded due to years of neglect and training, returned once more. As he looked at his arm, now infused with armament Haki, Smoker gradually became stunned. Could it be that his decision to leave the Grand Line for the East Sea was truly a mistake? Now this is more like it. Otherwise, how could a Navy colonel not even wield armament Haki? That would be a laughingstock to those pirates. Garp laughed heartily, patting Smoker on the back. Several times I've finished with my jars. Who's next? Upon hearing this, Tina's eyes brightened, eager to try, saying Tina is very curious about the jars. Can Tina open one? Seeing Vice Admiral Crane nodding with a smile indicating her to go ahead, Tina excitedly took out 1,000,000 berries from her pocket and placed it on the counter. Unlike her friends who could only lament while catching small pirates in the East Sea, she had her own dedicated warship and crew capturing those pirates worth tens of millions of berries in the Grand Line. So for her, a jar costing 100,000 berries was simply too cheap. If it weren't for the fact that one person could only open 10 jars, she would have wanted to buy all the dozens of jars displayed behind the shopkeeper. Of course, as long as you pay, anyone can buy jars. Xiaowen snapped his fingers, and the display cabinet opened automatically, allowing Tina to choose for herself. Then I'll take those 5 and the 5 below. After Tina finished selecting the jars, she watched as her jars flew over from the back and landed smoothly on the table. Having long coveted this ability, but previously unable to find an opportunity, Tina asked, "Shopkeeper, since your jars can open anything, can the ability you just used to manipulate objects out of thin air also be obtained?" If she also had such an ability combined with her Kankank fruit, it might yield remarkable results. Xiaowen glanced at her oddly and nodded lightly. "Yes, whether it's telekinesis, manipulating gravity, or an invisible mage's hand, I can meet your requirements, customer." Although he could move the jars entirely due to the shopkeeper's privilege to manipulate items within the shop, this method of retrieving items from a distance was indeed not rare. With assurance, Tina's eyes lit up, mimicking Vice Admiral Garp's actions, smashing jars one by one. However, she clearly did not have Garp's luck. After breaking 4 jars, all she obtained were mundane, fashionable trinkets. Finally, unable to hold back, Tina waved her hand and simultaneously opened 3 jars. Fortunately, hard work pays off. This time a green light and a white orb finally burst forth. With the upgraded smoker, he straightened his back and slowly shook his head at Tina, whose mouth twitched, saying, "Your luck is far worse than mine." Tina ignored her friend's mockery, looking up at the shopkeeper with a questioning expression. Low-level storage ring contains an internal space of 10 cubic meters, cannot hold living creatures. Note, it's not that I can't afford a high-level storage ring, but wearing 10 rings on one hand is more cost-effective. Mastery of rope art. This is the lifelong learning of a rope art master from a certain Sakura country. Anyone bound will become completely limp, blushing, and drenched in sweat. Note, eye masks training purple mood plus superior rope skills are enough to make one retreat in fear. Is this mastery of rope art serious? Xiaowen's eyelids twitched, organizing his words. Said low-level storage ring contains an internal space of 10 cubic meters, cannot hold living creatures, but other items can be taken in and out at will. By the way, the time flow inside such storage rings approaches a standstill, allowing food to be preserved for a very long time. He continued, the white orb is a tool that after absorption will provide you with more insights and experiences in binding. A storage ring. If the internal space were a bit larger, it could completely serve as a portable warehouse. Tina nodded in satisfaction, concluding that with this magical ring, she had already earned back her 1 million berries for today. Thus, she pretended to be serious, pressing the white orb against her forehead. Filled with vast cutting-edge knowledge, Tina opened her mouth, her eyes flashing with confusion. In an instant, a dazzling purple light identical to the previous one illuminated the entire shop. A somewhat transparent purple book appeared before everyone's eyes. A book? Could it be a skill book? Smoker, who was the first to think of his golden paper, displayed a clear look of astonishment on his face. With just a piece of paper, he had learned a powerful skill capable of growth. How many skills must this purple glowing book contain? His earlier sense of superiority instantly vanished, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of bitterness. Today's jars had an absolutely abnormal drop rate. If he had known, he wouldn't have opened a jar last time and would have waited to open them all today. Did Tina get something good? Though she said this, there was no sign of excitement on Tina's face. After opening 10 jars, she had found only 3 good items, while Vice Admiral Garp had nearly too many to carry. Street Fighter Job Change Book. Female, a job change book from a certain Arad continent. After use, one can change to the Street Fighter profession. Comes with Street Fighter skills at level 30 and below: Sand, Throw, Moon Flame, Capture, Poison, Shadow Needle, Brick, Assault, Tiger King, Fist. Strength, Stamina, Intelligence, and Spirit attributes will receive a certain boost. Usually one can level up by defeating monsters, completing bounty tasks, or playing as a Street Fighter. Level cap is 70. Note, although I Lime Squint use flying needles to poison, sneak attack with bricks, and slap faces wildly, I am a good girl. It's actually a job change book for female Street Fighters. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Xiaowen's eyes. Such an item that can continuously upgrade and grow while also providing various skills and base attribute boosts is just purple light. But looking at the level cap of 70, Xiaowen suddenly understood. If that's the case, it makes sense, as the skills of Street Fighters are indeed not that strong. In the later stages, other professions awaken with displays of exploding stars or devastating cosmic destruction. The third awakening of Street Fighters still revolves around street fighting, let alone the level cap of 70. Xiaowen pondered for a moment and said to Tina, "Your luck is quite good, customer. This is a job change book that allows a change to the profession of Street Fighter. Moreover, it comes with a series of skills, all of which are of the growth type. As for more details, seeing the sudden sparkle in Tina's eyes, Xiaowen chuckled softly. You will understand by directly touching this job change book. With the shopkeeper's assurance, Tina unhesitatingly placed her hand on the purple book. In an instant, she felt a surge of knowledge being poured into her mind. Poison crafting techniques, poison preparation, how to utilize environmental props for sneak attacks, and a series of skills and combat techniques that certainly do not seem elegant. Finally, after absorbing this legacy, Tina looked at her hands and concentrated her thoughts. A brick materialized, and this brick could be cancelled at any time. It truly is. Street Fighter. So impressive. Not only that, but Tina also felt a comprehensive enhancement in her physical abilities. Even her mind felt much clearer. This transformation and enhancement of her body made her feel an unprecedented strength, especially after learning from the subsequent legacy that as long as she continued to level up Street Fighter, she could unlock more skills. Tina, with gratitude in her eyes, said, Shopkeeper, does this job change book also come with knowledge and combat experience? Xiaowen nodded nonchalantly without any surprise. Since you are changing to Street Fighter, those experiences, techniques, and knowledge should naturally be mastered. This is also one of the advantages of the jars. They allow one to skip the arduous training and directly enjoy the benefits. After all, he could synchronize all the items opened by the customers. Xiaowen was not worried about others rebelling against him after becoming stronger in the future. Vice Admiral Crane, seeing Tina waking up, asked with concern, Tina, how is this job change book? The previous Conqueror's Ring had already made her feel like her worldview had been overturned. This job change book, which is also purple light, should be similar, right? Tina feels great. Tina reported excitedly. After changing professions, Tina has now mastered poison crafting techniques and has a certain resistance to toxins. The most important thing is, Tina can also unlock many growth-type skills. Many growth-type skills. This time, even Garp looked over in surprise. This job change book is equivalent to several pieces of golden paper opened by Smoker. By the way, shopkeeper, may I ask if the skills I learned, especially the skills I will learn next, can they affect those with powerful Conqueror's Haki? Tina asked her most concerned question. Yes, Xiaowen nodded and explained, Conqueror's Haki can resist the powers of devil fruits, but the job change book you opened is not a power from this world. All the skills it comes with cannot be resisted by Conqueror's Haki. For example, the skill Heaven and Earth Net that you can learn at level 35. It allows you to ignore the target's strength, forcibly pulling them to your side and binding them in place. What? Garp shouted in disbelief. Ignore the target's strength. If it can catch an enemy of the 4 Emperors level, can it be pulled over directly? Does this mean one day I could be caught by a bunch of small pirates? This item is too overpowered. It completely disrupts the balance. Shopkeeper, didn't you say that hard work is not in vain? Garp looked at the Conqueror's Ring in his hand, suddenly feeling less appealing. As long as Conqueror's Haki is sufficient, that's enough, but such powers from outside this world are far more interesting. Having witnessed these jars, I can no longer underestimate anyone in the future. Garp said with a hint of nostalgia. Who knows if the people across from him are customers of the jar shop, or if they possess similar over-the-top abilities. Seeing that everyone seemed to be thinking in the wrong direction, Xiaowen shook his head and reminded, being able to pull them over doesn't mean you can quickly defeat them afterwards. Moreover, for strong beings at the level of the 4 Emperors, getting close to you actually makes it easier for them to take you down. So it's not really a powerful ability, and don't expect too much or rely on it. Binding isn't the same as stunning, they'll still attack. That's still quite strong. Smoker sighed. Perhaps for you, shopkeeper, this ability is nothing, but for most people it's a genuine trump card. At least during the time I can bind my enemy, I can use it to escape. He looked at Tina, whose lips were curled up and in a good mood with envy. Tina, your luck is too good. Compared to my 6 rods light prison, your job change book is simply weak. At this moment, Vice Admiral Crane quietly placed 1 million berries on the counter. Next, let me also experience this magical jar. General, he soon selected 10 jars, watching them settle steadily in front of him. Having witnessed the jar's miraculous properties, he had also roughly grasped the shopkeeper's attitude. It was time for her to personally experience it. Seeing this, Garp shouted to a silent man in a hat at the door, Bogart, stop guarding the door and come open 10 jars, I'll pay. Xiaowen also timely raised his head to look at the officer Bogart, who was a blend of a background character and Garp's deputy in the original plot. He was quite curious about Bogart's true combat strength. After all, he had been with Garp, missing not a single important matter. Yet every time Garp was injured, he would always bow low and make a motion as if to draw his sword, but he never actually acted. This made him very eager to know how powerful this deputy truly was. He saw Garp readily placing a pouch containing 1 million berries on the counter. Xiaowen lightly snapped his fingers, and the 10 jars flew from the display case to Bogart's front. General, he looked at his jars and stole a glance at the shopkeeper, hesitating for a moment before tentatively speaking, "Shopkeeper, do you mind if I conduct some tests on these jars?" Previously, Garp and Tina had opened jars, but she hadn't mentioned it due to the rules. Now that she had paid, could she theoretically dispose of these jars as she wished? Xiaowen calmly responded, "Yes, the shop's rule is that once the jars are sold, they are non-refundable and cannot be taken out. However, as long as it is within the shop after payment, customers can do whatever they want with the jars." These jars were merely props with jar-like exteriors. Essentially, they were the system's way of materializing the lottery draw into a jar format. Moreover, there was no guarantee of a minimum result. Thus, selecting jars was no different from him directly handing over 10 jars. So even if Ima's younger sister came, she would still be powerless against the jars. It was impossible to see what was inside them. After receiving the shopkeeper's consent, he first used his observation haki to check the jar's structure. When he couldn't discern anything, he then used his wash fruit ability on the jars. But what surprised her happened. These ceramic jars, which should have shattered with a tap, surprisingly resisted her fruit ability. Moreover, her attempts to apply armament haki to the jars also failed. It was as if these jars were impervious to any changes except for being physically broken. Not believing in evil general, he lifted a jar, gently shook it, trying to listen for any movements inside. Since it could produce items, shaking it should elicit a response, right? But the result once again disappointed her. These extremely light jars seemed merely like a false shell. There was absolutely no sound of objects moving inside the jars. Indeed, such a miraculous jar cannot be so simple. Is this also a power from beyond the world? Sighing in resignation, he gave up on the experiments and directly smashed the jar in her hand. In an instant, a bright blue light appeared. It was a scroll-like item. Blue light item. It should be some kind of skill. Smoker, who had had similar experiences, remarked. Universal pull, one of the abilities of the Rinnegan in a certain ninja series. After system optimization, it can consume stamina to pull a specified target towards oneself. Depending on the stamina consumed, the target and the pulling strength can be freely adjusted. Xiaowen's gaze inexplicably swept over Tina, who was still experiencing the Street Fighter skills. Just a moment ago, she had asked if she could pull the jars from a distance. Now, he had opened up a similar ability. This skill is called Universal Pull, and it allows you to directly pull a specified target to yourself. Depending on stamina consumption, the pulling strength can be freely adjusted. Xiaowen shook his head slightly with regret. Unfortunately, it is not a growth-type ability, it is a rather average skill. If only Shinra Tensei or Universal Pull had some appeal. This Universal Pull has a pulling process which carries the risk of being countered. It is far simpler than transforming into lightning and directly punching someone. Pulling. Tina, who was fiddling with her poison needles, blinked as she also wanted this ability, but didn't get it. What frustrated her even more was that each person could only buy 10 jars within 7 days. After today, she would be stationed in Rogue Town, not knowing when she could open jars again. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that Smoker, who could stay at the 16th branch, was the luckiest one. At this moment, he had already opened the scroll and quickly learned this ability. Then she opened her right hand towards Garp's hat and released a pulling force. She directly drew that ugly, disgusting hat to her hand. Ignoring Garp's shouting and yelling, she nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it can work in conjunction with my fruit ability. Her wash fruit can transform the touched object into a clothing form for cleaning. It can also strip living beings of their strength, weakening their inner malice, allowing them to temporarily turn over a new leaf. With this universal pull ability, she could directly draw distant enemies to her. Having achieved a promising start, she prepared to continue her efforts, striking 2 jars with a bang. Bang! This time another blue light and a green light emerged. This familiar scene made Smoker and Tina glance at the shopkeeper with deep gazes. When they opened jars, there was mostly junk. However, when Garp and he opened jars, they could continuously get good items. If one said the shopkeeper didn't manipulate things and deliberately adjusted the drop rates, who would believe it? Smoker noted this point, preparing to build a good relationship with the shopkeeper. Perhaps one day the shopkeeper would give him 10 purple jars. Moon reading, a classic illusion technique from a certain ninja series, it can pull enemies into a completely controlled illusion space and can also distort time and sensory perception. After system optimization, it no longer requires the Sharingan and can be triggered through eye contact. However, it cannot trap targets with strong beliefs and wills. Note, serious people use it to torment their opponents, while unserious people use it to induce. Water Avoidance Pearl can create a transparent waterproof shield on the surface of the body, allowing normal breathing. After being attacked and damaged, it needs to be reactivated. Note, it's just a guarantee for you to move underwater. Nobody wants you to take face attacks from water attributes. Moon reading has come out. How far can Amaterasu be? Xiaowen calmly said. The first one is an illusion called moon reading. By triggering it through eye contact, you can pull enemies into a fully controlled illusion space. The second one is a regular water avoidance pearl, which can create a waterproof shield on the surface of the body when submerged. What? Just a gaze can trigger it directly. Garp exclaimed in shock. This ability is more powerful than many devil fruits. I don't understand such a powerful ability. Why isn't it purple light? Some devil fruits require contact or proximity, but this can be activated just by making eye contact. Moreover, it cannot be resisted by haki, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Fortunately, the one who unleashed this ability is one of our own, not those pirates. Garp could only comfort himself this way. Even Vice Admiral Crane was somewhat surprised this ability was a significant enhancement for her. First used Tsukuyomi to pull the target into the illusion space, rendering them unable to resist. Then used the universal attraction to draw them and activating the ability of the cleansing fruit to purify the opponent's mind. This combo, if encountered for the first time, would cause even an opponent of the same level to suffer greatly. Xiaowen smiled faintly. The colors presented by these basic jars only represent their rarity. Not all purple light items are powerful. Moreover, the jars with blue light mostly possess singular abilities and skills with a significant gap between their upper and lower limits. Some can only shoot a fireball, while others are even more bizarre and hard to defend against than devil fruits, so one cannot rely solely on the light to judge strength. Basic jars. Are there even higher level jars? Vice Admiral Crane's eyes flickered, knowing she was one step closer to uncovering the secrets of the jar shop. Then what the shopkeeper mentioned about items surpassing devil fruits should be in those higher level jars, right? I wonder what the purchasing conditions are. Could it be based on cumulative jar opening times? An illusion space completely controlled by me. Shopkeeper, what exactly can this Tsukuyomi do? After thinking for a moment, Xiaowen provided an answer. This illusion space can distort the time perception of those pulled in. For example, once you pull in an enemy, they may suffer continuous torment and torture for 3 days, while only a second has passed in reality. However, one thing to note is that this illusion is not very effective against individuals with strong willpower. Hiss. Everyone collectively gasped, shocked by the shopkeeper's explanation. 3 days of torment in the illusion, while only a second passed in reality. What a godly ability. Even if the shopkeeper said that this ability is less effective against those with strong willpower, how many such people can there be on the sea? But against everyone else, it would be a perfect means of interrogation and control. In contrast, that water avoidance pearl seemed utterly ordinary, failing to raise any waves. Vice Admiral Crane, having learned Tsukuyomi, glanced at the few people in the shop and abandoned the idea of testing it on the spot. She planned to casually capture a pirate on her way back to try it out. Just as she was about to open the other jars, a flash of purple light suddenly erupted, drawing everyone's attention. It was a person squatting in the corner, quietly opening jars. Bogart. Garp looked at the lingering purple light and realized that his subordinate was also opening jars. Moreover, he glanced at the pile of jar fragments on the ground, his eyes twitching as the other party had already finished. However, since there was no light before, it meant that Bogart had only opened this one item. Sword storage box. After placing a sword within it, can continuously nurture and accumulate power, enhancing the strength of the next sword draw. It can store power for up to a week, allowing for a strike powerful enough to defeat a Yonko. After the sword draw is released, the sword must inevitably shatter. The storage box can change into the shape of a sword sheath or blade. Note, what is this gibberish? Eat my heaven-slaying sword technique. Xiaowen inhaled sharply. This thing is so useless. It seems that accumulating power for a week to unleash a Yonka-level attack sounds incredibly enticing and cost-effective. But after one strike, it would be gone. It would need to be charged again. Moreover, a Yonka-level attack doesn't seem that impressive. The gap between the upper and lower limits is vast. For instance, a certain king can withstand Kaido's multiple haki attacks and still be lively. It is evident that this thing could only deal with the likes of Doflamingo at that level of the 7 warlords. However, as a businessman, he obviously couldn't say that. You are lucky, Xiaowen said to Bogart with a straight face. This is a sword storage box. Placing a sword inside can enhance the power of the next sword draw. The power accumulation limit is 1 week, allowing for a Yonka-level strike, but it will destroy the sword itself, so I suggest the customer prepare a few ordinary swords. A Yonka-level strike? Smoker and Tina were so shocked they couldn't speak. Yet another incredibly powerful item. They felt as if their eyes were blocked by lemons, their hearts filled with sourness and longing. Accumulating power for a week could unleash a Yonka-level attack. If every Navy soldier had such an item, they could easily dominate the new world. To unleash a Yonka-level attack. Garp was the first to react. Not bad, not bad. Bogart, I'll leave my safety to you from now on. The silent Bogart, looking at the sword storage box that had transformed into a sheath in his hand, decisively placed his sword inside. Seeing this, Xiaowen revealed a satisfied smile. At last, the true Vice Admiral Bogart was born. No matter why, it only had the power of 1 strike. Just say that a person who can unleash a Yonka-level strike counts as a Vice Admiral, right? I wonder if it's because the good items opened by the 4 of them today are too many. As for Vice Admiral Crane, out of her last 7 jars aside from getting a colonel's total stamina from the Navy headquarters, she got nothing else. What a pity, I still wanted to open a job change book like Tina. Opening jars is indeed addictive, though my emotional fluctuations today have been more than in an entire month. As she absorbed the green orb in her hand, experiencing this magical method, Vice Admiral Crane looked at the shopkeeper. Since we've finished opening the jars, we should take our leave. Shopkeeper, if you don't mind, could we have the honor of knowing your name? Xiaowen glanced at him with a half-smile. Xiaowen, or you can just call me Boss Xia. Xiaowen, no surname. The others exchanged glances, thinking this must be the shopkeeper's alias, or that he purposely concealed his surname. Mr. Xiaowen, looking forward to our next meeting. Huh. Shopkeeper, well, see you next time. I'll bring my grandson to open jars with me. Garp laughed heartily, continuously waving at Xiaowen. He could hardly wait to return and flaunt the cosmic big saint shell in front of Sengoku. Especially Vice Admiral Crane, everything she experienced today made her extremely serious. Directly enhancing and awakening Haki with rings, allowing people to acquire a series of growth skills with job change books. And even ordinary people can unleash a Yonka-level attack with these items. All of this could significantly affect the balance of the sea. She must notify Sengoku immediately to reiterate the importance of the jar shop, and also warn Akainu not to act recklessly. The shopkeeper who can calmly sell such items must possess strength at the Yonko level. After watching the few customers leave, Xiaowen looked at the rows of rewards within the system space, his gaze particularly fiery. Finally gone, Xiaowen waved his hand to firmly shut the shop's door, preventing anyone else from entering. Today he had surprisingly sold 40 jars, which was beyond his expectations. He thought there would be at most 1 or 2 ordinary rear admirals. It seems that Smoker still holds some sway at the Navy headquarters. Adding the jars sold earlier, he only needed 6 more jars to unlock the new shop. And with 7 days about to pass, whether it was Nami, who was working hard outside to promote, or Joseph and Johnny, who were searching for Zoro in the East Blue, they could all complete this task and unlock the new shop. Moreover, Garp, as an important character in the original plot, would provide him with 7 more slots needed to unlock the advanced jars after purchasing the jars. Xiaowen looked at the rewards stored in the system's space, a smile gradually spreading across his face. This time, I can significantly enhance my combat power. First, there's the armed color Haki of a rear admiral level, as well as the total stamina of a colonel. Xiaowen grabbed 2 light spheres, 1 blue and 1 green, and absorbed them. Feeling the Haki that suddenly emerged within him along with the increase in stamina and physical strength, he said joyfully, with my current abilities, I should be able to easily defeat a Navy rear admiral. Converted into a bounty for pirates, it would be at least over 100 million. After roughly assessing his combat power, Xiaowen turned his gaze to the Street Fighter job transfer book. The skills that came with the Street Fighter were secondary. What he valued most was the increase in 4 basic attributes and the resistance to poison. When Xiaowen used the job transfer book and successfully unlocked the Street Fighter profession, his already comparable physical quality to a colonel's soared even further. Even his thinking and reaction speed significantly quickened. What surprised him even more was that the job transfer book also granted him a wealth of practical street fighting techniques and combat experience. As for the experience in making poisons, he was a respectable person. How could he dabble in poison? Awesome. After completing the enhancement, Xiaowen casually absorbed and learned the rewards of rope mastery, moon reading, and universal attraction. Finally, he looked at the 2 heavyweight items, Haki ring armament and sword storage box. Increases the total amount of armed color Haki, enhances Haki strength, and speeds up Haki recovery. It's a pity it doesn't have observation Haki or conqueror's Haki. After casually complaining, Xiaowen decisively put the black ring on his left thumb. The ring had an automatic fitting function, eliminating any awkwardness. Feeling his power once again enhanced with the Haki continuously surging forth, Xiaowen's expression grew increasingly satisfied. Now this is more like it. The rewards from the jars had no side effects and wouldn't lead to instability. This was truly the most suitable way for a transmigrator to enhance themselves. As for whether relying excessively on the system and taking shortcuts would lead to a lack of character. Laughable. If after obtaining the universal jar system, he still had to train hard and become stronger bit by bit, ultimately being surpassed by the indigenous protagonist. Wouldn't those jars have been sold in vain? As for the sword storage box, Xiaowen recalled that there were still a few ordinary swords opened previously in the system space. This item, capable of delivering a strike strong enough to defeat an emperor, would serve well as a backup in the early stages. On board the warship, aside from Smoker, who continued to guard Cocoa West Village, Garp, Crane, and the token presence Tina were currently in a conversation with Admiral Sengoku, discussing the shopkeeper's stance and the miraculous nature of his wares. Powers from beyond this world. Is it true that all items from the sea can be opened? The shocked voice of Sengoku came through. Can historical texts and lost ancient weapons also be opened from the jars? But how can one jar contain such large items? And what about the items that can launch a strike strong enough to defeat an emperor in just 7 days? How is that made? Calm down, Sengoku, said Vice Admiral Crane in a steady tone. We cannot comprehend the powers from beyond this world. Oh, let's not be distracted by this for now. When we return, we can have Kizaru take that sword box and Garp's ring to find Dr. Vegapunk and see if it can be replicated. However, such a miraculous method, I don't think that person can succeed. Sengoku fell silent immediately. Just wearing a ring allows one to unlock Conqueror's Haki. It can't be resisted by Haki and comes with a job transfer book that has many growth capabilities. It can produce Haki or stamina at the level of a Navy Rear Admiral. Those jars completely negate the notion of talent and hard work. 10 years of hard training can't compare to someone spending 100,000 berries to open one jar. No one would feel good about such a situation, let alone those potions that instantly restore full stamina, indestructible hats, or sprays that make food delicious. Each one challenges his perception. The only good news is that according to Colonel Mouse, this jar shop has just opened not long ago. I understand I will strive to get more generals to open jars, but this requires time to coordinate rotations. Sengoku's somewhat weary voice sounded before that. Is it possible to negotiate with that shopkeeper for us to pay 3 times the berries to secure the shopkeeper's jars? We will buy as many as the Navy can get. Vice Admiral Crane looked back at Koko West Village, which had shrunk into a dot. Sengoku, do you think a powerful person with such means would care about money? In the East Blue at the Baratai floating restaurant, a man in a double-breasted black suit with dazzling blonde hair widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted, "What? Are you saying that your means of controlling sea beasts was opened from a jar?" Sanji, holding a plate, nearly dropped his jaw. Is everything said in the newspaper true? And is that Queen of Thunder from the East Sea also a customer of that jar shop? Joseph and Johnny, wrapped in bandages, boasted while enjoying the carefully cooked dishes by the sous chef of Barity. Of course. We witnessed Big Sister Nami opening the legendary devil fruit with our own eyes. The boss said that whatever exists in the world, his jar can open it. That's right. Whether it's the invincible sword god ball or the super fire cannon, they all came from the jar. Each jar costs only 1,000 berries. The boss is simply the most generous person we have ever met. Sanji's expression turned serious as he looked at the 2 bounty hunters who had just helped the restaurant drive away a group of pirates. That Queen of Thunder who single-handedly cleared half of the East Sea, making countless pirates cry out for help. It's hard to believe she only consumed the fruit a few days ago. Sanji raised an eyebrow, doubting internally, can it really open anything? If I want a devil fruit that has already been eaten by someone, can it still be opened? Although he knew it was impossible, Sanji's heart couldn't help but quicken its pace. What he yearned for the most was the transparent fruit that would allow him to peep into the women's bath. Joseph and Johnny exchanged glances, recalling that the shop owner seemed eager to attract more customers. The two of them harmonized perfectly. Of course it can be opened, after all it's a jar that represents miracles. Chef, do you want to open a jar? You will definitely regret it if you don't. Ha ha ha, I knew it wouldn't be. Sanji was halfway through his laugh when he suddenly realized, staring wide-eyed at the two of them, hey. I'm talking about a devil fruit that already has an owner. How could something that has been eaten by someone be opened again? Joseph gave a wink and Johnny immediately responded, the boss jar is certainly different from others. Don't say that a mere devil fruit with an owner can't be opened. Even a secret technique to become a great swordsman or a treasure map with countless treasures can be opened. Not only can those jars open various items, but even something as simple as culinary skills can be opened directly. Sanji's eyes narrowed at the mention of the key term, glaring fiercely at the bounty hunter who spoke recklessly. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a valued guest at Barity, he would definitely want to teach this disrespectful guy a lesson. The culinary skills he upheld, the infinitely romantic spirit of a chef, how could it be opened through a jar? I see, take your time enjoying your meal, dear guests. Thinking that the other party was mocking him, Sanji coldly nodded, put down the plate in his hand, and turned to leave, no longer caring about the so-called jar shop. Moreover, even if that shop owner's jar was really that magical, he would never abandon Barity, never abandon Chef Zeph, to go open jars at Koko West Village. Just as Sanji was about to head to the kitchen to cook the next dish, Johnny suddenly spoke up. Chef, it seems you don't believe what we're saying. How about a competition to see whose culinary skills are better? As soon as he finished speaking, Sanji's footsteps halted, and he turned around with an unfriendly expression. You two guests, don't forget that this is a restaurant on the sea gathering the top chefs of the East Sea. Even if the old man allows you to stay temporarily, it doesn't mean Baratai owes you anything. Even without your presence, we can still fend off any invading pirates on our own. At this moment, Chef Zeph rushed over from the kitchen after hearing the commotion. Sanji, how many times have I told you not to argue with customers? Before Sanji could explain, Johnny stood up voluntarily and bowed to the owner of the sea restaurant. I sincerely apologize, I just wanted to compete with Chef to prove that I wasn't lying. Joseph, who had licked his plate clean, followed suit. My companion is also an extremely talented chef. At that magical jar shop, we opened the culinary mastery that can make one a top chef. Sanji, who had initially softened a bit at seeing Joseph cherish food, immediately raised his eyebrows. I told you the true spirit of a chef cannot be opened through a jar. Fine. Since you want to compete in culinary skills, then bring it on. I will never lose to mere fake culinary skills. Sanji, quiet. And what about you? What exactly is this jar you speak of? Zeph suppressed his inner agitation and looked at the bounty hunters who had been granted special permission to stay. If they were deliberately looking for trouble, then Red-Leg Zeph would show them what it meant to be a pirate returning from the Grand Line. What it means to be a pirate returning from the Grand Line. Joseph and Johnny felt delighted as they successfully attracted the head chef's attention. Although they could not find Brother Zoro and fulfill their promise to the boss shop owner, gathering a group of chefs together was still possible, right? Especially Sanji, who seemed to have many things on his mind, like Brother Zoro, someone with dreams. It would be a shame not to open a jar. Thus the two of them detailed the rules of the jar shop and the wonders of the jars. After Zeph and Sanji patiently listened, one thought occupied their minds. One individual berries for a jar so expensive. This is outright robbery. As for the so-called light balls that supposedly grant mastery and culinary skills after absorption, they just dismissed it as the shop owner's devil fruit ability. After all, the abilities of those who possess powers on the sea are always bizarre. As for the newly appeared Queen of Thunder in the East Sea, perhaps the shop owner deliberately showcased his cherished devil fruit and let the other party put on an act. No need to compete in culinary skills. Even if that jar can grant you the experience of a top chef, you are certainly no match for Sanji. Zeph waved his hand disinterestedly. Since you have rested enough, then leave Baratai. Seeing that the two were uninterested in the jar shop, the wiser Johnny suddenly shouted, wait. Actually, the jar can not only open what I've mentioned, but also super rare ingredients that you have never seen. Whether it's from the Four Seas or the legendary Grand Line, as long as the ingredients have been in this ocean, the shop owner's jar can open them. Dreaming of finding the Azure Sea, Sanji suddenly turned around. What did you say? Stop joking. Sanji suddenly shouted. How could a guy running a shop in a remote village possibly acquire ingredients from all over the world? That's something all chefs dream of. Joseph didn't argue, just silently took out a pokeball. He pressed it against the sea outside the window, releasing a gigantic moo-moo. So how do you explain this situation? Only a jar that represents miracles can produce such items. Despite having witnessed it multiple times, Sanji and Zeph were still stunned by this absurd scene. A sphere so small could contain such a massive sea beast. Moreover, Joseph and Johnny, who had previously fallen into the sea, could swim normally. This suggests that neither of them are devil fruit users. Could it be that such miraculous jars truly exist in this world? Zeph's expression grew serious as he looked at the two, who showed no signs of guilt or fear. If that shop is real. He glanced at Sanji, whose expression also wavered, but was unwilling to speak up due to pride. He knew Sanji's dream well. It was to find the legendary blue sea where all ocean's ingredients converge. However, such a place could only exist on the Grand Line. If Sanji remained in the East Blue, the weakest sea, then the other's dream could never be realized. He understood better than anyone the fiery passion within Sanji. His leg was broken and he was getting old. He could no longer seek that legendary sea of miracles. But Sanji could. Suddenly Zeph spoke up. Sanji, how long have we been in this sea? Sanji, confused, replied. We've been in this sea for a few years. That should have been quite a while, right? Yes, it's been a long time. Zeph looked out at the massive sea beast, happily accepting food, his eyes flashing with determination. How can a sea restaurant remain trapped in one place forever? Go tell everyone that from today on Baratai will cruise the entire East Blue, allowing more people to taste our skills. Old man. Sanji looked at Zeph in disbelief. Just because of that jar shop? Don't get ahead of yourself. Zeph snorted coldly. I just got tired of this sea and want a change of scenery. It's just on the way to Cocoa West Village. Let's see just how miraculous those jars really are. He turned to the two bounty hunters, speaking with an unfriendly tone. Hey, if you two dare to trick me, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Joseph and Johnny immediately straightened up confidently. Don't worry. The boss jars will definitely not disappoint. Old man. Sanji's lips moved slightly. He knew why the other was doing this. Whether it's jars that can open devil fruits or legendary rare ingredients, every bit deeply attracted him. Just like he said, his chef's soul craved to witness more ingredients. Soon news that the sea restaurant Baratai would be cruising the East Blue spread rapidly. Zeph also showed no signs of concealment, with the destination pointing directly toward the distant Cocoa West Village. Cocoa West Village inside the jar shop. Xiaowen observed the young man in a deep green headscarf before him, his expression somewhat strange. Are you saying that because you got lost while accepting a commission the small boat you were on sank? So you swam to this nearest village all the way here? When Zoro entered the shop earlier, he thought it was Joseph and Johnny who had quickly found someone to bring back, but it was only Zoro alone. Soaked to the bone and having lost track of his target, Zoro nodded irritably. Let's put that aside for now. I am here to buy a sword. I was told by the villagers that this shop sells weapons. He began to assess the shop's furnishings and the many ceramic jars on the table. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Strange, this doesn't seem like a weapon shop. Damn it, I've gotten lost again. Zoro turned around, ready to find the weapon shop the villagers mentioned. He had been hasty when he fell into the sea. Aside from the Wado Ikemanji he held tightly, the other two swords were washed away by the waves and were lost. Fortunately, Zoro had long been accustomed to such things. Most of the bounty he earned aside from necessary food and drink was spent on buying swords. Xiaowen chuckled softly. Customer, why hurry to leave? Of course I sell swords in my shop, it's just that the form of sale is different. Hearing that there are swords for sale, Zoro stopped and turned to look at the shopkeeper. Different form of sale? I only have 7 zero berries on me. Just get me 2 of the most ordinary swords. Xiaowen pointed to the jars on the table. This shop only sells jars. But the jars can produce everything. For example, a famous sword of the same quality as your Wado Ikemanji, or even better. Zoro was taken aback, instinctively retreating a step and placing his hand on the sword's hilt. He hadn't even drawn his sword. How could the other recognize the Wado Ikemanji? Moreover, the shopkeeper's tone. Zoro's pupils constricted as he looked at the calm expression of the shopkeeper. You are the shopkeeper that the Queen of Lightning spoke of? The one who is said to be able to produce everything with miraculous jars. Although he usually couldn't save money, he still set aside money for newspapers. Recently, the hottest topic in the East Blue was undoubtedly the Queen of Lightning, who almost swept away half of the East Blue with immense power and a strong disdain for pirates. Oh, it seems the customer has heard of my exploits. Then this will be easy. Xiaowen smiled lightly. 1 jar is 1 zero berries. Would you like to give it a try? Just a few days ago, someone opened a great sword worth 10 million berries in my shop. Hearing the phrase great sword, Zoro's breath momentarily became heavy. He only had one famous sword, the other 2 were ordinary blades. This was a fatal flaw for someone who was a 3-sword style swordsman. Without hesitation, Zoro directly placed the only 7 zero berries he had on the counter. Alright, he'll buy 7 jars. Zoro's objective was quite simple: to open the jars. As long as he could produce 2 blades of sufficient quality, that would suffice. 7 jars. Then the goal of 100 jars would be accomplished. Xiaowen's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. He wondered which sea area the new shop would be located in. It couldn't possibly still be within the 4 seas, could it? Guests can choose for themselves. By the way, in addition to items, my jars can also yield various sword techniques, special sword skills, and methods to directly break through the iron cutting stage. What did you say? Zoro exclaimed in shock, raising his head. Iron cutting. This is the second realm on the path of the sword master. Once achieved, one could sever steel with sword or blade, becoming a formidable swordsman. He had been training for a long time to reach this realm, yet he was always lacking, a little unsure of how to take that crucial step. And this shopkeeper, praised by the Queen of Thunder, claimed to have a method for him to break through the iron cutting stage. Zoro's eyes were filled with skepticism. If the jars could produce devil fruits or great blades, he might barely believe it. But something that could directly help one break through the iron cutting stage. That was not an item, but rather an understanding, a realm. Even if it could genuinely provide insights on breaking through the iron cutting stage, it wouldn't be his own path. At most, it would serve merely as a reference. Zoro, assuming the shopkeeper was unaware of the sword path, had no intention of disputing this. He quickly selected 7 jars. However, before opening the jars, Zoro suddenly asked, if I really open a treasure of the level of a great blade, you won't force me to pay more, right? Xiaowen chuckled lightly. Rest assured, I wouldn't go so far as to damage my own reputation for a great blade. Since you know the Queen of Thunder, you must have also seen the newspaper. Even for higher value devil fruits, I can let go without a second thought, let alone a great blade which is worth less than a devil fruit. Then I can rest easy. Zoro grinned, then decisively struck the jar in front of him. In an instant, a dazzling blue light erupted within the store. Immediately after, a fierce bird cry echoed and a massive avian shadow projected out, gradually fading onto the surface of the scroll. Zoro, who had never encountered such a spectacle, was stunned and looked at the contemplative shopkeeper in confusion. What did this mean? Why was there a light and sound show just for opening a jar? Qingyun wings, a flying combat technique from a certain continent classified as intermediate in the mystic tier. After system optimization, it requires no chi activation, only physical strength to maintain flight. It allows for a pair of illusory wings to extend from the back with a relatively fast flying speed, 300 kilometers per hour. It requires a test of will and spirit. Note, I am a jester currently being chased by 10 jesters, but I am not worried at all, because their horses are not as fast as mine. Xiaowen looked in astonishment at the evaluation results provided by the system. A flying combat technique. Flight was something many people have longed for since childhood, let alone in a world like that of One Piece, where fights break out at any moment. If he could have a means of flight early on, as long as he didn't encounter a user of a natural-type devil fruit, he would be virtually invincible. At the very least, the freedom of flight provided by this technique was much more flexible than the moon step of the 6 styles. Shopkeeper, what is this scroll? Zoro, having grabbed the scroll, asked curiously when he found it impossible to open. I must say, guess your luck is quite good. Xiaowen quickly entered business mode, calmly explaining. This is a flying combat technique from another world called Qinyun Wings. Once learned, it allows for a pair of illusory wings to manifest behind you for free flight with speeds of up to 300 kilometers per hour. Wings. Flying. Zoro gazed in astonishment at the seemingly ordinary scroll in his hand. Such a small thing could actually achieve such feats. And 300 kilometers per hour. If he had this, he could directly fly into the sky whenever he went out, which would prevent him from getting lost. Shopkeeper, how do I use these wings? Zoro asked eagerly. Just press the scroll to your forehead, but there is one thing you need to be aware of, guest. Xiaowen's tone was extremely serious. This scroll contains the remnant soul of a flying creature, which is the key to mastering this technique. Thus only those with strong spirit and will can pass the test and truly grasp this combat technique. Just a dead bird if I can't overcome this minor difficulty. What am I talking about in becoming the world's greatest swordsman? With that, Zoro pressed the scroll directly to his forehead, calming his mind to confront the remnant soul within. Roar. Soon under Xiaowen's appreciative gaze, the scroll instantly lost its color, and the giant bird patterns upon it vanished. Huff. Huff. The awakened Zoro gasped for breath, tossing aside the scroll, allowing a pair of azure wings to sprout from his back. Zoro's voice carried a hint of excitement. This is the flying combat technique. Now, with just a thought, he could lift himself into the air. Such a powerful and convenient ability, and he had only spent 100,000 berries. Zoro felt that the owner of this jar shop was incredibly generous and had not deceived him. Xiaowen smiled faintly. It seems you are quite satisfied with this ability, so let's continue opening jars. Perhaps there will be even more powerful items next. Yes, opening jars. This time Zoro's gaze towards the remaining jars was particularly serious. Having witnessed the magical nature of the jars, he treasured the upcoming opportunity. Smash! Zoro struck one of the jars. This time it was a green orb of light. Understanding of iron cutting. Zoro insights from Zoro's battle with Mr. 1A breaking through the iron cutting stage. It contains all of Zoro's sword techniques up to this point. Note 1 sword style lion song. Xiaowen's expression slightly tightened as he looked at the results given by the system. Ever since Nami had opened her own bikini on the first day, he had mentally prepared for such situations. However, he never expected. This time Zoro directly opened up his future sword techniques and insights on iron cutting. Speaking of which, if Luffy comes to open jars in the future, will he end up getting that living straw hat that has outlasted humans? Or perhaps the severed red-haired arm bitten by the Sea King? Xiaowen thought to himself, feeling a bit strange. Shopkeeper, why do I feel like this orb of light is somehow attracting me? Zoro asked, suspiciously holding the warm and elastic green orb. Xiaowen's eyes flickered and he replied calmly. Oh, that's quite normal, because that is essentially the understanding and experience of your future self when breaking through the iron cutting stage. Zoro's expression changed. The future me. Xiaowen calmly pointed to the green orb in Zoro's hand. It means exactly what it says, just like that scroll. Place it on your forehead to absorb it. This is the swordsmanship inheritance from you in the future. Zoro looked at the green orb in disbelief. The future timeline. Me. The experiences of the past 18 years could not help him comprehend such a bizarre occurrence. Zoro skeptically absorbed the orb. Then he felt a series of sword techniques he already possessed, yet had not developed, rapidly emerging in his mind. It was a style he was very familiar with. It was the three-sword style. Immediately a sharp light flashed in Zoro's eyes. One sword style, I Lion's Song. Although he did not draw his sword, he slashed through the air with his hand, creating a violent pressure. At that moment he realized he had broken through the iron cutting level. He reached a realm he had struggled for years to attain. As Zoro gradually came to his senses, he was astonished to discover a significant improvement in his physical abilities as well. Not only did he inherit the future sword techniques, but he also synchronized the feedback from training with the future him. Who exactly is this shopkeeper? Zoro's expression became extremely serious. Being able to draw upon someone else's future experiences. Was this a fruit ability? Such a method transcending logic and nearly shattering his worldview was truly terrifying. Congratulations, guest, on successfully breaking through iron cutting. Xiaowen said, completely unfazed by Zoro's astonished gaze. How is it? I told you long ago the jars can produce everything. Zoro fell silent for a moment and nodded slightly, as expected of the so-called miracle jar. He understood why the woman known as the Thunder Queen, who almost rendered all bounty hunters in the East China Sea unemployed, revered the jar store so much. If it were him, after obtaining something capable of changing his fate, he would also recommend it to those in need of help, right? He suddenly felt that the 700,000 berries he had unexpectedly saved were simply too good. Otherwise, he might have missed this opportunity and never know when he would break through iron cutting. Zoro did not hesitate and smashed another jar. This time, only an ordinary long sword fell out. No light appeared. High-quality samurai sword, a sword forged using 3-in-1 technology, very sturdy. Note, a broken sword is just what this competition needs. Xiaowen glanced at it and casually said, an ordinary sword, nothing remarkable. Zoro was quite satisfied. After all, he was currently in need of 2 handy swords. Smash! He shattered his 4th jar. A bright blue light immediately filled his vision. At the bottom of the jar lay a sword command made of white jade. 10,000 swords returned to 1 consumes a large amount of stamina to forcibly summon all nearby swords to fight alongside you. Once the sword technique is unleashed, all swords will submit. No question, I painstakingly saved for 10 years to buy a spiritual sword, and it was taken away by the fairy. When I returned, the spiritual sword was damaged. How should I repay her? Answer, hee. Xiaowen looked at Zoro with a strange expression, feeling that the other party might not lack weapons in the future. If there is enough haki, he could even imbue all flying swords with armament haki. At that point in a fight, he could completely become a human cannon. Xiaowen said to the puzzled Zoro, this is a very powerful forbidden sword technique. Forbidden sword techniques. Zoro's spirit shook as he looked forward to the shopkeeper, listening attentively to the introduction. Moreover, for such a mysterious shopkeeper with extraordinary means to say it is very powerful, it must be extraordinary. Xiaowen spoke cheerfully. This sword technique is called 10,000 swords return to 1. It can forcibly summon all nearby swords to fight alongside you. Note, it forcibly summons. Even the black sword of the world's greatest swordsman cannot escape the fate of being taken from you across space. This was also the reason for his earlier strange expression. When Zoro learns this technique in the future when challenging Mihawk, he would start by snatching away the opponent's black sword, definitely leaving Mihawk questioning his life. Of course, Zoro, with his dedication to the sword path, would never do such a thing. 10,000 swords returned to 1 summoning swords to fight. Zoro was somewhat confused. Can this still be called a sword technique? Besides, even if he summoned other swords, he would still rely on the 3-sword style to fight. What use is this ability? Yet there was one thing the shopkeeper said that caught his attention. Zoro looked at Xiaowen with burning eyes. Shopkeeper, you just mentioned the black sword of the world's greatest swordsman. Is that a famous sword? Defeating Mihawk and becoming the world's greatest swordsman is his life goal. Therefore, Zoro paid special attention to anything related to him. Xiaowen nodded. The black sword Yuru behind Mihawk is indeed an unparalleled great blade among the 12 great blades. As for the black sword, that's one of the advanced realms in a swordsman's training. Zoro fell silent upon hearing this. He only knew that the realms of swordsman training included iron cutting and the soaring slash that represents a swordsman. However, he had never heard of the term black sword before. In simple terms, it involves using armament haki to temper a weapon over a long period until one day it transforms into a black sword. Of course, temporarily using armament haki to harden can also enhance your sword. For example, like this. Xiaowen pulled out an ordinary long sword from the system space. Then right in front of Zoro, he used armament haki to cover it with a layer of hardening. Watching the mysterious shopkeeper pull out a long sword from thin air and instantly coat it with a layer of black material, Zoro's doubts and shock nearly overflowed. Is this a spatial ability? And what on earth is armament haki? He realized his knowledge was still lacking, unable to understand even the shopkeeper's explanation. Haki is a fundamental requirement for becoming a strong person. You will inevitably come into contact with it in the future. Xiaowen encouraged him. You can try to strike the sword in my hand using the one you just obtained. Experience the hardening effect of armament haki. Then excuse me. Zoro respectfully gripped the sword with both hands and used the sword technique he had just comprehended, exerting all his strength to strike at the blade in the shopkeeper's hand. Lion song. Crack. Clearly a strike powerful enough to cut through steel, but upon hitting the hardened blade in Xiaowen's hand, it simply bounced off. Zoro was astonished to discover that the blade in his hand had noticeably shattered. He looked at his trembling hands due to the recoil, so this is hockey. Moreover, even after his full strike, the shopkeeper didn't even shake his hand. So is the gap this vast? Xiaowen calmly threw the long sword which had lost its armament hockey hardness to Zoro. How about it? Now you understand what hockey and the black blade are, right? What I demonstrated is merely the basic armament hockey, far from the hardness achieved through years of tempering into a black blade. Therefore, if you wish to challenge the position of the world's greatest swordsman, you will need to work much harder. Zoro slightly bowed his head, a look of respect on his face. Thank you very much for your guidance, shopkeeper. I will practice even harder from now on. What I mean is. Xiaowen pointed at the 3 remaining jars that Zoro had. Make sure to buy more jars in the future. You might just be able to overtake others on the curve. The jars can yield anything, including the hockey training methods you urgently need and a famous sword that you can use continuously, among other things. If you learn hockey sooner, you can refine your own black blade sooner. Zoro was taken aback, then nodded vigorously. Next, I will take on more bounty missions and come find you to buy jars. After saying that, he looked at the 3 remaining jars and without any hesitation smashed them. Bang, bang, bang. The first 2 jars were unremarkable, yielding only a small amount of berries and compressed biscuits. However, the last jar erupted with a dazzling purple beam of light. The commotion was so great that Zoro felt he might have caused a disaster. When the purple beam dissipated, a long sword with a pale blue hue emanating a chill lay quietly on the table. Upon seeing this elegantly shaped and splendid blue sword, Zoro's gaze was instantly captivated. His instincts as a swordsman told him that this was a good sword. It was better than any sword he had ever seen. Shopkeeper, what is this? Zoro's tone was exceptionally excited. Had he really drawn a famous sword? Dance of the Light Snow, a rare equipment from a certain continent, comes with ice attribute attacks. After system conversion, wearing it can slightly enhance strength and attack speed. The blade is extremely sturdy and sharp, close to a black blade that is almost refined. There is a certain chance to freeze enemies directly upon attack. Consuming a large amount of stamina allows the summoning of Frost Saya, freezing enemies on a large scale. Note, apart from being expensive, it has no other drawbacks. Xiaowen looked at this weapon that came from the same world as the Autumn Leaf Blade with some surprise. Though both swords glowed purple, the former was obviously much stronger. Did it convert the weapon's original attack attributes into the sturdiness and sharpness of the blade? Without refining, it is already close to what others have nearly refined into a black blade. If I use armament hockey to refine the Dance of the Light Snow, wouldn't that make it invincible? Xiaowen's tone carried a hint of amusement. It seems fate has favored you once again. This is an excellent weapon with ice attribute attacks, and its inherent sturdiness and sharpness are already close to a refined black blade. Wearing it will slightly enhance your strength and sword swinging speed, and watching Zoro's eyes widen in amazement, Xiaowen cryptically said, when you attack with this sword, there is a certain chance to freeze your enemies directly. After consuming a large amount of stamina, you can also summon a powerful ally to achieve large-scale freezing. The value of this sword surpasses that of the so-called Supreme Great Blade 12. A famous sword that surpasses the Supreme Great Blade. And it has so many features. Zoro trembled all over, reaching out to grasp the pale blue sword that sparkled like a jewel. The moment he held it, Zoro felt the power contained within the sword. It was an extreme cold capable of freezing everything. He caressed the blade with fascination, as if gazing upon the most beautiful goddess in the world. What is the name of this sword? Xiaowen replied nonchalantly, Dance of the Light Snow. I hope you like this name, dear customer. Dance of the Light Snow. What a beautiful name. Zoro nodded vigorously. Not only did the sword look good, but the name was lovely too. Moreover, today he had successfully stepped into the iron-cutting realm, unlocking a strange sword technique and flying ability that even the mysterious shopkeeper praised. Zoro felt as if he were dreaming. Could it be that his previous misfortunes and getting lost too many times led to today's rebound? However, he had already used up his jars and needed to find a quiet place to organize his gains. Thus, Zoro solemnly collected what he had drawn and bid farewell to Xiaowen. Shopkeeper, thank you for your guidance earlier. Once I save up enough berries next time, I will definitely come back to buy jars. Facing such a quality customer, Xiaowen smiled generously as he bid farewell. Of course, I look forward to your next visit, dear customer. Smoker learned from his subordinates that there was a customer visiting Cocoa West Village today. After going to the jar shop, he hurriedly brought along his vice admiral. Before returning to headquarters, Vice Admiral Crane specifically gave him a mission to try to gather information about the identity of the jar opener, and if conditions permit, to invite those non-pirate jar openers to join the Navy. Upon entering the village and arriving near the jar shop, Smoker saw a young man wearing a deep green headscarf just walking out of the jar shop. Strangely, the other party had 3 swords hanging at his waist. After confirming that the person was not a pirate on the wanted list, Smoker decisively called out to him. "Friend up ahead, are you a bounty hunter from elsewhere?" Hearing the noise, Zoro instinctively turned around. When he saw the figure that was identical to his childhood friend, he was instantly frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. Kazan. This face was one he could never forget. After all, his dream of defeating Hawkeye to become the world's greatest swordsman contained Kazan's share. Who is Kazan? Das Bonus adjusted her glasses, curiously looking at the shocked figure in front of her. When her gaze fell upon the long sword in Zoro's hand that was constantly emanating cold air, her pupils contracted, revealing an expression of obsession and longing. She pointed at the dance of the light snow in Zoro's hand and exclaimed excitedly, "Colonel, that sword is definitely on the same level as the Autumn Leaf Blade, or even a better famous sword." "A famous sword even better than the Autumn Leaf Blade." Smoker frowned slightly. That means the other party had at least opened a jar that emitted purple light. He put on his terrible acting skills and forced out a stiff smile. "Friend, what do you think of the Navy?" However, Zoro had no intention of responding. He just stared intently at that figure. He knew very well that the other party was definitely not Kazan, they just looked alike. But precisely because of this, it made him extraordinarily restless. Zoro averted his gaze, making his expression and tone cold. "I have no interest in joining the Navy." With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Recently, the number of pirates in the East Blue has been decreasing if he didn't take advantage of this time. Before Thunder Queen Nami cleared out all the pirates in the East Blue, he needed to accrue more berries. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to open jars anymore. Das Bonus looked at her superior in confusion. "Colonel, aren't we supposed to invite?" Smoker calmly shook his head, gazing solemnly at Zoro's departing figure. "Such a person is indeed not suited for the Navy. He is a pure swordsman." Inside the jar shop, after Xiao absorbed the rewards drawn by Zoro, the system's prompt finally rang out. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for selling 100 jars cumulatively. A new store has been unlocked." "Ding. A new shop slot has been detected." "Ding. Randomly selecting a location, please wait." Randomly selecting a location. It can't be some backward place like Sihai, right? Xiaowen's expression suddenly became strained. Even Dressrosa ruled by Mingdi would suffice. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new shop, the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, Alyabarna." "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new shop, and the exclusive jars have been issued. Please go to the new shop to collect them." Through that door, you can be directly transported to the new shop. Alabasta. So it turns out to be Crocodile's territory. Although it's not the places he most desired, at least it's a country in the Grand Line. At this point in time, as one of the Shichibukai Crocodile, he is probably still playing in the sand looking for clues about the Dark King. But he hasn't sorted out his affairs here. What if he went to Alabasta? What if Nami or Joseph happens to come back, or someone from the Navy comes to open the jar? He needs a feature that reminds him when guests arrive. "System, do I have any new shop owner privileges?" Xiaowen asked inwardly. This system loves to play dead. If he doesn't ask actively, it will assume he knows. Ding. Detected that the host has multiple shops, activating new shop owner privileges. When a guest arrives, the host will receive a prompt from that shop and can be directly transported there without going through the door. When both shops have guests, the shop where the host is not present will automatically close, waiting for the host to finish with the current shop before reopening. For abilities or items that are unsatisfactory within the system space, they can be repackaged into jars. These jars can be taken out of the shop and opened, but they do not count towards various quotas. Ding. More shop owner privileges will be unlocked after obtaining the third shop. The unlocking condition for the third shop: Marine Admirals, Fleet Admiral Shichibukai, 4 Emperors of the New World, and Gorosei must purchase jars. Complete anyone set to unlock the third shop. System, you actually loosened the restrictions. Xiaowen was surprised to see the newly unlocked second privilege. Indeed, there is a pile of useless junk in his current system space, including the Autumn Leaf Blade. This privilege allows him to turn waste into treasure by putting those items back into jars, letting customers take these garbage jars away, delivering them to those who cannot come to the jar shop, better advertising the jar shop. But the unlocking condition for the third shop seems a bit too difficult, right? Xiaowen's mouth twitched. Thankfully, he had laid out plans in advance, letting the Navy know of his existence, which shook the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, with these conditions, he would only be able to rely on time to grind it out. After understanding his newly acquired privileges, Xiaowen stepped through the transparent door. I wonder what kind of things my exclusive jars can produce. Alabasta's capital, Alyabarna. A luxurious shop quietly appeared on a patch of barren land, contrasting sharply with the older, simpler houses around. This newly appeared shop seemed out of place in its environment. A huge sign stood at the shop's entrance: Miracles of Fate. This abnormal phenomenon quickly attracted the attention of many passers-by. Strange, was there a shop like this here yesterday? Not sure, it might be merchants from elsewhere. But what does this sign mean? Miracles of fate. Could it be a fortune teller? As the crowd debated, a tall, burly man in a white robe appeared leading dozens of royal guards. Is that Lord Bell from the Royal Guard? Isn't he traveling all over the country recently? I heard the rebels from Yoba have officially formed and are going to attack the capital. Everyone disperse. Bell instructed his subordinates to maintain order while keeping a vigilant eye on the shop in front of him. Just moments ago, he had received a tip-off a strange shop had appeared on the street overnight. Moreover, the style of that shop was completely different from their alabasta, suspected to be from outsiders. To maintain order and security in the capital, Bell had no choice but to come to investigate this newly appeared shop. As a user of the Tori Nomi Falcon model and the Guardian of the Kingdom, he has an obligation to clarify the identity and purpose of such outsiders. When Bell stepped into the shop alone, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. In the center of the shop was an artificial fountain continuously flowing. The scattered water splashed into the pool, creating ripples. Water such clear fresh water. Bell stood dazed, feeling the long-lost moist air, momentarily forgetting the purpose of his entry. In Alabasta, where freshwater resources are incredibly precious. Yet here in this shop, it was being squandered at will. What kind of person is the owner of this shop? Just as the thought of whether to take the fountain arose in Bell's mind, a voice suddenly rang out, "New guest, welcome to my jar shop." At that moment, Bell was shocked to realize that since entering, he had been too focused on the fountain. He hadn't noticed the shop owner, but the sound of flowing water around him made it hard to concentrate. Bell spoke with a dry voice, "Shop owner, this fountain is." Xiaowen calmly set down the newspaper in his hand and casually replied, "Oh, you mean this? Because the air in Alabasta is too dry, I set up a fountain to moisten the air in the shop." Bell's expression froze completely. Huh, just because the air is dry, you use such precious freshwater resources to moisten the air. This fountain, if taken outside, would surely cause a sensation. "Mr. Shop owner," he unconsciously added a respectful tone, looking at the rows of jars beside the owner, "you just said you sell these jars. Magic that brings rain from the heavens. A wondrous item that can produce fresh water consistently. A technology that turns deserts into oases." At this moment, the shock on Bell's face was almost overwhelming. He had already overestimated the jars owned by the shopkeeper as much as possible. For instance, it was akin to a gambling game. The jars might contain gold or a portion of fresh water, and so on. As long as you pay, you can buy some jars as blind boxes. But was what the shopkeeper said a bit too far-fetched? Xiaowen simply pointed to the jars on the table. One jar costs 100,000 berry, and each person can purchase a maximum of 10 jars within 7 days. 100,000 berry. Bell's expression stiffened. He thought these gambling-type jars would cost at most a few thousand berry. Seeing that the shopkeeper's expression was not joking, Bell hesitated for a moment, then took out 100,000 berry and placed it on the counter. Not for anything else, but because there was a living water fountain in the store. It was worth paying the shopkeeper the respect he deserved. "Then I'll buy one. Customers can choose for themselves. Oh, what these jars produce relies entirely on luck." Xiaowen casually let the 100,000 berry be swallowed by the counter. This bizarre scene made Bell's pupils constrict, and when he looked at the shopkeeper again, his gaze had turned exceedingly solemn. He could be sure that this shopkeeper was definitely an outsider. Moreover, the other party was a powerful fruit user. Knowing the general background of the other party, Bell instead felt calm. With an attitude of "it's just 100,000 berry anyway," he smashed the jar without even looking. At that moment, a beam of green light suddenly burst forth from the shattered jar. Bell, who was ready to probe the shopkeeper's intentions, was taken aback, strangely looking at the few yellow papers lying at the bottom of the jar. Did 100,000 berry yield a few pieces of paper with strange patterns? Bell picked up the 5 pieces of seemingly useless yellow paper, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to get something good from these jars. "Mr. Shopkeeper, these yellow papers wouldn't be the magic you mentioned that brings rain to the sky, would they?" Bell asked, waving the 5 pieces of talisman paper in his hand. "Little Cloud Rain Talisman, 5 pieces. After use, it can cause a small rain in a designated area. The coverage radius is 100 meters. Note summoning wind and rain as if divine." Xiaowen calmly said, "It seems the customer is quite knowledgeable, able to recognize the Little Cloud Rain Talisman that can make it rain from the sky. But it's better for the customer to be gentle. If the talisman paper is broken, it won't be able to summon rain." Bell's action of waving the talisman paper suddenly froze, and he looked down at the plain yellow paper in his hand. He uncertainly asked, "Mr. Shopkeeper, you said this can make it rain in the sky. Paper?" Xiaowen chuckled lightly. "Whether it is or not, why don't you go outside and experiment for yourself? As long as you silently chant the Little Cloud Rain technique and throw the talisman paper towards the sky, it can be activated." Upon hearing this, Bell nodded vigorously and turned towards the door. The shopkeeper was right. Whether it could really summon rain would be known after trying. If it were true, he would naturally apologize to the shopkeeper. Moreover, "Please let it be true." Bell silently prayed in his heart. If the jars in this shop truly had the things the shopkeeper mentioned, they could produce a large amount of freshwater resources, even turning deserts into oases. Then Alabasta would be saved. Huh. Lord Bell is out. Lord Bell, is this shop about fortune-telling? When Bell arrived outside, many onlookers could not wait to ask. Bell did not respond, but silently recited the incantation to activate the talisman paper, then threw it forcefully towards the cloudless sky. In the next moment, the yellow talisman paper ignited spontaneously. But after waiting expectantly for 10 seconds, nothing happened. This was completely different from what the shopkeeper said about a small area of rain. Lord Bell, a guard from the kingdom's guard team, looking at his supremely disappointed superior, cautiously spoke. I'm fine. Realizing he had been deceived, Bell sighed with a bitter smile. After all, how could there be a technology in this world that could make it rain with just a piece of paper? Just as Bell was preparing to leave directly and report the shopkeeper's identity as an outsider to his superior, Icolum, a commoner, suddenly shouted loudly, "Look!" In the sky, many clouds suddenly appeared. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sound of pitter-patter rain began to fall. Then it grew heavier, and in an instant it soaked the ground. It's raining. It's raining. Quickly, someone get a basin to catch the water. Wait, look, the other districts aren't raining. Only this small area is rain. Amidst the commotion of the crowd, Bell touched the cold raindrops on his face in a daze. It really is true. That shopkeeper did not lie. This is the jar that represents miracles. The delay in rain was most likely due to Alabasta being too arid. It had nothing to do with the shopkeeper. Lord Bell, this rain is quite strange, and no rain is falling in other places. Lord Bell. In the astonished gaze of the guard, this guardian of the kingdom displayed an expression of ecstasy and excitement, turning and rushing back to the shop. Mr. Shopkeeper, Mr. Shopkeeper. It's raining, but really is raining. Looking at Bell, who had returned Xia when merely revealed a shallow smile, it seems the customer's experiment was quite successful. How about it? Do you want to continue purchasing jars? You still have 9 jars left within these 7 days. Bell's breathing suddenly quickened a little, and he bowed deeply to the shopkeeper. On behalf of Alabasta, I thank you. Thank you for being willing to sell these magical jars. You have given us a chance to change our fate. Saying this, he decisively took out all the berry he had on him. Fortunately, as a high-ranking official in the kingdom, he was not short of money. Soon 900,000 berry was placed on the counter by his hands. After the counter swallowed the 900,000 berry, Xiaowen calmly shook his head. I'm just a merchant, or anyone can come to buy jars as long as they have money. Hurry up and open the jars. After all, the rain just now has already attracted too many eyes. Bell understood the shopkeeper's meaning. As long as they entered the shop, even the rebel army could purchase jars. But even so, it could not change the fact that the other party had indeed given Alabasta a chance for self-rescue. However, what did the shopkeeper mean by attracting too many eyes? Puzzled, Bell decided to finish opening his jars first, then go back and discuss with the others. With a sound of bang, the broken jar suddenly erupted with dazzling purple light. A blue gemstone with rippling water-like patterns on its surface and crystal clear lay quietly at the bottom of the jar. Looking at the blue gem he had opened, a hint of confusion flashed in Bell's eyes. Just moments ago, he thought he had unearthed an extraordinary item. But the result was a gem with a somewhat peculiar style. Of course, this blue gem was indeed quite valuable. However, what Alabasta needed was water. As he grasped the gem, a unique power suddenly emerged from within him. Bell suddenly saw countless points of light. These points of light swirled around the fountain in the center of the shop. Was this water vapor? He could actually see and sense the existence of water vapor. Could it be the effect of this gem? Sir Shopkeeper, this is... Bell stammered, looking at the calm shopkeeper. Water attribute divine eye, originating from a certain continent. It allows the direct creation and manipulation of the corresponding element through physical stamina after system optimization self-developed. When the corresponding element is absent from the environment, it requires more stamina. But it must be worn at all times, or else the corresponding element cannot be summoned. Looking at the familiar blue gem in Bell's hand, Xiaowen paused for a moment before speaking slowly. This is a water attribute divine eye, and you can control the water element through it. However, in arid places, or where water elements are scarce, it will consume more stamina. In simple terms, you can treat this divine eye as a devil fruit that doesn't need to be eaten. But similarly, when you are not wearing the divine eye, you will be unable to manipulate the water element. However, the effectiveness of the divine eye, it depends entirely on the holder, with a vast difference in upper and lower limits. Thus, Xiaowen felt that the value of this item was about the same as an ordinary devil fruit. After hearing the shopkeeper's introduction, Bell looked at the gem in disbelief. A devil fruit that doesn't need to be eaten. This divine eye has no drawbacks aside from needing to be worn and being mindful of the corresponding elements in the environment. But if the divine eye is so powerful, why had he never heard of it before? Could it be hidden by the world government? And the most important point to him is water. This is a treasure that can create water. Bell's only hesitation was that he was unclear about the extent to which this divine eye could perform. Especially in Alabasta, which is so arid, would he not just faint after creating a cup of water? As if sensing his concerns, the shopkeeper's voice rang out again. You can try it right here, for example. Create a cup of clear water without relying on the water elements in the environment. Thank you for the reminder, shopkeeper. Bell hung the divine eye at his waist, and then closed his eyes, focusing on meditation. In the blink of an eye, a water ball the size of a fist was created. He opened his eyes in surprise, looking at the water ball he had created. Not only was the speed much faster than he had anticipated, but the stamina consumed was almost negligible. With the divine eye, I can create at least several hundred kilograms of clear water every day without affecting my own actions. The king and Vivi will definitely be happy to know this. Clearly the guardian spirit of the kingdom, yet in this moment Bell smiled like a child. Xiaowen slowly shook his head, interrupting Bell's fantasies. Don't forget, the drought in Alabasta is the main issue. Even if you can generate enough fresh water for thousands of people daily, it will only benefit a small portion. With that time, it would be better to open more jars. Bell, awakened by those words, nodded awkwardly, recalling the shopkeeper's earlier reminder. He no longer hesitated and smashed 3 jars in a row. Crack, crack, crack. But this time no light burst forth. What he opened was either daily necessities or some single servings of food. Realizing that light means good items, Bell felt a bit disheartened and continued to shatter 3 more jars. Perhaps he had exhausted his luck from before. This time, apart from a strange box that emitted green light, the other 2 jars were still ordinary items. Bell eagerly asked shopkeeper, is this something that can create water or improve the desert? Superior dehumidifier. After activation, it can extract excess water vapor within a radius of 1 kilometer quickly and conveniently. Note, some people in certain places may need it on certain days. Xiaowen shook his head without changing his expression. This is a device specifically for removing humidity from the environment. Oh, a machine that removes humidity from the environment. How can such a thing exist in this world? Isn't it better to have more water vapor? Unable to comprehend, Bell could only regretfully smash the remaining 2 jars. This time again, only a green light burst forth. An ordinary compass. Bell looked at the newly opened item, unable to suppress the disappointment on his face. He knew very well that the items he had opened before far exceeded 1 million berries. Yet he could not help but wish to open more items related to fresh water and rain. Water pointer. The needle will always point to the direction with the most water resources. Maximum detection range 10 kilometers. Note, water pointer, human pointer, mineral pointer, money pointer. After reading the system's identification, Xiaowen raised an eyebrow. A tool specifically for locating water resources. He began to suspect that this first customer of the new shop must be blessed with good fortune. This tool indeed has little value elsewhere, but in Alabasta it could be used to locate underground water sources. I must say, customer, your luck is quite remarkable. Seeing Bell's puzzled expression, Xiaowen slowly said, this is a water pointer. Its only function is to always point to the direction with the richest water resources within a 10-kilometer range. What? Bell's eyes widened in disbelief as he immediately looked down to check. The needle was indeed pointing towards the fountain in the shop. Witnessing this scene, Bell's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Your Majesty, Alabasta is saved. Just by himself, he had opened several items related to water. What if others also came to open jars? Everyone would eventually discover a solution to the drought. This shop truly lives up to its name of Miracle of Destiny. In just a matter of minutes, he had glimpsed hope. He saw the other party solemnly put away the water pointer. Xiaowen chuckled softly. It seems the customer will have much to do next. Bell nodded vigorously, as the only capable flyer in the kingdom. This task of finding water resources could only be entrusted to him. After opening all the jars, Bell suddenly asked, Sir Shopkeeper, would you mind if I tell others about the jars when I return? How? What merchant would complain about having more customers? Xiaowen smiled lightly. In fact, if people come to buy jars every day, I would be even happier. Understanding the shopkeeper's reiteration of his neutral stance, Bell took a deep breath and deeply bowed to the shopkeeper. I understand, and I look forward to seeing you again next time. Meanwhile, a small area of rain suddenly fell in the royal capital, coincidentally occurring after Hawk Bell entered and exited a certain shop. Some scheming individuals quickly transmitted this information nationwide through phone worms. The royal family is collaborating with a mysterious shop to artificially manipulate rainfall. Another example that proves the royal family has the ability to induce rain, but the cost is borne by the rest of the kingdom. The royal family is the center of Alabasta. In an instant, the kingdom was in turmoil. The palace of Alubana, after opening the jars and bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, buyer returned discreetly, intending to share his experiences of the day with the others. The jar shop and its mysterious owner are currently the only hope for Alabastan. Just as Bayer walked into the palace, the serious Icolum had been waiting for a long time, and the kingdom's other guardian, his partner, Gaka, who had consumed the dog fruit in its wolf form, was also present. With his big curly hair, Icolum asked sternly, Bayer, what did you do in that shop? Why did it start to rain lightly in that area when you first came out? Not yet aware that rumors were spreading like wildfire outside and the country had descended into chaos, Bayer looked curiously at his superior. Oh, I just went in to buy some jars. The rain earlier was because I opened the small rain symbol that can induce rain in a designated area. That jar shop can produce everything. Whether it's treasures that can continuously generate water sources or techniques to turn the desert back into an oasis, it can bring them forth. Alabaston is saved, Bayer exclaimed, slightly excited. A jar that can produce anything. A small rain symbol that can induce rain. Icolum frowned, suspecting that Bayer might have been deceived. That so-called small rain symbol was likely just something similar to dancing powder. As for the treasures and techniques, they were nothing but tricks. The merchant's goal was to solidify the claim that their royal family was using dancing powder to ignite the national anger and recruit more people into the rebellion. Seeing the suspicious gazes of the few, Bayer nodded in realization. So you were worried I was deceived. Don't worry, you'll understand when you see this. As his words fell, he pointed directly. Streams of crystal-clear water appeared out of nowhere, weaving into a flower of water before the incredulous eyes of the crowd. This shocking scene caused the newly arrived King Kalabu to stop in his tracks, dumbfounded. Creating water out of thin air. What power is this? Could it be a natural-type devil fruit? But Bayer, you are already a power user. What is going on here? Seeing the shock on everyone's faces, they looked just as inexperienced as he had before. A slight smile appeared on Bayer's lips as he recounted everything he had witnessed in the jar shop. Whether it was the small rain symbol capable of inducing rain, or the eye of God that could create and control water, or even the water pointer that could locate water resources. All of this made the people present feel as if they were dreaming, reluctant to wake up. Could it be that their country truly had hope? If it only took 100,000 belly to obtain such things, then that mysterious shopkeeper was truly a great benefactor. After everyone had difficulty digesting what he said, Bayer took the initiative to speak. Your Majesty, I request to leave the capital and travel across the country to search for undiscovered water resources. Princess Vivi, whom he regarded as a sister, was willing to work for the kingdom and investigate the truth of the matter. As the guardian of the kingdom, how could he fall behind? Kalabu remained silent for a moment, straightening his back gradually. It's up to you, Bayer. We will also try to open jars. Save Alabaston. In Kalia. Inside a shabby gray house, a young man rushed in with joy. Leader, we have received news from those in the capital. Many people saw Falcon Bayer enter a shop by dancing powder and cause rain in that area. As expected, leader, you were right. The royal family is the center of the nation. This will surely lead to more brothers joining us. Sitting on a wooden box, Kosa nodded slowly. I already know our information is too far behind. The events that occurred in Alabana during the day have spread across the country long ago. As the leader of the rebellion, Kosa felt that the right moment had arrived. Ever since the king ordered the slaughter of civilians recently, he had become extremely disappointed with the royal family. Now that so-called guardian Falcon Bayer had openly used dancing powder to induce rain, this would undoubtedly ignite the anger of the entire nation. The rebellion he led would welcome more like-minded individuals to join. However, Kosa still had a doubt in his heart, which was how the news of the royal family's problems spread so quickly. It was as if there were hidden hands pushing it along. In the rainy place, Baroque works. Clockdale, holding a cigar, laid down the information he had just compiled. After receiving the news, he immediately had his subordinates slightly alter it and spread it throughout the country to strike a blow to the royal family's prestige. However, another spy hidden in the capital told him that during the day that Falcon Bayer had entered the shop and then threw a yellow paper into the air. Only then did it cause the rain that shook the nation. Moreover, the area affected by that rain was very small, confined to the vicinity of that shop. The royal family can't really be using dancing powder, but they did indeed cause the rain. Is it possible that that shop possesses rain-inducing methods that I don't know about? Clockdale's gaze gradually turned cold. If the royal family truly mastered this ability to induce rain at will, and thus Alabaston would no longer suffer from drought, then his plan to overthrow the royal family would fail. In that case, he didn't know how long he would have to wait to acquire the ancient weapon Hades. Furthermore, based on the information provided by that spy, the suddenly appeared shop style was completely different from that of Alabaston. It was very likely an outsider. Upon thinking of this, a trace of killing intent arose in Clockdale's heart. He absolutely would not allow his grand plan to be disrupted. It seems I need to send someone to probe that shop, and then find an opportunity to eliminate the opponent. The next day, Alabana. A tall woman wearing a white hat and a white trench coat looked up at the shop sign that read Miracle of Fate. An interesting target. Robin elegantly pushed open the door and entered this shop marked as a suspected outsider by the organization. She was very curious about this shop that possessed the means to induce rain and wondered who it truly belonged to. Before Robin could carefully examine the decorations and layout inside the shop, a lazy voice reached her ears. "Oh, the first customer today happens to be a scholar, or rather, an archaeologist." A hint of surprise flashed in Xia Wen's eyes as he looked at the old acquaintance entering the store. He had thought Belle would return this morning with the others to open the jars, such as another guardian of the kingdom or Vivi perhaps. Yet the first visitor turned out to be Robin, although it slightly disrupted his plans. Fortunately, the other party was also a member of the main character group, and after they purchased the jars, he would only need 5 more to unlock the advanced jars. Thus Xia Wen leaned back casually on the sofa, and with a lazy and calm voice interrupted the other's observation. "Miss Archaeologist, would you like to buy some jars?" At this moment Robin, who was astonished by the extravagant addition of a living water fountain to this shop, was suddenly startled by the shopkeeper's words. She hadn't introduced herself at all. How did the other party figure out she was an archaeologist? Given her attire, even calling herself a scholar seemed a bit forced. Robin looked at the shopkeeper, who completely did not resemble a local from Alabasta, with suspicion. Could the other party be guessing? So she calmed her emotions and elegantly responded, "I am just a scholar traveling around." However, hearing such a pleasant sound of water in this desert country of Alabasta is not an easy feat. Did the shopkeeper just arrive in this country? Xia Wen ignored the other's stubbornness and probing, merely pointing casually at the jars. 100,000 berries for a jar, which can yield anything. "Would you like to give it a try, Miss Archaeologist? Perhaps you can obtain what you desire and long for. 100,000 berries for a jar. And you just assumed I am an archaeologist." Robin's elegant expression nearly faltered as she began to analyze the shopkeeper's motives. After all, they were meeting for the first time, and she had only become interested in this shop because of what happened yesterday. She intended to witness this bold boss before the shop was destroyed by the working society. Coming today was purely random. The other party couldn't possibly predict that. So, could it be that the shopkeeper's only purpose was to recommend his jars? Robin pretended to be curious and asked shopkeeper, "Was yesterday's rain related to these jars?" Xia Wen smiled slightly. The guest who came yesterday arrived with a strong desire. Under the miracle of fate, he obtained the most needed item. Whether it be great power technology that can save this country or a long-lost historical record, there is nothing a guest can imagine that cannot be obtained from the jars. If you do not seize the opportunity to change your fate, you will continue to sink. Such enticing words directed at specific guests were something Xia Wen could easily conjure. Being a transmigrator, he clearly understood what these characters yearned for most. Prescribing the right medicine, never outdated. Robin frowned slightly, sensing that the shopkeeper seemed to be hinting at something. "Then I will take 10 jars. After all, I have no real need for money. As the vice president of the Baroque Work Society, I am not short of cash." When Robin placed 1,000,000 berries on the counter, an astonishing scene unfolded. The berries were instantly swallowed by the wooden counter, and then it writhed for a moment. Slowly 10 jars were spat out, and on the table in front of the shopkeeper, precisely 10 jars vanished. "What is this?" Robin instinctively stepped back, her expression wary as she looked at the shopkeeper, who was leisurely sipping tea. The slight sense of superiority and calm in her heart vanished in an instant. The shopkeeper is also a person with abilities. No wonder he is so calm while selling items that can bring rain in this extremely arid country of Alabasta. Indeed, he has something to rely on. Xia Wen, who played the shopkeeper's privileges to the fullest, said lightly, "All right, Miss Archaeologist, hurry up and open the jars. Perhaps you can directly obtain the Underworld King and fulfill someone's wish." Hearing this mysterious shopkeeper casually mentioned the essence of what plunged the kingdom of Alabasta into chaos, Robin's pupils constricted and her palms began to sweat. The other party knows. This foreign shopkeeper clearly understands that the mastermind behind everything is the president, who wants to gain the Underworld King. How is this possible? Even within the entire Baroque Work Society, only she knew the true purpose of that person. Other important members only knew they wanted to overthrow the royal family and seize Alabasta, to establish an ideal kingdom as the superficial goal. In a state of inner turmoil, Robin desperately wanted to leave the shop immediately. But she was also worried that it would trigger the shopkeeper's displeasure and directly expose the truth. Otherwise, that person would surely think she leaked the information. Just as Robin lost her composure and stood frozen in place, Xia Wen lightly tapped the table. "What is the guest waiting for? Just smash it." Oh. Robin suppressed her fear and worry, raising her hand to strike a jar. She didn't want to dwell on how the shopkeeper knew such secret information. She just wanted to quickly open the jars and leave the shop. Crack! As the jar shattered, a pure green light erupted. It startled Robin, who was already on edge. She nearly used her devil fruit ability to protect her vital points. When the light dissipated, a pair of red-framed glasses lay quietly at the bottom of the jar. Xiaowen, after reading the result from the system, spoke lightly, since the guest claims to be a scholar. Then this item is just right for you. It is called Wind Reader Glasses, which can greatly enhance reading speed up to 32 times. As soon as he finished speaking, Robin, who was about to toss the glasses aside, froze in surprise. She looked incredulously at the plain, ungraceful red glasses in her hand. Can a pair of glasses really increase reading speed by 32 times? How is that possible? Not believing in evil, Robin immediately put on the glasses and casually picked up a newspaper next to the counter. This. How can it be so fast? Having quickly browsed through the information on one side of the newspaper, Robin fell into a daze. The shopkeeper was not exaggerating. These glasses really could enhance reading speed. This jar is too miraculous. Robin looked up at the shopkeeper, who still maintained his composure and calm. She suddenly recalled what the shopkeeper had said before, that perhaps she could directly obtain the Underworld King. Shopkeeper, were you joking when you said one could obtain the Underworld King before? Xiaowen chuckled lightly. I mentioned from the very beginning that the jars can yield anything, including the historical text you wish to decipher. Nika. Robin fell silent, her gaze fixated on the remaining 9 jars. Her eyes were filled with burning enthusiasm. Nika. Robin felt that her good fortune had finally arrived. She had simply come to take a look, but she never expected such a reward. It was when the shopkeeper mentioned that the jar could yield historical texts. As an archaeologist, her instincts instantly took control of her mind, pushing aside the earlier fright caused by the shopkeeper. Another jar was effortlessly shattered. A sphere of white light floated quietly in midair. Observing this miraculous scene, Robin took the initiative to ask, Shopkeeper, what is this? Mastery of massage. This is the lifelong study of a massage master proficient in various massage techniques. Note our store offers 98, 168, is 688. Which one would you like, dear customer? Xiaowen casually glanced at this new passive skill and slowly spoke. This is a sphere that once absorbed allows one to immediately learn a particular skill and specialty. You place it on your forehead, and after absorption you can become an experienced massage master. A hint of surprise flashed across Robin's face. Is there really such a way to learn? If there were spheres for sharpshooters or swordsmen, wouldn't this shop be able to wholesale excellent soldiers? After Robin absorbed this soft and warm sphere of light, she instantly identified which parts of her body were too tense and needed massage, and what essential oils and techniques to use. She felt as if her skills related to massage had reached their peak. It was as if she had been working in massage all her life. Simply miraculous. In just a few seconds, one can completely change a person's life. Incredible. Robin sighed, her respect for the shopkeeper deepening slightly. She even began to doubt that a shopkeeper with such abilities could be easily dealt with even by the president of the 7 warlords. After all, the shopkeeper had just arrived in Alabasta and already knew the president's schemes, and the president still hadn't decided who to send to test. Bang! The 3rd jar was shattered. This time it only yielded a bag of fresh water. Seeing that the shopkeeper had no further explanations, Robin did not hesitate and shattered 3 more jars. Bang! 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 Looking at the everyday items yielded from the 3 jars, Robin frowned slightly. Wasn't the probability of ordinary items being yielded a bit too high? Or was it that the shopkeeper had only placed a few high-value items in the jars to save costs? It seems your luck, dear customer, is indeed not very good. Xiaowen similarly remarked in surprise. He had thought that Nika. Robin, being part of the main character group, could yield purple or golden light like Nami or Zoro. But after 6 jars, not even a blue light appeared. He could at least receive around 100 jars every day. Otherwise, if he encountered more non-lucky individuals like Robin, he might really go bankrupt. Robin recalled her years of fleeing, constantly being pursued by the world government. It seemed her luck truly wasn't very good. With this thought, Robin's expression turned serious as she forcefully shattered the 7th jar. The result: boom! The sound of a massive object hitting the ground suddenly erupted. A gigantic gray stone slab appeared out of thin air in the shop. Historical text: a historical text from Alabasta documenting the coordinates of the ancient weapon Pluton. Note Old Sans Trap. This is a historical text. Robin exclaimed, nearly crushed by the item she had opened, having to roll away clumsily. For her, this was the true priceless treasure. It also proved that this shop could access the history concealed by the world government. Xiaowen looked at the enormous stone slab nearly touching the ceiling, his mouth twitching slightly. Fortunately, the shop had indestructible properties. Moreover, the space of the new shop was much larger than that of the old one in Cocoa West Village. Otherwise, there would be no way to accommodate such a large stone. Xiaowen noticed the look in Robin's eyes, wishing to stick himself onto the stone slab. He said with a slightly strange expression, "This is a historical text from Alabasta, which happens to document the coordinates of the ancient weapon Pluton." I must say this jar certainly knows how to produce results. Old Sand and Robin have been plotting in Alabasta for so long just to see this historical text right. The former sought the power of Pluton. The latter simply wanted to fulfill her childhood dream to uncover the truth of the blank century. But now Robin had unveiled this historical text ahead of time. Would the other party still remain in Baroque works? As Robin listened to the shopkeeper's explanation, she was staring blankly at the historical text before her. What? Is this the one from Alabasta? The coordinates of Pluton. Xiaowen revealed a faint smile. Yes, it's the Pluton that can destroy an island with a single blow. So, now that the opportunity to bring this ancient weapon to the present is right before you, how will you choose, Miss Archaeologist? Robin opened her mouth filled with hesitation. She did not want to reveal the whereabouts of Pluton to Crocodile. After all, if such a dangerous weapon fell into the hands of an ambitious person, it could lead to countless people being displaced and losing their families. Caught in her mental conflict, Robin asked, Shopkeeper, since you possess this historical text, does that mean you already know the whereabouts of Pluton? I indeed know the location of Pluton. Not only that, but I am equally aware of the locations of Poseidon and Uranus. Xiaowen chuckled lightly. However, it is not through translating these historical texts. Moreover, these ancient weapons are just that, not top-tier weapons. The Uranus controlled by him is indeed very powerful. But if he brings out the Annihilation Fleet, how would the other party respond? If all else fails, how about the two-dimensional foil? Without translating the historical texts, I already know the whereabouts of the three ancient weapons. Ancient weapons aren't that impressive. Xiaowen's words made Robin's pupils shrink as she envisioned many possibilities. She looked at the shopkeeper, who seemed indifferent to everything. Biting her lip, her gaze firm. After I decipher it, I won't tell anyone the whereabouts of Pluton. It's better if such a dangerous weapon doesn't appear in the world. After all, she and Crocodile are merely using each other. Since these miraculous jars can yield historical texts, and they offer a more efficient and safer path, there's no need for her to continue following Baroque works. In that case, will the customer need it packaged? Xiaowen nodded without surprise and asked, After all, with your strength, dear customer, it might be a bit challenging to take away this stone. Packaging. Robin's eyes flashed with confusion, as she certainly couldn't take away such a large historical text. But, shopkeeper, how will you package it? Robin couldn't help but ask. If it was simply wrapped in a bag or cloth, she still couldn't take it away, right? That's simple. I just put it back inside. In fact, Robin had wanted to ask this before. How could such a small jar produce historical text? Surely the space inside the jar can't be infinite. Then she would rather believe that the shopkeeper is a superhuman capable of the jar fruit. Don't worry, customer, you can still squeeze it in with some force. Under Robin's astonished gaze, Xiaowen gently snapped his fingers. Then the enormous historical text in the shop vanished in an instant. In its place was a brand new ceramic jar quietly resting in his hand. The new privilege of the shopkeeper is to reseal and used rewards. Xiaowen discovered that if the customers did not want the rewards or left them behind, they could also be sealed into the jar. After finishing all this, Xiaowen clapped his hands. All right, customer, continue to open the jar. Robin silently nodded. If the shopkeeper could casually stuff such a huge stone slab into a jar, what else could she say? Crack. The 8th jar shattered. This time still no light emerged. With a darkened expression, Robin stubbornly smashed the 9th jar. As a result, after the jar shattered, it contained a neat sum of 1,000,000 berries. Xiaowen looked at Robin, whose eyes had lost their sparkle, with some surprise, and praised her. Miss Archaeologist, you have quite the luck. This jar was only worth 100,000 berries, yet you opened 1,000,000 berries directly. You've made back the money for today's jars. Seeing the shopkeeper being so sarcastic, even if Robin considered herself well-mannered, she couldn't help but curse internally. Was she after berries? What she wanted was historical text or items with magical effects. Looking at the 1,000,000 berries at the bottom of the jar, Robin took a deep breath. She would never admit her luck was bad. As if heaven had heard her wish, a bright blue light suddenly shone when the last jar shattered. When the light dissipated, a pair of pure white eyes floated silently in midair. Robin looked at those eerie eyes without pupils, her mouth twitching involuntarily. What on earth did the shopkeeper stuff into the jar? Why could it even produce human eyes? Mr. Shopkeeper, these eyes don't happen to be dug out from someone, do they, There was a hint of disdain and rejection in Robin's tone. Her vision was great, she didn't need new eyes. Byakugan inherited from a certain ninja's bloodline limit one of the 3 great dojutsu. It retains the basic distant sight, X-ray vision, and insight effects of Byakugan. If enough Byakugan are fused, there is a certain chance of evolving into the Rinnegan. Note, although it has X-ray vision, it only sees the human Bodis meridians and acupoints. Prohibited from any inappropriate uses. Customer, you misunderstand him, just an ordinary jar merchant. Xiaowen said lightly. As for these eyes, they come from the bloodline ability of an ancient family called Byakugan. Is this I really called Byakugan? Robin silently distanced herself from the pair of eyes. Seeing the disdain on Robin's face, Xiaowen said slowly, Byakugan has 3 basic abilities: Distant Sight, X-ray vision, and Insight. Distant Sight significantly enhances vision, allowing you to see farther, while X-ray vision lets you see inside the target's body, exploiting its weaknesses. As for Insight, it grants the holder a 360-degree field of view. Seeing Robin's expression soften, Xiaowen chuckled lightly. For instance, with your Hito Nomi, the manifested limbs can only appear on the surface of objects within your line of sight. However, Byakugan's Distant Sight and Insight can allow you to advance further in developing your Hito Nomi. After hearing the shopkeeper's explanation, Robin's heart skipped a beat. This shopkeeper truly knows everything. Not only did he know what fruit she had eaten, but he also understood the fruit's abilities and principles clearly. Even her position as vice president was laid bare. Wouldn't the shopkeeper already know the abilities and weaknesses of the rest of the organization? Mr. Shopkeeper, this Byakugan is indeed great, but I still prefer my own eyes. Robin declined politely, as she had no need for combat. With her Hito Nomi, it was enough for her to survive in the first half of the Grand Line. Xiaowen shook his head. You don't need to worry about that. You just try touching the Byakugan, and you'll understand. After hesitating for a moment, Robin still reached out towards the bizarre, ugly Byakugan. After all, she was definitely no match for the shopkeeper. If he wanted to harm her, why go through the trouble? The moment Robin touched the Byakugan, it began to whirl in the air. Then it transformed into a flash of white light and vanished. Moi! Robin felt a surge of heat around her eyes. Instinctively, she took out a mirror to look at her eyes. She found that her eyes could switch freely between Byakugan and normal eyes. And there was no discomfort at all. This way, she could activate Byakugan only during battles, gaining an overall enhancement. What a marvelous technique! Robin exclaimed. Even though she had been well-read since childhood, she couldn't explain this scene that resembled magic. Mr. Shopkeeper, can I buy some more jars? Having tasted the sweetness, Robin prepared to open a few more jars, hoping to uncover another piece of historical text. Each person can only open 10 jars a week. That's the rule of this shop. Xiaowen shook his head indifferently. Only 10 jars a week. Upon hearing this, Robin felt somewhat disappointed. She had been thinking of opening several pieces of historical text and then finding a place to hide with the packed jars. To focus on her interpretation, if she could only buy 10 jars a week, she would have to continue staying in Alabasta, just as Robin planned to leave and continue drifting through the Baroque works. She suddenly remembered a newspaper she had seen a few days ago. It seemed to mention someone in the East Blue selling jars that could open anything. And this shop only appeared in Alabasta yesterday. Could it be the same person? Robin discreetly probed. Mr. Shopkeeper, may I ask how my luck compares to your previous customers? Xiaowen saw Robin lean forward, prompting him to glance at her with a smirk. There's no need to beat around the bush. Among all the customers I've hosted, your luck is second to last. I once had a customer who bought just 1 jar and opened a natural-type devil fruit. As a member of the main character group, Zoro also opened a sword that rivaled the supreme sword, the Dance of the Snowflakes. Excluding Captain Mouse, Robin truly had the worst luck. As for Joseph and Johnny, together they had only opened 4 jars. Thus they were not counted. Robin's expression stiffened as she couldn't believe her luck was actually this poor. Moreover, the natural-type devil fruit is an invincible existence even in the Grand Line. To have been opened by someone from just 1 jar, this comparison made her look rather foolish. It seems the shopkeeper wasn't selling jars just for the berries. Mr. Shopkeeper, although you might already know this, I still want to remind you. In the near future, Baroque Works might take action against this shop. After saying that, Robin elegantly turned and left. As for the president's order to investigate the shop, what did that have to do with her? Just as Xiaowen lay down again, absorbing Byakugan, a reminder from the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Cocoa West Village shop has a customer arriving. Ding. A guest has arrived at the Cocoa West Village shop. Oh, someone has actually come from Cocoa West Village. Xiaowen looked at the system's notification in surprise. Smog and Dasky should only be able to continue opening cans tomorrow. Who could it be? Nami, or the comedic duo? As for the Navy headquarters, Xiaowen didn't even think about it. After all, they were different from the retired personnel like Garp and Admiral He. The other admirals were stationed at various branches to fend off pirates. Especially the 3 admirals. Teleport. After Xiaowen disappeared, the shop automatically entered a closed state. A sign reading "Closed for Business" quietly appeared outside the shop. East Sea Cocoa West Village. A gigantic ship resembling a fish slowly sailed in. The sea restaurant Barity, after several days of relentless travel without rest, finally arrived at Cocoa West Village. Sanji extinguished the cigarette in his mouth and stood on the deck, gazing ahead. Is this the village where that magical can is located? It doesn't look much different from an ordinary village. As the head chef Zeph along with Joseph and Johnny walked out from the cabin. Since we're here, we must see it no matter if it's real or not. Haha. Rest assured, everyone, the boss Ken is the best in the world. Sanji silently jumped off the deck, not caring whether the shop was truly the best in the world. He was only concerned with whether it could really produce the transparent fruit and rare dishes. After Xiaowen teleported back to the Cocoa West Village shop, he habitually set tin cans on the table. Just as he sat down, he heard a familiar shout, "Boss, we're back to buy cans. We didn't encounter Zoro this time, but we brought new guests." Xiaowen looked up in surprise at the 4 figures who had just entered. Among them were the Sword God and the Sword Saint duo. "Boss, these are the head chef and vice chef of the Sea Restaurant Barity, and they are also very interested in the cans," Joseph said proudly as he stepped forward. The Sea Restaurant along with its signature exterior. So it was the infinitely mutated Sanji. Then the other one must be Redfoot Zeph. Xiaowen nodded knowingly. "Welcome 2 new guests to my can shop." Sanji frowned slightly at the sight of the young shop owner. "Shop owner, can your cans really produce everything?" Xiaowen simply smiled lightly. "Of course, my cans can not only directly produce ingredients from the Azure Sea. Even rare ingredients that do not exist in this world can be produced. Even the transparent fruit you desire can also be produced." Sanji, how did this shop owner know he wanted to eat the transparent fruit? And producing ingredients from the Azure Sea, has the other party already discovered the Azure Sea? Wait, what did the other party just say? Sanji's expression changed as he spoke ominously. "Ingredients that do not exist in this world. Are you messing with me? How could something that does not exist be produced?" Xiaowen chuckled lightly, simply pointing to the cans on the table. "Whether it's true or false, the guests can test it themselves. By the way, it's 1 berries per can, and each person can only open 10 in a week." Haha. "If I don't produce rare ingredients from 10 cans today, do I have to wait until next week?" Sanji was amused by the shop owner's words. Joseph and Johnny had not mentioned such ridiculous rules while bragging earlier. What if he opened 10 cans and only got a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp? The shop owner wouldn't try to cheat him by saying he opened too few cans, hence not getting good items. Alright, then he'll buy 10 cans. I want to see just how magical the cans that can impress that Queen of Lightning are. Sanji placed the money on the counter and casually picked up a can to smash it. In an instant, a burst of green light erupted. A colored can means good stuff. Xiaowen's eyes narrowed as he sensed something. As the green light dissipated, a deep, ominous screech suddenly rang out. Grr! A strange giant bird with 5 tails appeared out of nowhere in the shop. What is this? Sanji looked at the strange giant bird that had jumped out of the can with a wingspan of several meters, his eyes filled with bewilderment. He swore he had never seen such a creature. And how did such a small can fit such a large bird inside? Seeing the bird look at him, Sanji instinctively took out his ultimate move. Lamb shot. A series of rapid bursts successfully kicked the strange giant bird away, slamming it into the shop's wall. "Shop owner, what is going on? Why is there such a beast in the can?" Sanji asked angrily. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have been carried away by that bird. 5-tailed griffin, a type of ingredient from a certain food hunter world, capture level LV2. When it has 5 tails, its meat is extremely delicious. The ingredients opened from the can cannot attack or harm guests inside the shop. Note the probability of chefs being eaten by ingredients is definitely not 0. Xiaowen simply replied, "It's just that you, the guest, are too reactive. The ingredients opened from the can cannot harm guests inside the shop." Ingredients. Sanji incredulously pointed at the giant bird lying on the ground. "This thing has 5 disgusting tails and claws capable of ripping a human apart. It can't possibly be a mutated beast that escaped from some laboratory. Can it be eaten?" Xiaowen calmly replied, 5-tailed griffin, a precious ingredient from other worlds. Its meat is extremely delicious. However, its capture level reaches LV2, requiring about 20 soldiers to barely contend with it. Of course, with your strength, guest, you can handle it easily. Do you need help packing it up? Ingredients from other worlds. Requires 20 soldiers to contend. Just as Sanji was about to ask further, he saw a scene that left him speechless. He saw the giant bird he had kicked away suddenly being swallowed by the seemingly alive floor. It transformed back into a can just like the one before, quietly standing in place. This bizarre and terrifying scene made all 4, including Joseph and Johnny, break out in a cold sweat, their hair standing on end. Xiaowen elegantly controlled the can on the ground, lightly bringing it in front of the stiff-faced Sanji. "The taste of this ingredient is excellent. Guests can go back and cook it well. Now." Xiaowen gestured with his hand indicating, "Guests can continue to open cans now." Sanji looked at the shopkeeper's friendly smile, but felt no joy whatsoever. The earlier scene had been too shocking. Such a gigantic exotic bird was instantly consumed by this shop, transforming into a jar. Is this what the shopkeeper meant by packaging? If someone were to cause trouble, would this shopkeeper stuff them into a jar and put them up for sale? What a terrifying ability. Sanji silently pulled out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, only to find that he could not light it no matter what. It was as if some invisible force was preventing him from smoking. Having given up in frustration, Sanji looked at the jar in front of him and asked, I have never seen this kind of giant bird, nor have I seen similar animals. So did I really open a culinary ingredient from another world? Xiaowen nodded, gently saying, it's a very powerful culinary world where everything can be an ingredient. And there is a group of American hunters specifically capturing them. Everything can be an ingredient. What a fascinating world. Shopkeeper, will we have the chance to go to that world? Even Zepp raised his head with an expectant expression. The bizarre giant bird from earlier had been praised by the mysterious and powerful shopkeeper as extremely delicious. If he could go to that world full of delicacies and become the world's #1 chef, he would be willing. Xiaowen chuckled softly. Unfortunately, the basic jars cannot produce items that cross worlds. Moreover, even if a customer goes to that world, it would be difficult to freely capture ingredients. Your strength is too weak. You wouldn't be able to defeat most ingredients. Shopkeeper, are you talking about me? Sanji was taken aback, incredulously pointing at himself. His strength was weak. He had easily dealt with that giant bird over 10 meters long. Seemingly sensing his confusion and doubt, the shopkeeper's calm voice echoed. The five-tailed griffin you just defeated is merely a low-end ingredient of capture level 2. If we consider the bounties issued by the Navy, it is just an ordinary small thief unworthy of any reward. What? Sanji's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. The strength of that giant bird, if it were a pirate, would at least be of the 10 million berry level. Yet the shopkeeper said it was a low-end ingredient, not even worthy of a bounty. Xiaowen explained calmly, some creatures with capture levels above 500 can even destroy a nation. Even the great pirates of the Grand Line are not much in those powerful worlds. Everyone was stunned by the culinary world described by Xiaowen. An ingredient actually possesses the power to destroy nations. Just how strong are the hunters who capture these ingredients? What a spectacular world. Sanji suddenly began to believe the shopkeeper's words, even if the notion of a world beyond was too absurd. Of course, it would be even better if it could help him fulfill his wish. Shopkeeper, if a devil fruit I need has already been eaten by someone, can the jar still produce it? Xiaowen, understanding what Sanji wanted, smiled lightly. Of course, as long as the customer's luck is good enough, even a row of transparent fruits would not be a problem. Sanji raised an eyebrow. Haha, I can't eat that many fruits. With a loud bang, the second jar shattered, and a dazzling blue light burst forth. A sphere of blue light appeared before everyone's eyes. Joseph exclaimed in shock, is this blue light? I've never seen it before with Johnny. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed across Sanji's face. He reached out to poke the elastic, somewhat warm sphere of light. Shopkeeper, is this blue light sphere also an ingredient from another world? Stamina enhancement medium after use permanently increases stamina equivalent to that of a Navy headquarters major. Note simple and straightforward, ready to eat. Xiaowen shook his head slowly, his tone calm. Unfortunately, this is an experience orb that can increase stamina equivalent to that of a Navy headquarters major. Just stick it on your forehead to absorb it directly with no side effects. A stamina increasing orb. Sanji's expression turned strange. Whether it was the ingredients from another world, or the strange items in the hands of those two bounty hunters, or even the orb that could directly enhance his power now. This jar is too comprehensive, right? The stamina of a Navy headquarters major. Sounds really strong. Chef Sanji, hurry up and try it. Joseph and Johnny urged impatiently. Sanji did not keep everyone in suspense and unhesitatingly absorbed the orb. Instantly, a massive surge of heat appeared within Sanji's body, flowing to his limbs and bones. This is... Feeling his drastically increased physical quality and stamina, Sanji's face went blank as he stared at Zepp beside him. Is the strength of a Navy major this strong? Old man, didn't you say you were a pirate who escaped the Grand Line? Have you ever fought with a Navy major before? Zepp? He had only stayed in the Grand Line for a year. How could he have the qualifications to provoke a headquarters major? Fool. Do you think the Grand Line is... The currents and weather there are filled with chaos and randomness. Just safely reaching the next island is already a good outcome. As for the Navy major, Zepp stubbornly said, if he encountered me, Redfoot Zepp, he could only flee in embarrassment. Sanji's lips curled up as he continued to look at the remaining 8 jars. Shopkeeper, if I keep opening good things and cause you a loss, you won't turn me into a jar too, right? The customer can open jars without worry. Xiaowen's eyes flashed with a hint of peculiarity, but he quickly said expressionlessly, for me, jars are here to be sold. No matter what the customer opens, I will not enforce any forced recovery. In my case, credibility is more important than anything else. Xiaowen said without a hint of guilt. He wished for all customers opening jars to produce good items like Garp and Zoro. Sanji admiredly gave a thumbs up. That's right, the most important thing for a merchant is credibility. No wonder you are the owner of the magical jars. After saying that, he shattered the third jar. This time a dazzling blue light burst forth again. More. It seems my luck is still good today. Sanji unexpectedly looked at a thin booklet lying at the bottom of the jar. The cover had 2 large characters, 6 styles. 6 styles, the 6 powerful techniques practiced by members of the world government's CP9 since childhood with immense power. Mastering them all allows one to battle against those with devil fruit abilities. Sora Tekai Shave Moonwalk Rankyaku and Shurgon. Once fully mastered, one can achieve the advanced technique known as Life Return. Behold my unbeatable defensive skill, Tekai. Is it really the 6 styles? Xiaowen was somewhat surprised. This was genuinely a divine technique in the early stages. In the original work, some members of CP9 could trade blows with the main characters using the 6 styles. Though each one was filled with bizarre confidence, they enjoyed using Tekai to block powerful attacks. But one cannot deny the might of the 6 styles. Sanji curiously asked shopkeeper, what exactly are the 6 styles? The 6 styles is a martial art, a training manual belonging to the world government and the marine. Xiaowen slowly explained the 6 styles include Soru for high-speed movement, Tekai, which hardens the body like steel, and Shave, which allows one to evade attacks and move lightly. There's also Moonwalk for moving in the air, Rankyaku that unleashes wind blades with feet and legs, and finally Shurgon, which delivers attacks using finger thrusts. It can be said that this is a very comprehensive martial arts technique. Once sufficiently mastered, one can even develop the advanced technique known as Life Return. The 4 listeners, having heard the shopkeeper's explanation, revealed expressions of shock. Especially Japu, who quietly asked this 6 styles shouldn't be easily learned by ordinary people, right? If someone discovers it, will the Marines or the agents of the world government come after them? What are you afraid of? I'm not a pirate. Sanji squinted his eyes and opened the thin booklet detailing the 6 styles. In an instant, he felt 6 unfamiliar techniques deeply etched into his mind. Xiaowen calmly said customers can experiment with the effects of the 6 styles. Who? Sanji took a deep breath. Zoro. His figure instantly vanished from the spot, appearing at the door in the next moment. Moonwalk. Sanji leaped into the air as the shockwave of air burst forth. He soared into the air, moving a short distance towards the table. Joseph and Johnny watched, their eyes filled with envy. They too wanted such abilities. It really can fly. Oh, it truly is the secret technique of the Marines and the world government. Sanji, having casually tried 2 moves, wore a radiant smile. His current combat power was a magnitude greater than before he opened the cans. Xiaowen, equally satisfied with the 6 styles, nodded. Moonwalk is indeed an impressive technique. There was once a Marine officer who traversed the comm belt using it. Alright, customers, continue opening cans. Sanji, who initially wanted the shopkeeper to hit him to test Tekai's effect, could only continue smashing the 4th can. At that moment, Smoker, having learned that someone was opening cans at the Bartai restaurant, hurriedly arrived. As soon as he walked in, he saw a golden-haired youth unleashing purple light. A Marine officer. Sanji and Japu showed signs of alertness. They had just started using the 6 styles, and the Marines had already come. Smoker glanced around the 4 customers with a flickering gaze, then respectfully greeted Xiaowen, shopkeeper, long time no see. Xiaowen nodded slightly. It's you, long time no see, but you'll have to wait until tomorrow to continue buying cans. Smoker, once again showcasing his poor acting skills, entered the shop under the wary gazes of the 4. Haha, I heard someone was opening cans and I was curious, so I thought I would come and take a look. Shopkeeper, it's fine if I'm just observing, right? Xiaowen paid no mind and replied with a smile, this shop welcomes everyone as long as they don't break the rules. I won't drive them away. Just remember not to disturb the other customers. Smoker, feeling relieved, revealed what he thought was an impeccable smile. Thank you, shopkeeper. For friends, nice to meet you. I am Colonel Smoker of the 16th Division. Oh, hello. Sanji glanced at Smoker's fake smile and turned back to look at the items he had opened. It was a pot of strange purple liquid bubbling with purple bubbles from time to time, emanating a peculiar odor. What is this? Sanji wondered. It looked like a kind of poison. Judgment time, a dish that originally did not exist, but was created through the mischief and processing of numerous travelers. Consuming it all can poison a Marine Admiral or a Yonka-level powerhouse in a short time. Moreover, within a 10-mile radius, not a single blade of grass will grow, turning into a toxic domain. Note, it must be consumed entirely by one person, otherwise the large-scale toxic domain effect cannot be triggered. Xiaowen, this can really open up anything. A dish capable of poisoning an admiral or a Yonko. The value of the Thunder God's involvement is still too high. Though the image was fake and the Thunder Gods certainly couldn't cook, once this can was opened, judgment time became real. Xiaowen organized his words and said, this is a dish personally cooked by a certain otherworldly deity. An otherworldly deity. This sudden explosive news instantly drew everyone's attention. Smoker gasped, secretly contemplating how to recruit this handsome golden-haired youth into the Marines. The dish of an otherworldly god is of immense value. God's dish. Sanji exclaimed excitedly, but my chef's soul tells me that this thing can't be drunk. It doesn't deserve to be called a dish. Indeed, it truly can't be drunk. Xiaowen nodded faintly. This dish is called Judgment Time. Whether it's a Marine Admiral or a Yonko from the New World, all who drink it will quickly die. Furthermore, the area within 10 miles around the corpse will have no grass growing, turning into a toxic domain. Everyone, can it poison a Marine Admiral and a Yonko and turn a 10-mile area into a toxic domain? What kind of deity is this? Could it be the god of poison? Sanji fell silent for a moment and said to the shopkeeper, this is a bit too hot to handle. Can I not take it? One Marine on site looked at such a dangerous item. If he took it away, he might be hunted down by the Marines. Of course you can. Xiaowen, without changing his expression, snapped his fingers and resealed the purple-level poison. Smoker looked at the shopkeeper, wanting to say something, believing such a dangerous item should be destroyed completely. Otherwise, falling into the hands of someone with ulterior motives could cause a significant impact. After Sanji sent the item away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He casually picked one from the remaining 6 cans and waved his hand to break it. At that moment, a bright golden beam of light erupted. The dazzling golden light echoed and washed through the shop, gradually dissipating. After the golden light dissipated, a golden sphere quietly floated in midair. Smoker, looking utterly bewildered, asked, the golden light? I thought the purple light was the best. The last time the fruit of swift slashing that Dashki produced was merely purple light. It turns out that items surpassing the devil fruits really exist, and they can be obtained without needing advanced jars. He must find a way to persuade this youth to join the Navy, at the very least. He can't let the other become a pirate. Smoker's gaze instantly became incredibly determined. Sanji, who had been dazzled at close range, covered his bright red eyes and asked, what a commotion, shopkeeper, did I end up producing something remarkable again? Gourmet cells from a world of gourmet hunters. When implanted in a human body, it grants extraordinary strength and evolutionary abilities. It can enhance one's life level through the consumption of high-quality gourmet food. After system optimization, there is no longer a risk of losing control, and the capture level cap is adjusted to 100. Note: level 100 is the pinnacle of the human realm. Golden legends reappear. After reading the system assessment, Xiaowen was utterly speechless. He never expected that these basic jars could yield such high-level items. Although the capture level cap is only 100, it still represents a destructive power capable of annihilating cities. This is likely the highest limit of basic jars. Xiaowen calmly remarked, who would have thought you and I would have such a connection with that gourmet world? Gourmet world. Is the shopkeeper finally introducing the other worlds? Smoker immediately perked up, listening attentively. A connection? Is this the ability of that world? Sanji looked at the golden sphere in his hand, somewhat astonished. Surely his chef's soul was guiding him. Gourmet cells can grant you extraordinary strength and evolutionary abilities, dear guest. Moreover, it allows you to enhance your life level through the consumption of high-quality gourmet food. Watching Sanji's eyes light up, Xiaowen spoke in an extremely calm tone. By the way, the cap for these gourmet cells is a capture level of 100, which is the true pinnacle of the human realm. When you reach level 100 in terms of combat power, you can defeat any of the 4 emperors, and your recovery speed will far exceed the limits of normal beings. I must say Sanji's compatibility with the gourmet cells is quite high. After all, they can all mutate, evolve, and enhance physical abilities. However, the world of One Piece lacks many high-quality ingredients. Thus, while the gourmet cells are impressive, growing to level 100 might not be easy. Unless one goes to Fishman Island and hunts down the supergiant sea kings. The power to defeat the 4 emperors. Smoker felt a heavy weight in his heart. Although the gourmet cells need time to grow and develop, as long as one eats gourmet food, they can become stronger. This system is just too overpowered. It's just like the shopkeeper's jars, making effort and talent seem trivial. Zeph simply felt proud for Sanji, saying, not bad, Sanji, you already have the strength to venture into the Grand Line. Joseph and Johnny also echoed supportively, Chef San is so lucky. Chef San is ready to take off. Hearing the crowd's praises, Sanji's eyebrows nearly shot up to the sky. Evolving and becoming stronger through gourmet food is truly perfect for me. He is already an excellent chef, capable of allowing the gourmet cells to develop rapidly. Saying this, Sanji directly swallowed the golden sphere as instructed by the shopkeeper. In an instant, an overwhelming vitality surged from Sanji. Shopkeeper, I seem to have not changed much. Sanji curiously moved his body. He thought that after consuming the gourmet cells, he would become significantly stronger. Xiaowen, who had anticipated this, shook his head. Gourmet cells, of course, require gourmet food to enhance. That five-tailed griffin will be your first meal after your transformation. Feeling as if he had been kissed by the goddess of fortune, Sanji laughed heartily. In a bit, I will personally cook that big bird and treat everyone to gourmet food from another world. Not bad, this kid is quite on point. Xiaowen nodded in agreement with a smile. He was also very curious about how delicious the ingredients from the gourmet hunter world truly are. Next, let's continue to open jars. I must open a transparent fruit today. Sanji quickly smashed 3 jars. However, contrary to expectations, the 3 jars did not simultaneously erupt with dazzling light. Multifunctional kitchenware note, chef's divine equipment, cheap sunglasses note, only $9.99 with free shipping. Tough dried fish note, it is recommended to cut before consumption with a saw. Xiaowen merely glanced casually. The first is a set of multifunctional kitchenware. The other 2 should need no introduction, right? Sanji's expression of delight froze on his face. After experiencing continuous green, blue, purple, and even golden jars, he thought he would soar, but these 3 jars had no light at all. I understand. Jars must be opened one by one, not all at once. Sanji smashed 1 jar with a bang. Expired herring in a can note, do expired herring in cans smell worse? Seeing Sanji's face turning gray, Xiaowen unfazed said, this is quite normal. No one can guarantee they will always have good luck. Smoker nodded in empathy, thinking that if Sanji could always open good things, how would the others survive? After opening a top-notch reward, there should be some trash to pay back. Sanji took a deep breath. The shopkeeper is right. I have learned my lesson. From the expression of that Navy officer, his luck should be very good. He had even seen the golden light jar, which the other had never seen before. He had seen the hem of the goddess of fortune's skirt, so he shouldn't complain. He mustn't let greedy thoughts occupy his mind. In the end, Sanji opened 10 jars. Although no good items appeared again, he adjusted his mindset and cheerfully said, oh, I was so close to opening it. Next time I will definitely succeed. Transparent fruit, wait for me. All right. Zeph disdainfully pushed Sanji away. Hurry back to the ship to deal with that big bird from another world. Next, it's our turn. Shopkeeper, here are 3 million berries. This is the jar fee for the 3 of us. Joseph and Johnny were taken aback. They had been preoccupied with traveling and looking for Zoro all week. The money on them was indeed insufficient to buy 10 jars. But Zeph's action still touched them. Chefs, and do we get to have some too? This is too extravagant. Zeph waved his hand nonchalantly. If it weren't for you two, I wouldn't have made the decision to cruise the East Sea. I wouldn't have witnessed such miraculous jars. Accept it as a reward for guiding us. Thank you, Chef-san. Whoa, we finally have money to open jars. Zoro, did you see this? Joseph and Johnny embraced and cried. Soon 30 jars floated out of the display case under Xiaowen's control, landing steadily on the table. Thank you for your patronage. I wish each of you can open the items you desire. Observing such a compliant group of customers, a hint of a smile appeared in Xiaowen's eyes. Opening jars is great. If you don't work hard to open jars, how can he become the strongest in the world? While Zeph and the comedic duo were opening jars one by one, imitating Sanji, Xiaowen heard a reminder from the system. Ding. Customers have arrived at the Alabasta store. Ding. Detected that the host store currently has customers opening jars, and the second store has been completely sealed. A customer has arrived at the new store. Xiaowen was taken aback, pondering as he looked at the system panel. At this time it should be Belle and the royal family, right? Or has old Crocodile finally sent someone to stir things up? Unfortunately, he couldn't leave now, and he still had to go eat Sanji's feast later. So, I'm not in a hurry. Xiaowen decisively made a decision. He is a businessman, not a beast of burden. Of course, he can arrange his own time. Anyway, those people can come to open jars tonight or tomorrow. There is no rush for this day. In the capital of Alabasta, early in the morning, after getting up and undergoing a series of disguises, the king of Alabasta, Nefertari Cobra, was currently staring dejectedly at the tightly shut doors before him. The sign that read temporarily closed felt like a dagger with barbs stabbing into his heart. Why is it closed? Did I do something wrong? Clearly it was a hard-earned hope that had appeared. To avoid being recognized, he had spent considerable effort and time on disguises. Yet he was met with a shut door, leaving Cobra feeling dizzy and nearly fainting. Ikarai looked at Belle, who was similarly frowning, and asked seriously, Belle, did you do anything to upset that gentleman yesterday? Of course not. After witnessing the wonders of the jars, I was respectful the whole time. Belle said, somewhat aggrieved. He's not an idiot. Facing a hope that could save the kingdom, he certainly wouldn't offend anyone. And it's just temporarily closed, not permanently closed. Perhaps the shopkeeper simply went out for some reason. Let's wait a moment at the door. Thus, at Belle's suggestion, the group quietly waited outside the shop's door under the blazing sun, enduring the odd stares of passers-by. Shopkeeper, where exactly are you? In the village of Cocoa West, inside the jar shop. After Sanji was sent back to deal with the five-tailed eagle, Japu also began his jar opening. He did not seek to open various powerful abilities like Sanji. As long as he could obtain some exotic ingredients from other realms or rare ingredients from the Azure Sea, that would suffice. Joseph and Johnny, who were here for the second time to open jars, had already opened several. Sigh. As expected, we are not like Chef San. Yeah, only one green light has appeared so far. Could it be that all the good stuff has been taken by Chef San today? As the two continued to complain, a dazzling blue light suddenly erupted, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A blue orb of light lay quietly at the bottom of the jar. Zeep's previously joyful expression froze on his face. Shopkeeper, this orb of light isn't the physical strength of a Navy Rear Admiral, is it? He had already passed the age of fighting, and receiving something to increase his strength was of no use. It would be better to give him some ingredients from the culinary world. Secret technique, glowing cuisine. This technique ensures that the dishes created will glow. Depending on the chef's skill level, the deliciousness of the glowing cuisine is enhanced by an additional 100, 500. Moreover, consuming these glowing dishes grants a random buff for one day. It's phosphorescent powder. I added phosphorescent powder. Oh, it turns out to be a rare auxiliary skill. Xiaowen looked at the blue orb with some surprise. The secret technique, glowing cuisine, can temporarily provide a certain degree of enhancement for those about to fight, if one is a chef and also has influence. The importance of this skill could easily rise to the level of a purple light jar. Xiaowen calmly looked at Jipu. On the contrary, the customer's luck is extremely good. This is a skill that can enhance culinary skills, and it's a very rare auxiliary ability. Enhancing culinary skills. Upon hearing this key term, Jipu immediately perked up. As a chef, what he yearned for most was to break through the bottleneck of his culinary skills. Secret technique. Glowing cuisine, once learned, allows the dishes you cook to glow and enhances their deliciousness by 100,500 depending on your culinary skills. Of course, if it were just that, it would only be considered a regular skill, but it has a very precious attribute. Looking at the curiosity fully ignited in everyone, Xiaowen said lightly, those who consume the glowing dishes will receive a random enhancement for one day, which could be increased speed, increased strength, or even stamina recovery. What? Isn't that just like the devil fruit? Smoker exclaimed in shock. If the Navy had a chef like this in logistics, then those soldiers about to capture pirates would receive a boost, greatly increasing the survival rate of the young. As a former pirate, Jipu thought of this too. However, what he cared about more was the effect of making food delicious. Sanji's food cells needed high-quality dishes to continue evolving. Coupled with this skill, it would be just right. Thus, Zeep's expression was extremely conflicted, and he glanced at Xiaowen, who appeared calm. Shopkeeper, may I keep this skill and transfer it to someone else? Xiaowen's eyes flashed with surprise. What the customer opens is none of my business. However, this is a skill that can enhance culinary skills. Are you really not going to take it? Once you learn it, you can cook dishes with enhancement effects, and the Bartai restaurant at sea will truly become famous in the world, right? Jipu laughed heartily, putting away the blue orb. I'm already old, I'd rather stay safe in the East Sea. That kid Sanji still wants to pursue his dream. This skill should definitely go to him. As for Bartai, Zeep's eyes revealed a hint of confidence. Even without this skill that makes dishes more delicious, I can still become the second best chef in the world. Clap, clap. Joseph and Johnny applauded with tears streaming down their faces. Jipu laughed heartily and quickly opened the remaining jars. This time, in addition to opening a set of props that can automatically clean and classify ingredients, no more light emerged. However, Jipu was very satisfied with this outcome. Shopkeeper, I will go back and help that kid Sanji with the ingredients. Please be sure to come enjoy the food at our restaurant later. As for that Navy colonel over there, if you want to talk business, let's wait until after dinner. Ha ha ha. Jipu left with the new props. Soon Joseph and Johnny, who had opened the word spirit scythe and breakdown technique one charge, after bidding farewell to Xiaowen, happily ran to the tavern to show off. Smoker, who witnessed everyone opening jars, stood up in silence, bowed to Xiaowen, and quickly returned to the branch. He needed to report to Marineford that someone had opened an ability surpassing the devil fruit, along with a poison capable of killing admirals and emperors. After the customers left, Xiaowen looked at the row of rewards in the system space. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Both the 6 powers and the total physical strength of the Navy Rear Admiral were quite decent rewards. As for the 2 items capable of creating a poison domain, the time of judgment was of no use to him. He could only seal them for now and wait for an opportunity to throw them out for a wave of shock. Just right, I'll use the food cells first, then enjoy a free feast later. Marineford. Sengoku was sitting at a table dealing with documents. Since it was decided to go to the East Sea to open jars, some prior arrangements were essential. There weren't many high-ranking officers, and almost every one of them had important tasks. If they were all sent to the East Sea at once, Not to mention the world government would be suspicious. Even those pirates would frequently test the waters, taking the opportunity to burn, kill, and loot. This was something Sengoku could not tolerate. Thus, he could only schedule them in order to open jars sequentially. Kizaru is too lazy to move. Akainu is unstable. Then let Aokiji go to the East Sea to open jars first. As Sengoku began to select a rear admiral to accompany him, the din mushi suddenly rang. Buru burut. Sengoku's expression turned cold, and he immediately answered the call. Smoker's somewhat anxious voice came through. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Today someone opened an ability that surpasses the devil fruit, and it can create a poison that can kill admirals and emperors. Zhangguo asked incredulously, has someone already discovered items that surpass the devil fruit? And what's the deal with the poison that can kill generals and the 4 emperors? How could it be that so little time has passed and items capable of killing generals and the 4 emperors have already appeared? Zhangguo began to doubt whether he had somehow lost track of time. Smoker continued, just now 2 chefs from the Baratai restaurant arrived. They came to the jar shop under the guidance of 2 bounty hunters who had appeared in the newspaper. One of the young chefs opened a jar that emitted a golden glow. The shopkeeper said it was from the food world system. As long as you enjoy the delicacies, you can grow stronger. Golden glow, food world. Zhangguo looked solemnly at a summary and report about the jar shop compiled by Vice Admiral Crane. So the mysterious shopkeeper really began recommending systems from other worlds. Moreover, just by eating delicacies one can grow stronger. This is simply unreasonable. This completely shatters the so-called notions of talent and hard work, just like those jars of the shop. Zhangguo asked in a deep voice, what is the general situation of that food world? Sorry, Admiral Zhangguo. I arrived rather late, and only know that the system reaches its peak at level 100, which the shopkeeper calls the pinnacle of the human realm. In terms of combat power, it can defeat any of the 4 emperors. The pinnacle of the human realm. Zhangguo instantly recalled a once great pirate, the one who called himself the king of the world rocks. Indeed, the opponent's combat power can indeed surpass any of the 4 emperors. In fact, in the New World, now 3 of the 4 emperors were once crew members of that very person. Smoker continued to report. As for the poison that can kill the 4 emperors, the shopkeeper referred to it as moment of judgment. If taken in full, it can poison a powerful being at the level of a 4 emperor in a short time. However, the young chef from Baratai did not take it and chose to let the shopkeeper retrieve it. Hearing that the poison had been retrieved by the shopkeeper, Zhangguo let out a slow sigh of relief. If such a high-level poison were to leak out, then he would lose sleep over it again during the nights. And that mysterious shopkeeper clearly wanted more people to buy his jars. According to Vice Admiral Crane's analysis, unless someone offends the other party, that shopkeeper named Xia, one would not actively kill. Zhangguo calmly spoke into the din mushi. Well done, continue to monitor that jar shop, and remember not to cause any conflict. Once things stabilize here at headquarters, you can return and be promoted to Rear Admiral. If the conditions are right, try to invite the young man who opened the golden jar. And at most 3 days, Aokiji will head to Koko Village. Yes, Koko Village evening. Due to the sheer size of the 5-tailed griffin along with Sanji bringing out great dishes, Zeph was in a good mood. Thus he decided to take out some ingredients and invite everyone in the village to hold a feast. When the villagers gathered in the village center with their own delicacies, oranges, and fine wines. As the head chef for tonight, Sanji, with a sacred expression, unveiled each cover. A series of golden flashes instantly illuminated the entire village. From the sources of those flashes, a mouth-watering aroma quickly spread. So cooking can be so dazzling. So dazzling, but so fragrant. I want to eat. Whether it was the villagers or the chefs from Barity, they were all stunned by Sanji's skills. Especially the extraordinary fragrance that made everyone drool. Sanji approached Xia when holding a plate on his own, encouraged by Zeph. Shopkeeper, this is the most delicious and flavorful part of the 5-tailed griffin. I know this cannot be compared to the rewards you gave me, but if you ever want to eat any delicacies in the future, Sanji will definitely cook for you unconditionally. This was entirely from the bottom of Sanji's heart. After learning the secret technique, glowing cuisine from the old man, he elevated the already delicious 5-tailed griffin to another level. With the help of gourmet cells, just a few bites allowed him to grow even stronger. Only at that moment did Sanji truly realize that his future might be extraordinarily bright. Xiaowen looked at the food Sanji brought, smiling. I will accept your kindness. However, I need to make one point clear: what customers can obtain from the jars all depends on luck. I will not interfere with these. Not interfere, but weren't the items in those jars placed there by you? Which jar can yield good items is still a matter of your word. Sanji revealed an expression of I understand, and politely took his leave. That Marine colonel named Smoker had invited him to join the Navy multiple times. This time he must dispel that unrealistic notion. Sanji is a man who aims to become the world's #1 chef. Xiaowen seriously tasted the small stove Sanji sent over. Upon taking the first bite, the deliciousness exploded in his mouth, rushing to his brain, and the overwhelming sensation made him momentarily stunned. This is so delicious. By the way, what would happen if I added that? Xiaowen eagerly took out the delicious spray and sprayed it, continuing to take a big bite. Struggling against the soul-stirring deliciousness and pleasure, Xiaowen couldn't help but start devouring. Just a few bites, and his capture level had already reached level 5. His physical fitness and stamina had significantly enhanced. Eating delicacies can indeed make one stronger, truly worthy of the golden jar. Alabasta in the Rain Baroque works. As the President Crocodile once again received news about that shop suspected of mastering the means of rainfall. Oh, that useless king actually disguised himself and waited outside that shop until the afternoon. However, the shopkeeper has not opened the door all day. It seems that Cobra has truly gone mad, betting the kingdom's hopes on an outsider's shop. A hint of mockery and sarcasm crossed Crocodile's eyes. After yesterday's contemplation and internal discussion within the works, he had overturned his initial views. That shop is not worth worrying about. It cannot shake his plans. After all, Alabasta is currently very arid, and a few small-scale rainfalls cannot resolve the issue. Moreover, his strength is enough to quell everything. However, the emergence of that shop has still given some people hope, which is not good. If the internal turmoil in Alabasta does not continue to escalate, and the despair and anger of those civilians do not accumulate further, then his plans to overthrow the royal family, seize power, and obtain the title of king of the underworld will have to be postponed. Crocodile looked at his strongest subordinate, revealing a cruel smile. Mr. Ones, go bring that shopkeeper back and let him understand who he cannot offend. As for the vice president who went to that shop this morning and stayed for a while before coming out, I will personally interrogate him. Nico, Robin, don't let me down. Alabasta. Since yesterday, I have encountered a broader world at that mysterious jar shop, as well as a brand new channel to acquire historical texts more effectively and safely. Robin prepared to find a sufficiently safe place where she would not be disturbed by the Baroque Work Society to calmly interpret and translate the historical texts. It is not that she betrayed everyone in the Work Society and wanted to act independently, but that the shopkeeper was far too extraordinary. Not only could he instantly recognize her identity, but he also knew the effects of her Hana Nomi. He even knew the locations of the 3 ancient weapons without relying on the historical texts. This attitude of knowing almost everything and being indifferent while selling those magical jars made Robin suspicious that even if Crocodile himself came, he would have to be forced by the shopkeeper to buy a few jars to safely extricate himself. Just as Robin prepared to check out and leave the capital, the phone bug suddenly rang. Moreover, it was the special phone bug used for communication between Crocodile and her. Robin's expression stiffened for a moment before she quickly calmed down. Could it be that the Work Society has another mission? Or, Robin squinted her eyes, recalling her visit to the jar shop yesterday morning. Within the Baroque Work Society, aside from a few cadres with code names, there were also countless elders and many lower-level personnel. These individuals were not all gathered in Rainbase, but were dispersed across various locations in Alabasta, executing tasks related to collecting funds, inciting the populace, and conducting surveillance. Thus, even as the Vice President, Robin did not dare to claim she had met all the members of the Work Society. Miss All Sunday, it seems you've been doing well lately. You visited that shop with rain manipulating capabilities yesterday. Why did you not report this to the Work Society? Do you wish to betray the Work Society and return to hiding, being hunted by the world government? Nico, Robin. Crocodile's iconic hoarse voice reached Robin's ears. Mr. Zero. Provoked by his words, Robin gritted her teeth and said, I merely visited that shop normally out of curiosity about who the shopkeeper is. After a few seconds of silence, the phone bug continued to ring. It better be so. Then, my vice president, what did you observe yesterday? Does that reckless outsider know the secrets of Alabasta? This was Crocodile's primary concern. At this juncture, an unexpectedly appearing outsider, if not a great person here to quell a rebellion and save the kingdom, must have come for some ulterior motive. For instance, Pluto. Reckless. Who? You. Robin twitched the corner of her mouth. I only know that the shopkeeper is quite wealthy and has installed a spring fountain in the shop. Moreover, he has a very unique demeanor, indicating he must have some background. Crocodile sneered. A spring fountain. Miss All Sunday, you can return now. Mr. One has already set off and will soon deal with that troublesome shopkeeper. No, I refuse. Robin suddenly spoke firmly. I am only responsible for interpreting and translating the historical texts. Moreover, it will take the rebels at least a few more years to overthrow the royal family. I demand the right to retain my freedom of movement during this period. The phone bug fell silent immediately. Under Robin's gaze it slowly uttered a few words. You've really changed, but... I agree, Nico. Robin. After hanging up, Robin took a deep breath and looked out the window towards the direction of the jar shop. It seems I must temporarily leave the capital and can only return once the jars have cooled down. As for Mr. One going to trouble the shopkeeper. I hope he brought a million berry. Otherwise, Robin could not guarantee the other party would be able to leave the jar shop standing. Or would he be opened up in the form of a jar? For some reason, Robin suddenly thought excitedly. Rain banquet. Crocodile hung up the phone with a dark expression. Nico. Robin's attitude was problematic. But being a fugitive wanted by the world government, who else would dare to shelter her aside from him? Damn, if it weren't for the need to translate the historical texts. The twilight gradually faded, and a bright moon had unknowingly hung in the sky. Alyabarna, the royal palace. Supported by one of the kingdom's guardian deities, Jackal Jaka, the King Korob, spoke, his eyes bloodshot. Bell left the capital this morning heading north with the pointer needle to search for a water source. Ikalem also received an emergency communication from Vivi and had to leave. This time I must acquire the jars to save Alabasta. Jaka sighed slightly. It will certainly be done. Yesterday they ultimately gave up the idea of waiting for the shopkeeper to return to open the jars. After all, King Korob was not in good health. Though he was not to the extent of needing a wheelchair to move, he was still much weaker than a normal person. Therefore, after waiting for a few hours, they had to leave, only arranging some guards to keep watch and notify them immediately when the shopkeeper returned. Fortunately, just an hour ago that magical shop finally removed the sign that said it was temporarily closed. Even if no one saw when the shopkeeper returned, it didn't matter. Korob straightened his back, slowly projecting his royal authority. Let's go while it's still dark. After yesterday's banquet, Shanks had enjoyed 2 more free meals from Sanji. He finally returned to his loyal Alabasta. I didn't expect Sanji would choose to take a tour in the East Sea for a while. It seems the impact of the jars on him is indeed significant. After Sanji purchased the jars, he was only 4 slots away from unlocking a high-level jar. Moreover, Smoker had brought him good news. After yesterday's banquet, Admiral Akiji would arrive within 3 days. This was what Shanks looked forward to the most. Not only could he unlock a high-level jar slot, but it would also hasten the unlocking of the 3rd shop. The cost-effectiveness was directly maximized. Knock, knock, knock. A brief knock on the door suddenly sounded. Then 2 figures, one after the other, walked into the shop. Having roughly guessed the identity of the visitors, Shanks merely lifted his eyelids slightly. Oh, I didn't expect new guests to arrive today. A welcome. This shop only sells jars and each is priced at 100,000 berry. Korob looked at the fountain in the shop and the inscrutable shopkeeper. In Jaka's bewildered gaze, he bowed deeply to Shanks. Shopkeeper, thank you for giving Alabasta a chance. What, your majesty? Jaka looked in shock at Cobra, who was bowing to an outsider. Alabasta is now at its most critical moment. As the king, yet I can do nothing. Cobra arose slowly, a self-deprecating smile on his face. It is the appearance of the shopkeeper that has given me, this foolish king, a glimmer of hope. We must show respect to Mr. Shopkeeper, who has ignited hope within us and given us a chance to change our fate. After hearing this, Jaka immediately bowed, as well saying thank you. Xiaowen simply watched silently. So would the guests like to buy some jars? I believe you don't need me to explain the rules of the jar shop. Of course, that will be 2 million berries. We will purchase 20 jars. Cobra took out the prepared money and placed it on the counter, watching as the berries were slowly consumed, transforming into 20 seemingly ordinary pottery jars. Even though he had already learned from Bell, Cobra couldn't help but exclaim, what a miraculous method. Let me give it a try first. With a snap, the jar shattered, but no light emerged. Xiaowen glanced at Cobra, who looked frustrated. No way, brother. Even the notorious non-lucky Robin. The first jar produced the wind-reading glasses, an item that perfectly matched the recipient. Another snap echoed. This time it was an ordinary chocolate cookie. Your Majesty, how about I open one first? Jaka asked cautiously. Stubborn Cobra snorted coldly, but inwardly prayed, please let me open something good. If he could obtain something valuable, he was willing to trade 50 years of life. The mastermind behind the turmoil. When the 3rd jar was opened, a dazzling purple light finally erupted. Phew, thankfully it's not an empty one. Cobra sighed in relief, excitedly looking at what he had opened. A wheelchair. He gazed at what appeared to be just a slightly luxurious wheelchair. Confusion filled Cobra's face. Didn't Bell say that purple light represents something truly extraordinary? Could it be that he was mistaken? Supreme Wheelchair, Cobra's means of mobility. In a future time frame, the gravely ill Cobra can push the wheelchair with one hand. Facing Im and the 5 elders alone, and after taking 2 hits from Im, he can still stand to protect Sabo's escape. As long as he sits in the wheelchair, he will gain 2 opportunities for the famed sword effect. Cooldown time 1 week. While seated in the wheelchair, he can be immune to all attacks below the level of Royal Vice, but he cannot move himself. Note the wheelchair king, I have decided. Is this correct? Xiaowen's silence lingered longer than at any previous jar opening. In this vast ocean, the strong indeed seem as numerous as fish crossing the river, and the equipment is even more so. First there is the supreme staircase, and now the supreme slippers. And now even the supreme wheelchair has arrived. Mr. Shopkeeper, is there something wrong with this wheelchair? Cobra asked, a bit worried, seeing the shopkeeper's expressionless gaze on the open wheelchair. On the contrary, customer, your luck is quite good. This is not an ordinary wheelchair, but the wheelchair of a monarch. Xiaowen said without changing his expression. Monarch, the four emperors. Cobra, fully aware of what the title meant, trembled. He looked in horror at the seemingly ordinary wheelchair. That belonged to one of the four strongest pirates of the New World, the latter half of the Grand Line. Xiaowen gently shook his head. This wheelchair does not belong to a current monarch of this time frame, but its effects are still incredibly powerful. While seated in the wheelchair, you can be immune to attacks that are not at the royal vice level, with the only cost being that you cannot move yourself. Moreover, each week you have 2 chances to be immune to death. Looking at the bewildered expressions on both their faces, Xiaowen smiled softly. This wheelchair is indeed worth a purple light. Immune to attacks that are not at the royal vice level. 2 chances to be immune to death each week. Even as a king, Cobra had to admit he was astonished. This wheelchair is too heaven-defying. Who on earth is the master craftsman who made this? This is great, your majesty. Now you won't have to worry about being assassinated anymore. Jaka said happily. Yes, indeed, this wheelchair is quite useful. Cobra shot Jaka a stiff glare. While his health was poor, he could still walk. Please continue opening jars, and I hope you can obtain a desired item. After confirming that the other party was not a non-lucky person like Robin, Xiaowen's attitude improved slightly. As long as he can open good items for him, he is a valuable customer. Snap! The 4th jar shattered, and a scroll fell out accompanied by a green light. Dispel Disease Scroll, a divine technique from Dungeons and Dragons which can dispel diseases or poison states after use. Note: simple and useful, a must-have when going out. Divine technique. This is pretty good. Xiaowen said casually. This scroll records the divine technique, Dispel Disease. Even with a body like yours, after using it you can restore your health. Thankfully that supreme wheelchair is there. Otherwise, if Cobra's illness is cured, there will be no Cobra who can fight 6 opponents in the future. Due to internal strife and the mastermind behind it, excessive worry and pain have led to his deteriorating health. He knows well that even if Alabasta is reborn, he may not last long. At that time, the entire burden of the kingdom would fall on Vivi, on his still underage daughter. But now he has opened this scroll that can restore his health. Not only has he changed his fate, but he has also given Vivi a broader future. Cobra no longer hesitated and used the scroll under Jaka's excited gaze. In an instant, a flash of green light passed. He felt his long-exhausted, rusted body instantly regain vitality. He felt as if he had broken free from shackles, feeling much lighter. Is this it? Cobra kept feeling his body. Jaka even shouted with moist eyes, this is great. When Princess Vivi returns, she will definitely be happy. Cobra remained silent, bowing once more to Xiaowen. The first bow was because the other party brought hope to Alabasta. This time it was for restoring his health, allowing him to spend more time with his family, so that Vivi wouldn't have to take on the burden of the queen so early. Xiaowen's eyelids moved slightly, and he did not avoid it, calmly accepting Cobra's gesture. Continue opening jars. Perhaps the guest can find a way to turn the desert into an oasis. With a powerful strike, Cobra smashed the 5th jar. A branch with new buds appeared before the 3 of them. Xiaowen looked at the item with some surprise, not expecting that Cobra's luck would be so remarkable. Would release a powerful bloodline limit from a certain iNinja world. After system optimization, most would release techniques can be used without the need for Hashirama's cells. No, clap your hands and shout would release forest birth. Yes, this desert king has drawn would release. Cobra had already recovered his health, and perhaps he could indeed save the nation with the ability of would release, defeating the hidden mastermind and becoming a wise ruler once again. However, when facing Crocodile, who possessed the sand fruit, those branches summoned by would release would only be drained of moisture and turned to dust. In other words, pure would release would be countered by old sand. After all, not everyone is Hashirama Senju. Shopkeeper, could this branch be? Cobra's heart raced, his voice trembling, his face flushed as he spoke. The shopkeeper had just mentioned that he might draw an item that could turn the desert into an oasis. But he had drawn this, which looked like a branch. Then, this branch must be the divine tree that could solve the crisis in Alabasta. For example, it would require no watering or nutrients, and could quickly grow into a vast forest once planted. It's the divine tree that subtly alters the arid environment of Alabasta. Indeed, the shopkeeper was still on their side. He had intentionally allowed him to draw such an item. In that moment, Cobra had prepared a gratitude speech of 10,000 words. The shopkeeper's kindness is truly something I cannot repay. Xiaowen looked at Cobra's slightly excited expression and cruelly interrupted his beautiful dream. I don't know what you've imagined, but unfortunately this is a powerful bloodline secret technique from another world. After consuming it, one can gain the ability known as wood release. Wood release. Isn't that the divine tree that turns the desert into an oasis? Cobra's expression instantly froze, a deep disappointment flashing in his eyes. It grants you powerful ninjutsu related to plants, some of which can instantly transform a desolate area into a forest, Xiaowen said slowly. However, the forest created by such ninjutsu cannot exist for too long. Only forests made with real plants and seeds can be sustained for a long time. Real seeds and plants can sustain the forest. Cobra pondered for a moment and suddenly looked at Jaka beside him. Do you think if I go to the edge of the desert and plant trees day after day, will it change the people's perception of me? Jaka's mouth twitched. Your Majesty, I don't think that's a good idea. Not to mention the hidden mastermind won't allow the king to create an oasis. With such a large area in Alabasta, how could one person manage it all? I see. What a pity. Cobra shook his head regretfully. He was still thinking about creating green belts in the most barren areas to restore his reputation. It seems he still had to rely on the jars. Bang! The sixth jar shattered with a sound, not a single glimmer of light emerging. The three looked at the stone at the bottom of the jar, falling into silence. Then came the seventh, eighth, and ninth jars, still yielding only ordinary items. It seems my luck has been exhausted just now. Cobra's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. However, he had already drawn 2 purple glowing jars. Though the item called Supreme Wheelchair was a bit peculiar, purple glow is still purple glow. Moreover, his illness had also been cured by the items drawn from the jars. One could say there was hope for the future. Thus Cobra calmly shattered the last jar. Bang! A green light appeared. Oh, I didn't expect to draw a good thing in the end. Cobra looked at a drink-like item with some surprise, smiling. Immortal's Joy Tea, a signature drink from a certain celestial ship. It grants an attack boost buff lasting 6 hours upon consumption. Note, is it bad for health? It's 0 calories. Food that can add buffs. Xiaowen looked at this disposable item from a certain game and suddenly thought of something. His gourmet cells needed to consume high-quality food to grow and evolve. So, apart from high-capture level ingredients from the food world and some super sea king species, what other ingredients could compare to effective food drawn by the system? Especially from a certain divine realm, there are plenty of ingredients that can be made. Xiaowen, having found another path for upgrading, slightly raised the corners of his mouth. This is Immortal's Joy Tea, which when consumed can increase attack for 6 hours. It's not a particularly valuable drink, but it tastes good and can be preserved for a long time. A drink that can increase attack. Cobra glanced at the strange drink in his hand, suppressing the urge to taste it on the spot. By now all 10 of his jars had been opened. With that thought, Cobra sat relaxed in the Supreme Wheelchair. Indeed, it was true, the purple glowing wheelchair was comfortable to sit in. It's my turn now. I hope I can draw something related to water. Jaka slowly stepped forward, feeling nervous under the gaze of the mysterious shopkeeper, and shattered the first jar. In an instant, a green light shone. A box of cookies shaped like various small animals appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, Xiaowen slowly nodded. This is more like it. How could a newbie's first jar not yield something good? Just like the previous Sword God and Sword Saint. The first jar had drawn something like an RPG, a powerful hot weapon compared to many green lights. Animal transformation cookies. Eating one will transform you into the corresponding animal, granting all abilities of that animal for 5 minutes. Note, it is recommended that non-swimmers eat fish cookies and then venture into the deep sea. Seeing Jaka looking curious, Xiaowen calmly said, Animal transformation cookies. When eaten, you can transform into the corresponding animal for 5 minutes. Transform into an animal. Jaka stroked his chin, contemplating the function of this cookie. It seems one could turn into cats or dogs, and then spy on specific individuals. But the duration is too short, otherwise the value of this cookie would be even higher. Just as expected of the so-called miracle jar, it can even yield such interesting items. Just as Jaka was preparing to shatter the second jar, a tall, muscular man with a buzz cut suddenly barged in. Where's the shopkeeper of this store? Through the internal channels and transportation of the Baroque Work Agency, Mr. One rushed to Alyabarna, arrogantly barging into the store. As a user of the superhuman type quick/fruit, he is invincible in this country except for the president. Wait, are you the king of Alabasta? It seems you haven't given up yet. Mr. One's eyes sharpened as he recognized Crocodile. A row of blades sprouted from his right arm, spinning at high speed. Why not just wait for your end quietly? Why must you provoke outsiders and seek your own demise? Before coming, the president had already ordered to capture that audacious outsider alive. If the opponent resists or if anyone else interferes, they would be considered a threat and executed on the spot. Ding. Strong killing intent detected towards the host store owner. Privileges activated. Invincibility has begun. Ding. When facing an evil guest, the host is allowed to forcibly sell jars. In that moment, Xiaowen felt an overwhelming surge of power throughout his body. Even if Imus' little sister came, he could still suppress her with ease. I didn't expect the first activation of the store owner's invincibility privilege would be in this new shop. However, even without invincibility, he could kill an enemy of this level with a mere thought. Xiaowen looked indifferently at Mr. One, who was swinging his sword towards Crocodile. At this moment, Crocodile, sitting in the supreme wheelchair, revealed a smirk at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, you want my life, do you? Then come at me, and I will show you the true difference." Arrogant. Mr. One raised his right arm and slashed at the seated Crocodile. Spiral slash. But Crocodile merely extended his right arm nonchalantly to block. Clang, clang, clang. The relentless spiral slashes struck down upon that frail arm like a torrential storm. However, the scene of the arm being shredded did not occur. Instead, it produced the sound of metal clashing. After Mr. One's attack ended, he stared in shock at the arm, which, aside from the shredded sleeve, bore not a single wound. That useless king managed to block his lethal move solely with physical strength. How is this possible? You intentionally hid your strength before. Sweat poured down Mr. One's forehead as he realized that the opponent was willing to suffer the scheme of the agency. Ignoring the infamy of being labeled a tyrant and even pretending to be a frail old man, he felt an uncontrollable sense of panic. They were wrong. The president was wrong. The royal family was hiding their strength, deliberately putting on a show. Is this how it ends, eh? Young man, are you just tickling me? Ha ha ha. Crocodile laughed heartily, relieved internally. No wonder the wheelchair of the future emperor was so powerful. Such an impressive item, and the store owner was only selling jars for 100,000 berries. Truly generous. With this thought, Crocodile immediately gave a signal to Gaka. Understanding instantly, Gaka asked Xia in a deep voice, "Honorable store owner, do you need me to deal with this uninvited guest?" He certainly didn't intend to let the opponent have a chance. But as long as they could scare him away and prevent him from discovering the secrets of the jar store, it would be enough. He wasn't foolish. The opponent dared to openly come to trouble the store owner. And as a powerful fruit user, his identity was undoubtedly that of a minion of the mastermind. You guys, Mr. One's face immediately turned ugly upon hearing that they wanted to deal with him. Before he could curse, he saw two members of the royal family respectfully greeting the young man, who seemed to be the store owner. Could it be? A more terrifying thought emerged. What if this store owner is the true mastermind behind everything? The Alabaster royal family had long since become puppets of other forces without the agency's knowledge. As the president's confidant, Mr. One certainly understood that the first half of the Grand Line was actually known as Paradise. And those who dominate the New World are the true overlords of this sea. The Alabaster royal family had allied with a powerful force. He must escape alive and inform the president of this terrifying news. Xiaowen looked Mr. One up and down, not harboring any prejudice against him just because he was the antagonist. Does this ill-intentioned guest wish to buy a jar? Considering that it's your first time in the store, if you buy 10 jars, I can overlook your previous violations. Mr. One, who was just about to fight desperately, was taken aback by this. Buy jars. Was the store owner not planning to deal with him, the assassin? Seeing that the opponent still hadn't reacted, Xiaowen calmly said, 100,000 berries per jar will grant you everything you desire. There is nothing you cannot obtain. Even tools that awaken your own fruit abilities are available here. Mr. One tentatively asked, if I pay for the jars, can I leave here alive? Oh no. The store owner truly did not care who entered the store. Crocodile and Gaka exchanged glances, feeling extremely heavy-hearted. They could have taken advantage of the situation to open more jars. Not only could they arm and strengthen themselves, but they could also find solutions for drought and rainfall. But now if this assassin from Rainland also opened jars, the mastermind would also receive the news. The advantages they had accumulated would gradually be neutralized. Gaka still wanted to persuade them and inform the store owner about the dangers posed by these people. But Crocodile simply shook his head slowly. Everything is up to the store owner. The store owner's strength was unfathomable, and he possessed such magical jars. If they caused a bad impression on the store owner due to rebuttals and arguments, that would be a grave loss. Xiaowen chuckled lightly. As long as you buy 10 jars, I can guarantee you won't be attacked within the store. Who, that's enough. Mr. One decisively retrieved 1,000,000 berries from the inner pocket of his clothing. He would grasp any glimmer of hope. A wise choice. Xiaowen smiled as he let the counter devour the berries. 10 jars slowly rose from the writhing ground, neatly placed at Mr. One's feet. Looking at this horrifying scene, Mr. One secretly rejoiced that he had initially aimed at the king. Otherwise, he would likely have been turned into one of these jars by the store owner, or consumed by this bizarre store that resembled a living being. Clap, clap, clap. Without hesitation, Mr. One, eager to leave, immediately opened 3 jars. a bun, a fishing rod, and a fruit knife. Mr. One twitched at the corner of his eye. These items together didn't even amount to 10,000 berries. Fortunately, he didn't care about what these jars could yield. He only worried if he could escape the royal family's pursuit. Just as he smashed his sixth jar, a dazzling purple beam of light erupted. A purple beam of light. Mr. One, unaware of the rarity of the jar, was startled by the sudden commotion. As the light faded, a round, oddly textured fruit covered in spirals and twisted patterns appeared before everyone. Without the need for Xia Wen's explanation, the three present understood exactly what it was. It's a devil fruit. Mr. One exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. These jars can actually produce devil fruits. In that moment, he recalled what the shopkeeper had said at the very beginning. The jars could yield anything of significant value. A single devil fruit was worth at least hundreds of millions of berries. Moreover, oftentimes having money does not guarantee one can acquire a devil fruit even at their Baroque works. Not all members are capable users. This is why he could spend 1,000,000 berries and obtain such a valuable item. It was quite a successful investment. However, Mr. One did not feel particularly happy as he glanced at the royal duo, whose expressions had turned extremely grim. Especially the king of Kibura, who had withstood his strikes, looked as if he wanted to spring up and lash out. Mr. One could not help but swallow hard and cautiously asked Xia Wen, respected shopkeeper, may I take this devil fruit? At this moment, he did not hold out much hope for being allowed to take the fruit. In his view, such a precious devil fruit. The shopkeeper would never truly let him take it, and it was merely a show. Perhaps it would unfold like this: just as he reached for the fruit, the shopkeeper would say, oh, you really dare to take it? Then he would be killed on the spot. Superhuman-type silence fruit creates a soundproof barrier invisible to the naked eye, isolating all sounds inside or outside. It allows all actions to be completely silent and can also eliminate the sounds emitted by people or objects that have been touched. So this is the fruit. Xia Wen's eyes flickered. The silence fruit is one of the more controversial fruits. Claims of awakening to suppress the quake fruit or even silencing others' abilities are all just exaggerations. This fruit essentially just erases sound on a conceptual level. While it may be very suppressive for some, to say it is particularly powerful is truly debatable. Unless someone from the protagonist group consumes it and transforms into a mythical beast. Xia Wen calmly stated, this is the superhuman-type silence fruit capable of creating soundproof barriers to isolate sounds. It can also erase the sounds emitted by people or objects that have been touched, making it a fruit beneficial for assassination. As for the customer's concerns, Xia Wen leaned back, his gaze indifferent. It's just a mere devil fruit. It's nothing special. Since it has been opened, it's yours. Mr. One was taken aback, staring blankly at the always composed and calm shopkeeper. This is a devil fruit, a legendary treasure sought after by countless people across the seas. The shopkeeper actually allowed him to take it. Moreover, this is a fruit suitable for assassination. Thank you for your generosity, and I sincerely apologize for my earlier disrespect. Mr. One in his heart placed the overly youthful shopkeeper on the same level as the president, in a position one must not provoke. Anyone who could casually give away a devil fruit would undoubtedly possess immense power and influence. A fruit suitable for assassination, this is troubling. King Kibura, seated in the supreme wheelchair, furrowed his brow. The mysterious shopkeeper is the only hope for Alabasta. He could not, nor should he, blame the shopkeeper for his neutral stance. But to be fair, as the king of this nation, he could not simply watch as the kingdom fell into chaos at the hands of the shadowy figures behind the scenes obtaining a fruit specializing in assassination and stealth. He could not allow this. Of course, Kibura was merely thinking. Not to mention, the shopkeeper had explicitly stated that after understanding the rules, any aggression within the store was strictly prohibited. That assassin who could grow blades from his body was not someone the royal family could contend with. What a pity if only the supreme wheelchair could enhance combat capability. At this moment, Mr. One continued to open the remaining jars. Perhaps seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, he was no longer so casual in his approach. With every jar he opened, he silently prayed, hoping for a tool that would allow him to escape. When the last jar shattered, a massive off-road vehicle crashed to the floor with a loud bang. Mr. One's eyes brightened as he eagerly asked the shopkeeper, respected shopkeeper, is this a means of transportation? Although it looked somewhat strange, one could guess what it was just by looking at those 4 large wheels. Xia Wen nodded slowly. This is a fully fueled desert off-road vehicle. It can travel nearly 1,000 kilometers in desert conditions at a speed of around 60 to 80 kilometers per hour. This vehicle has an automatic driving feature. You just need to sit in it. Traveling nearly 1,000 kilometers continuously. With such a speed, King Kibura gasped. If the kingdom had thousands of these off-road vehicles, the rebel forces would no longer be a problem. Mr. One, who also recognized the impressive nature of this transportation tool, fell silent. His suspicions had indeed been correct. This shopkeeper not only possessed formidable strength, but also had an immensely powerful backing. This off-road vehicle was a creation of that power. Respected shopkeeper, may I buy some more jars? Feeling lucky, mister. One wished to open a few more jars. Just a mere 100,000 berries could open these miraculous jars. It was practically free. Their Baroque works managed the largest casino in the country, the Rain Feast. Moreover, there were members specifically tasked with making money in other countries and regions. So he only needed to spend money. Humph. One person can only buy 10 jars. Since the jars are finished, you should leave before I change my mind. King Kobura spoke first. He deliberately did not clarify that it was 10 jars per person per week. Feeling the hostility, Mr. One suddenly remembered. He needed to report what had transpired that evening to the president. Advise his superior not to take action against this mysterious jar shop, and inform him of the true state of the royal family. He looked at the shopkeeper, who appeared calm and indifferent, as if he cared little for everything. Respected shopkeeper, our Baroque works will never accept any bounties relating to you in the future. Farewell. Seeing that the two from the royal family indeed did not dare to act against him on the spot, Mr. One fumbled to open the car door and pressed the automatic driving button. At that moment, the ever-expressionless Xia Wen suddenly spoke. Go back and tell Crocodile that everything he desires can be opened from my jars, including the things he has been searching for. Mr. One was taken aback by this remark. I will convey your words to the president. He slowly drove out of the shop under the watchful and worried eyes of Kobura, swiftly disappearing into the street. Xia Wen turned to the similarly grim-faced Jaka and said, Customer, you still have 9 jars left. The shopkeeper urged, please continue opening the jars. With the shopkeeper's encouragement, Jaka turned his gaze to the remaining 9 jars. Whether it was the assassin from earlier or the mastermind behind it all, they were beyond his current reach. What he should focus on now was opening the jars. As long as he could unleash powerful abilities, he would be able to protect the king and safeguard Alabasta. Kobura's expression grew more serious. Can the jars really yield such power? He had initially thought that the mastermind merely wanted the rebels to overthrow the royal family, to seize power and truly rule Alabasta. But it now seemed that the true objective of the mastermind was likely something belonging to the royal family. His previous assumptions were all wrong. What shocked Kobura the most was that this shopkeeper who had just arrived in Alabasta seemed to understand the mastermind's intentions better than he, the king. It was simply outrageous. But what could the royal family possibly possess that warranted such machinations from the mastermind? Could it be the historical record? Kobura's eyes widened as he thought of the historical record located in the mausoleum. Aside from that, he could not fathom what else the royal family had that could attract such attention and plotting. Surely it couldn't be that the mastermind wanted to threaten Vivi into marrying him simply because he found her beautiful. At this moment, Jaka had already cracked open his second jar. With a bang, no light emerged. Seeing this, Jaka didn't even bother to check what he had opened and immediately shattered the next one. Fortunately, this time a bright blue light finally burst forth. A gray book fell out. Sword control technique, a fundamental sword control method in the cultivation world, allowing the user to manipulate flying swords or stand on them to fly with a typical speed. It requires the use of flying swords. Using ordinary swords only allows for controlling them to attack enemies, but cannot enable flight. Remark sword control technique. Xia Wen was somewhat surprised. Just a few days ago, Sauron had opened a 10,000 swords return to 1, and now someone had revealed the sword control technique. Unfortunately, it was just the most basic sword control technique. Better than nothing, Xia Wen thought regretfully. This is a skill that can control swords to fly and attack enemies. If a better sword is used, one could even fly by standing on it. It can be learned just by flipping through it. Flying sounds impressive, but in the later stages, almost everyone can do it. Even those who cannot fly certainly possess some aerial abilities. A capability to fly. In an instant, Jaka seized upon the key phrase, his face filled with unparalleled ecstasy. Huh. I've always envied that guy Bell who flies around every day, even taking Princess Vivi with him. Now I can take off too. Bang. Another jar shattered. Worn out fishing net stockings. Bang. Eggless egg pancake. Bang. A rooster that has practiced for 2.5 years as a large rooster flew out of the jar, scattering a few feathers. Jaka's expression froze completely. Why could the jars produce animals as well? Did the shopkeeper really seal living creatures in jars to sell? This was already his 9th jar. He had thought the sword control technique was just the beginning of his ascent, but little did he know it would be the pinnacle of his night. Jaka, your luck seems to be a bit poor, Kobura said with equal exasperation. Both he and Bell had opened jars glowing with purple light. Meanwhile, Jaka had only opened one glowing blue jar. Jaka retorted stubbornly that assassin must have taken away the devil fruit that belonged to me. No, each jar is independent and does not affect one another. What you can open all depends on luck. Xiaowen, seated in the armchair, casually transformed the rooster that was about to contaminate the fountain back into a jar. Then, under the gazes of the two, who exclaimed, "Just as I thought. And this works too," he placed it back on the table. Jaka looked at the last jar in his hand. "Please let it be something related to water." Bang! A green light appeared, and a black box slammed onto the shop's floor. Detachable fountain, same as the shop's version. After selecting a location, it can immediately unfold into a man-made fountain. Water from the fountain can be drawn in small amounts with a daily limit of 1 cubic meter. Xiaowen. So the new shop's fountain is also an item from the jar. Jaka curiously asked shopkeeper, "What is this box?" Xiaowen did not respond, but simply pointed behind the two. Jaka and Kabura turned around, and aside from an enviable freshwater fountain, there was nothing else. Gulpo. Jaka swallowed hard, his eyes fervently fixed on the black box. "Mr. Shopkeeper, is this a fountain just like the one in your shop?" Xiaowen calmly explained. "Once taken back, select a spot for it, and it will automatically unfold, allowing for a maximum of 1 cubic meter of water to be drawn each day." Indeed. Jaka and Kabura exchanged glances, both seeing the excitement in each other's eyes, realizing that there would now be a fountain in the palace. Just as the two finished opening their jars and Jaka was about to leave with the black box, Kabura, sitting in his wheelchair, suddenly turned around. "Mr. Shopkeeper, are you interested in the historical record? If you need it, I can." "No need." Without lifting his eyes, Xiaowen replied after selling the jars. "I know where the things recorded in that historical record are." Sure enough, this shopkeeper truly knew everything. Kabura took a deep breath. "Then I wish you prosperous business." Upon finally receiving a proper response, Xiaowen revealed a slight smile. Safe travels, customer." In the rain, Mr. One exhausted arrived at the base. He quickly encountered the president, who had been notified in advance. Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, looked displeased at his subordinate, who returned empty-handed. Could a mere shopkeeper not be dealt with by the strongest assassin in the organization? He slowly exhaled a smoke ring. "Mr. One, what does it mean that you cannot continue to test the waters as you mentioned over the phone? Did you give up on the mission?" Mr. One shook his head and took out the paramecia-type silence fruit from his pocket. Crocodile looked in disbelief at the devil fruit that his subordinate had pulled out, his face filled with astonishment as he looked up. "What does this mean? Where did you get a devil fruit?" "This is my harvest from that shop." Mr. One said seriously to his superior. "Mr. Zero, the shopkeeper asked me to deliver a message to you." Mr. Zero, the shopkeeper asked me to relay a message to you. This inexplicable statement left Crocodile momentarily stunned. What did it mean that the shopkeeper had a message for him? Since you have seen that shopkeeper, why not simply capture him or deal with him directly? Crocodile was well aware of Mr. One's strength. Unless the two guardians of the royal family joined forces, it would be impossible to stop Mr. One. Mr. One, what exactly is the situation with that shop? Could it be that the shopkeeper has the support and protection of the royal family? This was the only possibility he could think of. Mr. One spoke with utmost seriousness. That shop is a place that sells magical jars. Not only is the shopkeeper powerful, but he also has an incredibly strong backing. This paramecia-type quiet fruit and the vehicle I just drove were both obtained from the jars. Before I left, the shopkeeper said that everything you desire can be obtained from his jars. A shop selling jars. And they can even produce devil fruits. Crocodile's pupils constricted. His first reaction was that people from the new world had arrived. After all, how could such a precious item as a devil fruit be given away so freely? And the things he wanted could also be produced by the jars. Setting aside whether the other party was bragging or not, didn't this mean that all his plans in Alabasta had been discovered by them? Crocodile's expression darkened as he looked at Mr. One. Detail your experiences from last night. I want to know the shopkeeper's intentions. After Mr. One finished recounting his visit to the shop, he mentioned recognizing King Cobra and attempting to assassinate him. However, he was casually blocked by the seemingly frail king sitting in a wheelchair. Finally, under the mysterious shopkeeper's threat, he bought a jar and experienced the emergence of a devil fruit. Crocodile fell silent, a flicker of confusion flashing in his eyes. The king, whom he thought was worthless and easy to manipulate, could actually withstand Mr. One's strike. The shop he assumed could manipulate rain to make money was actually a magical jar shop capable of producing all kinds of items. The shopkeeper, whom he had never heard of before, could accurately call out his name. He realized that everything happening in Alabasta was being controlled from behind the scenes. What on earth has happened recently that the world has changed so rapidly? Clearly he had hidden himself so well. Nico Robin. Crocodile suddenly spoke, his eyes filled with rage. The other party had definitely also purchased a jar and had produced a trump card similar to a devil fruit, which is why they were so confident. Deliberately concealing such crucial information. It was all that woman who betrayed him. Otherwise, his goal was to find the Pluton through the historical texts. Currently, even Mr. One was unclear about how that outsider had learned of it. That shopkeeper had clearly gained the royal family's favor and trust. Perhaps the other party's goal was also to acquire the royal family's historical texts, then intercept his Pluton in advance. Mr. One quietly watched the president pacing back and forth in the room, holding back the thought of persuading him to give up. After all, he had already said everything he needed to say. If a frail king could transform into someone who could crush him after opening a jar, then the shopkeeper himself must be even more powerful. Calming down, Crocodile picked up the devil fruit on the table. That shopkeeper invited me over. This devil fruit was likely left out deliberately as evidence for Mr. One to take back. However, the good news was that the shopkeeper should be neutral. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Mr. One leave the shop alive. Mr. One notify everyone to return to Alabasta except for those handling funds. Crocodile suppressed the anger and fear within himself, taking a deep breath. I will personally go to Aruba to meet that outsider. When it comes to Pluton, he cannot avoid it. After all, he is a noble natural type Sansan fruit user. No matter what, he won't lose. Seeing the president's solemn expression as if he was about to explode with that mysterious shopkeeper, Mr. One paused his breath and cautiously advised Mr. Zero, that shopkeeper clearly stated that the jars can produce anything. Is it possible to obtain what you desire through the jars? Huh. Crocodile sneered. Fool. What the jars can produce is entirely up to that shopkeeper. If he released a devil fruit, then you can obtain a devil fruit. But the things I want cannot possibly be produced by the jars. If a broken jar could produce ancient weapons, he would eat the sand of Alabasta on the spot. The news of Baroque works needing to scale back reached Whiskey Peak. Vivi, who was capturing some small pirates with Mr. 9, was astonished. Mr. Zero personally ordered us to head to Alabasta. She had just called Icolum over to help her, and now she was supposed to return. Did something happen in the kingdom? With so many cadres being forcibly recalled, are they about to launch a total offensive and directly invade the capital? Worry filled Vivi's heart. For the past year, she had basically been acting as a bounty hunter at Whiskey Peak. She couldn't find an opportunity to infiltrate the headquarters of Baroque Works to investigate Mr. Zero's true identity. She only knew that the previous internal strife was indeed related to Baroque Works, but she couldn't uncover any information. She didn't even know who that guy pretending to be her father was. If only I had one more year, I would definitely be able to find out who the mastermind is. Vivi thought with a face full of unwillingness. Aruba. Xiaowen, who had just returned from lunch in Kokoyasi village, was greeted by a new customer. Looking at the man in front of her with short brown hair, a scar over his left eye, and a long sword on his back like Mihawk, Xiaowen roughly guessed the man's identity. The leader of the rebels, Vivi's childhood friend Kusha. But why would he come to the capital? There's actually a fountain in the shop wasting such precious freshwater resources. Truly worthy of an outsider who masters the technology of rain. Kusha calmly remarked, feeling the humid air. He had sensed that there was a mastermind manipulating events, so he concealed his whereabouts and secretly arrived in Aruba. He prepared to personally verify what this shop was all about. Even if that rumor had brought in a fresh batch of blood for their rebellion, it still did not dispel his suspicions. Precious freshwater resources. Xiaowen chuckled lightly. It seems the customer's needs are quite evident. So how about buying some jars? Jars. Kusha raised an eyebrow at the row of clay jars in the display case behind the shopkeeper. No need, I have more than enough jars back home. Ha, customer, you misunderstand. In my shop, what you buy is not a jar, but a hope. A miracle that changes fate. Xiaowen lazily leaned back on the sofa, whether it's a way to make it rain, an endless fountain, or the power to overthrow the royal family. Overthrow the royal family. Kusha's breath instantly became heavy. Seeing Kusha's pupils suddenly constrict and his body unconsciously lean forward, Xiaowen revealed a polite smile. For just 100,000 belly, everything can be opened. If luck is on our side, it is not impossible to directly open weapons that can arm the entire rebel army. To cater to their preferences is the quality that a true merchant should possess. Kusha's pupils shrank, realizing that his identity had been exposed. He asked the store owner, unfazed by the fact that he was a member of the rebel army, in a low voice. It seems you have quite a lot of information. However, I am curious about one thing. Haven't you already cooperated with the royal family? If that's the case, why support us, the rebels? For a moment, he doubted whether this store owner was controlling the kingdom. The other party was betting on both sides and deliberately instigating conflict, aiming to make money by selling jars. Kusha thought for a moment, but still dismissed this somewhat absurd speculation. However, the other party provided them with weapons, causing the internal strife of the kingdom to escalate. From this point of view, the other party was certainly no good person. Xiaowen's expression remained calm. Dear guest, you may have misunderstood something. I have never cooperated with the royal family. The Alabastan royal family, the rebels, and the Baroque Work Society that controls everything can all come to me to purchase jars. So whether you overthrow the royal family or the royal family regains the people's trust, Even if the Baroque Work Society gets what it wants, it has nothing to do with me. The Baroque Work Society. It seems there is indeed a puppet master controlling the kingdom. Kosha's expression instantly became extremely serious. Moreover, this store owner had easily acknowledged the other party's position. So, Kosha pondered for a moment and chose to seize this opportunity. Store owner, is the information about the Baroque Work Society for sale? He had a premonition that this information could very well determine the future direction of Alabaston. Xiaowen shook his head. I am a jar merchant, not an information dealer. However, just as I said, the jars can open up everything, including the inside information you wish to know. A person can only open 10 jars per week. The number of jars is limited, first come, first served. Seeing that you have come to Alabana with such difficulty, I can tell you one piece of information for free. Xiaowen said nonchalantly. Last night, both the royal family and the Work Society's assassins already opened jars. Currently, the entire Alabaston is only behind the rebels. What? That incompetent tyrant also opened jars. Kosha's face became somewhat stiff. If that is the case, the rebels are indeed at a significant disadvantage. If these jars are truly that magical. If the royal family continuously grows stronger through opening jars, then his goal of leading the rebels into the capital is simply impossible to achieve. I understand now, this is 1 million belly. Kosha watched as the paper money he placed on the counter disappeared in an instant, and 10 jars flew out from behind the store owner's counter. His body stiffened for a moment, abandoning some probing thoughts. Facing such an ambiguous attitude and position, a ruthless individual, without any lines, Kosha feared that if he tried, he might just perish. Just smash it directly, Xiaowen explained calmly. Kosha looked at the plain ceramic jar in front of him and struck it hard. Crack! A green light emerged from the shattered jar. A cup of colorful liquid appeared before him. This is a cup of wine. Kosha was somewhat speechless. 100,000 belly just to open a cup of wine. Xiaowen, who was unfazed, sat quietly on the sofa. Custom name: after drinking it can grow into the form the drinker wishes to become. The effect lasts for 5 minutes and can only change appearance and voice. Note the puppet has removed its mask. How interesting, a drink that can transform. However, opened by Kosha. TSK. Xiaowen calmly said, this is a drink that allows you to transform for 5 minutes after drinking. To be precise, it can turn you into the form you wish to grow into regardless of gender. Compared to the animal transformation biscuit that Gaka opened last night, this is simply a world apart. The former not only had a larger quantity, but also possessed the skills inherent to the animals after transformation. Changing appearance. Kosha gazed deeply at the cup before him, suddenly recalling a recent event. The tyrant's sudden order to shoot civilians. It was precisely that event that led him to be utterly disappointed in the royal family. No longer harboring ridiculous fantasies, he focused on developing the rebels. But the mysterious store owner personally admitted that the Baroque Work Society was controlling everything in Alabaston. Could it be? Kosha's expression kept changing, unwilling to admit the conclusion he had deduced. If his reasoning is correct, then are the rebels merely being used as pawns again? Kosha looked at the commied store owner respectfully, lowering his head. Respected store owner, may I ask, is there a devil fruit that can change one's appearance? To be more precise, whether there is someone from the Baroque Work Society disguised as the king ordering the assassination of civilians. This is the question he is currently most concerned about. Xiaowen chuckled softly. Once there is a question, you add a title of respect. However, the superhuman system imitation fruit can indeed achieve these effects. If you are curious, you can open more jars. So far, many have obtained devil fruits in my store. All right. Thank you for your generosity. Kosha, whose speculation had been confirmed, nodded in a daze. So there really are fruits that can transform into the appearance of others. Then was the king who gave the order at that time the real one, or a plot by the puppet master? If the king is not a tyrant, then everything he has done these days is akin to that of a clown, allowing the puppet master to observe and mock. But even so, even if his efforts and choices are influenced by others, he will never give in. Regardless of whether the king is a tyrant or not, it does not affect his determination to change the kingdom. Oh, what a mess. Kosha's gaze regained its sharpness. He directly smashed the second jar. A flintlock fell out. Xiaowen casually glanced at it, a standard flintlock of the navy, nothing special. It's good enough that it can produce weapons. The rebels currently only have beliefs and will, but lack the strength to contend with the army. Regardless of whether the king is a tyrant, raising the rebels is definitely the right move. Kosha slightly nodded and continued to open the third jar. In an instant, a dazzling golden beam erupted. A pure white jade tablet, emitting faint fluorescent light, floated quietly in the air. The surface of the jade tablet had 4 ancient mysterious runes. When Xiaowen's gaze turned towards the jade tablet, the meanings of these 4 runes automatically surfaced in his mind. That is, turn beings into soldiers. Kosha curiously tapped the glowing jade slip, asking, "Shopkeeper, this stone must be quite powerful, right?" The dazzling golden light when opening the can combined with this stone's ability to float on its own suggested as much. Everything indicated that this was an extraordinary item. Sowing beans to create soldiers, one of the 36 techniques of the Heavenly Gang. After systematic optimization, it can use any small type of bean to transform into soldiers that have a time limit and can be injured. The number of soldiers generated depends on the consumption of physical and mental strength. The limit for ordinary people is 100 soldiers. The strength and attributes of the soldiers depend on the caster's own power. The limit is 30 of the caster's overall attributes. Note: summon the wind and rain sow beans to create soldiers. It actually is one of the 36 techniques of the Heavenly Gang. Moreover, this was the third golden light. Xiaowen's heart skipped a beat. Even if it was just the system's version of sowing beans to create soldiers, the ability to grow stronger along with one's own power made it formidable enough. If a 4 Emperor-level powerhouse summoned a horde of soldiers, even if those soldiers lacked the powers of devil fruits and domineering their sheer physical strength, could completely hold down another 4 Emperor. Xiaowen gave an affirmative reply. "I must say your luck is indeed extraordinary. In my view, this spell is even more powerful than most devil fruits." More powerful than devil fruits? Shopkeeper, you can't be joking. Kosha's face showed obvious shock and disbelief. He was well aware of the terrifying abilities of those with powers, and also knew of a certain type of natural devil fruit. Each one was a walking disaster. No matter how many soldiers or how large the army, they couldn't kill those monsters. Yet the shopkeeper claimed that the spell within this stone was more powerful than most devil fruits. Xiaowen replied calmly, "This is one of the 36 techniques of the Heavenly Gang, sowing beans to create soldiers. As the name suggests, once learned, you can use any small type of bean to create soldiers in bulk. The number and strength of the soldiers will depend on the caster's own power. Fearless of death, they can be produced at any time, and the only cost is a single bean." Kosha was completely stunned. "I can create soldiers in bulk just using beans." The shopkeeper's words completely shattered his understanding. And this is just one of the 36 techniques. How powerful would it be to gather all 36 techniques? Moreover, Kosha quickly thought of a brilliant way to use the soldiers, given their complete obedience, fearlessness of death, and low cost. That is to self-destruct. Summon some soldiers, let each carry explosives or shells, and charge at the enemy. Not only could this reduce casualties on their side, but it would also strike the enemy from both physical and psychological angles. Press the jade slip to your forehead to learn it. I happen to have some beans here, you can test the effect. Xiaowen chuckled lightly and took out a handful of yellow beans that a previous customer had opened from the system space. "Thank you, shopkeeper." Kosha's right hand trembled slightly as he picked up the jade slip, eagerly pressing it to his forehead. In an instant, all the techniques and precautions regarding sowing beans to create soldiers were forcefully poured into his mind. He had completely mastered this spell. Coming to his senses, Kosha picked up a yellow bean and flicked it towards the empty space in the shop. Sowing beans to create soldiers. The yellow bean expanded in the air, and at the moment it landed, a 2-meter-tall humanoid soldier appeared. Moreover, it came equipped with a spear. Incredible. And the consumption is almost negligible. Kosha, who was controlling the yellow bean soldier to perform various acrobatic moves, was extraordinarily excited. This was the ability he had always wanted. Not only did it possess intelligence, but he could also actively control it. However, its strength was somewhat low, only stronger than an ordinary person. Of course, this wasn't a problem with sowing beans to create soldiers, but rather that he himself was too weak. A product of the can must be a fine one. Xiaowen smiled faintly. "Please continue opening cans, customer. Who knows, you might uncover information related to the Baroque works." After dispersing the yellow bean soldier, Kosha's previously heavy and serious expression completely vanished, leaving only a corner of his mouth that couldn't be suppressed. He raised his hand towards the remaining cans, delivering a triple strike. Smash! 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 Kosha looked at the 3 large bottles of pure water he had opened, his expression darkening. Even though Alabasta was extremely arid, through Zoro berries could buy several times this amount of fresh water. Again, Kosha raised his hand to crack open the 7th can. Smash! A large green box fell out of the can. Hearing the clattering sound inside the box, Kosha understood that he had opened something good again. High-explosive grenades, X100, a box of ordinary military high-explosive grenades. Nope, boom. So it was grenades. Xiaowen shook his head. This item was indeed of no use to him. He had already opened his exclusive can. With his domineering and physical attributes steadily rising to the level of a rear admiral, only techniques like sowing beans to create soldiers or unique devil fruits could provide significant enhancement. Of course, these grenades weren't entirely useless. At the very least, they could be divided into 100 cans, and then opportunities could be found to circulate them. They could be considered a way to open up the market in advance. Seeing Ko Sha toying with the grenade, Xia Wen casually remarked, a type of powerful bomb. It could indeed be used in conjunction with your summoned yellow bean soldiers for self-destruction. Oh, shopkeeper, you think so too? Ko Sha exclaimed in surprise, looking up. I was just thinking of getting a particularly powerful explosive and having the soldiers charge in a suicidal manner. However, he wasn't planning to attack the capital, but rather to guard against the Baroque works. Knowing that the previous king might be a fake, Ko Sha decided to hold off on his plans regarding Alyabarna. After all, in a real war, the dead rebels and royal guards would all be Alabastans. There would only be losers on both sides. The hidden masterminds were different, their languages were not the same. Xia Wen noticed that Ko Sha hadn't even taken the water and turned around to enthusiastically lift the box, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. To have opened a box of grenades for just 1 berries was truly a great gain. Smash! 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 Feeling that he had already profited enough, Ko Sha quickly smashed the remaining cans to prevent the shopkeeper from suffering too much loss, which would lead to a deadlock in their relationship. After 2 ordinary items, he finally opened the last can and a stack of documents fell out. Ko Sha's body suddenly tensed, and his breath quickened. Could this be the information about the Baroque works that the shopkeeper mentioned? Did he really uncover it? No, this must have been intentionally placed by the shopkeeper for him to find. Did the shopkeeper actually lean towards their rebellion? Yes, it must be like that. Just as Ko Sha opened the first page, preparing to see who the hidden mastermind was, a title caught his eye regarding the Cocoa West village in the East Sea, speculations and danger evaluations of the mysterious jar shop crane. At that moment, the shopkeeper's voice also timely echoed, oh, so it was a report about me. Huh, this document is actually about the shopkeeper. Ko Sha froze, looking at the file in his hand. The date on the signature was just yesterday. Moreover, Donghai, Kikoya West Village. Ko Sha was unsure how long it would take to travel from Donghai to Alabasta, but under normal circumstances, it would definitely be impossible to complete in just 1 or 2 days. This shopkeeper not only opened a can shop in Alabasta, but also has one in Donghai. Did the other party master a method of quick movement? The document detailed several instances of the Navy visiting the can shop to open cans, along with speculations about the other world and assessments of the shopkeeper's abilities. It included analyses of various magical items and ideas on whether they could be replicated or mass-produced. Lastly, it rated the shopkeeper's danger level as extremely dangerous, having broken the original pattern and possibly triggering a great upheaval in the seas, ushering in an unknown new era. The Navy must send more people to open cans before they are fully revealed and seize the initiative. The various speculations and conclusions made Ko Sha's expression continuously change. He wished he could poke his eyes out on the spot. He regretted why he had to be so careless browsing such confidential information right in front of the shopkeeper. After all, in front of this existence that made the Navy apprehensive, he and the rebels were likely no better than a sandworm. Just as Ko Sha was conflicted about whether to express himself, the shopkeeper's voice continued. I'm afraid this is information regarding myself. If the customer wants information about the Baroque works, they can only come back to open cans in a week. But by then, the original information might already be outdated. Xia Wen glanced at the content identified by the system, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. It seems the Navy headquarters has quite a high evaluation of him, even if they didn't guess his intentions at all. However, part of the content did not satisfy him. Why did he intentionally control the can explosion rate? If he had such ability, he would directly make all the cans filled with devil fruits and the strength of admirals and Yonko. In just 1 day, he could press the tail using Emu's sister down on the ground. Seeing that the shopkeeper did not mind at all, he even reminded him to come back next week. Ko Sha was filled with shock and awe, which ultimately transformed into deep reverence. Thank you for your reminder. I swear on my life that I will never let a third party know the contents of this information. Saying this, Ko Sha respectfully placed the hot potato on the table. Shopkeeper, may I bring the rebel leaders to open cans? Ko Sha, as if recalling something, cautiously asked. Of course. Xia Wen smiled faintly. I welcome new customers as always. However, you are already too behind. In a few days, the royal family and Baroque works will open the second wave of cans. Ko Sha nodded to show he understood, but the rebel base was too far from the capital. He could still manage to rush through the night alone. With more people, the speed would inevitably slow down. Ko Sha, filled with excitement, let out a sigh of relief, holding a box of grenades, and said, Shopkeeper, see you in 7 days. After the first customer of the day left, Xia Wen looked at the rewards in the system space and took out a pure white jade tablet to absorb it. As expected of the 36 techniques of Tiangong, just 1 bean soldiers is already so outstanding. I wonder how strong it will be after gathering the other 35 techniques. Having already learned bean soldiers, Xia Wen sighed. However, this skill came just in time. He was worried about how to sell the excess cans. Thinking of this, Xiaowen grabbed a handful of soybeans and scattered them into the air. Soon dozens of muscular tall soybean soldiers with restrained auras appeared in the shop. Moreover, due to his strength far exceeding Kosha's, these soybean soldiers possessed quite strong intelligence. Apart from not being able to speak, they were no different from normal humans. They could not only adjust their appearance and gender, but also change their original weapons. As for physical strength, comparable to the physical quality of a Navy rear admiral, that's sufficient. Xiaowen nodded in satisfaction. Even without hockey and fruit abilities, these soybean soldiers were powerful enough to rely on their robust physique and self-taught combat skills. They could defeat most pirates from the first half of the Grand Line. After all, they were just wandering merchants selling cans. After adjusting the faces of dozens of soybean people and setting their heights to that of normal humans. Although the possibility was slim, Xiaowen still tentatively asked System, "Can I let these soybean soldiers open cans?" Previously, the berries from those customers buying cans were piled up in his system space. These were useful in the early stages, but became pure waste paper in the later stages. If they could produce and sell it, would be great to help him brush cans. Ding. Creatures created by the host cannot open cans. Ding. Customers who buy cans must be sentient beings with separate souls. TSK. Xiaowen shook his head helplessly at the failed attempt to exploit the system. He took out the 300 cans he had already prepared from the system space. 100 of those cans came from the box of grenades Kosha had just opened. The rest were mostly ordinary items. Only a few were items from the green light cans that he couldn't use. For example, wind, reading glasses, water avoidance, pearl store-style fountain, etc. Of course, he also took out the purple value item, the autumn leaf blade, as the finale item. Looking at the soybean people each holding several cans, Xiaowen's mouth curled up. Remember, your goal is to promote the cans and let these cans circulate out. Berries can be disregarded, but the cans must be given out. Prioritize giving them to those with brightly colored hair and eccentric clothing. The handsome men and women nodded in unison and quietly lined up to walk out of the shop. As for how they would leave Alabasta, whether by hitching a boat or swimming, that was not something Xiaowen needed to consider. The soybean people attack. Outside Aruba, a burly man draped in a black fur coat with a large golden hook on his left wrist approached. As expected of a means of transportation from a major power, it only took 3 hours to cover half the distance. Too bad the endurance is somewhat lacking. Crocodile shook his head regretfully. He was driving a strange vehicle brought back by Mr. 1A, racing through the desert towards the capital. However, halfway through, the iron vehicle could no longer move. If not for him being a sand fruit user able to transform into sand and move quickly. In that desert, which could be deemed a life-forbidden zone, it was indeed somewhat troublesome. Just then, a striking white-haired girl with delicate features approached from a distance. Crocodile's pupils contracted as he warily gazed at the unfamiliar girl. The aura emanating from her was unmasked, allowing him to sense the fervent vitality pulsating within her. Though she seemed insignificant before him, this unexpected situation. Another outsider. Crocodile's expression darkened instantly. This meant that more individuals were already aware of the jar shop, coming specifically for it, just as he prepared to enter the city to meet the shopkeeper. The beautiful girl with a blank expression seemed to have noticed something and walked straight towards him. Moreover, she appeared to be holding something in her arms. Crocodile looked perplexed to what was going on. The white-haired reed girl quickly approached him and pulled back a layer of burlap. In an instant, 6 jars appeared before Crocodile's eyes. The girl set the jars down, raised her hands to form a 10, and then pointed to the jars while forming a 1. Crocodile was completely bewildered. This outsider was actually trying to sell him jars, and that 10 meant 100,000 berry for a jar. Wasn't this the jar from the mysterious shopkeeper? Was there a counterfeit? Out of caution, Crocodile abandoned the idea of directly interrogating her. What if she had some background that could attract new enemies? Do you mean 1 jar costs 100,000 berry? These jars are from a shop called Miracle of Fate, right? The girl, devoid of any expression or emotional fluctuation, nodded. Crocodile was left speechless. He had thought that these jars couldn't be taken out of the shop and could only be opened in front of the shopkeeper. And for some reason, he felt that the excessively beautiful girl before him seemed a bit fake. They'll take these 6 jars, that's 600,000 berry. To avoid complications, Crocodile pulled out 600,000 berry and handed it to the girl. After receiving the money, she pressed her hands against her mouth and managed a smile. Having completed her task, she turned to assist the remaining companions. Strange girl. Crocodile shook his head, looking at his own jars. If the jars can be taken out of the shop, doesn't that mean the rule of 1 person being able to buy 10 jars a week has a huge loophole? As long as I wait near the shop, I could pay passers-by to buy jars and not take them out. If I find enough people, I could completely buy out all the jars from the shopkeeper. Smash! Crocodile decisively shattered 1 jar. A broken pocket watch fell out. No glow. It shouldn't be anything good. Thinking of the information Mr. One provided Crocodile continued to open the next jar. Smash! This time it was a fishing rod made of an indiscernible material. Smash! An ugly doll bear. Smash! When a bitten piece of bread appeared, Crocodile finally lost his composure. Damn it! This is definitely not from that shop. Crocodile's expression darkened as he suspected he had been swindled. These pieces of junk wouldn't even add up to 10,000 berry. And there was even a piece of bread that had been bitten. This was definitely a counterfeit jar. He absolutely refused to admit that his luck was this terrible, as expected after opening all 6 jars aside from a standard flintlock pistol from the Navy. Nothing else came out. Damn swindler, I'd better not see you again. Otherwise be prepared to be turned into a dried corpse by me. Having been tricked, Crocodile headed straight for the shop. Today he must obtain an item that rivals the devil fruit. At that moment, various yellow bean people emerged from Alyabarna. They began their own adventures in search of lucky buyers of the jars. Some found the price of the jars too high, turning away without waiting for a discount. There were also elderly individuals on the brink of dying of thirst who opened a large barrel of pure water to escape the desert. And merchants face-to-face with robbers saved by the yellow bean, people who descended like divine soldiers, gratefully buying all the jars. In just half a day, the tale of the strange merchant selling jars spread through various channels across Alabasta, even spreading to other parts of the Grand Line. New guests, welcome to my jar shop. Xiaowen looked at Crocodile, who entered the shop with a gloomy face, and said, it was worth it for him to give Mr. One a chance yesterday to go back and report. You are that. Before Crocodile could finish, he was interrupted by the shopkeeper. Our shop prohibits smoking. Please be considerate, guest. Xiaowen squinted his eyes and said with a smile. The momentum he had painstakingly built up was forcibly interrupted, leaving Crocodile feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he extinguished the cigar in his mouth. There was no choice, facing an unknown force. Knowing he was being plotted against by an outsider, it was necessary to retreat appropriately to gain the upper hand. Of course, this was also somewhat related to the dangerous alert that suddenly rang in his mind. You definitely know who I am. Let's not waste time. I want 10 jars. Crocodile pulled out 1 million berry and slammed it on the counter. Xiaowen nodded indifferently. Of course, as long as you are willing to follow the shop's rules, you are a welcomed guest here. The display case behind him opened, and 10 jars neatly landed before Crocodile. Please, I hope you can open something satisfactory, dear guest. Crocodile looked at the authentic jars before him. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes. His golden hook raised, he struck down fiercely at the nearest jar. Smash! A familiar piece of bread fell out. Off. Crocodile's expression froze instantly. Just before, he had also opened a piece of bread like this, except it had a bite taken out of it. Could it be that the jars sold by that girl were real? But why was there a piece of defective bread? Feeling that he couldn't continue opening jars without understanding, Crocodile couldn't help but ask, shopkeeper, can unfinished jars be taken away? Once sold, our shop's jars cannot be returned or exchanged and must be opened within the shop. If guests encounter other jar sellers, they are all my subordinates. Xiaowen said calmly. Subordinates? They must be reinforcements. Crocodile's expression became extremely grave. The forces behind this shopkeeper were indeed beginning to intervene and lay plans in Alabasta. The goal is to find the Pluton. Damn, Nico Robin actually betrayed him, ruining his grand plan. Xiaowen's lips curled up slightly. It seems the guest has many questions in mind. What if I said, I've known the location of Pluton for a long time? Crocodile's expression changed. He blurted out, that's impossible. If the shopkeeper knew the location of Pluton, why not go and retrieve this ancient weapon? Instead, he intentionally revealed it before him. As if guessing his thoughts, the shopkeeper spoke in the most mundane tone, letting him feel his heartbeat stop. His face filled with horror as he uttered the words. Just a Pluton that can destroy an island. In my jars, there are plenty of super weapons capable of directly destroying the Red Soil continent, even evaporating the 4 seas. Therefore, it is not worth my time. A weapon capable of annihilating the Red Earth continent, or even evaporating the 4 seas. You must be joking. Why don't you claim there are weapons that can destroy the entire world? After the initial panic, Crocodile quickly calmed down, his eyes filled with disdain. He acknowledged that the shopkeeper's jar contained something, but it was absolutely impossible for it to hold items surpassing ancient weapons. If such a weapon truly existed, why hadn't the forces behind it overthrown the world government? The 4 emperors suppressing the new world. If he possessed such a devastating weapon, he would have unified the world long ago and become the king of all. I don't need such powerful weapons. All I want is the Underworld King. What shopkeeper can your jar really summon the Underworld King? Just when Crocodile thought the shopkeeper would be stumped by his words, Xiaowen calmly replied, of course, whether it's an already claimed heavenly king or an unawakened sea king, my jar can summon them all. However, guests should not rely too much on external objects. Losing faith and will and turning to so-called ancient weapons will only make one weaker and weaker. In the world of One Piece, belief is a magical thing. Sometimes as long as you waver, give up, or retreat, then it will be difficult for you to become the top powerhouse in your lifetime. Especially for those with Conqueror's Haki, retreating in the early stages is absolutely not allowed. If we discard the notions of being underleveled and missing version benefits. In the original work, Crocodile's actions of playing in the sand after exiting the New World in Alabasta could very well be the reason for his complete decline in Haki. Otherwise, Xiaowen couldn't imagine that in a real world a person who once fought to a standstill with Barrett would not even know how to use armament Haki. The same treatment was given to Gecko Moria. Belief. Are you joking? Crocodile scoffed. If belief were useful, would he still be looking for the Underworld King here? At that time, when he challenged Whitebeard, his belief and will were so firm. Yet he could only escape in disgrace. So only the Underworld King could truly allow him to rise. Not wanting to argue with the shopkeeper about right or wrong, Crocodile continued to smash the second jar. Bang! This time a green light finally burst forth. Bandage X5, a magical bandage that has been digitized after use, can continuously restore health up to 10. Note, a mere fatal wound. Watch me hold on with medicine. 5 rolls of bandages. Crocodile's mouth twitched. Hadn't he already opened a jar with light? Why did it still only produce this garbage? Could it be that the royals said something causing the shopkeeper to deliberately target him? Thinking of this, Crocodile cast a suspicious glance at the shopkeeper. Xiaowen calmly took a sip of tea. The healing bandages, regardless of how severe the injury, can restore a certain degree of vitality. Using these 5 rolls of bandages continuously, even a mortally wounded person can rise and continue to fight. What? Treating injuries? Crocodile exclaimed as he carefully tucked the 5 bandages away. This was a life-saving trump card. He planned to return and verify the effectiveness of this bandage, to see if the shopkeeper was just bragging. Just when Crocodile was about to continue opening jars, he suddenly remembered something. A person can only open 10 jars a week, but I've already opened 6 jars. Could it be that the jars leaving the shop are different from those inside the shop? If that's the case, it could explain why he had been so unlucky before. It could also prove that this shopkeeper indeed manipulates the drop rates in secret. All jars are the same, it's just that the jars I circulate out have no purchase limit. Xiaowen said in a calm tone. All the same, those jars can also yield rare items. Crocodile expressed disbelief. Xiaowen nodded affirmatively. Of course, it's just that you, the guest, bought too little and had bad luck. Or are you saying? Silently activating the shopkeeper's privilege, entering an invincible state, and helping Crocodile activate observation Haki for free. Xiaowen revealed a friendly smile. Do you think I deliberately lowered the drop rate of the jars, and all that goes out is garbage? Feeling as if his heart was being squeezed by someone's hand, the threat of death surged like a tide. Crocodile, who had completely seen the disparity between them, felt a drop of cold sweat trickle down his face. The horror and fear in his eyes almost overflowed. This shopkeeper felt just like the former Whitebeard. This mysterious outsider undoubtedly possesses the strength of a sea emperor. You think so too, right, guest? Xiaowen continued. Yes, it's just my bad luck. Crocodile, drenched all over, stiffly nodded. What could he do when you say that? Letting it go to you. Withdrew his pressure. Xiaowen made a gesture of please. Guest continued to open jars. Who knows, you might just find the coordinates related to the Underworld King. Huh. Crocodile, who had just come out of the shock and threat of death, took a few breaths, no longer daring to have any doubts or tests. Bang! He smashed the 3rd jar. A strange music box fell out. However, because it was not a rare item with light, he was too lazy to pick it up and directly open the next jar. Bang! When the 4th jar shattered, a blinding purple light burst forth. It worked. The purple light. Could it be a devil fruit? Having seen Mr. One's silent fruit, Crocodile's spirit jolted, looking on with expectation. Yet as the purple light filling the shop dissipated, all that remained in front of him was a strange machine. Crocodile, what is this? Where is his devil fruit? Weather box from the world of Doraemon. It can simulate and create corresponding weather by inserting different specific cards. It can control the range of weather produced up to a city, but only one card can be used at a time. If the machine's built-in cards are lost or damaged, that weather can no longer be simulated permanently. Initially comes with 6 cards: rainy weather, snowy weather, thunder, gale, sunny weather, and cloudy weather. No, my friend, you are the true weather child. It's actually this thing. I have to say, the effects are still so outrageous. Xiaowen's mouth twitched, feeling that Cobra had missed out on a fortune. This weather box is exactly what the other party wanted, a tool that can cause widespread rain without side effects. In a sense, this weather box could also be considered a weapon, if it weren't for the limitation of inserting only one card at a time, restricting the machine's capabilities. Just based on the fact that the weather box can quickly switch between different weathers and can affect a city. It would be enough to be classified as a golden jar. Looking at Crocodile's disdainful expression, Xiaowen chuckled. This machine is exactly the weapon you wanted to open, and if used well it can destroy a city. Crocodile. A weapon capable of destroying cities. Just this little machine. However, a powerhouse like the shopkeeper shouldn't lie about such matters. Thus Crocodile humbly inquired, Mr. Shopkeeper, what is the purpose of this machine? Now he understood why the shopkeeper wasn't worried about those jars circulating. Even if someone really opened powerful items without the shopkeeper's explanation, they could only explore on their own. And as the shopkeeper said, some items opened from the jars are quite dangerous. One could easily end up harming themselves due to improper handling. Xiaowen spoke calmly. This is the weather box, which can forcibly change the weather within a certain area using 6 cards representing different weather patterns. It can influence the range of a normal city at most. However, if these cards are lost or damaged, the corresponding weather cannot be simulated anymore. After finishing, Xiaowen chuckled softly. This might be the item the royal family desires the most. To influence a city. The weather box. Crocodile took out 6 different cards, his pupils suddenly narrowing. This is simply a strategic weapon. For example, if he used the rainy day card, it would continue to rain. As long as the duration is long enough to cause a qualitative change, it can incapacitate that city. Then switch to the snow day card, rapidly cooling down and freezing the entire city. It could even create thunderstorms in specific areas, bringing destruction. Although the speed is a bit slow, it is stable and discreet. As long as one doesn't make a fuss, they won't be discovered at all. What a terrifying machine. Crocodile appeared dazed. Fortunately, he opened the weather box, otherwise the royal family would be using this to rain everywhere. All his previous efforts would be wasted. No, since these jars are so magical, why was he still fixated on a vague, unattainable Pluto? After all, Nico Robin is not trustworthy. Crocodile fell into deep thought. He felt it would be better to open more jars, perhaps obtaining a weapon that rivals or even surpasses Pluto. At the very least, 100,000 berries could buy 1 jar. It was incredibly cost-effective. Xiaowen said lightly, customers can test the effects. Okay. Hearing this, Crocodile immediately took out the rainy day card and inserted it into the weather box. In an instant, dark clouds appeared over the entire sky of Alyabarna, rapidly spreading. In just a few seconds, the sound of falling raindrops began to be heard, and the trend was increasing. In the royal palace in the garden, Cobra, who was practicing battle techniques using wood release to create various plants and vines, looked up in surprise. It's raining. Yes, it's raining. The training partner Gaka also showed a hint of joy in his eyes. Since the shopkeeper came to Alabasta, our luck has been getting better. Your Majesty, Alabasta will surely get through this crisis. I have always believed so. Just as Cobra was about to order the chef to prepare some good food for a banquet. Suddenly he paused, looking up in disbelief again. No, this isn't natural rain. This is man-made intervention. The two exchanged glances, both exclaiming, someone is opening jars. At this moment, more and more people rushed out of their homes with wooden basins and iron buckets to catch the rain. The dark clouds covering the entire capital quickly dissipated under everyone's astonished gaze. Then it transformed into a clear sky with blazing sunshine. I was merely testing my new toy, and you really thought you could get rain for free? Crocodile said coldly as he withdrew the rainy day card. Xiaowen casually glanced at the weather outside, not caring about what had just happened. All right, customer, please continue opening jars. Crocodile nodded, placing the weather box aside with utmost seriousness. This was something even more precious than a devil fruit. Clap, 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 clap. After several jars, they only yielded some ordinary items. However, this time Crocodile remained quite calm. Just with the earlier weather box, he had already made a huge profit. He could accept it even if the remaining jars yielded nothing. Clap, clap. As the last 2 jars shattered, 2 spheres of blue light finally burst forth. Looking at the silver-white ring and a scroll before him, Crocodile silently looked up at the shopkeeper, waiting for an explanation. Water dragon manifestation from a certain world of a reed girl who slays demons. It ranks among the 48 imperial treasures. It grants the wearer the ability to freely manipulate any liquid they come into contact with. Note: mercury at room temperature is also a liquid, so. Moon spirit essence. Water release water dragon bullet, one of the most famous ninjutsu techniques from a certain ninja. After system optimization, it can be performed by forming hand seals with both hands together. Note: in this era, who still neatly forms hand seals. After reading the system's appraisal, Xiaowen chuckled lightly, as if he had discovered something interesting. It seems that you and the water dragon are quite fated. Crocodile was taken aback. What water dragon? He only knew Kaido, who could turn into an Azure Dragon. That ring is called Water Dragon Manifestation, and wearing it will grant you the ability to control any liquid you touch. And this scroll is a spell from another world called Water Dragon Bullet, which can be directly released to unleash a powerful water dragon impact. Both items are related to water. Crocodile's face darkened, feeling that his luck had not reversed. As a powerful nature-type sand fruit user, his greatest weakness is water. Yet now the two new items are both abilities related to controlling water, completely incompatible with his combat style. Looking on the bright side, at least I can use these to disguise my identity. Crocodile began to comfort himself. As long as he later opens an item that can change his form, he can totally rely on these two water-related abilities to create a new mysterious persona. No one would ever associate a guy skilled in controlling water with him, an innocent Shichibukai who plays with sand right. Thus he had finished opening all 10 jars for the week. Just as Crocodile was preparing to bid farewell to the shopkeeper and return to study the limits of the weather box, both of his transponder snails rang simultaneously. Brew brew. TSK. I told you not to contact me today. Crocodile impatiently answered the call. Mr. Zero, it's bad. Today over 30 strange merchants selling jars have been confirmed throughout Alabasta. Mr. 2 was just imitating those white-haired merchants selling fake jars and was brutally beaten by a real jar merchant, breaking both legs. What? Crocodile's expression froze. Mr. 2 was actually interrupted and had both legs broken. Mr. 0, should we assassinate those white-haired salesmen of the jars? Xiaowen raised an eyebrow and said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, someone is already pirating so quickly. The mimic fruit is indeed impressive. However, I don't recommend our guests assassinate those innocent merchants. Of course. Crocodile nodded stiffly and hung up the phone bug at lightning speed. The shopkeeper indeed knew about Mr. 2's abilities. Then the abilities of the other Baroque Works executives were certainly well understood by the opponent. By the way, the shopkeeper deliberately had him list 2 items and abilities related to water. Was he hinting that the other party already knew about the weakness of the shasha fruit against water? Crocodile, who was lost in wild speculation, looked at the shopkeeper, who was calm and unhurried at all times. A trace of envy and yearning flashed in his heart. Mysterious, powerful, elegant, possessing a superpower that spans the Grand Line. This was exactly the kind of scene he had once dreamed of. I will inform my subordinates to prevent similar incidents from occurring. However, Mr. Shopkeeper, such many unfamiliar, strong individuals may attract the attention of the Navy and the world government. Oh, it doesn't matter. The Navy headquarters has demands of its own for me. Xiaowen shook his head lightly. As for the so-called world government, I am quite happy to see more people know about the jar shop's existence. Even if the celestial dragons who are like maggots come to buy jars, I will welcome them. However, the vast majority of celestial dragons are completely useless. Opening jars would be of no use to them. After all, the powerful abilities that can be opened from jars all need to be developed and require personal strength to support them. Unless it's the Knights of God or the 5 elders coming to open jars. Crocodile thought, are celestial dragons maggots? The corner of his eye twitched as he once again witnessed how dazzling the confidence of a strong individual can be. If he were to say such a thing, he might be deemed arrogant by the Navy. Yet this statement from the mysterious shopkeeper was unexpectedly convincing. After leaving the shop, Crocodile's first action was to take out the phone bug. Fortunately, he had ordered the executives of Baroque Works to return yesterday. Mr. 1 informed the other executives to purchase as many jars from those jar merchants as possible and do not attack them. I only need half of the jars, and the rest belong to the executives who buy jars. Understood, Mr. 0. Should I notify Miss All Sunday? After all, she is responsible for managing these matters. Mr. 1's voice came through. Notify Nico, Robin. Isn't that aiding the enemy? Thinking about how she already knew about the jar's magical properties while only secretly opening some good stuff. Treating the entire Baroque Works as if they were part of Wano. Crocodile's gaze instantly became incredibly gloomy. He suspected that the reason she was pretending to comply was that she had opened a trump card more powerful than a devil fruit, or perhaps something that could restrain his abilities. Therefore, what made him most furious was not the betrayal itself. Instead, it was the fact that he knew Nico Robin had betrayed him, but dared not pursue her due to the trump card she had opened. Do not notify Miss All Sunday, as she has her own tasks. Yes. The next day, in the palace, Cobra stared at the intelligence presented to him below, lost in prolonged silence. How could it be? Mr. Shopkeeper actually has unlimited jars. And I only found out now. Go investigate. How many people in the kingdom have purchased jars? If anyone has opened rare items that shine, the royal family is willing to buy them at a high price. The same dialogue also occurred in the rain banquet in the rain. Crocodile, biting a cigar, looked towards the several executives who returned early. His face darkened terrifyingly. This group of useless people had brought back fewer than 20 jars, and they were all junk. Since we missed the buying opportunity, then let the subordinates take action to buy those rare items at high prices. I only care about results, whether it's robbing, stealing, or deceiving, it's all fine. At this moment, Mr. 1 strode into the room with the latest issue of the World Economic News. Not good. The jars from that shopkeeper made the headlines yesterday. Now, the entire sea knows that Alabasta has many merchants selling magical jars. Some even opened a famous sword that can ignite opponents. Bang! The exquisite wooden armrest shattered instantly. Marineford. In the Admiral's office, the 5 highest-ranking Navy generals gathered once again due to the same issue. On the table lay a copy of the World Economic News. On the front page of the newspaper, 2 explosive headlines occupied the largest space. Shocking. The Alabasta Kingdom in the Grand Line has actually mastered cloning technology. The second headline reads, "From having nothing to being the center of attention, this is the confidence brought to me by magical jars." The first news simply narrated that over 40 white-haired reed boys from Alabasta emerged, each carrying several ceramic jars, indiscriminately selling the jars for 1 berries to passers-by. If the target had no money, they would actively lower the price or even give them away for free. As for the second news, a lucky individual opened the autumn leaf sword recorded by the Navy and successfully counterkilled an enemy using the sword's fiery properties. I didn't expect there to be a jar shop in Alabasta. Could it be a relative of Xiaowen? Garp laughed heartily while munching on rice crackers. No, it's clearly the same one, right? Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed helplessly. I didn't expect Mr. Xiaowen to possess the ability to move quickly between the East Sea and the Grand Line. It seems my previous predictions about him were still not accurate. He is even willing to give away jars just to sell them. Moving quickly between the 4 seas and the Grand Line shouldn't be difficult, right? The leisurely Kazuru said, for example, Akiji can ride a bicycle across the calm belt. The focus of our discussion today is the organization behind him. The previously restrained Akainu finally expressed his opinions. I have long said that shopkeeper is an unstable factor, and now he has indeed revealed his fangs. I recommend we immediately head to Alabasta to arrest him. No. Sengoku shook his head, denying Akainu's radical suggestion. That shopkeeper has already shown extraordinary depth and strength beyond expectations. They might just get news as soon as they set off from Marineford. Moreover, the most crucial point is that the Navy is already ahead by quite a bit. There is no need to offend that shopkeeper so ostentatiously. Garp suddenly laughed. In my opinion, we don't need to be so nervous, after all, unless someone personally opens something good. Otherwise, not many people will believe it. Vice Admiral Tsuru slightly nodded. She still recognized this point. To attract the attention of the 4 emperors, one must at least open something truly captivating. Besides, the jars circulated by the shopkeeper are almost only sold in Alabasta and nearby islands. Instead of preventing that shopkeeper, the main task for the Navy right now is how to buy up all those jars scattered outside. Watching the few people arguing again, Vice Admiral Tsuru calmly spoke up. I have a suggestion. Somewhere in the Grand Line, a young man wearing an orange cowboy hat and bare-chested watched as a jar was shattered, emitting green light. A trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Interesting. Since that bastard's lead has gone cold, why not stop by Alabasta to meet this shopkeeper? If those jars can really open anything. I hope to open a tool that can track specific individuals. Not long ago, one of his subordinates killed a companion who had defected. As the captain of the second team, he must capture him and hand him over to the old man for handling. East Sea. In the village of Kokoyashi, a blue lightning bolt swiftly descended from the horizon, striking precisely at the dock. As the dazzling lightning faded, a girl with orange short hair and a son had appeared. 7 days have already passed. Is the shopkeeper still in the village? Honestly, I accidentally overdid it. Nami complained softly while clutching a newspaper in her right hand. She never expected there to be so many pirates in the East Sea. Moreover, each time she encountered those despicable pirates who extorted ordinary people, committing acts of arson and pillage. Remembering her past, Nami naturally chose to electrocute them and send them off to the Navy base. Additionally, she discovered that her affinity with the thunderfruit seemed to be quite high. Various techniques inspired by the Chidori and falling thunder were developed one after another. Before she knew it, she had become the queen of lightning sweeping through the East Sea. She enjoyed the feeling of gratitude from those she saved, basking in the praise and adoration of countless people. She even forgot about the promise to return in 7 days to open the jars. If it weren't for her sister informing her via the snail phone that many people had come to the village to buy jars recently, reminding her to come back soon, she would have been eager to charge into the Grand Line. Alabasta. Many clones selling jars. Nami looked at the newspaper she had just bought from the newsbird while hurrying through the sky. She was certain that this was undoubtedly the shopkeeper's handiwork. I hope the shopkeeper is in the village right now. Alabasta. Ding. Kokoyashi village shop has a visitor. Ding. No customers detected in the shop. Would you like to teleport to shop? No. 1. Oh, is it the Navy, Nami, or Zoro? Sitting on the sofa, Xiaowen squinted his eyes and slowly put down the newspaper. He was still thinking about how he had made headlines and expected many customers to come buy jars today. To his surprise, there was actually no one. Unfortunately, his current strength was insufficient to specifically sense what the soybeans leaving Alyabarna were up to. He only knew that his jars should sell quickly. Perhaps some people would buy them all. Xiaowen tacitly allowed this level of monopolization. After all, those jars he made with his own hands were just unwanted trash. To prevent anyone from snatching the jars, he had ordered the soybeans to self-destruct if necessary. Since customers have come to the old shop then, teleport. With a flash, Xiaowen's figure disappeared from the shop. Great. The shopkeeper is still here. When Nami arrived at the shop that had changed her destiny, her previously tense heart instantly calmed down. This time she had two main purposes. One was to open items related to hockey and to ask the shopkeeper's name. Upon entering the familiar little shop, Nami immediately looked at the young man sitting in a recliner reading a newspaper. Xiaowen slightly raised his eyes. Oh, it's Miss Nami, long time no see. Looking at the shopkeeper, who still exuded an otherworldly aura, Nami flashed a radiant smile. Shopkeeper, long time no see. I'm here to open jars again. Saying this, Nami took out the 1,000,000 berries she had prepared in advance and placed it on the counter. Unlike the previously blood-stained, wrinkled, and old bills. Having hunted pirates multiple times to exchange for bounties to help those in need, the berries she now carried were all brand new bills. Seeing Nami, the returning lucky star, who had once opened golden treasures, Xiaowen waved his hand, and 10 jars flew out automatically from the display case behind him. I wish you can open something you desire. If only she could open a mythical Zoan fruit. Of course, any other golden jars would do. After all, she wasn't picky. Thank you, shopkeeper. Nami skillfully smashed the first jar. Crack. As the sound of the jar breaking echoed, a flash of blue light illuminated the shop. Observation Hockey Future Sight, one of the advanced techniques of observation hockey. Depending on one's strength and the intensity of hockey, one can foresee scenes from the future for a certain period. At least 1 second. After learning it, one automatically masters observation hockey. Oh, this time it's actually observation hockey. Xiaowen looked at Nami, who was curious, somewhat surprised. It must be said that the combination of the thunder fruit and observation hockey is a terrifying combination. Enel could even monitor the entire Sky Island. Furthermore, he could impose sanctions on designated targets using the Mind Network. Shopkeeper, what kind of ability is this? Xiaowen replied slowly, Observation Hockey Future Sight. After learning it, you can foresee scenes from the future for a certain period. It is one of the advanced techniques of observation hockey. Hockey. Nami was taken aback, incredulously pinching herself. She was just thinking about opening hockey to temporarily enhance her strength, which had hit a bottleneck. Did she really manage to open it? Shopkeeper, can this really foresee the future? Moreover, such a powerful ability is just one of the techniques of observation hockey. Nami said incredulously. She couldn't imagine anything more powerful than foreseeing the future. Xiaowen smiled faintly. The most fundamental characteristic of observation hockey is to enhance perception, sense the trajectory of the opponent's attacks, and predict combat movements. Further applications include foreseeing the future, the voice of all things, telepathic interference, and so on. The other two types of hockey are similar. They also have higher-level techniques. Nami's expression fell as she heard this, feeling that hockey was too complicated. If it weren't for opening these abilities through jars, how long would it take her to master those techniques alone? However, regarding the explanation of observation hockey, it seemed she had learned a bit during her pursuit of pirates. Shopkeeper, what exactly is hockey? Nami couldn't help but ask the most crucial question. Why had she, without anyone teaching her, grasped some traits unique to observation hockey? Initially, she thought it was an ability inherent to the thunder fruit. Xiaowen calmly replied, hockey is the latent power that everyone possesses, a manifestation of one's beliefs and will. Thus, on this, see only those with firm beliefs and will can become true powerhouses. Will belief. Nami suddenly closed her eyes. She felt her senses becoming incredibly sensitive. Even with her eyes closed, she could clearly perceive everything within the shop. She had finally completely mastered the observation hockey she was on the verge of grasping. Seeing that a few of Xiaowen's words had led Nami to a moment of enlightenment, awakening her true observation hockey. Xiaowen recalled the original plot with a peculiar expression. The useless Rayleigh couldn't teach it clearly even after 2 years. He didn't even tell Luffy the advanced techniques of hockey. He was simply a hindrance to the students. Nami slowly opened her eyes, a glint of joy flashing in them. Shopkeeper, I think I've learned to use observation hockey. She didn't even use the skill she created, yet she managed to grasp observation hockey on her own. Doesn't this imply that her talent is actually quite exceptional? Xiaowen nodded faintly. Congratulations, the thunder fruit indeed aids in the development of observation hockey. Once you master foresight, you'll be able to rely on observation hockey for a long time. Nami obediently nodded, pressing the blue orb to her forehead. As expected for someone who already mastered observation haki, absorbing this orb was effortless. The knowledge and techniques that suddenly appeared in her mind were naturally and skillfully grasped by her. Shopkeeper, what conditions are needed to learn armament haki and conqueror's haki on my own? If it's not too difficult, she wants to learn all 3 forms of haki. Armament haki can be learned through practice as long as your physical abilities are strong enough and your will is firm. Even without anyone to teach you, you can master it automatically. However, conqueror's haki is innate. If you don't have it, you will never awaken it in your lifetime. Seeing Nami's unwavering gaze, her expression showed no sign of doubt. Xiaowen pointed to the jar in front of him. But that was in the past. As long as you're lucky enough, conqueror's haki can still be awakened later on. Although someone mentioned that in the new world the holders of conqueror's haki are as common as fish crossing a river. Yet throughout the entire timeline of One Piece, the distinctly named holders of conqueror's haki number less than 100. Among them, those who mastered the conqueror's technique are even fewer than 20. It can be said that mastering it is a ticket to the late game finals. Well, that's what I think too. Talent may not be enough, but luck can cover the gap. Nami seemed to remember something and curiously looked at the newspaper beside Xiaowen. By the way, shopkeeper, I saw in the newspaper today that you've opened a branch in a country called Alabasta. Does that mean I can venture into the Grand Line now, eh? Previously, Nami hunted pirates in the East Blue to eliminate all the pirates and ensure her village was safe for her to sail. On one hand, it was to clear the East Blue of all pirates, ensuring her village had no hidden dangers, allowing her to sail with peace of mind. On the other hand, the jar shop was located in Cocoa Village. Now that the shopkeeper has opened a store in the Grand Line, she no longer has to worry about not being able to access jars after she leaves. Xiaowen simply shook his head. There are still too few customers in the East Blue. Nami understood. The shopkeeper found the pace of selling jars too slow in the East Blue. Crack! The second jar shattered. Seeing no light emerge, she seamlessly shattered the third jar. This time a blue light burst forth. Nami was taken aback. Is the explosion rate of jars so high now? In her first attempt with 10 jars, she only received 1 blue light reward and 1 golden light reward. At that moment, a deep blue ugly lizard with a cluster of crystals on its back fell out of the shattered jar. The strange lizard began moving around the shop in a rhythmic manner upon landing. Wow, what is this? Can jars produce living creatures too? Startled Nami quickly flashed to the door, almost throwing 1,000 birds shot at the front. It was only because her strength was sufficient that she could elementalize. What if an ordinary person encountered such a monster? What if they got eaten? But the shopkeeper probably wouldn't let customers get eaten, right? Nami frowned with a bitter expression, gazing at the bizarre blue giant lizard. River crab, a neutral resource from a certain world of King of Glory, already deleted with no offensive capabilities. After system optimization, defeating it grants a reward of experience. Experience can enhance overall strength. You can also choose to increase the development level of haki and fruits. Note, this is the dignity of the top lane, it cannot be lost. Xiaowen didn't know what to say. Although this river crab was rare and could enhance the development of fruit abilities, he still wanted to complain, can't you just make it a light orb or a scroll? Why design it as a river crab? This river crab comes from another world. Killing it grants experience which can enhance oneself comprehensively. For fruit users, they can also choose to use this experience to accelerate the development of their fruits. River crab. Nami was taken aback, pointing at the blue lizard that was nearly as tall as her. But shopkeeper, this is clearly a lizard. Does that mean in that other world people refer to lizards as crabs? Xiaowen expressionlessly poured himself a cup of tea. That's not important, the customer should kill it quickly. Alright then. Nami raised her hand, her fingertip aiming at the lizard still crawling around the shop. In the next instant, a dazzling blue lightning bolt shot out. Zzzzt. When that strange blue lizard was hit, not a single wound appeared on its body. Not believing it, Nami launched another attack, this time deliberately increasing the current. She was confident that even a pirate ship could be pierced in an instant. But once again a scene that made her question her life occurred. Clearly it was enough to kill a 20 million berry pirate with a single strike, yet when it landed on this blue lizard, it didn't even break the skin. Shopkeeper, why is this lizard river crab so strong? Nami asked in disbelief. Even if she didn't use her full strength, it shouldn't be this ineffective, right? Or is it that things from other worlds are just superior to those from their own? Xiaowen gave her a puzzled glance. Nami couldn't see the health bar of this river crab. Xiaowen stared at the river crab, which had only a small portion of its health left, and thoughtfully said, you only need to hit it 2 more times to defeat it. As expected, after Nami launched 2 more attacks, that lizard, which outwardly appeared completely undamaged, suddenly died, leaving no corpse behind. Having long accepted that the other world was peculiar, Nami didn't mind. Instead, she exclaimed in surprise, I just felt that my physical condition has improved a bit more. Moreover, I have come up with a few more ideas about developing the new abilities of the Thunder Fruit. This lizard is truly amazing. If I kill a few more river crabs, I feel that the ultimate move I envisioned in my mind can be developed. Seeing the smile on Nami's face, Xiaowen nodded slightly. It seems that the effect of the river crab is good, so he can also speed up the development of the fruit. It seems that Miss Nami has a high affinity with the Thunder Fruit. Perhaps one day, she can awaken its true potential. What is this? Nami looked at the shopkeeper in confusion. She suddenly felt quite foolish, realizing how little she knew. Nami, who had swept through the East Sea and was revered as the Queen of Thunder, felt her pride vanish. Indeed, after spending too long in low-tier battles, one could easily become assimilated by them. After bidding farewell to her sister in the evening, she had to venture into the Grand Line. In a relatively good mood, Xiaowen briefly explained once a devil fruit is developed to a certain extent, it can awaken its own powers. This in turn grants even more powerful abilities. For example, when an animal-type fruit awakens, it enhances the user or changes their appearance. Looking at Nami, who was attentively listening to the lesson, Xiaowen calmly stated the final point. As for the awakening of a natural-type fruit, it can permanently influence and alter the environment. And the range is quite vast. It can permanently change the environment. This is the awakening of a fruit. Nami murmured softly. She felt that another task had been added to her notebook on top of mastering the three-color hockey. Xiaowen tapped the table, producing a crisp sound that interrupted Nami's contemplation. All right, those matters are still far from you. Let's continue opening jars. Today, Nami's luck remained consistently stable. The items she opened were highly beneficial to him. Xiaowen remarked that a certain archaeologist who currently had dark skin should take note. Smash, smash. Having composed herself, Nami had already shattered the fourth and fifth jars. Clang. A silver-white sports car fell out. Hydrogen-powered sports car, a hydrogen-powered vehicle from a certain cherry blossom country in blue, start even more environmentally friendly than electric cars. However, upon severe impact, it may explode. Insurance is recommended before taking it on the road. Note, the new age sports car should not be compared by its acceleration, but rather by its equivalent in explosive power. A curious little one raised their hand and asked shopkeeper, "What is this?" Xiaowen glanced at the silver sports car with a hint of disdain. "No need to mind, this is a moving coffin, the kind that explodes." A moving coffin that explodes? Then I don't want it. Nami pouted, losing interest in this new gimmick that lacked brilliance. Such a large item, she couldn't possibly carry it while flying in the sky. However, she had already passed the halfway mark on the jars and still hadn't opened anything golden. Did that mean her luck had run out? Nami closed her eyes, preparing to find her former state. Then, she slowly extended her hands and pushed the nearest jar to the ground. Bang! A dazzling purple beam of light erupted instantly. A blue jade token fell out. She got it, she got it. Nami waved her fists in delight. Thunder Body Forging Technique, a profound body refining technique from the cultivation world. It can temper the body using the power of thunder and lightning from the heavens, slightly enhancing and altering physical talents. When the technique is perfected, it can grant a layer of thunder patterns hidden beneath the skin, greatly enhancing physical qualities. In battle, it can also allow the user to envelop themselves in heavenly thunder, forming a lightning armor. However, the practice generates a lot of noise. It's advised to find a deserted place. Note, flashy and showy, it's merely a basic item at the profound level. Friend, do you wish to learn body forging? I would recommend this book, The Indestructible Sutra. The Indestructible Sutra. Why don't you give it to me? If the base jar could yield the Indestructible Sutra, he would eat the Red Earth continent on the spot. Xiaowen internally scoffed. However, this technique requires thunder, then the lightning summoned by the Thunder Fruit should work too, right? This jade token contains a powerful body refining secret technique known as the Thunder Body Forging Technique. It can utilize the natural power of thunder and lightning to temper the body, making it stronger. More importantly, you can directly stick it to your forehead to understand it. Nami obediently nodded and pressed the blue jade token to her forehead. She noticed Nami's eyes lost their luster, seemingly receiving a legacy. Xiaowen also looked at the Thunder Body Forging Technique in the system space. This technique was indeed decent, but its drawback was that it created too much noise. If it weren't for the fact that he had just unlocked the ability of the Silent Fruit, Xiaowen would not have been very interested in learning this technique. After all, his jars could also yield the physical qualities of a general or a Yonko, for example a Kaido. Even after being struck by a punch from Whitebeard, which could shatter half of Marineford, he could still stand up and continue fighting. This illustrates how tough and resilient these top-tier powerhouses are. If one doesn't work, then he could stack several. At this moment, after receiving the legacy and learning a specialized body forging technique, Nami opened her eyes. A whole new path from an alternate world system. With the Thunder Body Forging Technique, I should be able to learn armament hockey quickly. Nami encouraged herself. But for guests to obtain armament haki, they don't need to go through all this trouble. Xiaowen pointed oddly at the jar. Someone before has opened my jars and obtained an amount of haki equivalent to a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. After absorbing it, you can directly unlock armament haki. Nami silently looked at the shopkeeper's eyes. Then without further ado, she shattered all the remaining jars. In an instant, 2 beams of green and blue light rose from the shattered jars. Optimized record pointer, one of the essential tools for navigators in the first and second halves of the Grand Line. After system optimization, it can surely gather magnetic energy within an hour and point out the direction of the next destination. In the new world, it can indicate 3 routes. Magic weather stick. Nami's weather stick, which underwent multiple transformations, is fully functional and powerful. It can emit 3 different types of bubbles: hot, cold, and electric, and has various weather techniques to handle different situations, even performing magic tricks. Note the only specialized weapon Nami obtained before Zeus. It turned out to be a specialized weapon. Xiaowen was astonished. All sorts of weather phenomena such as mirages, thunderstorms, and rain could be accomplished with just this stick. Even though those techniques would be trivial for Nami, who had just consumed the thunder fruit, she was a soulless being without the weather stick. That pointer is a specialized version that can gather magnetic energy in 1 hour to find the direction to the next island. I believe you, dear guest, have heard about the dangers and uncertainties of the Grand Line, as well as the practicality of this pointer. Nami nodded, her knowledge of navigation quite rich. Recently, while hunting pirates, she had specifically gathered some information about the Grand Line. To safely reach the next island in the Grand Line, a professional navigator is essential, requiring a stay on an island for several hours or even days. Only then can the pointer in hand complete the gathering of magnetic energy. The special pointer offered by the shopkeeper can achieve this in just 1 hour. It is indeed very convenient. Nami curiously held the blue stick in her hand and asked, "What about this stick? It feels like a weapon." It's called the weather staff, possessing multiple modes and functions. It can create illusions, summon rain, generate thunder, and even tornadoes. Xiaowen chuckled lightly, saying, "Although your strength is enough to hunt down sea pirates worth billions of berries, there are many devil fruit users on the Grand Line, so having additional means is never a bad idea. I know of a fruit ability that can counter the thunder fruit." Huh. Besides what the shopkeeper mentioned, which can attack elementalized armed haki. Is there really a fruit ability that can restrain the thunder fruit? Nami looked skeptical. She had indeed only recently eaten a fruit, and she might be defeated, but that was merely due to her lack of development. But the thunder fruit is absolutely invincible. Xiaowen did not continue to explain. After all, the earlier stages are of the natural type, while the later stages are of the phantom beast type. Each version is a legend in its own right. Just as Nami was about to ask the shopkeeper's name, once the jar was opened, a sharp knock echoed, followed by Smoker's somewhat urgent voice. "Shopkeeper Admiral Akiji has arrived." Xiaowen paused, his hand holding the newspaper, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. Has he finally come? He had been waiting for a long time. Akiji. Not only would the other party allow him to unlock an additional slot for the advanced jar, but they would also count towards the third shop's task. The 3 admirals and the fleet admiral have all come to open jars. This requirement is currently the easiest. The admiral, the marine admiral, is actually coming to open jars. Nami turned around in shock, her mouth agape, and before she could speak, she saw a tall man wearing a sleeping cap. He wore a white suit jacket and had a lazy demeanor. Isn't this the Queen of Thunder, Nami, renowned throughout the East Sea? What a coincidence, Akiji said casually as he entered, while Smoker and Tashigi followed closely behind with serious expressions. Aha. Hello. Nami awkwardly chuckled, feeling a bit at a loss being called by that somewhat embarrassing title in front of the shopkeeper. Nami began to regret why she didn't just leave after opening the jar. In private or elsewhere, being called the Queen of Thunder would only make her feel proud and accomplished. But being referred to in such a way in front of the shopkeeper, the one who changed her fate, made her feel a twinge of embarrassment. After all, the reason she could sweep through the East Sea was all thanks to the shopkeeper's jars. If she hadn't eaten the thunder fruit, she might still be in the East Sea scamming people, acting like a petty thief. Akiji looked at the still underage Nami, who had a certain youthful naivety, his expression shifting from lazy to serious. He could sense that this Queen of Thunder from the East Sea was even stronger than he had anticipated. A natural fruit related to thunder, the legendary thunder fruit. Akiji recalled his purpose for coming, speaking slowly. Miss Nami, the dragon pirate crew that once dominated the East Sea, has already been imprisoned and impelled down. They will receive their due punishment. And, on behalf of the Marine headquarters, I thank you for your contributions and efforts in the East Sea. If Miss Nami wishes to enter the Grand Line, you can board our Navy ships. This time Akiji chose not to invite Nami to join the Navy. After all, a girl who harbored such hatred towards pirates, willing to give away most of her bounty to the victims, would certainly not become a pirate. However, what Colonel Mouse did had tarnished the Navy's image in her eyes. Since that was the case, there was no need to rush. Slowly, improving Nami's favor towards the Navy and changing her perspective before inviting her would not be too late. This was his own selfish desire, as well as something hinted at by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. A powerful user of a natural-type fruit, as long as her haki and physical attributes improve, will at least be a candidate for the position of admiral, definitely capable of succeeding a marine admiral in the future. I don't need that. I choose to set sail on my own. I want to become the strongest navigator so that I can chart the map of the entire world. Nami relaxed her brow and raised the specialized pointer in her hand, smiling. Oh, then I wish you a smooth journey, Miss Nami. Akiji nodded in understanding, then turned his gaze towards the mysterious shopkeeper who had not looked in his direction since he entered. His expression gradually grew serious. He observed the young man casually leaning back in a recliner reading the newspaper with an indifferent expression. That calmness and composure, even knowing he was an admiral, did not change his demeanor. It was as if his identity meant nothing to the other party. Especially the shopkeeper exuded an air of superiority and nobility that transcended worldly concerns. Even the celestial dragons he had encountered at Mariehua had never given him such a feeling. This was a quality that could not be feigned. Just as Lady Tsuru had summarized this shopkeeper's background was undoubtedly extraordinary. Xiaowen closed the newspaper, meeting Akiji's serious gaze. It seems the Navy has a new guest welcome. I believe the guest should know my rules, so I won't need to explain, right? It seems Mr. Xiaowen is in a good mood today. Does this mean I can draw something good today? Akiji smiled as he placed 1,000,000 berries on the counter. Xiaowen shook his head lightly. What the jar can produce entirely depends on the guest's luck. Xiaowen, is that the shopkeeper's name? But why is there no surname? At that moment, Nami, who was already at the door, blinked and noted down this pleasant name. Suddenly, she didn't want to leave so quickly. Staying to watch others open jars wouldn't be so bad. Xiaowen controlled 10 jars, bringing them before Qingji, and said, as usual, "May the esteemed guest draw a satisfactory reward." Thank you for your blessing, Mr. Xiaowen. Qingji did not rush to open the jars, but secretly attempted to freeze them with his fruit abilities. As it turned out, it was just as Vice Admiral Crane had said. Even as a general, he could not exert his fruit abilities on a jar that seemed easily breakable. It was reminiscent of armament haki or sea stone. Did the shopkeeper master some better technique to counter fruit abilities? Moreover, this technique surprisingly achieved mass production without altering the properties of the objects themselves. Truly terrifying. Qingji exerted a bit of force and crushed the first jar in his hand. Out fell a metallic contraption resembling a prosthetic. Qingji looked with some astonishment at the prosthetic on the floor. It was a section of a leg. His first jar didn't even shine. His luck seemed quite poor. Intelligent adjustable prosthetic, a prosthetic containing various technologies that allows for real-time control and can add realistic skin. It helps patients better adapt to future life. Note: can someone with a high-tech prosthetic participate in the Paralympics? After reading the system's appraisal, Xiaowen's gaze suddenly became peculiar. To be fair, this prosthetic truly suits Qingji. Just not at the moment. It can't compare to the ice prosthetic he made himself. In that case, the guest's luck is quite good, Xiaowen said with a faint smile. In the future, the guest will indeed need a prosthetic. Xiaowen's words successfully left the 4 people present in a series of question marks. Not even Nami could have imagined that the shopkeeper she respected would actually curse someone. Mr. Xiaowen, this joke isn't funny at all. Qingji could hardly contain himself. He was a mighty vice admiral and a powerful user of a natural-type fruit ability. How could there come a day when he would be reduced to needing a prosthetic? Even facing the 4 emperors, he was confident he could take them on and leave unscathed. No one could break his leg. That person hadn't even been born yet. Smoker observed the suddenly tense atmosphere in the store and involuntarily swallowed hard. He had to do something. So he forced himself to look at Xiaowen and asked, "Mr. Shopkeeper, do you know something?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Smoker regretted it. He should have changed the subject. Xiaowen merely chuckled lightly. The fact that he drew a prosthetic is not a coincidence, but a warning from fate. Whatever it is, just attribute it all to fate. It seems I will face some misfortune in the future. Qingji completely disbelieved Xiaowen's words. If someone had made such a fortune-teller statement in the past, he would have turned and left. Unless he fought hard against someone of the same level, how could he possibly be in a position to have his leg broken? However, Xiaowen's words made him more vigilant. "Mr. Shopkeeper, do you also predict the future?" "That's great. I want to know what my future looks like." Nami, on the other hand, did not think too much, as she simply expressed her admiration for Mr. Shopkeeper, who even knows how to predict the future. This is much better than her own brief glimpses of the future. Who can truly clarify what the future holds? Xiaowen slowly shook his head. Even I can only know a bit. For example, to become the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, Ice and Fire Island, and so on. As soon as the words fell, Kingsley's nonchalant expression changed. His eyes flashed with shock and realization. Ice and fire, cold and hot. Yes, the position of Fleet Admiral. Kizaru would definitely not choose to be Fleet Admiral, so it would be between him and Akainu. There would surely be a battle. The winner would become the future Fleet Admiral. Could it be? He would have his leg broken by Akainu in the future. Shinji frowned, feeling particularly displeased with this prophecy. It sounded as if he was weaker than Akainu. He smashed the second jar since the shopkeeper believed he would lose to Akainu. Then he would draw a powerful item to enhance his combat strength. Smash! The shattered jar still did not yield any light, only a familiar stone fell out. Upon seeing the stone, Kingsley's pupils constricted. He immediately caught the falling stone and encased it in ice. This was actually the explosive rock that the world government classified as forbidden. How on earth did the shopkeeper obtain this thing? Xiaowen spoke calmly. Oh, it seems the guest recognizes the explosive rock, so I need not elaborate. However, Qingji had no intention of letting it go. He restrained his anger and asked, Mr. Shopkeeper, do you know how powerful this explosive rock is? If I hadn't caught it just now, this area would have been flattened. Flattened? Smoker was stunned, his mouth agape in shock. This stone is actually that dangerous. If it weren't for Admiral Qingji being here, if anyone else had drawn this thing, wouldn't they be done for on the spot? No, it won't explode. Facing Kingsley's inquiry, Xiaowen simply replied calmly, within the store, none of the items drawn from the jars pose a threat. Even the extremely unstable explosive rock can be struck at will. This shop can suppress even explosive rocks. Qingji, momentarily at a loss for words by Xiaowen's explanation, asked again, what if someone chooses to take it outside? Take it outside? Xiaowen tilted his head in confusion. I will inform customers in advance, telling them the dangers of the items they draw. If they insist on taking it out and then die outside the store, that would be their deserved fate. Qingji frowned slightly, feeling that the shopkeeper was a bit too indifferent to human life. Before he could speak, Xiaowen casually remarked, moreover, guessed your former teacher. Former Vice Admiral Zephyr had handled many explosive rocks in the future without incident. Off. Teacher Zephyr. X2 Qingji and Smoker exclaimed in shock. That's impossible. How could Teacher Zephyr handle explosive rocks? Qingji was the first to rebut. Teacher Zephyr was once the admiral known for no killings. Xiaowen's voice remained calm. There is no such thing as impossible. In the future, Zephyr will seek to use explosive rocks to destroy the new world, thus permanently ending the era of great pirates. Kingsley's lazy demeanor completely vanished as he solemnly questioned, is this also Mr. Xiaowen's prophecy? If this were true, the entire Navy headquarters would be shaken to its core. After all, he, Akainu, and Kizaru were all disciples of Teacher Zephyr, even including Smoker and Tina, the new generation of Navy officers. In an instant, Qingji was in turmoil, unsure of how to write the subsequent report. Xiaowen leaned back in his chair, speaking in a flat tone, prophecy. No, I prefer to call it an established tragedy. I have always said the things you draw, guest, are warnings from fate. Only by seizing opportunities can one change their own destiny. Xiaowen smiled, pointing at the remaining jars Qingji had. Only by seizing the opportunity can one change their fate. Qingji always felt that Xiaowen was not merely hinting, but rather directly indicating that his future would be dire. Could it be that he would lose a leg to Akainu in the future and be forced to live a life of retirement? It was unlikely that he would break down and directly leave the Navy to live in seclusion, right? He admitted that he felt somewhat lost now, and much of the fiery passion he once had dissipated due to the demon-slaying order. But that did not mean he would stray from the justice in his heart. Nami nodded enthusiastically, saying, the shopkeeper is right, the items that come from the jars are miracles bestowed by fate. After all, she believed the shopkeeper truly possessed the ability to foresee the future. At the same time, she also realized that her luck seemed to be quite good. Even a Marine Admiral could only draw something useless from the jars. Zephyr-sensei. Ah, this is indeed a tricky question. Qingji silently set down the explosive rock he had frozen. It had indeed been a while since he had seen Zephyr-sensei. Since the shopkeeper had revealed a glimpse of the future, he would contact Zephyr-sensei after returning this time. Now that he was aware, he could not turn a blind eye to such matters. Setting aside whether Zephyr-sensei truly intended to destroy the new world, the act of seizing the explosive rock was tantamount to betraying the world government. At that time, as an admiral, he might have to take action against his former teacher. Currently, most of the high-ranking officers in the Navy had come from under Zifa's command. Qingji dared not imagine what would happen if Zephyr-sensei truly stood opposed to everyone. If the Navy were to resolve the matter, it would have a tremendously negative impact on the organization. Qingji glanced at the shopkeeper, who still wore a calm expression without any change in demeanor. Knowing that the other party would no longer provide specific information, he smashed his third jar. This time, after the jar shattered, a bright purple beam of light finally erupted. It's out! Smoker exclaimed excitedly. He was worried that Admiral Qingji would never draw anything good. When the light faded, an object familiar to everyone present fell out. A devil fruit. Qingji was taken aback. What use would a devil fruit be to him? Aside from taking it back to give to the other admirals, it provided him with no enhancement at all. Moreover, this fruit seemed somewhat familiar. He had seen the devil fruit encyclopedia. Natural type, snow fruit, a lower tier freezing fruit. Eating it grants the ability to induce snowfall within a certain range, as well as to create and control ice and snow. The downside is vulnerability to high temperatures and flames. Note a fruit that even dogs wouldn't eat. Xiaowen said lightly, the natural type snow fruit is a lower tier freezing fruit compared to the guest's freezing fruit. I shouldn't need to detail its capabilities, right? The natural type fruit isn't golden. Nami looked in surprise at the snow fruit. Indeed, there are distinctions in strength among devil fruits, especially among the clearly ranked natural type fruits. Fortunately, her thunder fruit was invincible. Indeed, it was the snow fruit. Kingsley's pupils constricted as he cast a deep glance at the shopkeeper. He knew that the snow fruit was already owned. Moreover, the Navy headquarters had learned 2 days ago from the West Sea branch that the current user of the Swift/fruit had already appeared. This meant that even owned devil fruits could still be drawn from these jars. Then what about the fruits of the 3 admirals? What about the one belonging to the 4 emperors Whitebeard, which is said to be the strongest paramecia, the tremor fruit? If these fruits could all be drawn from the jars, or even multiple, the Navy would truly lose control over most of the seas. Devil fruits are no longer unique. After a moment of contemplation, Qingji smiled and put away the snow fruit. It turns out to be a precious natural type fruit. Even if it's not useful to me, a powerful natural type fruit can still be taken back to Marineford for the other admirals who have never eaten a devil fruit. It's just a different form to enhance the Navy's strength. Bang! The 4th jar shattered. A thick stack of documents fell from within. Qingji curiously picked it up, and after flipping through a few pages could not help but look up at the shopkeeper, who wore a faint smile. He suspected that this document was intentionally placed there by the shopkeeper for him to draw. The purpose was to inform him that the other party was thoroughly aware of everything. Was this a warning for him? Kingsley's heart was once again in turmoil. Detailed intelligence on the Baroque works, it contained comprehensive information on all the cadres of the Baroque works. It also included their plots in Alabasta and the biographies of the 2 main figures. Note some may need it more than you. Xiaowen looked at the appraisal results provided by the system, his gaze shifting. Goodness, isn't this the information that the rebel leader Kusha failed to draw? Yet it was drawn by Qingji. However, to be fair, as the vice president of Baroque works, Nika Robin's information was indeed very detailed. Even the fact that she was once spared by Qingji and O'Hara during her childhood was recorded. This is detailed intelligence on Alabasta and Baroque works. Xiaowen said lightly. Alabasta, isn't that where the shopkeeper is opening a branch? Nami felt that there was something juicy to uncover as she watched the suddenly silent admiral. Qingji looked at Nika Robin's information and sighed softly. One of the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile incited the people to revolt, attempting to overthrow the royal family and establish an ideal nation. What role did Robin play in all this? Based on his understanding of Robin, she should only be interested in the historical texts. Coincidentally, Alabasta, as one of the 20 founding countries of the world government, indeed had historical texts. The current question is, why did the shopkeeper allow him to draw such a document? The shopkeeper's actions certainly carried a deeper meaning. Qingji, who began to take things seriously, continuously pondered Xiaowen's intentions. Could it be that the shopkeeper was too lazy to handle it and wanted the Navy to clean up this mess? After all, it was indeed the Navy's negligence that allowed a member state to be in such a state due to one of the 7 warlords of the sea. But regardless, the shopkeeper's actions did provide the Navy with an opportunity to regain face. Moreover, if Nika Robin's situation in Alabasta were to be exposed, she would surely be hunted down by the agents of the world government. Therefore, it was safest for him to take the trip personally. Qingji solemnly stored the documents and said to Xiaowen, "Thank you, Mr. Xiaowen, for providing this information. In a while, I will represent the Navy and head to Alabasta to capture that Mr. Zero." Xiaowen replied calmly, "That's something you drew, but has nothing to do with me." Seeing this, Qingji was even more convinced that Xiaowen was intentionally using the Navy's hand to deal with Crocodile. Upon unexpectedly discovering information about Nika Robin, Akiji's expression became more serious. He gradually began to acknowledge the words of the shopkeeper. The reason he revealed these items was a warning from fate. Every item he unveiled next had to be taken seriously. With a crack, the 5th jar shattered. A blue orb of light floated quietly in the air. Armament Haki Enhancement Medium, after use, permanently increases the total amount of Haki equivalent to that of a Navy Rear Admiral. Note: simple and straightforward, ready to eat upon opening. Xiaowen glanced at the curious Nami and said this is an item that can increase the total amount of armament haki equivalent to that of a Navy captain. If someone doesn't know armament haki, they can learn it directly. Oh, there's such a convenient item. Nami exclaimed in astonishment. She was still thinking about how she could learn armament haki after enhancing her physique with Thunderbody refining method. As a result, the shopkeeper's jars could directly yield the corresponding haki of a Navy captain. Aokiji had long known that the jars could yield such things, so he was not too surprised. He calmly absorbed the blue orb of light. Unfortunately, this slight enhancement meant little to him. Thus, Aokiji continued to open jars. When the sixth jar shattered, he finally saw a different kind of light. Green light represents the color of special items. Smoker whispered ability, User Killer, a modern sniper rifle made from high-purity sea prism stone equipped with 100 high-purity sea prism stone bullets. After system optimization, the maximum effective range is 5 kilometers, and when attacking Devil Fruit users there will be a 20 additional damage bonus. Note Restraint is greater than heaven, a special weapon against the sun god. A sophisticated rifle. Aokiji was just about to reach for this uniquely designed firearm. The perception from his observation haki caused him to momentarily freeze. This rifle was actually made from sea prism stone. Xiaowen glanced at the stylish sniper rifle, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. This is a sniper rifle with an effective range of 5 kilometers, entirely made from high-purity sea prism stone. It comes with 100 high-purity sea prism stone bullets, but it has one characteristic. That is when attacking Devil Fruit users, it will have about a 20 damage bonus. So its name is Ability User Killer. The people present, including Tashigi, were all Devil Fruit users. Thus, upon hearing that this sniper rifle was specifically aimed at ability users, they couldn't help but twitch their lips. How could such a weapon exist in this world? Moreover, that 5-kilometer range could completely allow someone without mastery of observation haki to achieve a first strike kill. Aokiji gave Smoker a glance, signaling him to wrap up the rifle. The name of this sniper rifle was indeed not very auspicious, but the fact that it was made from high-purity sea prism stone alone was enough to prove its considerable value. Furthermore, there were indeed officers in the Navy who specialized in sniping. After Aokiji opened the 7th and 8th jars, he only uncovered some useless sea charts. Feeling that his luck had nearly reached its limit, he casually opened the last 2 jars. In an instant, a dazzling purple orb of light burst forth. A crystal-clear blue ice crystal came into the view of everyone present. Aokiji sighed in relief and smiled. Oh ha! This should be an item that can enhance my strength, right? Even without the shopkeeper's explanation, he could feel the surging ice attribute energy from the crystal. Ice shaping magic from a certain fairy tale world. After system modification, it can consume stamina instead of magic power to unleash. It can freely create various weapons or constructs to attack enemies. Depending on the user's strength, the power and intensity of the released ice shaping magic will vary. Items created using ice shaping can also be imbued with haki, but will not be restrained by it. Note running naked is the essence of this magic. It turns out to be the ice attribute shaping magic from Fairy Tail. Xiaowen nodded slightly. Although it wasn't the more powerful ice annihilation magic after system modification, this ice shaping magic could perfectly combine with haki. Moreover, there are many variations of shaping magic. If Aokiji were to use it, he might be able to develop even more powerful techniques. Just the fact that it wouldn't be restrained by haki could really give Akainu a run for his money. Xiaowen chuckled softly. The customer's guess is correct. This is a type of magic from another world. Magic. Another world. Upon hearing these keywords, Aokiji's eyes widened slightly. Things from another world should be quite powerful, right? This is ice shaping magic, which allows for the free construction of all objects, and the constructs created cannot be restrained by haki. For example, if you use shaping magic to freeze an enemy, they can only rely on brute force to break free from the ice prison. They cannot resist with haki. Just place this ice crystal on your heart, and you'll learn it. The more Aokiji listened, the more serious he became. This ability was simply too suitable for him. He was originally a Logia-type ice fruit user possessing the power to freeze the sea. However, he was unable to freeze sea prism stone or fully encase a person with strong haki and ice. Compared to that guy Akainu, he was indeed a bit weaker in terms of offense. And this ice attribute magic from another world just happened to make up for that shortcoming. After Aokiji absorbed the ice crystal and learned ice shaping magic, he couldn't help but marvel at the interesting and powerful nature of the otherworldly system. Because this magic is also capable of growth. As long as his strength continues to improve, the strength and power of the constructs he creates will also continually rise. Oh, I actually opened 2 purple lights from 10 jars. It seems my luck is indeed quite good. Aokiji felt that he had secured his position. As long as Akainu doesn't yield rewards as powerful as his, he can suppress Akainu. The shopkeepers remarked that in the future, he would have his leg broken due to competing for the position of Fleet Admiral. Would no longer play out. He had successfully changed his fate. It seems the customer is very satisfied with this jar opening, Xiao said with a faint smile. It really helps me a lot. I can only say it truly is a miracle of fate. Aokiji nodded seriously, and next he wanted to go to Zephyr-sensei to enlighten him. Then persuade him to open jars together. He was well aware that Zephyr-sensei left Marineford due to disappointment with the Navy. It was precisely because of the Warlords of the Sea system that granted privileges to pirates. So when Zephyr-sensei discovers items that enhance strength and the Navy's officers all become stronger, they can forcefully abolish the Warlords of the Sea system and bring those pirates to justice. So that Zephyr-sensei can take revenge. Smoker silently took out 2 million berries and placed them on the counter. Shopkeeper, I want to open a jar too. He felt that his smoke fruit was still a bit too weak. He wanted to become a leading figure of the new generation in the Navy. He had to master a powerful system from another world. May the two guests draw items of their desire. With a thought, Xia summoned 20 jars that flew out from behind him and landed in front of Smoker and Tashiji. Considering the timing, these two could have opened the jars yesterday. Perhaps they missed a day waiting for Aokiji. Tashiji looked at the jars in front of her and suggested, Colonel, why don't you go first? She felt that after Aokiji had drawn 2 purple lights in a row, the next person to open a jar would surely have some good luck. She had already consumed the quick/fruit, and her swordsmanship was continuously improving, nearing the realm of cutting through iron. So even if she didn't draw anything good, she wouldn't mind. However, it was different for the colonel. The pressure on him was immense. He should draw something good to restore the calm demeanor he once had when facing pirates. What's the difference anyway? Smoker looked at the jar in front of him, appearing indifferent on the surface. But inside he felt quite nervous, well aware that his smoke fruit was not particularly powerful. At least compared to the 3 admirals or the Queen of Thunder, the gap was enormous. Perhaps in the East Blue or the first half of the Grand Line, he could rely on the elemental transformation of the Logia type. Along with the intensity of his Vice Admiral level haki, he could become a nightmare that made pirates tremble. But in front of real powerhouses, his level of haki and the development of his fruit were utterly insufficient. Thus, Smoker believed that his smoke needed to incorporate additional characteristics to allow him to squeeze into the ranks of the strong. For example, the attribute transformation cards he drew the first time he opened a jar. Bang, bang, bang. Smoker immediately went for a triple draw. Instantly, 3 boxes of standard Navy flintlock guns tumbled out. Over 1,000 flintlock guns scattered across the ground, leaving Smoker, who had been hopeful, utterly dumbfounded. Although this time the jars were still a bloodbath of profit. But how could he carry all these weapons back by himself? By the way, where did the shopkeeper wholesale so many weapons and stuff them into the jars? Xiaowen casually glanced at the scene and leaned back in his chair. Your Navy's standard flintlock guns have no distinguishing features. Hearing the shopkeeper's explanation, Smoker's lips twitched, and he had to continue opening jars. Bang, bang, bang. Unconvinced, he still chose the triple draw. Finally, the jars did not disappoint his expectations, successfully bursting forth with a dazzling blue light that illuminated his heart. But when the light faded, a purple mushroom with eyes and a mouth appeared before everyone. Smoker. Shouldn't this be a powerful ability that could grow? How did he end up with a mushroom? Wow, this mushroom even sways so cute. Nami cupped her face with her hands, wishing she could rush up to pet this magical little creature. However, considering the presence of so many Navy personnel and the fact that the mushroom was not something she had drawn herself, she had to reluctantly give up. She also wanted to draw a similar plan in the future. Tashiji adjusted her large red-framed glasses. With some suspicion, she remarked, that purple mushroom looks toxic. Could it be some kind of mushroom that can poison strong individuals? Little spore mushroom from a certain plant versus Zombies World, a little spore mushroom that does not require sunlight. After system optimization, it can attack enemies even during the day with an attack range of 50 meters. It can ignore terrain and environment for free planting with a cooldown time of 5 seconds. The purple liquid sprayed by the little spore mushroom is highly toxic and can also self-destruct to put enemies into a momentary paralysis state. It can survive for a maximum of 24 hours, but its health bar is very thin and cannot withstand the majority of attacks. Note it's free, but what more do you want? Plant versus Zombies. Little spore mushroom. If not for the presence of others in the shop, Xiao, one would have wanted to show an expression like old man subway phone. Every time he thought that the jars provided by the system had already produced abstract items, something new would come along to refresh his understanding. Speaking of which, since it can draw the little spore mushroom, could it also draw the destruction mushroom? Xiaowen thought secretly. The guest is lucky. This is a mushroom from another world. A mushroom from another world. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their inquisitive gazes towards the swaying purple mushroom. No wonder it looks so peculiar, a mushroom with eyes and a mouth. It turns out to be a mushroom from another world. No wonder it is so strange and mysterious. Aokiji nodded slightly. Since it was a mushroom from another world, it must possess some powerful characteristics. Xiaowen continued to explain. This is the little spore mushroom, which can ignore terrain and environment for free planting. Every 5 seconds it can plant another little spore mushroom. It can spray toxic fluid and also self-destruct to put enemies into a momentary paralysis state, with a range of 50 meters and unlimited planting quantity. However, it is extremely fragile and can easily die with a lifespan of 1 day. Smoker's pupils contracted. This otherworldly little spore mushroom was quite powerful. It can be planted infinitely, ignore the environment, spray poison, and self-destruct to cause paralysis. Most importantly, it can accumulate a new little spore mushroom every 5 seconds. If adequately prepared, one could plant a large number of little spore mushrooms in advance, luring enemies into a sea of mushrooms. While he could evade the poison and the self-destruction of the mushrooms with his elemental transformation, Smoker reached out toward the swaying little spore mushroom, watching it gradually transform into light points and merge into his body. In that moment, he understood that he had gained the power to plant mushrooms at will. Aokiji teased, Smoker, you might as well disguise yourself as a paramecia-type poison mushroom user in the future. I'd rather continue using the powers of the smoke fruit. Smoker's lips twitched. At least the name of the Logia type sounds pleasant and has enough deterrence. The paramecia-type poison mushroom fruit sounds like some minor character. Bang, bang, bang. Smoker continued with the triple draw. As a result, another blue light illuminated the scene. It seems my luck today is indeed quite good. Smoker joyfully looked up at the shopkeeper, waiting for the explanation. Mist of Desire can create mist that triggers the desires of living beings with the intensity and quantity of desires determined by the user's strength. The desires that can be triggered include pure lust, uncontrollable rage, and insatiable greed. Note, are you saying that after just looking at someone they reveal a murderous gaze, become infatuated with their own weapon, and gather more weapons? Xiaowen paused for a moment before saying lightly, this ability has a very high compatibility with you guessed. The Mist of Desire can create mist that triggers the desires of living beings with the strength and quantity of desires determined by one's own strength. There are 3 types of desires that can be triggered: lust, rage, and greed. Currently, you can definitely arouse your opponent's lust, making them infatuated on the spot. Nami and Tashigi, the 2 women, changed their expressions upon hearing this, taking a step back. They looked at the Mist of Desire with horror. This thing is too toxic. It must be destroyed. Off. Smoker was taken aback, staring blankly at the floating Mist of Desire. This ability is indeed good. It is a means to influence the mental state of enemies and indirectly control targets. But this ability to trigger others' desires is too inappropriate. Just thinking about how he ignited the lust of his opponents while fighting equally ranked pirates. Smoker shivered. Along with the previous little spore mushroom, why did he draw such inappropriate abilities today? Alabasta in the rain. A battle of fire and sand is about to commence. Seeing Crocodile's dark expression and his subordinates retreating, Ace chuckled softly. I merely wish to borrow your means of transportation to the capital and ask for some water. Is this how warmly you welcome me? Or do you intend to personally lead me to the capital, Sir Crocodile of the 7 warlords? Summoned by the desperate cries of his subordinates, a visibly irritated Crocodile sneered. Enough with the nonsense. Just because you are the 2nd Division Captain of Whitebeard, I will never acquiesce to your demands. Moreover, if the Marines discover that you have left the New World to come to the first half of the Grand Line, do you think they won't surround you? If it weren't for the fact that this isn't a desert, but rather my base, and that the opponent is also a natural-type devil fruit user, I wouldn't have to struggle to defeat you quickly. Crocodile would have long ago taught this arrogant junior a lesson. He only defeated a few useless foes merely by relying on his good fortune in consuming a Mera Mera no Mi fruit. When he was renowned across the seas, Ace was still just a little brat. Ace smirked and lowered his hat. Are you really so hostile towards me? It seems that the psychological shadow left by Dad in the past is indeed quite significant. Have you really chosen to withdraw from the New World and retire in this desert kingdom? I once challenged Dad and lost terribly, but so what? Ace's eyes seemed to ignite with brilliance. Losing to the world's strongest man is nothing to be ashamed of. This era is called Whitebeard. Ace. Crocodile, finally unable to endure the painful reminder, reacted. A swirling sandstorm tornado materialized in Crocodile's hand, which he hurled forward. Sandstorm. In an instant, a colossal sandstorm tornado capable of tearing apart buildings surged towards Ace like a natural disaster. Ahaha. Isn't this exchange much simpler? Ace's right hand transformed into crimson flames, charging into the raging sandstorm. Flame fist. Boom. The explosive heat and the scalding sand splintering apart instantly enveloped the surrounding streets. Followed by a barrage of fire arrows and slashes made of sand, they clashed in this deserted street. Divine Fire Shiranui. Desert Saber. After the two exchanged blows again, the street they occupied was turned to ruins. Crocodile's face turned green as he looked at his base in this state. The entire rain-soaked area was constructed with immense effort and energy. With this street gone, he couldn't fathom how much berries he would lose. Those subordinates working hard outside to earn money would not know how many extra shifts they would have to take. Damn it, we can't fight in the city any longer. We must move the battlefield to the desert. He was confident that in the desert he was invincible. Even if Whitebeard came, he could also escape unscathed. Unfortunately, the 3 useful items he had previously opened from the jars were not particularly effective in the current battle. The 2 abilities related to water were utterly useless, only serving to weaken himself. Just as Crocodile's right hand transformed into a sand blade preparing to strike Ace again with a massive sand sword, Ace suddenly spoke up. As fellow users of natural-type devil fruits, continuing to clash like this would only result in a stalemate. I just want to borrow a few things. Why must you cling to me so tightly? Or is it that you have already set your sights on this nation, wanting to become its king yourself? What a malicious joke, Crocodile. Huh. Think whatever you like. Seeing this, Crocodile relit a cigar. Even though he was unwilling to admit it, he truly had no way to handle Ace. The words of that mysterious shopkeeper were indeed correct, compared to his former young and spirited self. His current will, aura, and beliefs were all greatly diminished. It turned out that his strength had weakened to this extent. If he couldn't obtain the king of the underworld, then all the time wasted over the years would be truly in vain. At the very least, he needed to struggle a bit more to open more jars. Crocodile slowly exhaled a smoke ring and asked in a deep voice, as the captain of the 2nd Division of Whitebeard, why have you come to Alabasta? Leaving the New World. This was Crocodile's most pressing concern. I am merely passing through, wanting to see, the jar merchant said in the newspaper, to possess the ability to open anything. As for why I left the New World, Ace lowered the brim of his hat and said in a serious tone, I am in pursuit of a man who was once my subordinate, but has committed the crime of killing his comrades. As captain, I have the responsibility to capture him, or eliminate him. Thinking of the crimes committed by Blackbeard, Ace couldn't help but widen his eyes, his teeth clenched tightly. If he failed to deal with him, how could he explain this to Dad? How could he account for the dead Sachi? Pursuing a traitor of the Whitebeard Pirates. Crocodile's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He knew very well what Whitebeard meant to his crew. This little brat in front of him shouldn't be lying about such matters. I can lend you a means of transportation across the desert to Erebana. The condition is that after you leave Alabasta, you must not disclose my existence to anyone else. Crocodile said in a deep voice. He equally despised those who betrayed their comrades after killing them. Since Ace was merely passing through, he could pretend he hadn't seen him. Haha. Then thank you. Ace's eyes lit up as he agreed. After all, he only cared about Blackbeard's whereabouts and had no interest in what Crocodile was planning to do in Alabasta. Cocoa West Village. When Dasky shattered her last jar, a green light burst forth. Sword-cutting insight Dasky, all of Dasky's insights and sword techniques from breaking through the sword-cutting realm. No, please take care of it, future me. The guest is quite lucky. This is exactly what you wanted, the method to break through the sword-cutting realm. However, in the midst of the crowd's puzzled gazes, Xiaowen smiled faintly. This is a gift from your future self to your past self. What? X4. What? The future, Dasky. Smoker couldn't help but exclaim. Xiaowen nodded lightly, saying, if the jar can bring forth anything, then it's only natural for it to reveal the abilities and gifts of one's future self. In this green orb lies all the insights and sword techniques of the future Dasky when she breaks through the ability to cut iron. No, that's not normal at all. Nami also showed a look of astonishment. The idea of receiving gifts from her future self sounded even more shocking than the store owner's prophetic abilities. Doesn't this imply that the store owner possesses the ability to converse with their future selves? At that moment, Dasky, who had already absorbed the green orb, slowly opened her eyes. I broke through the ability to cut iron. So easily. Xiaowen remained calm, replying, of course, as long as you keep opening jars, becoming stronger is that simple and effortless. So Dasky, is this truly a gift left by your future self? After receiving a nod from Admiral Akiji, Smoker immediately asked, if what the store owner said is true and one can receive gifts from their future selves, then the threat assessment of this jar store must be raised. After all, who wouldn't want to perfectly absorb the achievements cultivated by their future self? This is both a risk and an immense opportunity. Dasky with excitement responded, yes, Colonel. I can confirm that this is definitely a gift left by my future self after breaking through the ability to cut iron. Whether it's the sword techniques of the same origin or the understanding of subsequent swordsmanship, they all reflect my personal style. The future me must have become a remarkable swordsman, right? If it weren't for the scene and atmosphere being inappropriate, Dasky would want to draw her sword right there and practice a bit. Since she has already cut iron, her future goal is to achieve soaring slashes and become a true swordsman. Oh, what a bother. With that, I must work hard to train in the future to avoid getting my legs broken. Aokiji casually put on his sleeping hat, saying, "See you next time, Xiaowen." A different world has already refreshed the Navy's perception, and now the store owner has come up with such a miraculous operation involving one's future self. So, just how powerful is this store owner? Could it be that the store owner repeatedly gains power from their future self, thus becoming invincible by stepping on their own feet? The power of an admiral surpassing the 4 emperors, the king of the world. Or, Aokiji dared not continue that line of thought. "Mr. Store owner, we shall take our leave." Smoker and Dasky, after finishing with the jars, followed suit. They also needed to report their experiences from this jar opening to Marineford. Seeing that the Navy had already left the store, Nami hesitated for a moment before mimicking the Admiral's words. "See you next time on the Grand Line, Xiaowen." This time I not only learned the store owner's name, but I also opened up observations and abilities for physical training. It was worth the special trip back to open jars. "Yes, see you next time, guests," Xiaowen said calmly. Today the 4 guests opened their jars, and he had accumulated quite a few good items waiting to be absorbed and enhanced. Nami opened 3 blue lights and 1 purple light, while Aokiji opened 2 purple lights and 1 blue light. Smoker opened 2 blue lights and Dasky 1 blue light. As for the green light and below garbage, Xiaowen was too lazy to calculate. After all, everything in the future would be put into jars and sold. First, a river crab that can increase the development level of fruits. Looking at the blue lizard running around in the store, Xiaowen smiled slightly. "I heard you have a thick health bar. Let's witness the power of the store owner's privilege." Marineford. The marshal's office gathered several high-ranking officials once again. Sengoku, with a numb expression, tossed the intelligence compiled by Aokiji onto the table. "Everyone take a look. That jar store has released news we never expected. Last time, it was the powerful system of another world, and this time it's prophetic abilities as well as gaining insights from people of the future." Aokiji suspects that the strength of that store owner has already surpassed the level of admirals and the 4 emperors. To be honest, when he saw the report summarized by Aokiji, his brain momentarily crashed, unable to comprehend. What does it mean for the store owner to bring forth the gifts of the guest's future selves to the present for them to open themselves? Is this something that humans can achieve? Sengoku wished he could resign on the spot and let others worry about these matters. As for the news that the store owner made the devil fruits no longer unique, such explosive news that could turn the seas upside down seemed trivial. For a moment, in the entire marshal's office, aside from Garp, who was still munching on snacks without a care, the rest, including Kizaru, displayed expressions of confusion and shock. The red dog, who had always insisted on destroying the store and capturing the store owner, fell into silence as he stared at the report. He was an absolute justice type, believing that all pirates deserved to die. But he was not a reckless and hopeless brute. Moreover, the other party pointed out the issue of Zephyr, which counted as a personal favor. All 3 admirals were disciples of Master Zephyr, especially Kizaru, who had the best relationship with him. If the Navy were to battle the jar store, the red dog suspected that Kizaru might hold back and play along. So, he could only maintain the status quo. Snap! Snap! Garp, munching on senbei, pointed at the documents with his greasy fingers. "Why is everyone so serious? What is the Navy's primary goal?" "It's to capture pirates. Since the Shichibukai crocodile intends to overthrow the Alabasta royal family, we cannot sit idly by. As for my old friend Zephyr." Garp's gaze deepened as he exchanged a glance with Sengoku, who also raised his head in tacit understanding. They must persuade him to change his mind and promote the proposal to abolish the Shichibukai system. Vice Admiral Crane looked at the detailed information provided by Aokiji regarding Baroque works, rubbing her forehead in annoyance. "I agree with Garp's suggestion. We absolutely cannot allow a pirate to become the king of Alabasta. Fortunately, Crocodile has always been alone, and after exiting the New World, he established Baroque works without any strong figures to hold it down. We only need to pay attention to Mr. 1 Mr. 2 1 Mr. 3, the 3 main officers. However, with Aokiji and Admiral taking action, Crocodile won't stir up any waves. The Navy only needs to send some personnel to establish a temporary branch around Alabasta. They just need to help this desert kingdom through a few years of growth." An ordinary day passed. Just as Xiaowen was enjoying the delicacies opened by previous guests from the jars, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding. "A customer has arrived at the Alabasta store." Ding. "No customers are detected in the store. Would you like to teleport?" "Oh, who could it be this time?" "Baroque work staff." Xiaowen directly returned to the Alabasta store just as he took out the tea set and the latest newspaper. The store's door was pushed open. A young man with a bare upper body and an orange hat strode in. "Good afternoon, Mr. Store owner. I want to buy some jars." Xiaowen looked at the familiar face in front of him with some surprise. Ace actually came to open jars too. However, in the original work, he indeed tracked Blackbeard in the earlier part of the Grand Line. Moreover, he had also been to Alabasta. New customer welcome. Xiaowen smiled lightly, having already found the best way to handle Ace. Provided that he has money. Our store only sells jars each for 100,000 berries, and the jars can open up anything. Huh. I understand all of this. I specifically borrowed some berries from a familiar face. By the way, Mr. Store owner, can these jars open items that can track specific individuals? Ace laughed heartily, pulling out 1,000,000 berries that he had borrowed from Crocodile. Seeing this, Xiaowen's mouth slightly curled up. Of course, whether it's a scroll that can cure all diseases or an item that can resurrect a person, my jars can open them all. Ace, do you want to resurrect Sachi? Ace, do you want to resurrect Sabo? Xiaowen's words detonated all of Ace's thoughts like a landmine. It completely stunned him in place. After a moment of daze, Ace slowly spoke, "Resurrect Sabo. Mr. Shopkeeper, can you really bring Sabo back to life?" He never imagined that there could be such a perfect solution in this world. Of course, he also wanted something that could cure all diseases. After all, his father had to get in 4 drip every day. Although he didn't say anything, he was still quite anxious inside. And now this shopkeeper, who was not much older than him, said he could solve his dreams. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that he saw hope for resurrecting Whitebeard and his brother. Ace overwhelmed by such joy. Even the shopkeeper he met for the first time, he couldn't care less about how he knew his identity and what he wanted. Xiaowen chuckled softly, "Why not? My jars can produce everything. Just because there's no method to resurrect someone in this sea doesn't mean it's impossible in other worlds. Of course, resurrection is an extremely difficult task in any world. My jars might have it, but it all depends on your luck as a customer. In any case, no matter how the other party played their cards, painting a big pie was definitely not wrong. Especially for Ace, one could easily guess what he desired most. Whitebeard and Sabo, these two were the barriers in each other's hearts. The former was old and weak, no longer at his peak. Ace desperately hoped that his father could continue to protect them, allowing Whitebeard to become the pirate king. Sabo, on the other hand, had died unexpectedly, but in reality, he had gone to train with the Revolutionary Army. Of course, the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, was killed by Blackbeard, and Ace, who valued loyalty, was filled with guilt and regret. At this moment, 10 jars slowly floated before Ace. But Ace didn't even look at them and asked with a tone of pleading, "Mr. Shopkeeper, can I spend money to buy the means to resurrect someone? Our Whitebeard pirates don't lack gold and silver treasures." He planned to first tell his father and use money to resurrect Sachi. Then he would work hard to save money to bring Sabo back. By then, Luffy would surely be very happy, right? Ace had already started to imagine the future where the 3 brothers reunited. This time, coming to Alabasta to open jars was truly the right decision. Want to take a shortcut? If you don't open jars, how can I become the world's strongest? Xiaowen raised an eyebrow and directly shook his head in refusal. I only sell jars here and will not sell any specific items separately. If customers really want to resurrect someone, they can only obtain it by opening jars. He was not lying. Resurrection techniques are just a matter of using impure reincarnation, which is not resurrection. This ninjutsu-based jar can definitely produce that. Or perhaps a certain ruler of the laws can directly construct a body, then create an artificial soul that possesses the personality and most memories of the deceased. As long as everyone doesn't mind, it could be considered a form of resurrection. A bit more advanced, the resurrection coins from a certain disconnection city and warriors also count as resurrection, right? Even if the basic jar doesn't have it, Xiaowen believes that advanced jars will definitely not lack perfect resurrection methods. It can only be obtained by opening jars. Alright, then I will open a jar. Ace was somewhat reluctant, but in order not to offend the shopkeeper, he had to grit his teeth and agree. He believed that Sachi and Sabo in heaven would bless him. If it weren't for the fact that his father and the rest of the companions were not suitable to move around casually, they might attract the Navy's vigilance and confrontation. Ace would want to bring the entire Whitebeard Pirates to open jars together. After all, with more people, the chances of opening resurrection techniques would definitely be greater than him doing it alone. Bang! Ace quickly smashed his first jar, and a bright green light emerged. Having opened a jar with the wandering jar merchant before, Ace understood. Green light, this is a sign of good things. Pointer to humans. The pointer will always point towards the direction of the holder's heart's goal. Maximum detection range, 50 kilometers. The target can only be humans or intelligent humanoid beings. Remarks: pointer to water, pointer to humans, pointer to minerals, pointer to money. Oh, isn't this exactly what Ace asked about first? But the detection range of the pointer to humans is larger than that of the pointer to water. Xiaowen raised an eyebrow. This is the pointer to humans. It's the item you asked about when you entered the store. The pointer of the pointer to humans will always point towards the direction of the target you wish to find with a maximum detection range of 50 kilometers. Ace was taken aback looking at the pointer in his hand in surprise. Had he easily accomplished the purpose of his initial visit to the jar shop? This is too coincidental, as if it was specially customized for him. Could it be? Ace discreetly stowed away the pointer to humans. This indeed meets my needs, though the detection range is a bit short. He suspected that this shop had hidden benefits. That is, the shopkeeper would prioritize allowing customers to open the items they inquired about first. Bang! The second jar opened, revealing a small metal box in Ace's sight. Xiaowen glanced at it casually and said in a flat tone, "This is a lighter that can ignite a small flame. But it shouldn't be of much use to you as a customer." A lighter? Ace twitched his mouth helplessly at these words. He was the user of the natural fruit, the burn fruit. Giving him this lighter was not just of little use, it was practically garbage taking up space. Bang! When the third jar was opened, a blue light emerged that Ace had never seen before. The famed blade, Ming, an equipment from a certain world of Honor of Kings. After system modifications, it can transform into an ethereal weapon enhancing strength and stamina. When receiving fatal damage, one will not die immediately, but instead gain a brief period of invincibility along with increased attack speed and movement speed. Depending on one's strength, the invincibility lasts between 1 to 5 seconds. Once the effect of the famed blade is triggered, this item enters a state of destruction and cannot resist fatal damage again. However, its basic attributes can still be enjoyed. Note he obtained a famed blade Ming. Is it really a famed blade? Xiaowen looked in surprise at the ethereal blue long sword in midair. Not only does it enhance strength and stamina, but it also provides one chance to be immune to death and a brief period of invincibility. Moreover, this ethereal equipment does not need to be carried physically. It's equivalent to a permanent buff that grants an increase in basic attributes. If Ace had a famed blade in the original story, at least he could survive an extra second or two when withstanding a kindness punch. At this moment, Ace couldn't contain his curiosity. "Mr. Shopkeeper, why can't I touch this sword?" It was truly a special effect he had never seen before. The items produced by this jar were simply extraordinary. This is the famed blade Ming, which can protect you from fatal damage and grant 1 second of invincibility. This effect can only be triggered once and does not require carrying. Additionally, this famed blade will permanently increase your strength and stamina simply by silently wishing to purchase it. Protect from fatal damage. Can it also enhance stamina and strength? The smile on Ace's face gradually faded and his expression turned extremely serious. He wanted to gift this to his father. But before he could ask if he could give it away, the shopkeeper's words made him sigh in regret. Such ethereal equipment can only be absorbed by the one who opened the jar. Others cannot touch or take it. Alright, it seems I can only open the remaining items to give to my father. Ace silently wished and absorbed the famed blade he had never heard of into his body. In an instant, Ace felt a significant improvement in his physical condition. This was at least equivalent to the results of half a year of training. And the cost was merely 100,000 berries. No, he borrowed the money to open the jar from Crocodile, which meant it really cost him nothing. Ace exclaimed, "This is too amazing. I really want to invite my father and Marco to join me." Of course, he understood that such a thing was absolutely impossible. If his father and Marco traveled from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line, the 3 Marine Admirals would probably come along to block them. "Mr. Shopkeeper, it would be great if you could open a shop in the New World." Ace regretfully shattered the 4th jar. Such an amazing jar could surely shine in the New World. The New World. Xiaowen's eyes flickered. The 3rd shop should unlock in the New World, right? But if that were the case, if all 3 shops had customers at the same time, he could only serve one side. He felt there were indeed issues with the current jar shop. For example, a while ago, he went to Cocoa West Village to host Sanji and the floating restaurant. Meanwhile, in Alabasta, the Royal Cobra could only stare helplessly at the closed shop door. This was extremely unfriendly to new customers and could easily lead to customer loss. If the 3rd shop unlocks and the situation remains unchanged, he couldn't possibly learn to create clones to manage multiple jars, could he? Managing one clone poorly could easily cause serious consequences. This was a major pitfall. Couldn't they just teleport all customers to one shop the moment they entered? System, stop playing dead and hurry up and answer my questions. I don't actually want to learn cloning, do I? Xiaowen shouted inwardly. Ding. Detecting the host's confusion, providing answers. Ding. After unlocking the 3rd shop, new shop features and privileges will be unlocked to meet the host's needs. The host need not worry. Now that sounds more like it. Let all customers enter one shop together without him having to run around. This is the correct way to operate a jar shop, and Xiaowen leaned back in satisfaction. As Ace shattered his 6th jar, a green light quietly emerged. Looks like I'm having good luck today. "Mr. Shopkeeper, does buying jars in the shop increase the chances of getting good items? Ace's face lit up with surprise. Before arriving in Alabasta, he bought 7 jars from a white-haired boy, but only opened 1 green light. Yet now with 6 jars, he got 2 green lights and 1 blue light. The drop rate is too high. Xiaowen. The first time opening jars as a new customer, 6 jars yielded only 1 blue light and 2 trashy green ones. Where's the good luck in that? Dude, you really haven't seen good items before. Among all his customers, Ace was among the bottom tier of unlucky ones. If a second blue light doesn't appear soon, Ace might as well sit at the same table as Black Robin. Shining Remy aid from a certain dungeon and fighter world, a powerful healing potion. After system optimization, it can immediately restore 30 of health and stamina and remove all abnormal statuses. Can remove diseases, but age-related decline in strength and stamina is not considered an abnormal status. Note as your XP this. Otherwise, why stock a bag full of Remy aid? Oh, Xiaowen was somewhat surprised. He actually opened a decent item this time. Removing all abnormal statuses is indeed effective. In the world of One Piece, various bizarre paramecia-type devil fruits emerge endlessly. Things like petrification or dollification are all considered abnormal statuses, including Akiji's freezing. After all, not everyone possesses Haki to resist the powers of the devil fruits. Xiaowen nodded slightly and said approvingly, the customer's luck is indeed good. This is a precious restorative item. Not only can it restore about 30% of injuries and stamina, but it also removes all abnormal statuses, including diseases. Even just 1 shining Remy aid is considered a trump card item in the world of One Piece. This is simply a divine medicine. Ace's breathing grew slightly heavier, his eyes burning as he stared at the precious medicine in his hand. Once his father takes it and regains health, the Whitebeard Pirates can continue to thrive. Indeed, this era is called Whitebeard. Ace exerted great effort to suppress the excitement in his heart. Whether it was the pointer to find people or this healing divine medicine, he had obtained them through the jar. The shopkeeper truly hadn't deceived him. Therefore, regarding resurrection, it must also be true. He really had a chance to revive Sabo and his younger brother. Ace looked at the remaining 4 jars, feeling a bit regretful. But 10 jars were simply too few. It was far from enough. Crocodile had said that a person could only open 10 jars in a month. This was the shopkeeper's rule, and everyone had to abide by it. If it weren't for Sabo's issue, he could have stayed in Alabasta a while longer. He could wait to open 10 more jars next month. However, Blackbeard had been evading for so long, Ace felt that the other party was brewing some conspiracy. Thus, he had to keep a close eye on the other party's movements. Seeing Ace suddenly lost in thought and unresponsive for a while, Xiaowen expressionlessly tapped the table. All right, customer, please continue opening jars. Young people nowadays just love to be startled. It's just a green light. Why the need for so many facial expressions?